Chapter 1. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Ace, I have come to rescue you. Hey, why is it so high? I'm going to die, help. Amidst several shouts filled with excitement and panic, a colossal warship plummeted from the sky at an astonishing speed, threatening to smash through the ice-covered ground below. In the vast expanse of the Bay Square, this sudden occurrence plunged the previously fierce battle into a brief silence. Both sides of the conflict instinctively halted their frenzied attacks, raising their gazes toward the source of the commotion. Ace, Ace, I'm here to save you. The cries of fervor continued to echo from the warship. Meanwhile, beneath the towering execution platform in the distance, a tall man seated between three chairs lifted his head at this unexpected interruption. His stern, square face was largely obscured by a military cap, emanating an aura that deterred approach. Yet incongruent with his imposing presence, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. In a daze, Lin Jin heard the clamorous shouts from outside. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a throng of people ahead, many of whom seemed familiar. Where am I, and why is it so noisy? Ace, that name sounds familiar. Lin Jin surveyed the battlefield, scanning his surroundings, and internally mused, wait a moment, Ace? And that little giant with the crescent-shaped mustache must be Whitebeard, right? He's a significant figure from One Piece. No wonder it feels so familiar. Have I crossed over into the world of One Piece? Lin Jin's heart raced with astonishment, and he instinctively rose from his seat. The foggy haze of his consciousness dissipated entirely, and the surrounding sounds grew clearer. That's Crocodile, the sand crocodile. Isn't that black-haired man next to him the Okama King, Ivankov? The Navy and pirates who recognized this group were struck with disbelief. On the execution platform, Ace, racked with guilt over his situation, froze upon hearing that familiar voice. Beside him, Admiral Sengoku, crowned with a seagull, glared at Garp, exclaiming, Garp, your grandson again, and you've even brought out a criminal from Impel Down. Your family is causing too much chaos. What on earth happened over at Impel Down? What's become of Magellan? As Sengoku spoke, concern deepened in his eyes. Noticing that Garp seemed to ignore his words and was instead gazing intently at Luffy in the distance, Sengoku felt a wave of sympathy for his comrade, who had dedicated much of his life to the Navy. Elsewhere, Lin Jin's sudden movement attracted considerable attention. Admiral Sakazuki, all the officers exclaimed in unison. The renowned admiral, should he choose to act, would undoubtedly inspire tremendous morale within the Navy. Ho ho ho, is this monster going to join the fray? The eyes of the seven warlords turned towards this commotion. Doflamingo glanced at Luffy and his crew descending from the sky, then at Whitebeard and Akainu, chuckling softly to himself. On the execution platform, Ace, initially stunned by Luffy's sudden appearance, began to grow anxious as he saw Sakazuki rise. The expression of Vice Admiral Garp beside him became somewhat unnatural. Is Sakazuki about to make a move? How frightening! A mocking voice chimed in nearby. Sakazuki? Admiral Akainu? Lin Jin immediately composed himself. He discreetly glanced at his own figure. Standing over 3 meters tall, his muscles bulged exaggeratedly, surpassing even the bodybuilders and boxers of his previous life. He wore a simple red suit, draped with a thick, voluminous white cloak, and faintly visible on his chest was an expansive tattoo of cherry blossoms. Strangely, this tattoo seemed to respond to his gaze, emitting a sudden, eerie red light, only to revert to normal in an instant. Lin Jin initially dismissed it as an illusion. Damn, I've actually soul transmigrated into Akainu, the pinnacle of the Navy's combat power and the future fleet admiral. Realizing his identity, he felt an explosive power within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt, stirring a wave of excitement within Lin Jin. Although he had become the much-maligned Red Dog, he possessed the strength that stood at the apex of the pirate world. Furthermore, he was destined to become the fleet admiral, the supreme leader of the Navia tangible pinnacle of power. No matter how one looked at it, this was far superior to transmigrating as a celestial dragon slave or a small-time pirate lackey. Thus, I am now Sakazuki, Admiral Akainu. The current scene must be the largest-scale war in the pirate world, the Marineford War. Among the elite combatants involved, only I will be fighting valiantly against the world's strongest man. In contrast, the other two admirals would likely emerge from the battle with just minor injuries or dirty clothes, ultimately competing for the position of fleet admiral while having barely participated. It was enough to make one weep for the character of Akainu from the original story. Sakazuki, the situation is becoming chaotic. Proceed according to plan and take action. Just as Sakazuki was beginning to clarify his thoughts, Sengoku's command resonated from the execution platform. Upon hearing Sengoku's order, Sakazuki felt utterly bewildered. What plan? Oh no! Sakazuki suddenly realized something terribly wrong. The original owner's memories seemed to have left no trace. Sakazuki nodded with a cold expression, appearing calm on the surface while internally feeling a twinge of panic. Was the next course of action to directly engage Whitebeard in an unknown confrontation? At this moment, he had no recollection of any combat experience. Would facing Whitebeard alone lead to his inevitable demise? Could someone provide a hint or guide him on what to do? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Sakazuki glanced at the soldiers stationed around the execution platform. The nearby soldiers stood at attention under Sakazuki's gaze, their bodies rigid as they trembled inwardly. Seeing that the soldiers had not moved beyond standing firm, Sakazuki felt a twinge of disappointment. Calm. Sakazuki took several deep breaths to steady himself. Just as Sengoku began to cast a questioning glance at him for his lack of action, Sakazuki suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. The cherry blossom tattoo emitted an eerie red glow once more, even more radiant than before, allowing him to see it clearly. Yet, Sakazuki knew he had not activated any fruit abilities. This was the anomaly of the tattoo itself. It turned out that the previous occurrence was not an illusion. This cherry blossom tattoo was extraordinary. As the red, eerie light flickered, a vast reservoir of memories surged into Sakazuki's mind. In an instant, he absorbed the original owner's memories from the first half of his life. During this memory reception, the original owner's experiences over the past decades flashed before his mind like a film reel. From a moment he could remember, he had endured the tragedy of being slaughtered by pirates, only to join the Navy and fight against them. From a passionate recruit with dreams, he rose to become an admiral feared by countless pirates and revered by innumerable Navy personnel. It felt as if he had lived through these tumultuous experiences himself, bearing the unspoken hardships and struggles of a tumultuous life. Upon completing the memory reception, the tattoo's glow dimmed, yet the light in Sakazuki's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps he had found a new purpose to strive for. Or perhaps he was simply relieved that the troubles before him might soon be resolved. Fully comprehending the grand narrative of Akainu's life, which had not been revealed in the original story, Sakazuki felt genuine admiration for a man who remained untainted by the cruel world, steadfastly upholding his sense of justice as an iron-willed soldier. Let the brilliance of justice shine upon every corner of the world, eradicating even the slightest traces of evil. Though idealistic, the unwavering commitment to such a cause was indeed remarkable. To borrow an ancient saying from my original world, the cold stars do not perceive my intentions. I offer my blood in tribute to Shin Yuan. The pacifist faction of the Navy could never fathom Akainu's true intentions. Point 1 can only perceive his actions as excessively brutal and radical. Even some netizens from the past life shared this sentiment. Yet, how can unwavering compromise and a quest for stability yield a peaceful and prosperous era? The execution of justice is not a mere child's play. As Sakazuki strode towards the rear of the battlefield, he pondered how to persuade the treacherous Squardo of the Whitebeard pirates to accept his narrative. Indeed, he referred to that foolish son who had once stabbed Whitebeard in the back. The recent order from Sengoku was for Sakazuki to covertly seek out members of the Whitebeard crew, specifically the treacherous Squardo. For decades, Sengoku and Whitebeard had been embroiled in a fierce struggle. Now, to triumph over Whitebeard, Sengoku was willing to employ any means necessary. Squardo had previously challenged Roger before joining the Whitebeard pirates, only to suffer defeat, resulting in the tragic demise of his comrades and a loss of will to fight. Now, Whitebeard was leading them to rescue Roger's son. By skillfully exploiting this, Sakazuki believed he could easily turn Squardo against Whitebeard, thus gaining the upper hand over the latter. Ace is Roger's son. In truth, this war was prearranged between us. Your pirate crews are merely destined to perish. If you doubt my words, open your eyes and behold. The Navy's concentrated assault will be directed solely at your fleet, while the Whitebeard pirates remain untouched. Upon hearing Sakazuki's proclamation, Squardo's resolve visibly wavered. After a moment of inner turmoil, he exclaimed, "If what you say is true, I shall confront Father for an explanation." The seeds of discord had successfully been sown. Sakazuki smirked inwardly, watching Squardo's retreating figure, his gloved fists tightening. Were it not for Squardo's utility, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot, perhaps even using him as a practice target to familiarize himself with his own power. Furthermore, Sakazuki harbored no affection for pirates. Given his understanding of the original owner of his body, it seemed that only this singular pirate could depart unscathed under Akainu's watchful gaze. Once he had settled matters here, Sakazuki hastened towards the main battlefield. Upon his return to the bay, he was met with utter chaos. Countless soldiers clad in white naval uniforms clashed with an assortment of uniquely dressed pirates. A mere glance revealed numerous individuals lying in pools of blood. The scene was gruesomely bloody. War is perpetually this cruel. The fervor depicted in comics is but a minuscule fragment of the pirate world. Sakazuki's gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular spot, and with a powerful push off the ground, he vanished in an instant, reappearing at the heart of the battlefield. He positioned himself before a naval officer and unleashed a devastating punch. The force of the magma was irresistible, sending the surrounding captains of the Whitebeard pirates hurtling backward. The sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, accompanied by anguished cries. The captains were left scorched and their fates uncertain. In that moment, Sakazuki felt as though he had truly transformed from an ordinary individual into the hawkish leader of the Navy. His strikes were decisive and merciless. This was the demeanor one ought to possess when confronting pirates. "Admiral Sakazuki, you have arrived," exclaimed Vice Admiral Doberman upon spotting the imposing figure before him, his face lighting up with admiration. This scarred Vice Admiral was familiar to Sakazuki during the flight of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. He had steadfastly followed in Akainu's footsteps, unflinchingly directing the battle despite any casualties. Even when the red-haired pirates had arrived, he had dared to confront them without yielding an inch a quintessential hawkish commander and a loyal subordinate of Akainu. Sakazuki nodded at him, glancing at his hands transformed into magma, feeling an innate familiarity. He continued to hunt down pirates on the battlefield, occasionally aiding his fellow hawkish commanders, thus significantly enhancing his reputation and garnering even more respect and admiration from figures such as Gecko Moria, Doberman, and the likes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a furious voice erupted from afar. "Squardo, you bastard, what are you doing?" It was Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, shouting in anger. "Father, are you all right? Father." Ultimately, Squardo had indeed betrayed Whitebeard. Sengoku's scheme had succeeded. However, just as Whitebeard had finished reassuring his sons, a masked giant marine admiral suddenly charged forth, brandishing a massive sword aimed at Whitebeard standing on the deck. The force was reminiscent of a powerful strike upon Mount Hua, instilling terror as the entire vessel trembled. "You've revealed your vulnerability, Whitebeard." Faced with a colossal entity several times his own size, Whitebeard raised his bicento to engage in collision. The fearsome recoil nearly caused the giant admiral to lose grip of his sword. "You pesky little brat, you're quite the nuisance." Yet, it was far from over. Whitebeard's expression began to contort into a fearsome grimace. With a single hand raised in the air, a dreadful power instantaneously caused the space around to shudder, shattering the giant admiral's sword. In one fluid motion, he pressed down on the giant admiral's head and delivered another strike. The giant admiral fell uncontrollably before Whitebeard. The T-shaped metal mask atop his head fracturing into numerous shards as blood continuously spilled from his mouth. The formidable admiral was instantly rendered combat ineffective, gradually losing consciousness under the overwhelming force of the tremor before being discarded by Whitebeard as though he were mere refuse. "Admiral Longs," the surrounding Marines shouted in alarm. "From where did you perceive Whitebeard's weakness?" although Whitebeard had sustained his life through a drip for these past years and had just been ambushed. Such a situation could hardly be deemed a weakness for someone of your caliber. Didn't you notice that Fleet Admiral Sengoku over there hasn't uttered a word? At this moment, Sakazuki halted his relentless pursuit of the pirates, unable to suppress a silent scoff. It seemed that the time had come for him to take action himself. With Whitebeard's current frail state, it undoubtedly presented a significant vulnerability. He could no longer allow this old man to act recklessly. Moreover, it was an opportunity for him to assess how he measured up against a diminished version of the world's strongest combatant. Sakazuki slowly removed his gloves, his gaze sharpening like a predator poised to strike in the jungle, piercing through the throng of combatants to fixate on the imposing figure of Whitebeard in the distance. An overwhelming aura emanated from Sakazuki, a palpable force that commanded attention. Just as Whitebeard had sent a group of Navy soldiers flying, he suddenly felt the intensity of a fiery stare upon him. He gradually turned his head, returning Sakazuki's icy glare. "Magma brat," he declared, and in that moment, an astonishingly powerful presence erupted from Whitebeard, as if he were determined to fully unveil his regal bearing, asserting the might of the world's foremost pirate. The two locked eyes, their gazes crackling with electricity as they engaged in a silent duel of wills. An elusive yet tangible energy began to manifest between them, and in an instant, their combined might felt as if it could warp the very fabric of space itself. Observant Navy soldiers and pirates alike instinctively distanced themselves from these titans, resuming their battles elsewhere, though their eyes occasionally flickered toward this electrifying confrontation. As Sakazuki confronted Whitebeard, he dared to assert his dominance, flaunting his might before him. His hands transformed into seething magma, dripping onto the ground, enveloping those nearby in an overwhelming heat akin to standing at the mouth of a volcano. In an instant, Sakazuki erupted forth, charging directly at Whitebeard without hesitation. He traversed the battlefield in the blink of an eye, reaching Whitebeard in mere moments, showcasing his remarkable speed. "Great eruption," he proclaimed, and as if on cue, he sensed an intense wave of heat emanating from him. Whitebeard, undeterred, immediately unleashed the powers of the Tremor fruit, launching a powerful punch. Despite his immense stature, Whitebeard's speed was equally formidable. Boom! The sound of their fierce collision echoed throughout the air. Under the force of Whitebeard's punch, the magma churned violently, sparks flying in all directions. The overwhelming force compelled those who had not yet retreated to step back in haste. In the center of the battlefield, only Whitebeard and Sakazuki remained. Bang! Neither combatant yielded an inch, and they continued their assault, clashing once more. The contest between magma and shockwaves persisted for a full quarter of an hour, with neither able to gain the upper hand. This left everyone present utterly astonished. Both the Navy and pirates, along with the viewers of the live broadcast, were left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Though Admiral Akainu's reputation had long spread across the seas, instilling fear in the hearts of pirates, Whitebeard, a peer of the legendary pirate King Joel D. Roger, had maintained his formidable reputation for decades. In this era, he was heralded as the strongest man in the world. Had the opposing force been Vice Admiral Garp or Fleet Admiral Sengoku, seasoned stalwarts of the Navy, it would have seemed plausible. Yet, many believed that Akainu should not stand as an equal to Whitebeard. Nonetheless, to the eyes of others, the two appeared evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. In truth, Sakazuki was acutely aware that Whitebeard's body was nearing its limits. In Sakazuki's memories, he had faced Whitebeard numerous times before, and the latter's strength was far superior to what it was now. The Conqueror's Haki had once been at Whitebeard's command with effortless grace. It is utterly inconceivable for Sakazuki to reach such a level. Indeed, Whitebeard has aged considerably, seizing the opportunity of his illness to claim his life. With this thought in mind, Sakazuki's subsequent assaults grew increasingly ferocious. "Gulalala, Magma Child, you possess some skill." Whitebeard roared with laughter at the relentless onslaught from Sakazuki. "Your skills are not particularly impressive. They will suffice to bring about your demise." Sakazuki gazed intently at Whitebeard. Without further ado, he pressed his assault, determined not to grant Whitebeard a moment's respite. Such audacity from a mere brat! Whitebeard bellowed, his voice echoing powerfully. With that, he swung his massive bicento directly toward Sakazuki's head. The sheer force of the blow caused the ground beneath to tremble and sink. Yet, Sakazuki remained unfazed, confronting the terrifying strike with composure. Sakazuki unexpectedly leaped, finding himself standing upon the razor's edge of Whitebeard's blade. At that moment, he was on par with Whitebeard, compensating for the disparity in their heights. Hellhound! Sakazuki once again raised his fist, forged from molten lava, and mercilessly struck at Whitebeard. Although his physique paled in comparison to the imposing figure of Whitebeard, his strength was undeniably formidable. As he drew closer, he unleashed a rapid succession of punches. Intent on delivering a fatal blow before Whitebeard could activate his tremor fruit abilities. Faced with Sakazuki's close-range assault, Whitebeard was indeed unable to immediately harness the power of vibrations and could only withstand the force of that punch. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, capturing the attention of all present. As the smoke dissipated, a horrifying sight unfolded before their eyes. Whitebeard's left side of his head had been nearly consumed by the searing lava, leaving only a remnant of his iconic crescent mustache on the right. The scene was gruesomely macabre. Observing the flickering crimson light upon Whitebeard's head, Sakazuki murmured to himself. Realizing that in this dire moment, Whitebeard had forcibly employed the ultimate skill reserved for the most formidable of warriors. He had enveloped his head with the conqueror's haki, narrowly preserving his life. Otherwise, his entire head might have been incinerated by the magma imbued with supreme Busashoka haki. Admiral Sakazuki. Admiral Sakazuki has triumphed. The previously fearful Navy soldiers, witnessing the fierce clash between Sakazuki and Whitebeard, found themselves invigorated, even exhilarated, as they observed their admiral holding his own against the legendary pirate. Their trepidation from earlier, when faced with Whitebeard's formidable presence, had significantly diminished. The sight of their Admiral Akainu dominating Whitebeard uplifted their spirits tremendously. In contrast, Admirals Kizaru and Akiji continued to engage with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, leisurely bantering with their adversaries while casually observing the fierce confrontation between Sakazuki and Whitebeard. Occasionally, they would nonchalantly dispatch a pirate or two, seemingly unfazed, a stark contrast to the valiant image projected by Admiral Akainu. It is likely that once this battle concludes, the competition for the rank of Fleet Admiral between Sakazuki and Kazan will reflect a divergence of opinions among the higher echelons. However, the lower-ranking Navy personnel would likely favor Sakazuki as their leader. For those true to the cause of justice, who would not wish to follow a fierce general into battle against evil, to vanquish foes and uphold righteousness? Drip. Blood continued to seep from Whitebeard's 7 orifices, the intense pain electrifying his nerves. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed out of nowhere. As questions arose among the onlookers, they witnessed the very fabric of space around Whitebeard begin to fracture. Then, with a cataclysmic force, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing most nearby Navy soldiers and pirates to collapse. Their eyes rolled back in terror. Infuriated, Whitebeard unleashed the full might of his conqueror's haki, thickening the air to the point of suffocation. Some naval commanders felt the tremendous pressure bearing down upon them. Whitebeard was enraged. Observing from the execution platform, Sengoku gravely addressed his companions, Garp and Tsuru. Whitebeard is truly furious. His wrath is unbridled. He could scarcely recall the last time he had sustained such grievous injuries or felt such profound pain. Despite enduring decades of turmoil, his will had remained unyielding as rock. Yet, to be so grievously wounded by a mere junior had incited his complete fury. All Navy personnel retreat. Fall back to the bay. Sakazuki seemed to have foreseen the impending action of Whitebeard. His pupils dilated in alarm, and a wave of dread surged within him. Instantly, he bellowed at the surrounding Marines. Most of the naval officers were initially bewildered by the implications of Sakazuki's words. However, due to his long-standing authority and the remarkable display they had just witnessed, they complied with his command and began to retreat, driven by their reverence and trust in the admiral. Only a handful hesitated, waiting for an order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The outcome was, as one might expect, dire. Yet, Sakazuki had no time to concern himself with them. He hurriedly retreated several dozen meters, distancing himself from Whitebeard, fully alert and prepared for the next move of his adversary. At that moment, Whitebeard suddenly released his naginata, plunging it into the ground. He raised both hands, slightly crouching, as if grasping something invisible and intangible. Then, with a fierce grip, he yanked downward. The captains, including Marco, recognized this familiar scene instantly and cried out, "Everyone, quickly distance yourselves from Pops. He's about to unleash a tremendous attack." At this juncture, Whitebeard no longer paid heed to the members of his pirate crew. His aura was formidable and commanding. In an instant, the very fabric of the void trembled. The entire world dimmed, as if the heavens were on the verge of collapsing. The ground began to tilt, and the majority of individuals struggled to maintain their balance, toppling over in disarray. Even more terrifying was the sight of the distant sky. Shrouded in ominous clouds, blocking out the sun, the sea roared violently, as if the sea god himself was enraged. Countless sea kings fled in a frenzied panic, desperately seeking escape from this hellish slaughterhouse. Towering waves, hundreds of meters high, surged towards the coastline, threatening to engulf the fortress by the island's edge. Akiji. Sakazuki let out a thunderous roar, rousing the still-dazed Kizaru from his stupor. Instantly, Kizaru sprang into action, employing the powers of his ice fruit to encase the oncoming tidal wave, narrowly averting disaster. However, the buildings within the naval base were not so fortunate. They crumbled as if struck by a powerful earthquake, reduced to mere ruins. Only the sturdy naval headquarters remained resolutely standing. The seismic tremors persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. Once calm returned, the survivors, swaying unsteadily, rose to their feet, only to be confronted by the horrifying extent of the devastation wrought upon them. Is this the might of Whitebeard? Can a mere mortal possess such power? Countless surviving sailors and pirates gazed in astonishment at the ravaged island, where Whitebeard's assault had obliterated the base nearly entirely. The landscape was littered with debris, and many, including pirates, lay trapped beneath the vast wreckage, their fates unknown. Not far off, the sea remained tumultuous, with towering waves that showed no sign of abating. One could only imagine the astonishing force unleashed by Whitebeard's devastating blow. "Old fool," exclaimed a witness, horrified by the dire state of the island and the staggering casualties suffered by the navy. Sakazuki was consumed by rage. The island, which had served as the naval headquarters for centuries, had now been reduced to such a wretched state. It was a blatant affront to the entire navy, a disgrace that tarnished the illustrious name of justice emblazoned upon the headquarters. Moreover, the loss of so many Marines only intensified his fury. How could Sakazuki not be incensed? "Whitebeard, this very place shall be your final resting ground." As soon as the words left his lips, Sakazuki was engulfed in a surging torrent of magma, bubbling and churning in a deep crimson hue. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Meteor Volcano. Countless molten masses erupted from his form, hurtling towards the formidable figure of Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard remained silent and did not even cast a glance at the approaching magma. With resolute determination, he gathered his strength, grasped the massive Naginata beside him, and swung his robust arm to deliver a powerful slash towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki did not anticipate that Whitebeard would completely disregard his assault, making no effort to defend himself whatsoever. Was this not a case of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. This old fellow intended to perish alongside him. Sakazuki, having just exerted his full strength in a powerful strike, found himself unable to gather energy in time and could only hastily brace for Whitebeard's counterattack. Boom! With that blow, the entire ground trembled. The formidable force of the blade unleashed residual power that swept across a radius of several hundred meters. Sakazuki, bracing himself against the formidable Naginata, bent his body in an effort to withstand the onslaught. Enduring the urge to spit blood, he managed to endure this round of attacks. Yet, it was far from over. Whitebeard seemed intent on unleashing the remainder of his strength upon Sakazuki. With a thunderous roar, he clenched his right fist, which began to emit a faint white luminescence. From below, it appeared as if a comet were descending from the heavens, bearing the terrifying force of the tremor fruit combined with the might of supreme Haki. Under Sakazuki's furious gaze, the fist descended mercilessly. The sight left numerous Navy personnel aghast, including the formidable admirals, Kizaru and Akiji. Even those atop the execution platform, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, were filled with trepidation. They could all sense the cataclysmic power contained within that punch. Close companions of Sakazuki, such as Doberman, Gecko Moria, and Firefist Ace, couldn't help but show their concern. Beneath the relentless barrage of Whitebeard's terrifying attacks, a colossal fissure, over 10 meters deep, had emerged around Sakazuki. The sheer strength of that blow was inconceivable. Had Admiral Sakazuki perished? Many Navy officers observed the gasping Whitebeard, half kneeling on the ground, while Sakazuki's figure remained conspicuously absent. They feared he had been slain by Whitebeard, their disbelief palpable. Meanwhile, deep within the chasm, Sakazuki felt a slight tremor within his internal organs, though he suffered no significant harm beyond that. To his astonishment, his resilient body had withstood such damage. Although his military uniform lay in tatters, he had not sustained grievous injuries. His exposed, muscular physique exuded a unique aesthetic of destructive beauty. Few in the world could endure a full-force strike from Whitebeard in his furious state, yet Sakazuki not only withstood it but emerged relatively unscathed. However, it seemed the old man was even more relentless than portrayed in the original narrative, having only recently begun to grasp the potential of his body. Sakazuki had expended all his strength to counter such a devastating blow. To his surprise, the weakened Whitebeard's power proved so formidable. It left him nearly devoid of energy. He longed to remain there, waiting for the war to conclude, but the memory of justice would not allow him to surrender. Justice had yet to be realized. Sakazuki forcibly propped up his exhausted body, his face contorted in a grimace as he emitted a fierce and defiant roar. It seemed as though he sensed his master's intense emotions at that moment. The tattoo on Sakazuki's chest suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson glow, illuminating the pitch-black depths entirely. Sakazuki was utterly astonished by the scene before him. A warm current surged through his entire being, instantly dispelling the sensation of weakness that had enveloped him. The fatigue left by the battle evaporated, revitalizing him with newfound vigor. Could it be that this tattoo possesses the power to restore stamina, akin to the magical beans from the Dragon Ball anime of his previous life? However, there was no time for contemplation. Now that he had come to realize the extent of his formidable strength, he would first deal with Whitebeard. Today, I, Sakazuki, shall slay the Emperor. After a few seconds of silence in the air, Whitebeard suddenly seemed to sense something amiss. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly rose to his feet, intending to retreat. Yet, he was a moment too late. The fissure he had created erupted like a volcano, spewing molten rock skyward. In an instant, accompanied by a fiery red afterimage, Sakazuki appeared before Whitebeard. In that very moment, a horrific wave of heat detonated within the space, as if it could incinerate everything in its vicinity. The terrifying power infused with flowing cherry blossom haki struck heavily against Whitebeard's chest. He staggered backward, feeling as though his very organs were shifting within him. His gastrointestinal tract rebelled, churning uncontrollably, and he violently expelled a copious amount of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Whitebeard, you have grown old. Sakazuki emerged from the erupting magma, gently lowering his clenched fist, his tone laced with a mixture of regret and sarcasm. Cough, cough, I am but a remnant of the old era. My journey should have long since concluded. Whitebeard leaned heavily on his naginata, struggling to sustain his frail body. He was acutely aware that he was at the end of his strength, on the verge of collapse. Yet, the inability to rescue his son weighed heavily upon his heart. With a sigh of resignation, Whitebeard suddenly summoned his remaining energy to utter his final words. One piece. Boom. A deafening explosion interrupted his fervent declaration, silencing Whitebeard's voice abruptly. As he slowly bowed his head to gaze at the enormous molten fist that had pierced his chest, he faintly heard Sakazuki's ominous voice nearby. The One Piece does not exist. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard felt his legs weaken, nearly succumbing to the ground. Retreating several steps in disarray, he was now utterly spent. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak once more, but the opportunity had slipped away. Finally, facing the execution platform, he closed his eyes for eternity. Sakazuki had just observed a flicker of vitality in Whitebeard, which immediately alerted him to a disturbance. Without hesitation, his right hand summoned the seething magma once more, striking with unrelenting force toward Whitebeard's chest. The magma, erupting at thousands of degrees Celsius, pierced through Whitebeard's flesh and bone, incinerating his lungs and heart. The remnants of Whitebeard's final words hung in the air, abruptly silenced. Regrettably, the initial fragment of his declaration, infused with Conqueror's haki, was still heard by many. Here stood a solitary elder, acutely aware of his impending doom, yet resolutely continuing to fight, driven solely by the flicker of his unwavering conviction. There were no miracles, no strokes of luck. The legendary tyrant, who had dominated the New World for decades as the mightiest pirate, was destined to meet his end. Old man, a cry shattered the silence. Marco's mournful voice echoed from afar. The atmosphere among the Whitebeard pirates was steeped in sorrow and grief. Akainu, I will kill you. Such a terrifying declaration, suggesting that young Marco was poised for vengeance. A laser from Kizaru intervened, thwarting Marco's approach towards Sakazuki. Before he resumed his relentless pursuit of Marco, Sakazuki gazed with a placid expression upon the indomitable figure of Whitebeard, who stood resolutely even in death. He murmured softly, Whitebeard, find solace in your descent to hell. Countless pirates will follow you there. You are merely the first stepping stone on my path to justice. Whitebeard has perished. Admiral Sakazuki has triumphed. In stark contrast to the despondency of the pirates, the navy erupted in jubilant cheers. The victory of Sakazuki symbolizes the triumph of the entire navy. In glory, they are united. Ace. At that moment, a jubilant shout from afar echoed, as Luffy joyfully called out. Ultimately, Fire Fist Ace was rescued by Luffy. Sakazuki turned to glance at the execution platform. There lay Admiral Carp, already sprawled among the ruins, his head bowed to the ground, reluctant to rise. It was unclear when Vice Admiral Crane had engaged with a group of pirates. It appeared that dealing with those ruffians would not be resolved in the near future. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had transformed into a colossal figure, smashing the execution platform to smithereens with a single strike. Yet, Ace and Luffy remained unscathed. In this moment, even Sakazuki, who was aware of the unfolding narrative, could not suppress a frown of frustration, nearly giving in to a curse. Why, if they were unwilling to take action, did they linger at the execution platform, pretending for whom? They sought to orchestrate this paramount war to obliterate the Whitebeard pirates while simultaneously shirking their responsibilities. Was this treating the lives of the entire Navy as a mere jest? Sakazuki stifled his inner fury and turned towards Ace. This war was ignited by him. If he were to escape, the Navy's authority would be rendered a mere jest. Some assert that Ace is innocent, claiming that the blood of the Pirate King is not a justification for condemnation. Such a notion is utterly ludicrous once one embarks on the treacherous seas as a pirate. Who among them possesses a clean conscience? Moreover, regarding Ace, there are those who feel that he is a good person and should not meet his demise so readily. This is solely because of his unwavering devotion to his brother, Luffy, as he consistently protects him, undeniably a commendable elder brother. But what of it? A pirate who contributes nothing to society, with no legitimate income, who dines in establishments without ever settling the bill, slipping away after meals, and even daring to take leftovers. With his insatiable appetite, one can only imagine the financial burden he inflicts. A few more visits and the restaurant owner would face bankruptcy. Is this not a form of transgression? Some argue that such crimes do not warrant death, disregarding the casualties Ace has inflicted upon the Navy during his voyages. In his quest to uphold Whitebeard's dignity, how many innocent bystanders has he harmed while battling those who insulted Whitebeard? The Navy may strive to minimize collateral damage, but pirates do not share such concerns. They are solely preoccupied with their own interests, caring only for what they hold dear. Each one professes to pursue freedom. Yet how many lives have been left in despair and hunger? This is the epitome of refined selfishness. Ace must perish. What you are unwilling or afraid to do, Sakazuki, shall undertake. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Sakazuki's feet moved with swiftness. Just as he was about to confront Ace, he was abruptly obstructed by Akiji, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing between Sakazuki and Ace. Leave Ace to me, Akiji declared. You must pursue the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. We cannot allow those scoundrels to escape. He spoke with an air of righteous conviction. Sakazuki gazed speechlessly at Kizaru, who stood before him. Are you here to deal with Ace? I believe you are actually here to confront me. A sidelong glance at the recently arrived Kizaru, who had just shaken off Captain Marco, revealed a blinding flash of gold. In an instant, he delivered a seemingly colossal kick that sent Luffy hurtling away. Had it not been for the sight of Luffy being propelled back towards the pirate ranks, one might have commended Kizaru for his dedication to duty. So, you all wish to play the role of an actor, do you? What a troupe of natural performers. Such talent is wasted in the Navy. Sakazuki cast a cold glance at Akiji, a testament to their profound master-disciple bond. As a devoted admirer and half-disciple of Vice Admiral Garp, Akiji now stands to defend Garp's grandson, truly a case of familial loyalty overshadowing reason. One can only ponder the sentiment he will harbor in the future when he pierces Garp with an ice blade on Hive Island. Sakazuki let out a cold chuckle within, choosing not to pursue further, and turned to chase after the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Observing Sakazuki's silent departure, Akiji scratched his head, sensing an unusual shift in Sakazuki's demeanor today, as if he were not quite himself. Nonetheless, Akiji did not dwell on it and redirected his focus to engage Ace in battle. With the sight of Luffy safely landing behind the pirates, Ace began to take the Admiral's attacks more seriously. In the distance, Garp breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Akiji force Sakazuki back, relaxing his tightly clenched fist. Sakazuki charged directly into the retreating circle of pirates, akin to a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. He was unstoppable, a deity to be reckoned with. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, you were once the fervent idol of my childhood dreams. Unlike other pirates, your adventures are truly remarkable. I too have yearned for the freedom of the sea, harboring an insatiable desire for a sanctuary where my spirit can roam free amidst societal constraints. However, now that I stand as an admiral of the Navy, the embodiment of justice, I guard the very people I serve. With this undeniable responsibility upon my shoulders and the sacred notion of justice in my heart, my mission has crystallized and my future has found its course. Individual freedom is undoubtedly precious. Yet the liberation of the entire world and humanity is the ultimate dream I strive for throughout my life. Everyone wishes to live freely. But how selfish it is to sacrifice the interests of others to satiate one's own quest for freedom. Pirates, with their pillaging and destruction, epitomize the scourge of the seas. What right do they have to speak of freedom? Luffy, regardless of whether your past actions were right or wrong, today, for your own selfish desires, you have released all the criminals from Impel Down. Do you comprehend the terrifying chaos that thousands of pirates will unleash upon the seas? Do you fathom how many ordinary lives will be shattered in the wake of their rampage? Upon hearing Sakazuki's fierce inquiry from behind, Luffy sprinted towards Ace and Aokiji, shouting back, "I'm here to save Ace. It's Unabi who seeks to stop me. And by the way, my name is Luffy. And I am destined to become the Pirate King." Sakazuki, dismissing him as obstinate, snorted coldly. "Let me see how the Chosen One survives today." In an instant, Sakazuki quickened his pursuit, his right hand clenched into a fist as magma surged forth. The searing lava shot toward Luffy's back. Sensing the attack approaching, the reckless Luffy did not shy away. Instead, he activated Gear Second, his fiery rubber skin emanating steam. Rubber Rocket. Using the powers of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, or rather, the Nika fruit, Luffy executed a counterattack to deflect the magma-infused fist. To resist was futile. It was like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Did he truly believe that having faced Aokiji, Kizaru, Garp, and Sengoku without consequence made him capable of withstanding my assault? The rubber fist, propelled with great effort, appeared insignificant against the might of the lava-infused punch. Luffy struggled to hold his ground, his feet retreating steadily. How could the flicker of fireflies hope to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Die. Sakazuki suddenly intensified his assault, vowing to execute the next Pirate King on the spot. At that moment, Monkey D., Luffy's counterattack crumbled instantaneously. An unprecedented sense of lethal threat enveloped him, as the searing magma loomed to obliterate his very form. In a flash, a figure appeared before Luffy with the swiftness of lightning. Almost immediately, a formidable fist radiating a dazzling black light shattered the molten punch. Boom. With a resounding crash, the fragmented magma scattered across the ground, releasing billows of thick, dark smoke. Sakazuki had just sensed a presence rapidly approaching, initially believing it to be Ace, released by the green pheasant. However, upon witnessing that distinctive iron fist assault, he immediately recognized that it was Carp, even before the smoke could dissipate. It was both reasonable and unexpected. He had not anticipated that Sengoku would be unable to stop Carp. Reflecting on it, it was understandable. After all, Monkey D., Luffy was his beloved grandson. If this Vice Admiral could defy the principles of justice for Ace, his adopted grandson, how could he possibly uphold them in the presence of his own flesh and blood? Sakazuki, having failed in his initial strike, exerted force through his legs and immediately lunged forward. With an unusual angle, he maneuvered around Carp, delivering a magma-infused punch. Imbued with the supreme haki of flowing cherry blossoms, aimed directly at the head of Monkey D., Luffy. Should that blow connect, it would surely spell Luffy's demise. Yet, at that critical moment Sakazuki felt his wrist firmly ensnared by an iron claw, rendering him incapable of advancing even a fraction. Before him, Carp's muscular arm bulged, terrifying veins coursing along his forearm, fingers curled tightly. His hand, akin to steel, held Sakazuki's wrist in an unyielding grip. After being thwarted twice, Sakazuki realized that he could no longer hope to eliminate Monkey D., Luffy. Truly, he was facing the most formidable scion of the pirate world. A man with an unassailable background, and thus he was left with no choice but to relinquish his murderous intent. Vice Admiral Carp, what is the meaning of this? Sakazuki deliberately raised his voice, questioning sternly. Indeed, the commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding navy. What was Vice Admiral Garp doing? Why was he protecting a pirate? The sight before them left the naval officers incredulous. Apart from a few high-ranking officials, most of the navy were unaware that Monkey D., Luffy was Garp's grandson. Naturally, they were even less informed about the fact that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D., Dragon, was Garp's son. This epic war had already inflicted an indelible trauma on the psyche of these naval personnel. Coupled with Whitebeard's monstrous, cataclysmic attacks, their mental strain had intensified. Now, they fought desperately, clinging to their faith in justice. The revelation that Garp, a celebrated hero of the Navy, was turning against them to aid a pirate would undoubtedly shatter their faith in this naval icon. Sakazuki, for my sake, spare Luffy. I will personally ensure he receives proper guidance when I return. Unable to meet the skeptical gazes of the many naval officers, Garp hung his head and implored Sakazuki in a heavy tone. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sakazuki couldn't help but shake his head internally. What kind of guidance could he provide? Was it the kind that raised a son who defected from the Navy to join the Revolutionary Army? Or that which nurtured a grandson who foolishly declared his ambition to become the pirate king and ran off to join another pirate crew? Not to mention the one who became the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sakazuki mused inwardly. Caught off guard by Sakazuki's question, Garp found himself at a loss for words. He had yet to recognize that his methods of education were fundamentally flawed. He insisted on sending Ace and Luffy to a den of bandits instead of allowing them to thrive in a peaceful village. Wasn't this merely indoctrinating them into a criminal mindset from a young age? Moreover, his frequent resort to domestic violence, ironically termed the Iron Fist of Love, had resulted in driving away Dragon, a future admiral. Vice Admiral Garp, please open your eyes and look at the fallen Navy around you. Sakazuki forcefully pointed with his other hand at the naval officers fallen in pools of blood, his voice low yet filled with fury. They too had families. They were children of parents, now sacrificing their lives in the pursuit of justice. Parents mourn the loss of their sons, and children grieve for their fathers. Among them, many naval officers perished at the hands of your own grandson. How can you absolve him while these valiant comrades lie dead? Can you truly reconcile this with the notion of justice emblazoned on your cloak? Answer me. At this point, Sakazuki could no longer contain the tempest of rage within him. A formidable aura erupted from his being, the sheer power causing the justice cloak of the two behind him to billow ominously. Monkey D. Luffy was swept off his feet by this force, letting out a startled cry. In that moment, the veins on Sakazuki's wrist, seized by Garp, stood out prominently. Magma splattered as his right hand gradually broke free from Garp's grasp. Having successfully liberated himself from Garp's hold, Sakazuki refrained from launching another assault. Instead, he inhaled deeply. The weak are easily incensed like a tiger, while the strong remain serene like water. Once his fury had somewhat subsided, he bellowed to the surrounding crowd, "Where is the inspection team?" The inspection team is an independent military unit established specifically for warfare, commanded by a major general and 2 brigadier generals, encompassing a force of 1,000 men. They operate under the direct orders of the fleet admiral. Their primary responsibilities include documenting military achievements during battles, identifying potential spies lurking within the Navy, and addressing issues of deserters and traitors. Having long been entrenched in various types of warfare, this contingent surpasses the usual elite Navy in terms of overall quality. An additional secret, unbeknownst to many, is that due to the former Admiral Akainu's valor and belligerence, he never ceased in the campaign against pirates. He actively sought involvement in nearly every large-scale battle, leading to frequent interactions with the inspection team. His unwavering zero-tolerance stance towards piracy and steadfast commitment to absolute justice have, over time, thoroughly won over the majority of the inspection team. The 3 commanding officers hold Sakazuki in high regard, a fact even Sengoku remains unaware of. Admiral Sakazuki, the inspection team leader, Major Robert, having grasped the situation, stepped forth from the crowd, accompanied by several subordinates, and solemnly saluted before Sakazuki. Sakazuki nodded coldly, recognizing that this was neither the time for nostalgia nor for prematurely revealing their relationship. Admiral Garp, if you still possess a shred of righteous conscience, surrender Monkey D. Luffy to the Marine headquarters. Subsequently, ensure your own departure alongside the commanding officers. Upon noticing the arrival of the commander of the Marine headquarters, Garp cast a glance in Sengoku's direction. After a moment's hesitation, he allowed the Marine officers to cuff Monkey D. Luffy with sea-stone handcuffs. Garp contemplated leveraging his close friendship with Sengoku to plead for Luffy's release, harboring the hope that he might persuade the Marine headquarters to liberate him. However, his well-laid plans were destined to falter. To the Marines, Sakazuki's words held far greater weight than Sengoku's. Watching as Garp and Monkey D. Luffy followed the Marine headquarters into the distance, one could sense the inevitable unfolding of events. Sakazuki exhaled a sigh of relief as the dust finally settled on this matter. There would be no repeat of the original tale where Monkey D. Luffy, under the guidance of Rayleigh, returned to Marineford to toll the great bell of the Navy headquarters, further tarnishing the Navy's dignity. Ha ha ha, it seems I have arrived too late. I couldn't bid farewell to my dear old man. A boisterous laughter erupted from Whitebeard's position. Blackbeard, Teach, had appeared beside Whitebeard with his crew, seemingly out of nowhere. Sakazuki, upon noticing Blackbeard and his companions, including Shiryu of the Rain and the Cruel King, could not help but think to himself that he had almost forgotten about Blackbeard. Teach, do you dare to come here? You traitor, you are the one who harmed my father. The moment Blackbeard was sighted, members of the Whitebeard pirates became exceedingly agitated, particularly Ace, who yearned to annihilate him on the spot. Captain Marco, long time no see, I trust you are well. Blackbeard grinned maliciously, revealing his toothless grin. And Ace, perhaps you should pay more attention to your brother. Ahaha. What? Upon hearing Blackbeard's words, Ace finally noticed Luffy being escorted away from the battlefield by the Marines. Due to the distance and being firmly held back by Akiji, he had only just managed to break free. Thus, he had missed the events that had just transpired. Now, upon seeing Luffy in peril, his heart raced with anxiety. Ignoring Blackbeard's taunts, he transformed into a blazing flame and rushed toward Luffy's direction, seeking death. Seeing Ace dash toward the direction of Roberts, Sakazuki could not help but snort coldly. He stomped heavily on the ground, propelling himself toward Ace at an accelerated speed, appearing before him in an instant. Get out of my way. Fire Fist. Without hesitation, Ace unleashed his signature move as Sakazuki stood before him. Yet, facing the fiery attack capable of obliterating at least 5 warships, Sakazuki merely flicked his fist dismissively, effortlessly dispersing the flames. This, although surprised that his assault could be so easily neutralized, Ace's overwhelming concern for Luffy caused him to lose his usual composure. In that moment, he only wished to reach Luffy's side as swiftly as possible. Inferno Emperor. Ace, expending a vast amount of energy, summoned his ultimate technique. A formidable surge of power coalesced in his hands, the crimson fireball rivaling the sun above. The fiery waves distorted the very air around them. In an instant, the blazing orb transformed into a pillar of flame aimed directly at Sakazuki. Child's play, overestimating your capabilities. Unfazed by this terrifying assault, Sakazuki calmly infused his arm with the highest grade of Conqueror's Haki. He unleashed a torrent of magma that clashed with the pillar of fire. After a mere few seconds of stalemate, the fire was obliterated, and the momentum continued unabated toward the fatigued Ace. Boom! The sound of magma colliding with flesh echoed, followed by the thud of a body hitting the ground. Carp, along with Luffy and the others, had just begun to sense an intense heat emanating from the battlefield. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to witness a sight that shattered their hearts. Ace. They beheld Ace on his knees, his chest and abdomen a gruesome mess. Blood poured from his mouth as his eyes stared vacantly at the sky. It was evident that his time was short. Luffy struggled desperately against the sea stone cuffs, but the Marines of the observation unit held him down, rendering him immobile. Carp's eyes burned with fury as memories of his time with Ace flashed through his mind, culminating in the promise he made to Roger to care for Ace and his mother. Sakazuki. Carp growled softly, Ace's impending demise igniting a fury within him that he could no longer suppress. An overwhelming aura erupted from him. Boom. In an instant, only an afterimage remained. Carp sped towards Sakazuki at a velocity surpassing sound, the sonic boom deafening. In the blink of an eye, he was before Sakazuki. Casting one last glance at the beleaguered Ace, losing all sense of reason, Carp clenched his right fist. The dark knuckles radiated a terrifying purplish-red light, arcs of electricity flickering in the air around him. This punch seemed to carry the weight of the heavens, mercilessly aimed at Sakazuki. Faced with this rage-fueled iron fist, Sakazuki, despite his mental preparation, felt a jolt of surprise. The sheer intensity of the aura was daunting. Truly, he was up against a legendary figure of the Navy, one who had vanquished rocks and hunted the Pirate King. The old warrior was still a force to be reckoned with. Feeling a profound sense of pressure descend upon him, Sakazuki rapidly cleared his mind of distractions, channeling all his strength into his arm. His right arm swelled with muscle, as robust as a grown man's thigh, cloaked in an obsidian glow. Great eruption. In a critical moment, Sakazuki unleashed his magma-infused fist in a counterattack, colliding with Carp's iron fist. The impact resonated with a thunderous explosion. The shockwave from their clash engulfed the surrounding area, sending debris flying and distorting the air into a semblance of a vacuum. Both Sakazuki and Carp staggered back half a step, the ground beneath them fracturing like a spider's web. What immense power, what a formidable fist, was Sakazuki's first impression. Carp's strength surpassed even the weakened Whitebeard. Shaking his aching arm, he glared at Carp, who was intent on pressing the attack. Carp, Rear Admiral, please, do not be reckless, he bellowed, emphasizing the rank with clenched teeth. Hearing Sakazuki's admonition, Carp gradually regained his composure, though not entirely. Just as a glimmer of clarity returned to his eyes, Ace's faint voice reached him. Cough. Old man, protect Luffy. I have no regrets in this life. With a serene smile upon his face, Ace uttered those words and then collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Ace. Carp's eyes glistened with tears as his fist, which had just been lowered, was raised once more, aimed directly at Sakazuki. Seeing that Carp not only ignored the council but was also intent on launching an attack against him, Sakazuki showed no mercy, raising his fist to strike. Although Admiral Garp was formidable, even stronger than the former Whitebeard, he could not escape the ravages of age. And his physical capabilities had undeniably diminished. In 2 years, he would no longer be a match for Akiji. Meanwhile, Sakazuki was at the pinnacle of his strength and felt no fear. If a fight were to ensue, he was ready to engage. Admiral Garp, Admiral Sakazuki. As the two prepared to continue their clash, the surrounding Navy personnel were in a state of anxiety. They could not comprehend why Garp had suddenly turned on Sakazuki. Yet the war was far from over, and internal strife would only deplete their own forces. However, they were powerless to intervene, their hearts brimming with concern. Garp, cease this at once. Suddenly, Sengoku appeared behind Garp, transforming into his Buddha form to pin Garp firmly to the ground. Yes, Sengoku, hold me down, lest I take down Akainu. Garp buried his face in the earth, stifling the sorrow and rage within, his voice tinged with desperation as he called out to Sengoku. What a stubborn old man, prioritizing kinship over reason. Hearing Garp's threat to kill him, Sakazuki felt a flicker of irritation. Aware that Garp's words stemmed from a moment of madness, his gaze sharpened, fixated on Garp. Contemplating whether to seize this opportunity and unleash a magma punch while Sengoku restrained him. However, Sengoku, sensing Sakazuki's malicious intent through his eyes, quickly urged him to pursue the retreating Whitebeard pirates. Sakazuki was acutely aware of Sengoku's presence, realizing that an ambush on Garp was utterly impossible. Despite Sengoku's earlier display of power, with a single strike of his Buddha palm leaving both Ace and Straw Hat Luffy unscathed, it appeared that Sengoku's might was merely a facade, lacking true lethality and thus not to be feared. Such thoughts might suggest that the grass on his grave had grown several feet tall. It was merely Sengoku's consideration for Garp's reputation that had prevented him from taking serious action against Garp's grandson. Had it been someone else, they would likely have met their demise on the execution platform. Did one not witness the total annihilation of Blackbeard's crew by Sengoku's shockwave? Ah, Blackbeard. The mere thought of him sent a chill down Sakazuki's spine, compelling him to abandon any thoughts of Garp and hasten toward Whitebeard's location. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Blackbeard's subordinates were engaged in fierce combat with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, while he himself was nowhere to be found. Rangy Shilio was locked in battle with the immortal Marco, as one of the two premier combatants of Impel Down. Rangy Shilio's prowess was perilously close to that of an admiral, subtly gaining the upper hand in their encounter. Others, such as the Tyrant King, Baji, Lafitte, and Poison Q, were each preoccupied with holding off a captain, seemingly buying time for their captain. Upon Sakazuki's arrival, he noticed a thick black shroud draped over Whitebeard's lifeless body, utterly opaque, concealing any view of the situation within. A swift glance around revealed no sign of Blackbeard, who must have ensconced himself beneath the black cloth, stealthily attempting to seize Whitebeard's trimmer fruit abilities. At this moment, Sakazuki could no longer afford to hesitate. He resolved to take desperate measures against Blackbeard, determined to quash his ambitions. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed his ultimate technique towards the location of Whitebeard's remains. Meteor volcano, explosion. Countless streams of molten lava surged towards the dark shroud, and with a deafening explosion, the entire fabric ignited in an instant. Burn, burn, burn. Who was that damn bastard? A piercing scream emanated from within the black cloth, revealing Blackbeard, his form resembling that of a bloated pig, rolling out frantically. He tumbled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the raging flames engulfing him. The side effects of the Yami Yami no Mi were laid bare, amplifying the pain he endured severalfold. Thus, Blackbeard writhed in excruciating agony, crying out, "Damn it! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The lamentations evoked tears in listeners and sorrow in those who heard him. This pitiful sight was a stark contrast to the image of a formidable warrior. Yet Sakazuki, possessing profound insight into Blackbeard's nature, dared not underestimate him. Despite the agonizing pain inflicted by the Yami Yami no Mi, its advantage lay in its ability to nullify damage. Moreover, Blackbeard was a true villain, devious, unscrupulous, and cunning. He would stop at nothing to achieve his ends, having concealed himself for 2 decades, all for the sake of acquiring a single devil fruit. He had even deceived Whitebeard, showcasing a depth of cunning that was extraordinary. Upon discovering the Yami Yami no Mi, he had decisively struck, disregarding the bonds forged over 20 years with the Whitebeard pirates. He was a cold-blooded schemer, cloaked in secrecy. After several seconds, Blackbeard, under the scornful gazes of onlookers, gradually rose from the ground, showing no embarrassment over his earlier humiliation. Despite appearing disheveled, he had withstood Sakazuki's ultimate strike without sustaining any harm. This was the terrifying aspect of the Yami Yami no Mi, which transformed damage into pain. Thus, During the brief period of his rolling, no one dared to approach him for a finishing blow. The unpredictable energy of the Yami Yami no Mi could lead to a catastrophic outcome should Blackbeard retaliate unexpectedly. Heh, I almost bit the dust. Blackbeard gasped, revealing a toothless grin as he laughed uproariously. Beneath the facade of bravado, he was internally grimacing. His plans had unraveled. Scanning his surroundings, he swiftly pinpointed the culprit responsible for his thwarted ambitions. That damn bastard. Blackbeard muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed on Sakazuki, filled with malice and venom, as if ready to strike at any moment. Yet Sakazuki remained unperturbed, calmly meeting Blackbeard's glare. Observing Blackbeard's anguished expression, it was evident that he had not acquired the Gura Gura no Mi. However, even if he had, mastering the Tremor's power would not yield results akin to Whitebeard's. Blackbeard had yet to fully grasp the Yami Yami no Mi's capabilities. Magellan and Sengoku could eliminate Blackbeard with ease, so what gave him the audacity to challenge Sakazuki? Now, without even obtaining the Gura Gura no Mi, he found himself at a disadvantage. As their eyes locked, the atmosphere grew tense, with both forces bracing for confrontation. An epic battle on the horizon. Akainu. Blackbeard suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. Let me show you this move. With his legs bent and body crouched, one hand touched the ground, emanating boundless dark energy. Instantly, the surroundings were engulfed by darkness, forming a small black hole that spread towards Sakazuki. Dark hole. This was Blackbeard's signature move. Such trivial skills, attempting to showcase them before me. Though this technique had once bested Ace, Sakazuki regarded it with disdain, dismissing it as mere child's play. Great eruption. Without waiting for the black hole to come into contact with him, Sakazuki unleashed a stunning barrage of attacks, obliterating the black hole conjured by Blackbeard. As the black hole collapsed, Sakazuki's onslaught showed no signs of abating, delivering a powerful blow to Blackbeard's rotund abdomen, sending him careening through the air. Thus, Blackbeard returned to the ground, continuing the rolling motion he had just begun. It hurts like hell, he wailed as he tumbled. It can only be said that Blackbeard had been riding high during this period, believing that by acquiring the dark fruit, he would become the unrivaled wielder of two devil fruit powers in the pirate world. Little did he expect to be defeated in one fell swoop by Sakazuki. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly, leaving the members of Blackbeard's crew and the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates visibly shaken. Shiryu, the second strongest of Blackbeard's crew, witnessed his captain fall in mere moments at Sakazuki's hands. He immediately distanced himself from Marco, retreating with great speed. Then, turning, he brandished a large sword, aiming a downward strike at Sakazuki. The blade's aura surged, nearly displacing Sakazuki's military cap. With ease, Sakazuki blocked Shiryu's demonic blade, casting a sidelong glance at the cigar-chomping, merciless killing machine. With a powerful tremor of his fist, he sent Shiryu staggering back. Despite being a swordsman of immense caliber, closely rivaling the strength of an admiral, he was still no match for Sakazuki, the strongest among them. Were the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, to appear leisurely from afar, Sakazuki would take heed and treat him with utmost seriousness. However, Shiryu was hardly worthy of concern. Just as Sakazuki prepared to continue his assault and eliminate Blackbeard once and for all, a sudden, trembling voice rang out across the battlefield. Everyone, stop. No more fighting. The tone was laced with fear, reflecting the tension and anxiety of its owner. Hearing this heart-wrenching plea, both the Navy and pirates ceased their combat, turning toward the source of the voice. In the center of the battlefield stood a pink-haired Marine, tears streaming down his face, his expression a grotesque mask of sorrow. Upon noticing the collective gaze upon him, the Marine felt a surge of panic and instinctively stepped back, crying even harder. "Kobe," called out the cautious Balumeb. This utterance seemed to embolden Kobe immensely. He inhaled deeply and cried out, "Cease fire. Let it end here. You are wasting lives. Every soldier has loved ones waiting for their return." The sight left both the Navy and the pirates in a state of shock. A Marine, willing to voluntarily end a battle that was almost won for his side? Blackbeard halted his rolling, staring intently, devoid of his previous bravado, yearning instead to conclude the conflict and escape this cursed place with Sakazuki. The prime moment to seize the tremor fruit had passed, and with no hope remaining, he resolved to find a safe haven to familiarize himself with the powers of the dark fruit and seek vengeance later. "Is that Kobe?" exclaimed Garp. Held in check by Sengoku, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, the runaway Kobe had made an appearance. Sakazuki wore a grim expression. Previously, while perusing comics, he felt little discomfort, but now, Witnessing the events unfold before his very eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of nausea, akin to having ingested a fly. A single mouse dropping could spoil an entire pot of kanji. Truly reflecting what Akainu had proclaimed in the original narrative. The Navy does not require soldiers with such distorted values. Soldiers who waver in their resolve during warfare, if following the ancient practices of a past life, would undoubtedly face immediate execution as a deterrent to others. As if sensing Sakazuki's inner turmoil, the fiery-tempered Doberman surged through the crowd, confronting Kobe directly and delivering a resounding slap across Kobe's face. "Where did you come from? A cowardly Navy like you should cease to exist," Doberman declared, raising his blade, prepared to slay Kobe on the spot. "This is it. I'm doomed," Kobe lamented, feeling a wave of regret wash over him as his hard-won courage shattered with that slap. Now, witnessing Doberman's knife poised to strike, he felt an overwhelming fear that nearly made him lose control. The assault of a rear admiral was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Just as Doberman was about to deliver a fatal blow to Kobe, a long sword appeared before him, intercepting the descending knife. "Well done, young sailor. Your brave few seconds, given at the cost of your life, have significantly altered the fate of the world." Red-haired Shanks materialized, wielding his famed sword, Griffin, and narrowly blocked the lethal strike aimed at Kobe. Doberman, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this man, felt a jolt of surprise. Such speed. The four emperors. Red-haired. The audience was left in awe. Some began to notice the red pirate ship, the red force, slowly breaking through the ice in the distance. How could the four emperors' crew be here? This question lingered in the minds of many. The silence that followed was palpable, as members of Shank's crew, including Ben Beckman, Yasop, Lucky Roo, and Rockstar, gathered behind Shanks, instantly amplifying the presence of the red-haired pirates. The Navy, the red-haired pirates, the Blackbeard pirates, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates all shifted, forming distinct factions, each poised for confrontation. "Can you grant me a favor? Let this battle cease here." Shank's deep, resonant voice echoed across the battlefield, activating the power of the face-face fruit. "If anyone desires to continue, the red-haired pirates shall gladly oblige." Sakazuki cast a disdainful glance at the scene before him, regarding the red-haired figure with contempt, deeming him nothing more than a sanctimonious hypocrite. The red-haired man, a celestial dragon who had been cast out during the War of God Valley, was akin to Don Quixote da Flamingo, a fallen noble of the world, albeit one with far greater strength. He basked in his aristocratic privileges while masquerading under the pretense of maintaining stability upon the seas. Day after day, he paraded across the ocean, deceiving others. He manipulated Jesus Burgess into abandoning his family and led Monkey D. Luffy down the path of piracy. He audaciously proclaimed himself the guiding light of the pirate realm. A truly laughable claim. Just as Sakazuki was about to deliver a scathing retort to the red-haired man, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Seizing the opportunity amidst the red-haired man's ostentation, Doberman swiftly retracted his sword and stepped forward, wielding a formidable blade intent aimed once more at Kobe, who stood beside the red-haired figure. Sakazuki gazed at Doberman, who dared to strike at the person he sought to protect right beneath the watchful eyes of red-haired Shanks. One must commend such audacity. I would deem him the foremost among the generals. Although in the original narrative Doberman exhibited a defiant attitude towards red-haired Shanks, his current bravery appears unparalleled. Is he not fearful of inciting the wrath of red-haired Shanks with bloodshed ensuing? Upon scrutinizing the myriad scars etched across Doberman's face, Sakazuki seemed to uncover the truth. Doberman appeared to be genuinely unafraid. Doberman's strike was swift and unexpected, catching everyone, including red-haired Shanks, off guard. No one anticipated that amidst Shanks' imposing declaration, someone would dare to take action. It was akin to disturbing the very earth beneath the deities. Alas, just as Doberman's blade was poised to descend upon Kobe's neck, it was intercepted by the stock of a flintlock rifle. Beckman had intervened. As the first mate of the red-haired pirates and Shanks' right-hand man, Beckman possesses remarkable intelligence and extraordinary strength. He serves as the brain of the entire pirate crew. Having keenly observed the battlefield since his arrival, instantly alert to any shifts in the environment. At this moment, red-haired Shanks finally reacted. A mixture of shock and fury coursing through him. He had underestimated the situation, failing to anticipate that anyone would dare disregard his command. Since ascending to the status of one of the four emperors, how long had it been since such insolence had occurred? Navy, do you intend to declare war on the red-haired pirates? Red-haired Shanks felt his dignity challenged and, with a grim expression, directed his ire towards Doberman. What are the red-haired pirates, if not mere pawns? Your status is insignificant. Even Whitebeard met his end here. What then are you, a mere pirate, to boast so audaciously? A disdainful smirk crept across Doberman's lips as he scornfully retorted, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he stood before a man capable of annihilating him in an instant. Sakazuki could hardly contain his applause, exclaiming how splendidly it was articulated. Truly, he was the most formidable hawkish general under his command. Henceforth, he must be utilized wisely. Good, good. Was that your sentiment as well, Marshal Sengoku? The red-haired pirate repeated good thrice, a clear manifestation of his inner fury. If that is the case, let us engage in battle. Without awaiting Sengoku's response, the red-haired pirate struck, wielding the griffin blade with unwavering resolve towards Doberman. Crimson sword energy permeated the space, showcasing the prowess of a top-tier swordsman. Anticipating this very moment, Sakazuki appeared before Doberman in the blink of an eye, swift as lightning. Fully aware that Doberman could not withstand even the slightest of the red-haired pirate's strikes, thus he prepared for rescue. A thunderous explosion erupted between Sakazuki and the red-haired pirate, sending shockwaves that impacted the surrounding hundreds, causing chaos and disarray. As the turmoil subsided, onlookers directed their gaze towards the two combatants. There stood Sakazuki, his magma-infused fist firmly against the red-haired pirate's blade, both engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch, resulting in a stalemate. Akainu, stand down. As the two remained locked in combat, Sengoku's voice resonated through the air. Indeed, cease the fighting. There are still wounded soldiers who can be saved. Whether it was a sense of protection from the red-haired pirates or the inspiration from Sengoku, the once-down Kobe found the courage to rise and vociferously shout towards Sakazuki. Silence. What right does a coward have to utter such words? Sakazuki gradually withdrew his fist from the red-haired pirate's blade. All of you speak of family. Who among us does not long for their loved ones back home? Yet, let us reflect on the harrowing scenes we have witnessed during our maritime patrols. Villages razed to the ground, possessions plundered, innocents slaughtered. If we allow these pirates to escape, who can assure us that such atrocities will not befall our own naval hometowns and our own kin in the next moment? Sakazuki thundered, his words directed not only at KB, but also encompassing all the naval officers present. Noble sailors, confronted by these wretched pirates who, under the guise of pursuing freedom, incessantly wreak havoc upon the world's order. If we, the Navy, falter in fear and retreat, whom can the innocent civilians rely upon? Therefore, in the name of absolute justice, let us fight to the very end, until our last breath. Sakazuki's impassioned words resonated deeply with all the Navy personnel in that moment. He embodied the very essence of their leadership, greatly uplifting their fighting spirit and morale. The sailors, upon hearing Sakazuki's declaration, had eyes ablaze with fervor, their hearts surging with an indomitable urge to plunge headlong into the throngs of pirates and wreak havoc. Satisfied with the effect he had achieved, Sakazuki nodded approvingly, only to then coldly address Kobe, declaring, "A coward like you is a disgrace to justice." His anger mounted, and unexpectedly, Sakazuki unleashed a furious punch towards Kobe, molten magma erupting forth in a torrent. In the blink of an eye, Kobe was enveloped in flames, his cries silenced before they could escape his lips, leaving him utterly vanquished. Suddenly, Shanks's gaze sharpened, and a cataclysmic aura emanated from him, reminiscent of a primordial beast descending upon the earth, instilling fear in countless hearts. The renowned conqueror's haki of the pirate world materialized, deliberately directed solely at Sakazuki under Shanks's control. The unbearable pressure was palpable. Feeling the oppressive haki capable of inflicting tangible harm, Sakazuki sensed a shift in the gravitational forces surrounding him, rendering his movements sluggish. Memories of the conqueror's domain described in fanfictions of his previous life surged to the forefront of his mind. Could it be that mastering the conqueror's haki to its pinnacle truly grants one a distinct realm of influence? This vexatious Shanks. Sakazuki recognized that the disparity in resolve between himself and Shanks, who was subtly regarded as the mightiest of the four emperors, lay precisely in this aspect. Though he was not entirely subdued by Shanks in battle, he had sustained injuries during his confrontation with Whitebeard. Contemplating the possibility of defeat in a life-or-death struggle ignited a fierce, unyielding roar within Sakazuki's heart. "Shanks, cease your actions. I concede to a truce." Sengoku intervened timely, dissipating the tense atmosphere. "Akainu, I am now the fleet admiral. Stand down." In an instant, Shanks's haki receded, and he proposed to return the remains of Whitebeard and Ace for burial, a request that naturally provoked dissatisfaction among the Navy ranks. Nevertheless, Sengoku had no choice but to concede to Shanks, for even the five elders held him in high regard. The war has concluded. Sengoku's thunderous voice proclaimed the end of this unprecedented epic battle. As Sakazuki observed the pirates gradually departing from the naval headquarters, his already foul mood soured further. One should pursue the retreating enemy with relentless vigor, not allow reputation to overshadow the pursuit of justice. This situation should have warranted a relentless pursuit to eradicate the pirate scourge, yet gazing at his peculiar companions, Kazan, Kizaru, Garp, and Sengoku, Sakazuki's expression darkened. It was clear he needed to expedite the establishment of his own naval force. Furthermore, he must strive to elevate his own strength. Glancing at the tattoo on his chest, he yearned for the opportunity to shatter the glass ceiling of the pirate world. On July 12, 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, this day would be forever etched in history. The so-called grandest war in the world, with the highest casualty toll, came to a solemn close with the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace. As the principal battlefield, the naval headquarters now lay in ruins, requiring considerable time for restoration. 1 week after the war's conclusion, in a tranquil courtyard behind the headquarters building, Sakazuki sat contemplatively on the steps, eyes closed. His simple red shirt was thoroughly soaked with sweat, indicating a recent training session. After several days of introspection, Sakazuki began to comprehend that the tattoo on his chest seemed intrinsically linked to his unwavering conviction in justice. When that belief grew sufficiently potent, the tattoo appeared to respond, bestowing strength upon him, though, thus far, he had only discerned its capacity to restore physical stamina. However, even this was remarkable. Kaido the Beast was renowned for his astounding regenerative abilities, hailed as the mightiest of beasts. While he could not heal injuries, Sakazuki excelled in endurance. As long as he was not overwhelmed or grievously harmed, he would outlast his opponents. Moreover, through days of serene meditation, Sakazuki sensed that his soul and body had achieved perfect harmony, enhancing his observation haki to new heights. Previously limited to half of Marineford, he now effortlessly encompassed the entire island, and with full concentration, he could extend his awareness several dozen nautical miles beyond the shore. "Uncle Sakazuki, it's time for dinner." A gentle voice from within the house broke his reverie. "Coming." He set aside his thoughts, collecting himself as he walked inside. There, by the dining table, stood a striking woman, approximately 2 meters tall, with long hair cascading down her back. She wore headphones, a snug crop top, gloves, and a unique ensemble of camouflage-patterned pants layered over striped leggings, completed with boots. "Uncle Sakazuki, knowing you were training, I prepared 50 portions of food." The woman, Hibari, pouted playfully at Sakazuki. If her soldiers were to witness this cold-hearted witch's softer side, they would surely be left agape in disbelief. Sakazuki disregarded the lark's playful antics and strode directly to his seat, provoking a pout of discontent from the lark. In his memory, the lark was a girl he rescued 2 decades ago from a pirate slave crew in the North Sea. At that time, in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle, he held the rank of Vice Admiral. Upon receiving orders from Sengoku, he personally commanded the extermination of O'Hara. After the operation, feeling momentarily despondent, he returned to his hometown in the North Sea, seeking solace and revisiting his roots. The North Sea, known for its chaos, was rife with pirates and various nefarious factions. During his voyage, Sakazuki's warship inevitably encountered numerous pirate crews. Without a glance, he incinerated these unwarranted nuisances with magma. It was only upon encountering a slave ship that his anger erupted. He held a deep disdain for those twisted slave masters who regarded their kind as mere subordinates. The existence of slavery in this ailing world, with its blatant trade, ignited his fury. After brutally executing the captain and crew with magma and liberating a group of captured youths, he intended to return them home. However, the lark, as the youngest among them at 6 years old and without any kin, knelt at his feet, pleading for refuge. Despite his reputation as a stern and unyielding soldier, Sakazuki found himself unwittingly swayed by the incident at O'Hara, leading him to bring the lark into his home without much thought. It seemed that powerful figures had a propensity for taking in children. Kazan, Garp, Sengoku, Dragon, and even the deceased Whitebeard appeared to share this affinity. Was this the hallmark of strength in the pirate world? Glancing at the lark across from him, Sakazuki sensed something remarkable. "Uncle Sakazuki, what are you pondering?" The lark, with her bright eyes fixed on him after he placed the bowl and chopsticks down, prompted him, leading Sakazuki to clear his throat awkwardly and shift the conversation. "Ahem. Little one, adults have their matters. What have you been up to with Instructor Zephyr recently?" "Hey, who are you calling little one?" "Stop that." The lark, indignant at being addressed as she was in her childhood, retorted at her mentor and guardian, Sakazuki. At 26, now a major, she found it infuriating to be labeled as a child, a sentiment she expressed vehemently. Despite her grievances, she recounted her recent experiences. Instructor Zephyr had me assist in the training camp, where we eradicated several pirate crews near the Sabaody archipelago. However, he imprisoned those pirates, intending to send them to Impel Down. In my view, those pirates should be executed and fed to the fish. Her passion surged as she animatedly gestured. Ah, this ruthless little girl. Yet, it fit her previously established character, didn't it? Sakazuki recalled how he had once hung a pirate involved in the slave trade over the ocean for the Sea Kings to feast upon, all while she watched. Not in fear, but with excitement. She later emulated him, frightening her own subordinates in the Navy. However, he hadn't anticipated that even after so many brutal encounters, Zephyr would still hesitate to execute the pirates himself. It seemed that this admiral, who refrained from killing, might only fully awaken after subsequent events unfolded. It appeared that he needed to find an opportunity to maneuver, ensuring Zephyr remained within the Navy, binding them together. This required careful planning. For now, securing the position of Fleet Admiral was paramount. A confrontation with Kazan was inevitable. He resolved to study Kazan SI's powers thoroughly in the coming days. Although he had triumphed in the original narrative, unforeseen circumstances could arise. One must use full strength even against a rabbit. A month later, within the newly reconstructed Marine headquarters, a meeting was convened in the third-floor conference room around a round table occupied by numerous naval officers. Sengoku presided at the head, flanked by seasoned veterans Garp and Tsuru. Next were the three admirals, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino, along with candidate admirals Momonosuke and Chiffon, and a host of vice admirals like Doberman, Spider, Fire Mountain, Stolo, and Weasel. The rear corners housed the rear admirals like Robert, relegated to listening in. With the attendance complete, Brand-New was called upon to summarize the war's outcomes. He pushed a small blackboard to the forefront and began analyzing the casualties and losses of the Marine-S top war. In total, the Navy had lost 30,000 elite soldiers, with 40% severely injured, leaving only 30,000 fit for service. Among the casualties were 3 vice admirals and 20 rear admirals, with countless forts and bastions reduced to ruins, conservatively estimating 90% incapacitated. On the surface, the Navy had achieved a decisive victory, successfully eliminating Whitebeard and Ace, inflicting grave injuries on commanders like Marco and Jozu. The Whitebeard pirates and their affiliates suffered catastrophic losses and retreated in disarray. The immediate objectives of the war had been met. Yet, the Navy's losses were staggering, even exceeding those of the Whitebeard pirates. Those 10,000 elite troops had been meticulously selected from across the seas to defend against Whitebeard's assault, each holding at least the rank of major. Now, many lay dead or severely wounded, requiring extensive recovery time. In the ensuing 1 to 2 years, the glaring absence of so many officers to maintain order across the globe would undoubtedly unleash waves of turmoil. While the Navy had ostensibly vanquished Whitebeard and severely crippled his crew, the true ramifications of their losses loomed ominously on the horizon. In truth, the Navy suffered a devastating defeat, not merely in terms of personnel. The final words of Whitebeard, his cry regarding One Piece, in a sense, perpetuated Roger's will, igniting an even fiercer flame in the era of great pirates. The relative stability maintained by the Navy through years of relentless suppression of pirates is now on the verge of collapse. In the aftermath of the Marineford War, the spirits of powerful pirates, having matured over time, will be reignited. The Navy must now contend with the fervent desire for the enigmatic One Piece, fueled by the wills of Roger and Whitebeard. Unlike ordinary pirates, this fierce blaze symbolizes their pursuit of life and freedom, as well as their yearning for power and wealth. Additionally, the Navy's fundamental purpose in instigating this war was to assert dominance over the world by eliminating Whitebeard's crew. However, Whitebeard's crew was not entirely eradicated, and the original objective of the war not only went unfulfilled, but also backfired thanks to the live broadcast of the Marineford War orchestrated by Buggy the Clown. Ultimately, the Navy's dignity was trampled upon. While the common populace may view the Navy's victory over Whitebeard as commendable, the trust of formidable civilian forces in the Navy will plummet. Consequently, the Navy may transition from prosperity to decline, and how to remedy this situation will depend on the actions of the next Fleet Admiral. After listening to Brand-New's summary, only a few, including Sakazuki and Admiral Tsuru, contemplated these matters within a short span. Moreover, Sakazuki was already pondering how to recruit new personnel, while others like Kazara merely furrowed their brows, feeling the weight of the substantial losses without any further thoughts. This war was initiated under my command. Thus I shall take full responsibility for all losses. I will not continue in the position of Fleet Admiral. I have submitted my resignation to the world government and have recommended Akiji as my successor. If anyone has any objections, please voice them. Sengoku's decision to step down did not create an uproar. It was anticipated by all. Furthermore, Sengoku, having aged and exhausted from such a monumental conflict, was due for retirement after so many years of service. However, most generals were quite surprised by his recommendation of Akiji. Logically, Sakazuki would seem the most suitable candidate. Not only had Sakazuki consistently led the charge in eradication efforts against pirates, but his performance in this battle was also exceptional. To say he was the most meritorious among the Navy would not be an exaggeration, far surpassing Akiji's rather lackluster display. I support this. Following this, I too intend to retire, and I will leave my position to my aide, Bogart. He possesses the capability. Karp responded listlessly, having lost his adoptive grandson. Seen his biological grandson captured and lost his disciple, he was naturally in a somber mood. Moreover, all of this stemmed from Sakazuki's actions. And since Akiji was somewhat his apprentice, he was inclined to support Akiji. I remain neutral. Since Sengoku and Karp are both retiring, I shall not linger either. Kongming can take over my position as advisor. Admiral Tsuru neither supported Akiji nor Sakazuki, and also expressed a desire to retire. Well, everyone is retiring. When will it be my turn? He mused. Promptly receiving a sharp glare from Sengoku, Kizaru immediately ceased his flippant demeanor and began to express his position. Kizaru, uninterested in the role of fleet admiral, and the centrists led by him maintained a neutral stance. I oppose this. Admiral Sakazuki is the best candidate for the next fleet admiral, shouted Doberman, Sakazuki's most ardent supporter. Only a man like Sakazuki has the qualifications to lead our navy to absolute victory. In my view, Sengoku or Akiji taking the position would be the folly of a foolish ruler. Doberman cast a glance at the fleet admiral and Akiji, who wore an eye patch, and smirked, wondering how Sengoku would feel knowing Doberman was internally denouncing him as a foolish strategist. I second this. I support Admiral Sakazuki as fleet admiral. Following Doberman's lead, several hawkish generals, including Ghost Spider and Fire Fist, voiced their agreement. Aside from these seasoned vice admirals, some ordinary vice admirals also asserted that Sakazuki was more suited for the role of fleet admiral. Conversely, those advocating for Akiji were primarily officers with close ties to Sengoku and Karp. Akiji, due to his laid-back nature, had no followers, and his only friend among the vice admirals had been apprehended and sent to a military tribunal by him during the O'Hara incident. The two factions began to argue. While the two central figures, Sakazuki and Akiji, remained silent, their gazes clashing in a wordless exchange. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. I will report everyone's suggestions to the world government, and the final decision rests with them. Sengoku interjected, noticing the overwhelming support for Sakazuki among the generals. Swiftly stepping in to quell the dispute. If there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned. Sengoku declared, leading the way out of the conference room toward the Holy Land Marineford. The world government, the 5 elders, and most government officials should be aligned with me. After all, I have behaved more like a loyal hound. Sakazuki thought to himself with a cold smirk as the meeting concluded and everyone began to depart, exchanging pleasantries with their hawkish subordinates. Sakazuki hastened to catch up with an elderly figure who was rapidly fading into the distance. This individual was crucial for him to engage. General Crane, please wait, he called out loudly as he approached. What brings you to seek me out, young man? General Crane inquired, his expression one of confusion, unable to decipher Sakazuki's intentions. Did he wish to solicit his support? General Crane, I sincerely hope you will continue to serve in the esteemed position of Chief of Naval Staff. The Navy is in dire need of your leadership. Sakazuki sincerely extended an invitation to the elderly gentleman in his 70s. Oh, if you were to become a marshal, would you not fear that I might pay lip service to your commands while secretly defying them? You are aware of the relationship I have with Karp and Sengoku. Admiral Crane, I have faith in your character. You would never engage in actions detrimental to the Navy. Sakazuki lavished praise upon Tsuru, not as a mere act of flattery, but rather as a reflection of undeniable truth. In comparison to contemporaries like Sengoku and Karp, Tsuru has long served as the Chief of Staff of the Navy. She embodies rationality and unwavering adherence to principles, while it is only human nature for her to occasionally overlook the minor transgressions of her loyal subordinates. She staunchly aligns herself with the interests of the Navy in matters of significant consequence. Much like Zephyr, she is genuinely invested in the Navy's development. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the current admiral candidate, Momonosuke, shares a sisterly bond with Tsuru, while another candidate, Chatsu, is persistently pursuing her. Gaining Tsuru's allegiance would effectively consolidate the strength of three formidable forces, a considerable advantage indeed. Thus, despite having previously formed an iron triangle with Sengoku and Garp, Sakazuki recognizes her value and will continue to rely on her. Trust in one's personnel is paramount. Doubt leads to exclusion. Tsuru agreed. For how could she easily sever her emotional ties to an institution to which she has devoted her life? To continue shining within the Navy is undoubtedly a fulfillment of her aspirations. Her earlier desire for retirement stemmed from concerns that Sakazuki's ascension might render her obsolete. However, it now appears she misjudged his intentions. Although Sakazuki has yet to ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral and Sengoku continues to advocate for Akiji. In the discerning eyes of this sagacious chief of staff, Sakazuki's elevation to Fleet Admiral is an inevitability, an unalterable trajectory. With Tsuru's retention secured, Sakazuki returned to his office in high spirits. Hardly had he settled into his seat when an expected visitor arrived, none other than Akiji. Sakazuki, your excessively extreme sense of justice is ill-suited for the position of Fleet Admiral, Akiji declared with solemnity as he entered the room. If I am unfit, then what of you? Should you lead the Navy into slumber? Sakazuki let out a cold snort, retorting with a tone laced with sarcasm. It was evident that he had long been intolerant of Akiji's languid demeanor. Akiji spent his days either dozing off in meetings or napping aboard naval vessels during missions. Though it was understood that this was rooted in his internal conflict regarding justice, it hardly served as an excuse for his idleness. If one is confused, then they should take action against the marauding pirates. What purpose does lying there serve? Akiji disregarded Sakazuki's scornful jibes, steadfastly clinging to his own convictions. If a man as cold and ruthless as Sakazuki were to ascend to the position of admiral, one could only speculate the dire path the Navy would traverse. Sakazuki, this time I shall not waver or retreat. Let us engage in battle. The victor shall assume the mantle of admiral. This confrontation is not merely a contest of strength, but a profound struggle over the very ideals of justice. Sakazuki naturally agreed without hesitation. A confrontation between the two parties posed no harm to either. It was an excellent opportunity to thoroughly assess their true capabilities. His previous battle against the frail and elderly Whitebeard had concluded rather swiftly, revealing only a limited display of strength. Now, facing the peak state Akiji would allow him to further delineate his standing in the world of pirates. Although he was aware that, in the original narrative, he was indeed a top-tier powerhouse, the chance to practically engage in such a challenge was simply too enticing to resist. Firstly, as longtime comrades, neither would resort to lethal force, ensuring that there would be no threat to life. Secondly, he possessed the perfect counter against Akiji's abilities. The magma fruit was advantageous over the ice fruit. Half a month later, the appointment from the Gorosei arrived, recommending Sakazuki for the position of admiral. However, due to the current Admiral Sengoku and the legendary marine hero Garp supporting Akiji, after consulting the two involved parties, it was ultimately decided that they would engage in battle, with the victor claiming the title of the next admiral. In the New World, Punk Hazard was once a temperate island, but it underwent drastic changes due to the world government's scientific division, led by Caesar Clown. Under his clandestine experiments, the island experienced catastrophic failures, resulting in toxic gas leaks that rendered it barren and desolate after the scientific team withdrew. Conveniently located near the entrance of the New World, the Navy chose this forsaken place for their operations. At this moment, numerous warships of various sizes surrounded the island, creating a dense formation at sea. To an uninformed observer, it might appear that the Navy was preparing to engage in battle with another Yonko. On the foremost large battleship, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru stood on the deck, their gazes fixed upon the island ahead. Nearby, several renowned vice-admirals commanded other vessels. Apart from Sakazuki's direct subordinates, such as Doberman, Spider, and Fire Mountain, there were also Squirrel, Stolo Berry, and Dalmatia among the impressive lineup, highlighting the Navy's seriousness regarding this confrontation. After all, one of the two combatants on the island would soon wield command over the future of the Navy. The contrasting ideologies of a radical versus a pacifist would inevitably set the Navy on divergent paths. However, one of the three admirals, Kizaru, was notably absent. As the most mobile of the trio, he remained stationed at Marine headquarters, with the bulk of the Navy's combat power deployed. It was essential to retain a formidable force at headquarters to deter any opportunistic incursions. The rationale behind leaving only Kizaru was clear. Should the entire Yonko fleet launch an assault on Marine headquarters, Kizaru alone would likely be insufficient to defend against such an onslaught. This operation was conducted in secrecy, known to very few. Even if word managed to leak, any individuals below the Yonko level showing up at Marine headquarters would merely be walking into a death trap. Should the Yonko indeed decide to stir trouble at the headquarters, Kizaru's abilities would ensure his safe retreat. The headquarters could be rebuilt. But the loss of an admiral would be catastrophic. At the very center of the island, Sakazuki and Akiji stood facing each other, an unspoken tension lingering between them. Once comrades, they now stood on the precipice of battle. There was no need for idle words or emotional exchanges. Any necessary sentiments could only be expressed after the conflict had concluded. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted between them, a fearsome presence soaring skyward. The clouds above were dispersed, and the blinding sunlight flooded down, illuminating the earth below and infusing the tense atmosphere with a palpable sense of impending confrontation. As Sakazuki's hands gradually transformed into molten lava, an icy aura began to emanate from the opposing Akiji. Hellhound, Ice Age. The two titans of their respective worlds unleashed their assaults almost simultaneously, igniting a fierce battle in an instant. The clash of magma and ice resonated through the heavens, a cacophony of sound that seemed unending. With a series of explosive impacts, both adversaries exchanged dozens of elemental strikes in the blink of an eye. The shockwaves produced a white aura that spread across the sky, threatening to shatter the very fabric of space. Mountains began to collapse, rivers evaporated, and the earth trembled as if the very world were unraveling, transcending the realm of mere mortal suffering. On one side, the air was frigid. On the other, flames raged fiercely. The sky was a striking tableau of half red and half blue, a clear demarcation line between the two, resembling an artistic cut that presented an extraordinary vista. Commence. Everyone, take a step back to avoid the fallout. The fleet of Marine commanders observed the unfolding chaos on the island with keen vigilance, wary of the widespread devastation that could ensue from the titanic clash. Meanwhile, the accompanying Marines stared in awe, utterly transfixed by the two formidable beings who had so drastically altered the climate above the island. Yet, beyond the ranks of the Marines, there were others intently watching this confrontation. In a secluded maritime area, a small warship anchored not far from Punk Hazard. A handful of individuals stood scattered on the deck. Among them the former Marine Admiral and current Chief Instructor at Marine Headquarters, Zifa. Accompanied by his pupils Ein, Binz, and Yunchia, he stood resolutely on the deck, gazing into the distance at Punk Hazard Island. Since the implementation of the Seven Warlords system, Zifa had grown disillusioned with the Marines, retreating to a secondary role as the chief instructor of a training camp. Nevertheless, he remained deeply invested in the ultimate fate of the position of Fleet Admiral. Additionally, he was mindful of the sentiments of the young girl beside him. At the forefront of the deck stood a tall woman clad in the uniform of a major, her expression inscrutable as she stared at the island engulfed in turmoil, her clenched fist betraying her inner turmoil. What a stark contrast of fire and ice. It had been years since they had unleashed their powers, yet the destructive potential of these two young men remained undiminished. Zifa approached Yunxia with a sigh, feeling a swell of pride for his two disciples. Uncle Sakazuki will surely prevail, Yunxia thought to herself, convinced that the embodiment of absolute justice would ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral. Having lived alongside Sakazuki for nearly 2 decades, no one understood his unwavering commitment to justice and his relentless pursuit of the Fleet Admiral title better than she did. Despite her profound anxiety about the possibility of Sakazuki suffering injury in this fierce battle, thereby jeopardizing his dream, she recalled his admonition to conceal any sign of weakness and to refrain from revealing her true emotions in public. Yunxia took Sakazuki's teachings to heart, perhaps to an excessive degree. She never allowed her true self to surface in front of others, always presenting a stoic facade, even before the esteemed Zifa. Binz, instruct the new recruits to rest and regroup here for a few days. Zifa observed Yunxia's unwavering focus on the distant conflict and chose not to elaborate further. He was well aware of the capabilities of his first cohort of disciples. The current standoff would not resolve itself in mere days. Inside Punk Hazard Island, the battle raged on. Sakazuki's fists, intertwined in shades of black and red, relentlessly clashed with Akiji, each strike imbued with the cataclysmic force of nature, as if his stamina were inexhaustible. Opposite him, Akiji spared no effort, mercilessly unleashing a torrent of energy towards Sakazuki. This lad, typically exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor, proved to be quite formidable when he truly applied himself. Sakazuki casually wiped the blood trickling from his nose, observing the green pheasant, whose demeanor was starkly different from his usual self. The green pheasant also dabbed at the blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. There had long been whispers among the Navy and civilians alike suggesting that Sakazuki was the most formidable of the three admirals. Despite his seemingly languid and indifferent exterior, he harbored a certain discontent within. Even after Sakazuki's overwhelming defeat of Whitebeard not long ago, the green pheasant remained unconvinced. He believed he could have single-handedly vanquished Whitebeard in such a weakened state. However, now, as he faced Sakazuki in a life-and-death struggle, he truly grasped the terror of his opponent. This man was akin to a human tank, possessing astonishing offensive power, substantial endurance, and an immense reservoir of stamina. After such a prolonged engagement, he had yet to draw a single labored breath, were it not for the encroaching darkness. The green pheasant would have thought only a brief moment had passed. From day to night, and back again, as if tireless, the clash of magma and ice continued unabated. At the heart of the battle, in the very center of the island, what had once been majestic mountains had now been utterly transformed into a desolate lowland. Boom! Sakazuki unleashed a colossal magma dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length, which converged with the icy dragon soaring from above in this lowland. The terrain could no longer withstand the devastation wrought by the two, and at this moment, it completely collapsed. The depression gradually fissured, and an immense influx of seawater began to pour in, astonishingly creating a lake spanning several thousand meters in circumference. Sakazuki had no time to attend to the changes beneath his feet. After successfully parrying Akiji's icy dragon, he immediately brought his hands together in a gesture of prayer, then gradually pulled them apart. A colossal sphere of magma materialized between his palms, rising slowly as if a second sun had manifested in the heavens. Meteoric impact. As Sakazuki's thoughts stirred, the magma sphere suddenly expanded several-fold, hurtling towards Akiji with unparalleled speed, akin to a meteor descending from the cosmos. Caught off guard, Akiji could only conjure a thick wall of ice before him. Yet, such a feeble barrier was no match for an assault that rivaled the might of the heavens. The ice wall disintegrated in an instant, melted by the searing heat, and the magma erupted mercilessly against Akiji's chest. He spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Barely able to withstand Sakazuki's formidable new technique, teetering on the brink of collapse. Utilizing the ice spear he had just formed, Akiji managed to prop himself up. But the frigid barrier was gradually overpowered by the magma. From a distance, one could observe the crimson expanse in the sky beginning to engulf the azure. This clash had persisted for 7 days and nights. It seemed a victor would soon emerge. In the distance, Sengoku's voice resonated over the sea, noting the diminishing intensity of the assault from both sides on the island. Have we truly reached this point? It's utterly terrifying. Doberman stood at the forefront of the warship, his gaze fervently fixed upon the distant isle. This battle, pivotal for the future of the Navy, could only be won through absolute justice prevailing. The spider demon watched as the magma gradually subdued the ice, admiration etched upon his face. Surely, Admiral Sakazuki will be fine. Though he shared the hawkish disposition of his peers, the fiery mountainside was evidently more temperate compared to Doberman and the spider demon, who wore expressions of deep concern. What nonsense! Admiral Sakazuki is destined to become Fleet Admiral. He cannot possibly falter here. Upon hearing the fiery mountainside's disparaging remarks, Doberman and the spider demon promptly began to admonish him. Is Admiral Sakazuki truly superior? Asked the stoic weasel, an elite among seasoned vice admirals. He had recently ventured to summon one of the 7 warlords, the Pirate Empress, and had valiantly withstood Boa Hancock's sweet fruit powers through self-sacrifice. Regardless of which of his 2 seniors ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral, he would unfalteringly lend his support, embodying a soldier whose allegiance to orders was ingrained in his very bones. Prepare to bid farewell to the feeble old Navy. The new era of the Navy is about to rise. The hawkish leaders were filled with hope, envisioning the formidable naval force that would emerge under Admiral Sakazuki's command. At this moment, Sakazuki stood by the lake at the center of the island, observing the panting Akiji in the distance without pursuing him further. Instead, he remained still, relaxing his stiffened muscles, half a result of his own combat efforts and half due to Akiji's freezing aura. In the original narrative, Akiji could endure for 10 days. Yet now, he could barely last 7 at Sakazuki's hands. As Akiji began to regain his breath, Sakazuki met his gaze and spoke with an authoritative tone. Let this final move determine our fate. Akiji was acutely aware that he had reached his limit, while Sakazuki appeared to retain considerable strength. Though reluctant to concede that Sakazuki surpassed him, the undeniable reality left no room for self-deception. Nevertheless, Akiji was unwilling to accept defeat without a final struggle. Drawing a deep breath, He slowly raised his hands, a chilling aura emanating from his mouth as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Ice Age. A tempest of freezing ice surged forth. The rear half of the island behind Akiji was instantaneously transformed into a winter wonderland, as if winter had arrived overnight. Witnessing Akiji's full-force attack, Sakazuki's expression turned grave. Neglecting this would be perilous. Volcanic meteor. Sakazuki bellowed. The awakened powers of the magma fruit roused the molten rock beneath the island, transmuting countless stones into lava under the intense heat. Streams of lava coalesced into fiery dragons soaring through the air, ultimately merging into a colossal magma beast that roared thunderously as it charged towards Akiji. Boom, boom. The battlefield reverberated with explosive sounds akin to thunder, continuing for several minutes before gradually subsiding. As the smoke cleared, Akiji lay in disarray upon the ground, his body marked by burns. The eye patch atop his head was nowhere to be found, reduced to ashes at some point, and only the rise and fall of his chest indicated that he still clung to life. Sakazuki coughed heavily a few times, expelling the icy remnants lodged in his throat, and then approached the fallen green bull with a face full of lethal intent. Sensing Sakazuki's almost palpable aura of menace, Green Bull struggled to open his eyes, only to shut them again, as if resigned to his fate. In the blink of an eye, Sakazuki stood before Green Bull, fixating on his currently intact left leg, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Was it this very admiral, who had not crossed his legs during the war, that had his leg broken by the original narrative? Such a peculiar thought abruptly invaded his mind, causing the concentrated malice within Sakazuki to dissipate in an instant. Green Bull, has your sense of justice been found? Sakazuki sat down heavily, crossing his arms over his chest as he addressed the fallen Akiji lying on the ground. Sensing no hint of murderous intent, Sakazuki settled beside him and posed a question. Akiji, filled with confusion, reopened his eyes to gaze directly at the sun in the sky. Regardless of whether my justice has been found, I absolutely do not recognize you as the fleet admiral. You will lead the navy into an abyss. Akiji coughed up blood, shouting in agitation. Into an abyss? Isn't this wretched world itself a bottomless pit? How much worse can it possibly get? Sakazuki scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the depths of the mountains, and with a swift motion, he raised a hand to the sky, unleashing a punch that sent forth a surge of magma, followed by a distant scream. The world government's CP lackeys truly infest every corner. Sakazuki let out a cold snort, pondering the means by which this individual had managed to survive in the midst of battle. Fortunately, his observation haki had grown sufficiently formidable, a testament to the immense legacy of the world government spanning 8 centuries, which was indeed not to be underestimated. Although taken aback by Sakazuki's sudden action to eliminate a member of the world government, he could not refrain from mocking. Are you not, after all, the most loyal hound of the world government? Sakazuki, unperturbed, slowly remarked, I am aware that you have been deeply troubled by the O'Hara incident. Since that event, our paths have diverged. You only witnessed my command to bombard the lifeboats and deemed me inhumane, a violator of justice. Yet, have you taken a moment to reflect on the circumstances at that time? The world government explicitly prohibited the study of historical texts. And although that group of archaeologists was apprehended, oh, wait, there was indeed one girl whom you allowed to escape. Let us not dwell on that for now. Ignoring Akiji's astonished gaze, Sakazuki continued, do you truly believe that, given the nature of the world government, they would have spared those O'Hara civilians? Akiji hesitated, taken aback by Sakazuki's probing question, momentarily at a loss for words. You must know in your heart that the world government, in pursuit of finding the lineage of the pirate King Roger, unleashed a massacre in the South Blue, slaughtering countless innocent pregnant women. Ironically, Vice Admiral Garp, in order to uphold a mere verbal promise to Roger, sheltered Ace's existence and even condoned his pirating, indirectly leading to the demise of many. Regarding Garp, Sakazuki preferred to refrain from extensive commentary. His merits and faults are evident to all. One cannot deny his contributions to the Navy and world peace. Yet his and his family's transgressions cannot be overlooked. Had the civilians on that lifeboat been permitted to escape to other towns and villages, do you believe the world government would not have reneged on their word? Would they not have swiftly issued arrest warrants to hunt down those O'Hara survivors hiding among the populace? Such an operation would mirror the massacre at Badarilla Island in the South Blue, and the one executing those orders could be me, Sakazuki, or you, Akiji. What would your choice be then? Unexpectedly, Vice Admiral Garp's questioning of Sakazuki left Akiji, who had previously been fervent, now ensnared in a web of confusion. Having ascended to the rank of admiral, he was well aware of the world government's character and their capacity for such actions. He had simply never contemplated this perspective before. Already adrift in his sense of justice, he now found himself utterly lost. So, you will continue to obey the world government's commands, diligently safeguarding those celestial dragons? Akiji struggled to articulate a rebuttal, seizing upon this point. Those swine? I shall eradicate them all in due time. This world has no need for such refuse to exist. And as for the Gorosei, having held power for 8 centuries, they have long since lost their original intentions, becoming mere slaves to power, the minions of the celestial dragons. They should have been exterminated long ago. Sakazuki casually gestured towards the direction of Mary Gios, slowly articulating the thoughts that lingered deep within his heart. It appeared he was resolutely determined to enlist Akiji aboard his ship. For such a paragon of strength, rooted firmly in righteousness, Sakazuki held immense value. As long as he provided Akiji with a purpose, the latter would undoubtedly eschew his previous lethargy. Destined to become a formidable ally in Sakazuki's quest to dismantle the world government. Upon hearing Sakazuki's audacious proclamation, Akiji, who had just propped himself up, was momentarily rendered speechless, nearly collapsing back to the ground. He finally comprehended the rationale behind Sakazuki's earlier decision to eliminate the CP spies dispatched by the world government. However, the sheer magnitude of shock Sakazuki had delivered today overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to process it all. Why are you divulging this to me? Akiji inquired, struggling to grasp the situation. Because I require your assistance. I cannot topple such a formidable organization as the world government alone. Of course, the two of us alone are insufficient. We need more like-minded comrades. Moreover, we face both internal strife and external threats. As the pirate emperors reigning over the New World are no trifling matter. Sakazuki gazed intently at Akiji, his expression grave and devoid of any semblance of jest. Moreover, Akiji could distinctly sense the intense conviction emanating from Sakazuki. Akiji scratched his head, appearing visibly conflicted. Sakazuki observed Akiji, who appeared to be engulfed in uncertainty. The recollection of the latest chapter from the manga of his previous life surfaced in his mind, where Garp reprimanded Akiji on Honeycomb Island, proclaiming, "Hesitation leads to defeat." Indeed, this adage was most fitting for Akiji. Nevertheless, Sakazuki remained unhurried, gently caressing the tattered Navy code of justice that had been torn in battle. He then inquired slowly, "Since the Navy has emerged upon these seas, each of us naval commanders has donned the code of justice. Do you understand what this enduring justice of the Navy truly embodies? To vanquish pirates, protect civilians, and maintain peace across the seas." Akiji responded without hesitation, reciting the oath he had taken upon enlisting. "Indeed. Yet, I have not witnessed you vanquishing the Straw Hat pirates, nor have you managed to safeguard the civilians of O'Hara." Sakazuki's words are indisputable. Perhaps in the recesses of your mind, there exists a vague boundary, suggesting that there might be an alternative within the realm of pirates. They do not engage in wanton slaughter of the innocent, nor do they plunder the fruits of the labor of the common folk. They understand the principle of equitable exchange and coexist peacefully with the populace. Do you truly believe that such a band, cloaked in the guise of piracy while pursuing adventure and freedom, is not a target for our pursuit? No, a thief is a thief. Once they hoist the pirate flag and label themselves as pirates, they inevitably position themselves in opposition to both the masses and the Navy. Perhaps to Akiji, the former Straw Hat pirates could at most be regarded as adventurous mariners, hardly warranting attention. However, since Monkey D. Luffy released the criminals from Impel Down, he has sealed his own fate. Regardless of any notions of sun gods or moon gods, even if Joy Boy himself were to descend from 8 centuries past, Sakazuki would be compelled to condemn Luffy to death. Let us not even broach the subject of our duties and responsibilities in combating piracy. Have we, as members of the Navy, truly fulfilled them? Have we genuinely committed to our mission and obligation to protect the innocent? Instead, we seem to have been meticulous in upholding the interests of the aristocracy. The world nobles, the celestial dragons, can summon a marine admiral for protection at the slightest hint of danger. How absurd. How ludicrous. The very forces tasked with maintaining the peace of the seas have been reduced to mere enforcers for that cadre of swine. Sakazuki, unable to contain the tempest of emotions within, growled in quiet indignation. Beside him, Kazan had yet to contemplate the profound implications of Sakazuki's previous assertion that a thief is a thief. At this moment, he found himself resonating with Sakazuki's criticism of the noble elite. How could the esteemed Navy, ostensibly a guardian of the people, stoop to serve a cadre of scoundrels? Thus, what manner of justice does our Navy truly uphold? Is it a justice that condones the blending of black and white, or one that resolutely delineates good from evil? Is it a justice that wholeheartedly protects the common folk, or one that is half-hearted and neglectful? Is it a justice that listens to the inner voice, or one that heeds the commands of the world government and the celestial dragons? Sakazuki gazed intently at the two characters for justice emblazoned on his cloak, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, a torrent of questions poured forth from his lips, resonating with such intensity that it struck Akiji like a revelation, as if he had grasped an elusive truth. Prior to this moment, each high-ranking officer within our Navy possessed their own interpretation of justice. The warlord of the warring states embodied a sovereign justice. Admiral Garp represented a carefree justice. Admiral Tsuru epitomized a pure justice. Kazuru personified an ambiguous justice. I am the embodiment of absolute justice, and you are the embodiment of lethargic justice. But what of now? What is your conception of justice? Sakazuki inquired once more. At this moment, Akiji's eyes were no longer clouded. Instead, he appeared contemplative. He felt as though he had not experienced such clarity in years. Observing Akiji deep in thought, Sakazuki refrained from urging him. He slowly extracted a small booklet from his shirt pocket, grateful that he had taken measures to protect it. Had it been damaged during battle, there would have been no solace to be found. He then took Akiji's hand, marred by burns, and gently placed the booklet in his palm, much to Akiji's surprise. This is my understanding of justice. I hope it proves beneficial to you. With those words, Sakazuki stood upright and walked towards the approaching Sengoku and his entourage. Aside from the assistance of the Lark in writing, Akiji could be considered his second reader. This precious item must not be disseminated indiscriminately. It should only be entrusted to those who are utterly reliable. Once Akiji peruses its contents, he will surely grasp the significance of this booklet. On the verge of gaining another admirer, Sakazuki could not help but click his tongue in appreciation. Akiji gazed at the slender booklet in his hand, its cover emblazoned with the glaring words absolute justice. Cautiously opening the first page, the initial sentence caused Akiji's pupils to constrict and his heart to tremble. Absolute justice signifies an unwavering stance alongside the masses, opposing the world's aristocrats, slave owners, and celestial dragons, those exploiters. Anything that serves the interests of the common people is justice. Anything that harms the common people is evil. Thus, combating pirates to protect civilians is a just act, while upholding the oppression of the nobility over the common folk is an act of villainy. He abruptly closed the booklet, realizing he might have done so with excessive force, and gingerly caressed its edges. He noticed certain areas bore marks reminiscent of rain-soaked stains. Aside from that, there appeared to be no significant damage, prompting Akiji to exhale in relief. What shocking words! At first glance, one might perceive the author as a reckless, cynical rebel, a mere madman. Yet, upon closer examination, these could be seen as prophetic utterances. They perfectly encapsulated the essence of the Navy's unwavering commitment to maintaining peace upon the seas. Is this your notion of absolute justice, Sakazuki? It seems everyone has been deceived by you. Akiji gazed at Sakazuki, who was engaged in conversation with Sengoku and others in the distance, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. It was only now that he recognized the depth of this man's terrifying nature. Congratulations, Admiral Sakazuki. The spider-like figure of Don Quixote stared up at Sakazuki in awe. What admiral? He is Marshal Sakazuki, Don Quixote exclaimed while hastily presenting Sakazuki with a pristine white cloak of justice, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he eagerly anticipated Sakazuki donning it. Sengoku, wearing a stern expression, interjected, "Prepare for the Marshal's commissioning ceremony in a week. The position of Marshal is not so easily maintained." With a discontented huff, Sengoku bypassed Sakazuki, striding alongside Garp towards Akiji. On September 1st, 1520, in the era of the sea, this day held profound significance. Sakazuki, standing tall atop the naval headquarters building, is the man who would later be revered as the most formidable admiral in naval history. Today marks his official ascension to the esteemed position of admiral. The base square, now fully restored, is alive with a cacophony of voices and exuberance. Naval officers of various ranks from across the globe have gathered to witness Admiral Sakazuki's commissioning ceremony. Following protocol, the former admiral delivers a speech, reflecting on significant events that transpired during his tenure at sea and the pivotal role the Navy played therein. Over the past decade, the Navy has devoted itself to upholding peace and stability upon the oceans. The speech, however, is rather tedious and dry, failing to capture the audience's interest. Thus, an amusing scene unfolds. The speaker drones on with an emotionless address while the audience listens in a state of lethargy. May the future of the Navy continue to flourish. Thank you all. The crowd erupts into a thunderous applause, with a few even cheering enthusiastically. Sengoku observes the animated crowd below, somewhat perplexed but nonetheless nodding in approval. After a lengthy tower address, it finally concludes. During the 10 years of Sengoku's service, the year 1510 of the Ocean Era, aside from the war on the summit, there were no other significant events. It is a mystery how such an ineffectual admiral could speak for so long, Sakazuki mused darkly, growing increasingly impatient. The next agenda item follows. Sengoku is set to bestow the rank of admiral upon Sakazuki. Sakazuki approached the stage with an impassive expression. After saluting the warring states who had come to confer the title, he stood attentively. Sakazuki solemnly accepted the Marshal's insignia of rank, which had been removed from the war state. He then affixed it to his left breast with great reverence. The transfer of power was seamless, signifying that the emblem of the highest naval office was now irrevocably linked to his identity. Today, the command of the Navy firmly resides in the capable hands of Sakazuki. Sakazuki gazed down upon the multitude of naval officers, a surge of fervor swelling within him. Among the familiar and unfamiliar faces below, there were Crane, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pig at the forefront. Beside him, Kazara retained his usual nonchalant demeanor, while the figures of Garp and Akiji were conspicuously absent. In the second row stood the hawkish vice admirals such as Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Fire Mountain. At that moment, Doberman's eyes brimmed with tears. The day he had long awaited had finally arrived. Among the crowd were well-known figures such as Smoker and Black Cage Tina. Additionally, Zephyr the Black Arm, accompanied by Eind and Hiyori, made their appearance. Zephyr felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Sakazuki's promotion to admiral. From the moment his disciple joined the Navy, he had maintained an unwavering commitment to self-discipline, whether through relentless training or executing missions in pursuit of pirates. Not once did he allow himself to relax. As if driven by an invisible force, even after decades of teaching, Zephyr had never encountered a student quite like him. Although the formidable Akiji initially espoused the fervor of burning justice, he paled in comparison to Sakazuki. Hiyori gazed at the imposing figure of Uncle Sakazuki on the stage. Though his expression remained as stoic as ever, reminiscent of his usual poker face, her heart swelled with joy. Tears welling in her eyes, but refusing to fall. What a resilient woman she was. Just days prior, Uncle Sakazuki had called her over after dinner, requesting her assistance in transcribing his words into a written document. Hiyori was not surprised, after receiving a comprehensive education and graduating under Zephyr's tutelage. She had often helped Sakazuki with the bureaucratic minutiae of his duties. After all, admirals must engage in administrative tasks such as reporting and drafting post-war assessments. Thus, she regarded this task as merely another routine chore, not particularly troublesome. However, when everything was prepared as usual, and Sakazuki's first words emerged, Hiyori nearly dropped her pen, questioning her own hearing. Upon receiving confirmation, her heart surged like a tumultuous wave. Though she had long recognized Uncle Sakazuki's unwavering belief in justice, she had not anticipated such a radical stance, one that positioned him against the entire world. Following that, Sakazuki calmly articulated his perspective, while Hiyori, trembling, diligently recorded his words. Her hand, which had never trembled so intensely even while aboard a slave ship at the age of 6, quivered uncontrollably. As she wrote with fervor, tears of passion finally streamed down her cheeks. On one hand, she was awed by the power of his words. On the other, she feared for Uncle Sakazuki's safety in his battle against the multitude. That night, Hiyori remained awake, never before having grasped the profound meaning behind the terms great man and hero as she had during that lesson with Zephyr. The entire ceremony unfolded seamlessly, with no fool daring to disrupt the proceedings. The final agenda item was the inaugural address delivered by the newly appointed Admiral Sakazuki. Sakazuki stepped forward, allowing his voice to resonate more clearly among the crowd. Simultaneously, he subtly nodded towards a figure obscured in the rear. At that moment, the audience beheld Sakazuki's commanding presence with renewed clarity. Greetings to all the naval comrades present here, and to those gallant warriors at the front lines, tirelessly fighting for the cause of justice. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd, applause and cheers nearly lifting the very heavens. Meanwhile, across the globe, not only within the naval branches but also in expansive public squares, the previously dismantled giant screens, once used to broadcast the war above, had mysteriously been reassembled. They flickered to life, the opening scene featuring Sakazuki poised to deliver his inaugural address. As for the absence of the preceding summary speech from the war period, it is evident that those in the know understand. It has begun. It has commenced. Everyone paused their tasks, urging one another to attentively witness Marshal Sakazuki's speech. The leaders of the naval branches hurriedly organized all personnel to gather before the live broadcast screen. The Navy is live streaming again. Outside, civilians who discovered the broadcast screens halted in their tracks, intrigued by the images unfolding before them. It turns out that just the day before, Sakazuki had conferred with Chief of Staff Tsuru, prompting the Intelligence Division of the Naval Headquarters to urgently relay orders, notifying naval branches and stationed units worldwide. They spent a day and night erecting live broadcast screens at their respective branches or stations. Moreover, leveraging the Navy's authority and financial resources, they swiftly rescheduled various concerts and theatrical performances planned for today, commandeering their venues for this momentous ceremony. Additionally, Sakazuki felt this was insufficient. He reached out to Morgan, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Indeed, the very same individual. He requested that the entire ceremony be meticulously documented, aiming for swift dissemination across the vast oceans. Morgan, ever eager for a sensational scoop, readily agreed, assuring that the report would be drafted immediately, ensuring that wherever the news could reach, today's events would be known. Indeed, Sakazuki was intent on generating momentum. The Navy, having suffered a blow to its reputation amidst the war above, sought to restore its honor. His objective was to mitigate the turmoil stirred by Whitebeard's final words, striving to stabilize the situation at sea and minimize civilian casualties and losses to the greatest extent possible. Sakazuki, after a brief pause following his initial words, continued, to the over 10 million sailors across the globe, despite your diverse roles, you stand as the unwavering backbone of the Navy, illuminating the path of justice for the world. I sincerely express my gratitude for your dedication. Your efforts are deeply appreciated. Upon hearing Sakazuki's commendation, the sailors present, both in the audience and those watching the live broadcast, felt an overwhelming sense of joy, realizing that all their hard work was worthwhile. Indeed, each sailor harbors a noble dream of justice, a vision that fuels their relentless fight. Yet, this dream may gradually fade into the recesses of memory over time. Warriors, regardless of whether your dreams still burn brightly, today I wish to convey that on the journey of upholding justice, although we encounter numerous challenges and setbacks, I steadfastly cling to a dream that is profoundly rooted in the hearts of all sailors. The entire naval assembly listened intently, eager to discover the essence of this dream. Sakazuki, observing the inquisitive expressions on the faces of the sailors below, chose not to withhold his vision. I dream of a day when the world is rid of pirates and malevolent forces, where people live in peace and prosperity, rising with the sun to work and resting as it sets. They shall no longer fret over their possessions or their safety. Even in a new world, shrouded in oppression and despair, akin to a hellish existence, there shall arise an oasis of freedom and justice. I envision a future where the elderly are cared for, the young receive education, the impoverished have support, and those in distress find assistance, allowing everyone to joyfully navigate the journey of their lives. Sakazuki's voice grew increasingly resonant, as if he were about to shout out the deepest obsessions of his soul. With this dream, I joined the Navy. Armed with this aspiration, we shall carve a stone of hope from the cliffs of despair. The essence of my existence, the purpose of my leadership in the Navy, lies in the realization of this dream. A profound silence enveloped the audience, each individual deeply ensnared in the beauty of Sakazuki's vision, unable to extricate themselves. Ultimately, in pursuit of this dream, I declare 3 significant matters. Sakazuki suddenly bellowed, pulling everyone back from their wandering thoughts. Firstly, the recent Marineford War stands as the most grandiose conflict in the history of the Navy since its inception. With countless sailors sacrificing themselves for the cause of justice in this battle, they are all heroes of the Navy. The title of Navy hero has never belonged solely to one individual. Any sailor who dedicates themselves to the pursuit of justice is a hero. Therefore, I propose the construction of a monument at the very heart of the Marine headquarters, at Base Square, dedicated to commemorating the sailors who perished in this war, inscribing the names of the fallen for all sailors and civilians to learn from and pay their respects. Furthermore, any sailor who sacrifices themselves for the cause of justice, upon validation by the Marine headquarters, shall also be eligible to have their name etched upon this monument. This monument shall be named the Navy Heroes Memorial. Sakazuki's intentions regarding the Navy heroes were twofold: to diminish the influence of GARP and to ignite the passion and motivation within the ranks of the Navy. In regard to the Navy Heroes Memorial, Sakazuki drew inspiration from the great undertakings of the past, establishing a monument to honor the spirits of those valiant warriors who have fallen. May the souls of the Navy heroes endure eternally. Below the stage, Admiral Tsuru and Sengoku, who had just stepped down, let out a collective sigh. GARP, In the future, the Navy may only recall the formidable Vice Admiral who vanquished rocks and pursued the Pirate King, neglecting to mention the title of Navy Hero. Behold, the sailors in attendance and those watching the live broadcast seem to have forgotten the special significance previously attached to the title of Navy Hero. Excitement coursed through the crowd, with some sailors, unable to contain themselves, beginning to roar, eager to hunt down pirates immediately. Even the Navy leaders exhibited fervent gazes. One must never underestimate the influence of fame and fortune. Although the majority of sailors truly joined the Navy for the sake of justice, who would desire to leave behind a commendable reputation? As the saying goes, one must fulfill the ruler's affairs and earn renown in life and death. Secondly, due to the considerable losses incurred during this war, the Navy has resolved to embark on a global recruitment drive lasting 3 months, commencing next month and concluding at the year's end. Anyone aspiring to contribute to the cause of global justice may participate, regardless of race, gender, or age. From ordinary sailors to high-ranking admirals, merit shall prevail. The announcement of the second matter instantly sparked fervent enthusiasm among the live audience, as those who believed in their capabilities began to prepare themselves, sharpening their resolve. Thirdly, Sakazuki paused for a few seconds, fully aware of the uproar that his forthcoming statements would incite. However, this course of action was imperative and must be executed. The world has long suffered under the tyranny of pirates. It is well known that the New World is inhabited by a ruthless band of pirates who oppress the populace, wreak havoc, and plunder, treating the New World as their personal playground. Some pirate crews brazenly disregard maritime law, claiming dominion over territory and crowning themselves as kings. These lawless marauders have long been deserving of justice as retribution. Therefore, I hereby decree on behalf of the entire Navy, within the next 3 years, we shall eradicate all 4 Emperor pirate crews, and within 5 years, we shall purge the New World of all pirates. The declaration fell upon the assembly like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned silence. The weighty breaths echoed in the stillness. Morgans, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt from his spot, scattering feathers everywhere. What a sensational headline! Today's lead story shall be titled, Shock. Navy to annihilate the Emperors in 3 years. Write it down quickly and disseminate it forthwith. Morgan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he immediately instructed his subordinates. What an audacious decision! Truly remarkable. Vice Admiral Tsuru, slowly regaining her composure from the shock, could not help but rub her forehead in contemplation. What a tumultuous season this is. The future direction appears shrouded in uncertainty, rendering one unable to discern east from west. Standing closely beside Vice Admiral Tsuru, the swordswoman Tosuki instinctively touched the hilt of her blade, Kanbaira, her eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. As the only female great swordsman in the Navy, her interactions with Sakazuki had been scarce, and her understanding of him limited. She had only heard whispers of Sakazuki's ruthless nature, showing no mercy to either foes or allies. Initially, Tosuki thought that even if Sakazuki ascended to the rank of admiral, she would remain indifferent, allowing him to pursue his whims. However, it seemed that Vice Admiral Tsuru held a favorable view of him, and she was astonished to discover that this man harbored such grand aspirations, displaying considerable audacity. Tosuki's perspective shifted. How could the eradication of the emperors proceed without my involvement? Be cautious of taking overly ambitious strides. You may find yourself ensnared in pitfalls. Sengoku scoffed, reflecting on his own decade-long tenure, during which he had expended every effort to eliminate just one emperor, the frail and feeble Whitebeard. What right does Sakazuki have to vanquish all 4 emperors within 3 years? He shall soon be proven wrong. Such audacity. In the distance, Zephyr couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, with Ein echoing his sentiment, both displaying expressions of shock, while only Kurohawk remained unfazed. Upon hearing Sakazuki's announcement of the third matter, reactions varied. Some expressed joy, while others were filled with trepidation. The Navy had declared war on the 4 emperors. Would this grand conflict engulf the world in destruction? What nonsense! I have long harbored disdain for those arrogant pirates, especially that old hag, who ravages the world for sweets, leaving my homeland bereft of sufficient confections, leading to its ruin. Since death is inevitable, why not embrace mutual destruction? Yes, let us clash with those pirates. While the emperors are formidable, the Navy is no slouch either. It is said that Admiral Sakazuki was once called the strongest admiral, having even vanquished Whitebeard. Perhaps he truly can eliminate the emperors. At this moment, the gaze of the entire world converged upon Sakazuki. An unforeseen phenomenon unfolded as countless Navy personnel and citizens, their faith in the triumph of justice seemingly materializing, began to converge towards Sakazuki. Boom, boom. Sakazuki suddenly felt his heartbeat quickening, as if it might leap out of his chest. The tattoo on his chest, concealed beneath his military uniform, radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Sakazuki felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his entire being, while simultaneously, his mental fortitude inexplicably surged. His body grew increasingly warm, and his spiritual strength intensified, as if he were on the brink of a pivotal transformation. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Sakazuki, a force so powerful that it did not target anyone present but soared skyward. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, casting a shadow over the land. The sun was utterly obscured, revealing only faint glimmers of light. This dramatic change mirrored Sakazuki's declaration, reminiscent of the darkness that precedes dawn. Observing the gathering storm clouds, most of the Navy personnel were bewildered, mistakenly believing that the weather had abruptly changed and a torrential downpour was imminent. Only a select few, like Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr, possessed the acumen to discern the transformation occurring within Sakazuki, causing them to feel a jolt of alarm. What was happening? It resembled the Supreme Conqueror's haki akin to that of the red-haired. They glanced around at their fellow Navy members, who showed no signs of dizziness. Was the Conqueror's haki still lying dormant? This man had become even more formidable. Victory for the Navy. Justice shall prevail. Sakazuki was in a hurry to comprehend the sudden changes occurring within him. With fervent passion, he uttered his final slogan, thereby concluding his declaration. Although the ceremony of bestowal had come to an end, its reverberations were far from over. In fact, they began to intensify and spread further. In the New World, within a tranquil maritime expanse, the sky was clear and boundless. The climate was not as capricious or tumultuous as the tale suggested, with hail descending from the heavens. This was undoubtedly due to the territory being under the dominion of the red-haired pirates. Shanks, the captain, occupied one of the few climate-favorable regions in the New World. At that moment, aboard the Red Force, the crew of the red-haired pirates was hosting a lively banquet on the deck. Captain, something is amiss. The Navy has declared war on us. Suddenly, a young member of the crew rushed over, clutching a newspaper. He hurriedly approached the inebriated Shanks. The morning's newspaper had reached the New World by evening, and Morgans had indeed worked diligently this time. What? The drunken Shanks could scarcely comprehend his crew member's words as he slumped on the ground with a bottle in hand. Show it to me. Beckman, the first mate, glanced at his unreliable captain, reached out, and took the newspaper from the young pirate, scrutinizing it intently. This is serious. Shanks. Upon reading the contents of the newspaper, Beckman spoke solemnly to the fallen captain. His voice, imbued with the aura of Conqueror's haki, roused Shanks to instant alertness. Rising with a nonchalant demeanor, Shanks leaned against Beckman, snatching the newspaper from his grasp. A cursory glance at the headlines immediately captivated him. After swiftly perusing the article, Shanks' previous relaxed smile vanished. With a grave expression, he declared that Akainu truly has audacity. He should not have been so easily spared during the Marineford War. Observing Shanks' fluctuating demeanor, Beckman closed his eyes to contemplate their forthcoming strategies. The once vibrant banquet had turned into a dull affair. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, the stronghold of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Linlin was seated upon her throne, indulging in a frenzied feast. As her subordinates loudly read aloud the contents of the newspaper, Linlin descended into madness. Lava brat, don't come bother me. In Wano, Kaido the Beast kicked over his wine gourd, wielding his kanabo, sending the courier delivering the newspaper flying thousands of meters away with a single blow. If you have the guts, come and kill me. The intoxicated Kaido roared. On an uncharted island in the New World, Blackbeard concluded a day of rigorous training. Emerging from the heart of the rocky isle, he accepted the newspaper handed to him by his subordinate and began to read. Ha ha ha, brothers, prepare to vie for the throne of the new Yonko. This time, I shall not be easily defeated. Through relentless training day and night, Blackbeard had mastered the powers of the dark fruit, and, by hunting down other devil fruit users, he had once again acquired a formidable fruit. Coupled with his already formidable physical prowess, his imperial combat strength was beyond question. A similar scene unfolded across various pirate crews. A new era of malevolence was poised to erupt. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, the plaque that once read justice that reigns over the world had now been replaced with absolute justice. The office, formerly belonging to Sengoku, had been completely claimed by Sakazuki. As for Sengoku, he had retreated to a secondary role, now serving as the Navy's Inspector General. However, this position was merely an administrative role. tasked with rooting out corruption akin to that of Colonel Mouse. Let him contribute one last time to the Navy's anti-corruption efforts. As for the position of Military Inspector General, Sakazuki would not easily concede it to Sengoku, especially given Sengoku's willingness to show leniency towards Shanks during the Marineford War. Who could predict what kind of mischief he might instigate in future military endeavors? Sakazuki has not resolved to relocate the Navy headquarters to the New World, as that would be a reckless decision. Given the current weakened state of the Navy, such a move poses significant risks. It is far more prudent to maintain a stronghold in the first half of the Grand Line, effectively curbing the advance of pirates seeking to venture into the New World. On the evening following the conclusion of the commissioning ceremony, Sakazuki had just finished his tasks and carelessly tossed aside the documents he had corrected. Sakazuki reclined wearily on the sofa, unable to resist the temptation to retrieve a seldom-smoked cigar from his collection, igniting it with the power of his magma fruit. He exhaled a gentle plume of white smoke, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The duties of a marshal are indeed numerous. With a mountain of documents demanding his attention, how am I to embark on the seas to vanquish pirates and hone my conqueror's haki in the future? Indeed, Sakazuki had realized during his daytime address that, aided by his tattoos, he had awakened his conqueror's haki. This formidable aura differed from the so-called kingly disposition of renowned powers upon the sea. His haki seemed akin to a stamina that could be replenished over time, intimately tied to his ideals of justice. Yet, it was not solely his own convictions. It encapsulated the collective belief of the Navy and the faith of the world's populace in Sakazuki himself. Sakazuki never anticipated that his speech would wield such profound influence. This brought to mind a certain art student from a previous life who had been rejected by the Academy twice. Abandoning his dreams, he ascended to the position of chancellor through a series of impassioned speeches, ultimately igniting a global conflict. It appears that he too possesses a similar gift for oratory. After the day's broadcast, he now fights with the unwavering belief of all common folk behind him. It seems he is destined to rally the will of the masses in opposition to the world government. His immediate task is to swiftly master the skill of Conqueror's Haki. Although he has only just awakened this power, he is no stranger to its intricacies, having battled numerous formidable opponents who wield it adeptly. With focused study, he estimates that he will grasp it in no time. However, he must devise a strategy to delegate the mundane tasks of the Marshal. He cannot allow the burdens of governance to confine him to the office. Sakazuki was still pondering how to resolve the issues at hand when he sensed a formidable presence at the office door. It turned out to be Akiji, who had vanished during the day. Without knocking, Akiji entered, clearly with an urgent matter to discuss. I promise to help you achieve absolute justice, Akiji declared resolutely upon entering. Initially, he had contemplated resigning from the Navy if he failed to compete for the position of Admiral, seeking instead the justice he yearned for. But this book has persuaded me. Akiji raised the book in his hand before reluctantly placing it on Sakazuki's desk. Indeed, just as portrayed in the original narrative, Akiji left the Navy immediately after the battle and subsequently joined the Blackbeard pirates. Although the true intentions of Akiji in the original work remain unclear, Sakazuki harbored deep disdain for a former admiral turning pirate. This not only emboldened the audacity of pirates but also caused the public to gradually lose faith in the Navy, making it a rather unwise choice. Fortunately, he appeared just in time to enact a scene of great compassion, rescuing the lamb that had strayed into the wolf's den. It was worth sparing your leg. Akiji, unencumbered by the loss of a limb, was far more formidable than a one-legged warrior. After all, not everyone can compare to the likes of the four Emperor Shanks or the legendary hero Yonguo. No, you must resign from the Navy now. Sakazuki spoke to Akiji with an unusual candor. Undeniably, Akiji's continued presence within the Navy was indeed beneficial to Sakazuki, yet the current circumstances were far from appropriate. Should the Gorosei discover that his relationship with Akiji had not only remained intact after their fierce confrontation but had rather grown closer, it would undoubtedly provoke their ire towards the Navy, imposing restrictions on its development. This would be exceedingly detrimental to a Navy that had just endured the catastrophic losses of the Marineford War. The Gorosei desired a Navy riddled with internal discord, fragmented and disunited, rather than one that stood united in harmony, capable of posing a significant threat to the world government. Sakazuki is now focused on clandestinely developing and accumulating strength while purging dissenters from the Navy. He aims to amass resources and bide his time to ascend to power. Gradually and unobtrusively, he seeks to extricate himself from the grasp of the world government, forging an independent Navy of his own. Unlike previous generations, he refuses to remain a mere sycophantic military organization, subservient to the world government. After your departure, The Navy will be left with only Kizuru as an admiral. And during the impending global conscription, it will not only need to bolster the ranks of the lower echelons to prepare for the impending era of chaos unleashed by Whitebeard, but also to fill the 2 vacant admiral positions. The Gorosei will undoubtedly believe that the newly appointed admiral will not fall under my control, and Kizuru, with his indifferent demeanor, will leave me isolated and defenseless, posing no threat to them. Sakazuki spoke with a languid tone, deeply imbued with the nuances of bureaucratic wisdom. Upon hearing Sakazuki's explanation, Akiji experienced a moment of clarity. So, what is it that I must do after leaving the Navy? He inquired. Firstly, the initial step is to venture to Fishman Island. This location holds immense strategic significance. Situated 10,000 meters beneath Marineford War, it serves as an essential waypoint to the New World. Pirates aiming to reach the New World must first coat themselves at the Sabaody archipelago, then submerge into the depths, accessing the New World through Fishman Island. The Sabaody archipelago is a chaotic blend of individuals, acting as a veritable garden for the celestial dragons. Currently, the Navy finds it challenging to exert substantial influence over this area. Thus, Fishman Island represents the optimal entry point. With Akiji's formidable strength, he could effortlessly eradicate any pirate crews en route to Fishman Island. Suddenly, Sakazuki activated his observation haki, leaving Akiji puzzled yet on high alert. Moreover, Fishman Island is home to ancient weapons, including Poseidon, the daughter of the current Fishman King, the Mermaid Princess. Akiji's expression turned to one of shock and feeling uneasy. He once again employed his observation haki to survey his surroundings. Sakazuki, impressive indeed. You possess such thorough knowledge of the Sea King's information. Akiji couldn't help but express his admiration, believing that Sakazuki had invested considerable effort to gather this intelligence. Had Sakazuki been privy to Akiji's thoughts, he would have surely found amusement in his naivety. My perspective is broader. I am well aware of all 3 ancient weapons. Whether to confront the world government or to prevent those with ulterior motives from getting involved, we must ensure that we maintain control over her, Sakazuki unequivocally declared, simultaneously retrieving a black din-din mushi from his desk. Akiji, upon glimpsing the device in Sakazuki's hand, recognized it as a familiar object to the Marine Admiral. This was an exceptionally rare and sophisticated din-din mushi, requiring identity verification before any communication could occur. It served to safeguard undercover operatives to the utmost degree, with only a handful of major powers possessing such a device across the vast seas. Naturally, the Navy, as the most formidable force in this world, was among them. Observing Sakazuki presenting the din-din mushi to him, Akiji understood that it was time to act. Time waits for no one. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. And the sooner they departed, the better. Grasping the din-din mushi firmly, Akiji said little, turning swiftly to embark on their mission. Wait, take this book with you. Until we achieve complete success, it shall serve as our motivation to move forward. Sakazuki called out to the departing Akiji, returning the tome titled Absolute Justice to him once more. This book already had a facsimile, thus, presenting the original to Akiji seemed appropriate, especially since there were no other parting gifts at hand. Akiji's face lit up with excitement as he tucked the book away like a treasured gem into the pocket of his coat, before striding away into the night. In Marineford, at the heart of the Bay Square, it was midnight. The sight of artisans laboring tirelessly on the Navy Heroes Monument filled the air with a sense of melancholy for Akiji, who pondered whether his name would ever grace its surface. After standing in contemplation for a long while, he withdrew his gaze and resolutely made his way toward the sea. In but a moment, his figure vanished into the thick cloak of night, leaving behind only as attire a single book and a black encrypted transponder snail, bidding farewell to the place he had called home for over 2 decades. The winds whispered of change as he departed, echoing the sentiment, the hero leaves, never to return. The following day, news of former Admiral Akiji's resignation from the Navy erupted from the naval headquarters, swiftly spreading across the seas like wildfire. No one knew where Akiji had ventured upon leaving the Navy. Only soldiers at the port claimed to have seen him cycling into the depths of the ocean under the cover of night. As for Sakazuki, he departed the naval headquarters at dawn, setting off for Marineford to report. Marineford, the stronghold of the world government, lies between the 2 halves of the Grand Line, atop the Red Line. It serves as an alternative route to the New World, aside from Fishman Island. Within its confines reside numerous government officials. The celestial nobles known as the Tenryubido, the ostensible rulers of the world, the Gorosei, and atop the empty throne sits Imu, the head of the world government, dwelling in the deepest recesses of Marineford among the flowers. However, The world government remains unwilling to acknowledge the countless slaves hidden within the abyss of their dark underbelly. Sakazuki smoothly ascended to Marineford via the elevator. Although he had visited numerous times in memory, witnessing it with his own eyes still stirred a sense of awe within him. The elevation of the Red Earth continent is conservatively estimated to be 5,000 meters. He could only wonder how the Fishman Tiger managed to scale it unaided. He followed the lead of the former Grand Admiral, the current Supreme Commander of the entire military, Kong. Sakazuki arrived at the office of the Five Elders, a magnificent castle. This venue serves not only as the meeting place for the Five Elders, but also as the site for the Quadrennial World Conference. Sakazuki was also aware that deep within the castle lay a hidden chamber, concealing a magnificent straw hat. Just wait and see how I shall set it ablaze, he thought, clenching his gloved fist in anticipation. Upon entering the castle, he found 5 elderly gentlemen already awaiting him. The first to appear was Jagarsha Satan. Distinguished by his flowing white curls, a bushy beard, a flat cap perched upon his head, and a scar gracing his left cheek. It was rumored that the scar was a remnant of an injury inflicted by a member of the Rocks Pirates during the infamous God Valley incident, and his body bore the marks of cruel mistreatment, necessitating the use of a cane for support. Sakazuki was deeply impressed by him, as if he were a user of a fruit ability, having awakened some formidable demon-like form. The ranks of Navy Brigadier General and below were not even permitted to gaze upon him, lest they be turned into a mist of blood. Indeed, it was a gathering of fantastical beings. The golden-haired Elder Star, named Shepherd Peter Saint, donned a black suit, without a tie, sporting a beard and a scar upon his chest. The burly, bald Elder Star was called Topman Vajali Saint, distinguished by his 2 whiskers resembling the character and a birthmark upon his forehead. The tall and slender Elder Star, known as Marcus Mars Saint, possessed long, straight white hair and a similarly lengthy beard. There was also an Elder Star clad in a kimono, wielding a sword, named Zambalong V. Nasser Saint. This Elder Star was reputed to be a supreme swordsman, rumored to wield the legendary blade, the first generation of Onitetsu, inseparable from his very being. His body bore no scars, a testament to his immense power, and he might indeed be the strongest among the Elder Stars. In a previous life, some netizens speculated that the Elder Stars corresponded to the 5 major planets: Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn. Notably, Peter Saint was associated with Jupiter, Nasser Saint with Venus, Vajali Saint with Mercury, Mars Saint with Mars, and Satan Saint with Saturn. Furthermore, each Elder Star held a divine title, indicative of their respective roles. Sakazuki, known as the god of military defense, was dispatched by Egghead Island for a reason. Peter is the god of agriculture. Nasu Shr is the god of finance. Woki Ri is the god of law, and Mars represents the god of environment. The title of God of War is a testament to their formidable strength, each likely possessing the prowess of a top-tier general, a truly formidable group. As Sakazuki reflected on the narrative swirling in his mind, he strode forward with purpose. Without hesitation, he plopped down onto the sofa opposite the 5 elders, prompting their brows to furrow in disapproval. Sakazuki, congratulations on your ascension to the rank of Admiral. The bearded, bald elder greeted insincerely. However, how do you explain the announcement of a global conscription and the eradication of the 4 emperors within 3 years without our consent? The elder, clad in a kimono and wielding a blade, pressed for an answer, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Simultaneously, the other 4 elders raised their own presence, casting an oppressive atmosphere towards Sakazuki, an evident display of authority. Yet, unfazed by the palpable pressure from the elders, Sakazuki replied, "Esteemed lords, it was unavoidable. The Navy suffered tremendous losses in the battle against Whitebeard and lacks sufficient manpower to combat the pirates. Moreover, the military funding from the world government has yet to arrive. Our Navy is on the brink of starvation." It was almost surreal to witness the typically stern Sakazuki publicly lamenting his plight, a scene that was difficult to behold. Furthermore, following the recent war on the top, the Navy's prestige has plummeted. The authority of the Navy is synonymous with the authority of the world government. How could I allow the dignity of the world government to be tarnished? Is this not an opportunity to restore its esteem through the annihilation of the 4 emperors? If we do nothing, where would that leave my reputation, the Navy's reputation, and the world government's standing? Sakazuki, with a sense of righteous indignation for the sake of the world government, declared, "What significance does your face hold?" The bald, bearded elder of the 5 elders scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing words identical to those in the original text, Sakazuki felt a surge of irritation. These insufferable old men. However, His anger swiftly dissipated as he prioritized the acquisition of military funds. This was the capital necessary for future confrontations with the world government. Utilizing your funds to strike back at you is hardly my fault. The bald, bearded elder star seemed to reconsider the appropriateness of addressing his loyal hounds in such a manner. His tone softened slightly as he continued. The expenditures of the world government are substantial, and we are diligently working to allocate funds for the Navy. An additional 100 billion berries will be directed to the Navy. Indeed, the world government is exceptionally affluent. Nonetheless, for a naval force of over 10 million, this sum is merely sufficient. Furthermore, the former warlords of the sea now comprise only 3, Hawkeye, the Pirate Empress, and Joker, necessitating the recruitment of new individuals to fill the vacancies. We have identified several suitable candidates through the CP organization. It falls to your Navy to extend the invitations. He accepted the warlord recruitment orders passed to him by the Elder Stars. Sakazuki casually flipped through the pages and, as anticipated, encountered several familiar names: Red-Nosed Buggy, Whitebearded 2, Whitebeard. Regarding the matter of the 7 warlords, Sakazuki believed there was potential for exploration. Following a trivial exchange with the 5 elders, he departed from Panga City. His demeanor was markedly different from before. Had he become arrogant since attaining the rank of admiral? Perhaps it was merely a sense of discontent that sought an outlet. Incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Indeed, apart from a handful of admirals who held him in high esteem and offered vigorous support, he found himself in a rather isolated position, akin to a solitary commander without reinforcements, posing no substantial threat. It might be more prudent to deliberate on the state of the Revolutionary Army, as those rascals had taken advantage of the Navy's preoccupation during the War of the Best to wreak havoc across various kingdoms. Monkey D. Dragon, truly a troublesome rat. Upon leaving the holy land of Mary Geos, Sakazuki did not immediately return to Marineford. Instead, he altered his course and, employing the moonwalk technique, set off alone towards the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago is unique. Its islands do not rest upon a continental shelf, but rather are supported by enormous roots of the mangrove tree, comprising 79 islands. Each one is essentially a colossal Yarchi mangrove tree, with various structures built atop its massive roots, as it serves as a pivotal gateway to the New World. The islands are frequently frequented by pirates. Sakazuki, having donned a disguise, arrived at island number 1. After effortlessly dealing with a few pirates who caught his ire, he made his way to a secluded spot beneath the gnarled roots of a tree. From his pocket, he produced a black transponder snail and dialed a long-lost subordinate. Island number 1 of the Sabaody archipelago. Come swiftly. Sakazuki simply uttered a sentence, indifferent to whether the recipient heard him, and promptly disconnected the call. Leaning against the roots of a tree, he closed his eyes in anticipation of the arrival of a visitor. It was but a moment later that the individual he awaited appeared. This person bore his mark on both his chin and chest, with a hawk-like nose. His eyes concealed by a mask and a hat resembling that of a medieval swordsman. Altogether, he presented the image of a valiant swordsman. In his right hand, he wielded a 4-bladed axe, while his left grasped a sword, his face obscured by a black mask. Upon sighting Sakazuki, the figure immediately exhibited a countenance of excitement. After surveying his surroundings, he approached Sakazuki directly and executed a precise military salute. General Sakazuki, no, Marshal Sakazuki. What brings you here? Dreek, it has been quite some time. Sakazuki removed the hat that concealed his features. Red Flag X, Dreek, from the North Sea pirate crew. Like Sakazuki, he hailed from the North Sea Navy, having once held the rank of Rear Admiral. Subsequently, he departed from the Navy and now serves as the captain of the Dreek pirate crew. His devil fruit power belongs to the ancient Zoan type, specifically the dinosaur fruit of the Allosaurus form. Outsiders believe he has defected from the Navy to become a pirate. However, the truth is that he is an undercover agent infiltrating the pirate ranks under Sakazuki's orders. All his previous actions were merely a fade to mislead others. His true identity is that of the captain of the Special Covert Unit, SWORD, headquartered at Navy headquarters. This unit was established solely by Sakazuki, and apart from its members and Sakazuki himself, few are aware of its existence. Its purpose is to evade the watchful eyes of the world government and undertake missions that must remain in the shadows. Dreek has always been held in high regard by the earlier Sakazuki and possesses formidable strength. In the original narrative, he ventured into the New World after the Marineford War and subsequently went undercover under the banner of the Yonko Kaido, becoming one of the strongest pillars of the Beast Pirates, known as the Flying Six. Having just concluded a meeting in Mariawa, I thought you might still be here. So I took the opportunity to come by and brief you on the upcoming mission. Upon hearing of a new assignment, Drake's expression instantly grew serious. The fact that Sakazuki himself came to relay the details suggested the task was of great significance. Next, you will proceed to the New World and join the Beast Pirates. Your primary objective is to procure the red poneglyph that Kaido possesses, while your secondary task is to discreetly weaken the strength of the Beast Pirates as much as possible. Sakazuki resolved to adhere to the original plan, sending Drake undercover into the Beast Pirates. However, the pace would need to accelerate. Upon hearing the task assigned to him, Drake felt a tightening in his chest. Were they truly preparing to strike at one of the four emperors? He had watched the entire live broadcast yesterday. Could it be that Kaido was the Navy's first target? Yet, having chosen this irreversible path, he could no longer entertain thoughts of retreat. The four emperors were formidable, but one must act resolutely. With a solemn expression, Drake declared, "Understood. I shall immediately lead my crew to the New World in search of Kaido." Sakazuki was about to offer some words of encouragement to Drake when suddenly, the white phone bug in his pocket began to ring. This was the exclusive public phone bug of the Marshal, accessible to all within the Navy and the world government. Typically, only matters of utmost urgency would bypass the chain of command to report directly to the highest naval commander. What significant event could have transpired? Sakazuki, filled with perplexity, answered the phone bug, which displayed a visage of alarm. "Marshal, the red-haired four emperor has launched an assault on Impel Down. Director Hannibal and Vice Director Magellan are gravely injured. And Monkey D, Luffy has been rescued by the red-haired pirates. Not long ago, due to Monkey D, Luffy's tumultuous escapade at Impel Down, countless criminals had been released. Despite Magellan's valiant efforts, he was unable to detain a single formidable pirate, leading him to voluntarily resign from his post. Little did he anticipate that merely over a month later, the red-haired would come to stir the pot at Impel Down. With old wounds still unhealed, new injuries were now inflicted. Had Magellan known the subsequent developments, he would surely have wept bitterly, perhaps even fainting within a portable restroom. The escaped Monkey D, Luffy, the clown-like Buggy, and Blackbeard had all emerged as the new four emperors. Now, they faced an established emperor, the red-haired. What folly had Magellan committed to provoke such a powerful adversary? Upon hearing the frantic cries of the Impel Down guard, Sakazuki steadied his nerves and glanced at the equally astonished Drake. "What is the casualty situation at Impel Down?" "Report, Marshal. The red-haired pirates appear to have their sights solely set on Monkey D, Luffy. Their primary targets were the Director, Vice Director, and the Chief Warden, all of whom suffered severe injuries. However, a riot ensued among the other pirates in the prison, resulting in a considerable number of escapes. And we have tragically lost 50 guards." Sakazuki's hands began to emanate a searing heat, nearly scorching the telephone bug in his grasp. Truly, they are a covetous band of pirates, particularly Shanks, the red-haired, who masquerades under the guise of maintaining the balance of the seas, yet now seeks to disrupt that very equilibrium. Ultimately, it all revolves around his own self-interest, a refined egoist at heart. A thief is a thief, and especially so for a pirate who inherently possesses the bloodline of the celestial dragons. Shortly, I shall dispatch Kizaru to assist in quelling the uprising. Sakazuki hung up the phone and promptly dialed Kizaru, succinctly briefing him on the situation regarding Impel Down. As for why Sakazuki himself would not be going, it was evident that the distance from Sabaody Archipelago was not insurmountable. Firstly, he was aware that after the red-haired pirates rescued Luffy, they would have undoubtedly vanished without a trace. Rushing there now would be futile. It was far more prudent to dispatch Kizaru, the fastest of the Marines, for assistance. Secondly, Sakazuki felt it imperative to remain at Sabaody Archipelago to accomplish another task. Putting away the Din Mushi, he turned to the now-recovered Drake and assigned him a minor mission: to mobilize his entire pirate crew in search of the whereabouts of the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Initially, Drake appeared perplexed, but then, as if recalling something significant, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Rayleigh, the former first mate of the pirate King Roger? Indeed, Sakazuki intended to take action against Rayleigh. With Luffy now rescued, and given red-haired Shank's lenient nature toward him, it was conceivable that Luffy might seek out Rayleigh to learn the techniques of haki. Currently, it was impossible to confront the red-haired pirates directly to eliminate Luffy. Thus, Rayleigh became the target, despite Rayleigh's initial portrayal as a kind-hearted old man in the narrative. As the second-in-command of the Pirate King, he had undoubtedly taken many lives in this relatively insular world comprised of countless islands, perhaps more than an ordinary civilian would encounter in a lifetime. Moreover, Roger had once decimated an entire nation's military after one of his comrades was insulted by a soldier from that country. It can be inferred that, as the second-in-command of Roger's crew, Rayleigh was no stranger to violence. It was solely due to Luffy's protagonist aura and his powerful lineage that Rayleigh had shown him favor. Ordinary individuals should not be deceived by his current demeanor. Following Drake's orders, his crew began covertly gathering intelligence on Rayleigh's whereabouts. While Sakazuki led Drake toward a location etched in his memory, the 13th island of the Sabaody archipelago, Sakazuki gazed ahead at a quaint bar named Shachi, a place seemingly devoted to dubious dealings. After a brief pause, he employed a technique known as life return, concealing his presence. Behind him, Drake noticed Sakazuki's halt before the bar and was filled with curiosity. Was the Marshal seeking solace in drink? Sakazuki, sensing Drake's confusion, offered a rare explanation. The bar's proprietor was an old flame of Rayleigh's, and capturing her might serve as leverage to coerce him into submission. Enlightenment dawned on Drake, who found no malice in such tactics. Having spent years undercover, he had witnessed far more sordid methods. This was merely a minor affair. Moreover, when dealing with pirates, notions of fair combat were unnecessary. Thus, the two men stepped into the bar, which was notably desolate. Behind the counter, a short-haired woman, smoking a cigarette, tended to a glass. The other seats lay empty. "Welcome," Shachi remarked without lifting her head upon noticing the patron's arrival. Observing Sakazuki's silence, Drake took the initiative, addressing the barmaid. "Madam, 2 cups of sake, please." Shachi, still avoiding eye contact, began to prepare their drinks. Such enthusiasm from the barmaid. A mocking voice interjected. Noticing that Shachi had completely disregarded him since their entrance, Sakazuki broke his silence. Hearing the familiar voice, Shachi's pupils dilated in shock. Following the live broadcast from the previous day, most were now familiar with Sakazuki's voice. The cigarette she held nearly slipped from her lips into the glass as she feigned composure. What a surprise to find the Navy Admiral in her modest establishment. And in the company of a pirate, no less. Did he not fear being compromised? Cursing herself for not noticing Akainu outside earlier, Shachi felt a pang of regret. Had she been aware, she would have fled long ago, perhaps already abandoning her post. It was solely due to Sakazuki's exceptional concealment skills, mastery of the Navy's 6 powers, and an unparalleled execution of life return. A person? Where was the person? The dead do not speak. Sakazuki let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing his words, Shachi abandoned all hope and prepared to escape through the small door behind the bar. However, Sakazuki was swifter. His right hand, previously tucked into his pocket, was suddenly unleashed, transforming into searing magma. With an astonishing display of power, he pierced through the bar and struck Shachi, who was attempting to flee. A resounding explosion echoed as part of the dining tables ignited, filling the bar with a blazing heat. Shachi coughed up blood, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Despite her timely use of haki to protect her vital points, she was still gravely injured by Sakazuki's blow. This former pirate, who had retired 4 decades ago, was no longer in his prime, having deteriorated to the point of being vanquished in a single strike. As Shachi struggled to rise, Sakazuki retracted his fist, refraining from further aggression. Such a pirate required but a single blow. He returned to his seat, casting a knowing glance at Drake. While an uninjured Shachi might have posed some challenge to Drake, in her current wounded state, she was entirely at his mercy. Noticing Sakazuki's signal, Drake stepped forward, wielding a 4-bladed axe enhanced by haki. With a single swing, he brought Shachi back to the ground, then pressed a sword against her neck to secure her control. Time ticked away, second by second. Sakazuki nonchalantly retrieved a cigar from his pocket and lit it, exhaling clouds of smoke as he patiently awaited the arrival of the man. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of a kingly aura erupted from outside the door. An invisible force surged forth, violently flinging open the bar's entrance. The onslaught continued unabated, toppling tables and chairs within the establishment. Sakazuki remained unmoved. In stark contrast, Drake was taken aback and immediately sprang from his chair. The man had arrived. The strongest lieutenant, codenamed Pluto, renowned for his expertise in martial arts, swordsmanship, and the mastery of 3 forms of haki. Silver's Rayleigh. Today, Rayleigh had been indulging in high-stakes gambling with his selling price at the casino. Suddenly, he felt several faint yet intense gazes converge upon him. Although Rayleigh had aged, his senses remained remarkably acute. As soon as the members of the Drake pirates noticed him, he sensed impending danger. Initially, Rayleigh suspected that the world government had come to trouble him once again. To prevent the situation from escalating, he seized an opportunity to discreetly slip out of the casino. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he successfully evaded his pursuers from the Drake pirates and leisurely made his way to his small bar. However, upon arriving near the entrance of the bar, he was confronted by a thick plume of black smoke billowing from within, sensing two unfamiliar yet formidable presences inside. Alongside the weakened aura of Shuki, Rayleigh was immediately filled with rage, unleashing his conqueror's haki. As the haki gradually dissipated, Sakazuki emerged from the bar with an air of calmness. In his elder years, Rayleigh sported long, curly hair, his chin adorned with a silver beard, and he wore glasses, a scar running vertically down his right eye. Upon recognizing that this unfamiliar yet powerful figure was indeed Sakazuki, he was taken aback. It had been many years since he last encountered this magma-wielding individual since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. Akainu, what brings you here? Release Shuki at once. Rayleigh bellowed angrily, his sword drawn and pointing directly at Sakazuki, exclaiming, Pluto Rayleigh, if you wish to prevent your beloved from perishing, you would do well to cast aside that sword you hold. As soon as Sakazuki's words fell, Drake, with an uncanny insight, pressed the sword further into Shaki's neck by an inch. Blood gushed forth instantly. How despicable of the Navy! The esteemed Admiral of the Navy dares to take a woman as a hostage, unafraid of the ridicule from the world? Rayleigh glared fiercely at Sakazuki, as if wishing to slay him with his gaze. He could hardly believe that the Navy would resort to the same tactics as the pirates. No more nonsense. After 3 seconds, if you do not relinquish your sword, prepare to collect your lover's remains. Sakazuki harbored no intention of countering Rayleigh's words. The Navy shows no mercy towards pirates. As for being ridiculed by the world, today, both shall perish here. Who will remember them? It seemed that Rayleigh sensed the palpable murderous intent emanating from Sakazuki. Before Sakazuki could even begin his countdown, Rayleigh hurled his sword into the fray. For his companion of over a decade, Rayleigh felt an indelible bond that he could not sever, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He would strive to save Shaki. However, Rayleigh's notion of trading one life for another was destined to be in vain. Sakazuki seized the sword that Rayleigh had tossed to him, scrutinizing it for a moment. It was indeed a renowned blade of the great sword category. Sakazuki himself was once a skilled swordsman, capable of discerning the quality of this sword at a glance. He handed Rayleigh's sword to Drake. Sakazuki slowly removed his gloves. In an instant, he appeared before Rayleigh. Great eruption. A torrent of searing magma gushed forth. Caught off guard by Sakazuki's sudden assault, Rayleigh swiftly retreated, narrowly escaping the fiery onslaught. His initial anger now transformed into a deeper fury. Enraged, Rayleigh enveloped his right arm with supreme haki, forcefully pushing off the ground and lunging forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Sakazuki's head. Sakazuki remained utterly unfazed. Witnessing Rayleigh not only refusing to submit but daring to retaliate filled him with a resolute determination. His left hand, too, was enveloped in the finest haki, effectively blocking the ferocious punch that Rayleigh launched. Simultaneously, his right fist, charged with formidable energy, struck mercilessly towards Rayleigh's lower back. The sound echoed, resembling a series of metallic clashes resonating throughout the space. The gust of wind generated by their punches wreaked havoc upon the ground beneath them, stirring up a tempest of sand and stones. Fortunately, the informant Shaki had chosen a rather secluded location for this bar, devoid of nearby structures or passers-by. Otherwise, countless innocents might have suffered the consequences. This isolation was precisely why Sakazuki felt emboldened to unleash his assault without restraint. Drake observed the fierce confrontation with his mouth agape, his eyes wide with profound astonishment. Though he had witnessed the cataclysmic clash between Admiral Sakazuki and Whitebeard during the Marineford War, nothing could compare to the visceral intensity of the scene unfolding before him. The confrontation between these two titanic forces was utterly terrifying. Soon, the awe in Drake's eyes transformed into fervent admiration. Only a commander of such immense caliber could lead the Navy to absolute triumph. In the blink of an eye, Sakazuki and Rayleigh had exchanged hundreds of blows. That old man certainly packs a punch. The right hand of the Pirate King truly lives up to its formidable reputation. Sakazuki, with a single strike of his Hound of Darkness, forced Rayleigh to retreat. He released his slightly aching arm and, without waiting for Rayleigh's response, continued his relentless assault. True to his nature, Sakazuki was fierce and spoke little. Witnessing the unceasing barrage of Sakazuki's attacks, akin to a torrential downpour, Rayleigh massaged his weary back, a bitter smile forming within him. He could only persist in his defense. The fierce clash between the two warriors continued unabated until dusk. As the sun descended toward the horizon, Sakazuki and Rayleigh simultaneously unleashed a punch, then created some distance between them, pausing for a brief moment. At this moment, Sakazuki stretched his arms, feeling somewhat fatigued by the ongoing battle. He took several deep breaths, slightly adjusting his state and beginning to mobilize the more surging energy hidden deep within him. He then cast his gaze towards Rayleigh, a man who, despite his age, could still swim in the calm belt, certainly not comparable to the decrepit Whitebeard, who was on the verge of his twilight years. Even in his prime, Whitebeard could only claim a slight advantage over the youthful Rayleigh. It was hardly a matter of overwhelming dominance. However, this was where the comparison ended. Rayleigh was clearly struggling, breathless and on the brink of exhaustion. In contrast to Sakazuki's ease, Rayleigh found himself at a distinct disadvantage. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Although Rayleigh had managed to hold off the pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates by Kizuru, their strengths seemed evenly matched. Yet, considering Kizuru's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that he had let up considerably, merely toying with Rayleigh. While Kizuru's prowess may not have reached the heights of Sakazuki's, he could still engage in brief confrontations with the peak powers of the four emperors without issue. It was utterly impossible for an aging Rayleigh, his strength significantly diminished, to contend with Kizaru, especially now that he was facing Sakazuki directly and without any weaponry. Rayleigh was self-aware enough to recognize that continuing in this manner was futile. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. A brilliant white light emanated from behind his glasses, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him. The white shockwave surged outward, sweeping across a radius of several hundred meters, interspersed with faint traces of black lightning. This terrifying presence sent a jolt through the nerves of everyone present. What was that? In the distance, Drake exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Sakazuki's observation haki had already sensed something amiss. He immediately enveloped himself in armament haki, becoming vigilant. The aura emanating from Rayleigh seemed to transform into an intangible assault, which instantaneously detonated upon Sakazuki. The force was astonishing, rivaling Whitebeard's quake punch. As the smoke dissipated, Sakazuki wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. Aside from some minor internal bruising, he was otherwise unharmed. He gazed at Rayleigh, who was now evidently exhausted. Sakazuki appeared deep in thought, as the combat techniques employed by Rayleigh replayed incessantly in his mind. Moments later, before Rayleigh could regain his composure, an aura similar to the previous one, yet even more potent, erupted from Sakazuki. Bent over and still gasping for breath, Rayleigh wore an expression of incredulity, his astonishment reaching unparalleled heights. How could this be possible? Conqueror's haki. How could you possess it? But that was not the end. The terrifying aura emanating from Sakazuki coalesced in the air, forming a colossal crimson dragon, crackling with red lightning as it surged towards the astonished Rayleigh with a deafening roar. Boom! In an instant, the scarlet dragon engulfed Rayleigh before his bewildered gaze, followed by a tremendous explosion. The sound reverberated across the 70-plus islands of Sabaody Archipelago, causing the inhabitants to mistakenly believe that thunder heralded an impending downpour, prompting them to hasten homeward. Sakazuki possesses not only the formidable power of Conqueror's haki, but also wields it with such mastery that he can engage in long-range attacks imbued with its essence. Indeed, it mirrors the technique recently employed by Rayleigh. In the original narrative, the red-haired Shanks utilized this very move to instill fear in Green Bull, who fled in panic. A rather humiliating display. Observing the potency of the Conqueror's haki he had just unleashed, Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had contemplated that it would take days of study to master the intricacies of this technique, yet today he had already achieved it. The only task that remained was to refine his skills through diligent practice. Anyone who dares to claim that Rayleigh is a misguided teacher or a mediocre mentor would find Sakazuki as their foremost opponent in such assertions. Witnessing Rayleigh's willingness to risk his life at a critical moment to impart the knowledge of Conqueror's haki to him speaks volumes of his dedication as an educator. Is this level of commitment and educational excellence not on par with that of teacher Kaido? Meanwhile, Rayleigh, having endured Sakazuki's formidable assault, now finds himself battered and on the brink of collapse, struggling to draw breath. Sakazuki slowly approached Rayleigh, placing a foot upon his chest. He cast a mocking smile at the pirate who had aided Roger in his tyranny. At this moment, Rayleigh found himself rendered speechless, still reeling from the impact of Sakazuki. The Hound of the World Government, in the overwhelming astonishment of encountering the king's haki, a manifestation of royal potential. Sakazuki gazed at the motionless Rayleigh, choosing not to utter a word. With a subtle lift of his right hand, he clenched his fist and struck down. The aura of the Pirate King's first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh, was extinguished in an instant. Rayleigh! Shaki cried out in despair upon witnessing Rayleigh's tragic demise at the hands of Sakazuki. Sakazuki cast a cold glance at the agitated Shaki. Let her go down to reunite. Upon receiving the command, Drake swiftly delivered a fatal blow, instantly ending the life of the grief-stricken Shaki. After nearly a day's effort, a minor inconvenience had finally been resolved. Sakazuki twisted his neck and loosened the tension throughout his body. The formidable first mate of the Pirate King was merely a minor nuisance in Sakazuki's eyes. Drake couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Ignoring the subtle expression on Drake's face, Sakazuki commanded, "Drake, take your pirate crew and set sail for the new world at once. The storm is approaching. We must hasten our pace." Sakazuki discovered the naval base on the Sabaody archipelago, disregarding the astonished expressions of the naval officers. He casually tossed the bodies of Rayleigh and Shaki to the station guards, briefly explaining the situation. Without waiting for the base commander to greet him, he hastened towards Impel Down. The base commander, a sycophant entangled with the celestial dragons, drew Sakazuki's disdain. He feared that he might unleash a devastating magma punch upon this thoroughly corrupt lackey of the celestial dragons, Vice Admiral Shimir. The commander of the Sabaody archipelago naval base had risen to his position through ingratiation with the celestial dragons, devoid of any sense of justice and merely occupying his post. It was rumored that he clandestinely engaged in slave trading with the celestial dragons. Such a person was nothing short of a disgrace to the Navy. Had it not been for the pressing need to act, he would have risked incurring the wrath of the celestial dragons, hindering his own endeavors. Sakazuki has long since stormed the base and obliterated Shimir's head. Just wait. Whether it be the corrupt Navy like Shumir or the celestial dragons frolicking in the islands of Shabandi, the day of reckoning draws near. Sakazuki silently vowed. As for whether this general would claim Sakazuki's achievements as his own, Shumir lacked such audacity. Tomorrow, when the news of Sakazuki's slaying of the underworld king, Rayleigh, spreads, it will deliver a significant blow to the arrogance of the pirates, especially to the red-haired Shanks. You rescue your puppet, while I eliminate your former vice-captain. We are, after all, entirely unrelated. As Sakazuki traversed the twilight, his feet gliding with the grace of moonlit steps, he boldly crossed the vast ocean, making his way directly toward Impel Down. In times past, such audacity would have been unthinkable for Sakazuki. Indeed, few would dare to venture alone across the treacherous waters, particularly those cursed by the sea's malevolence, unless endowed with the extraordinary power of a devil fruit, akin to the formidable Kaido of the Four Emperors, the cunning Don Quixote Doflamingo of the Seven Warlords, or the future Marine Admiral Fujitora. Only they possessed the audacity to roam the ocean unaccompanied. For others, should they find themselves fatigued without the refuge of an island nearby, with the abyssal depths beneath, the outcome would be dire. However, the present Sakazuki harbored no fears. With his abundant stamina and the ability to recharge, he was undaunted. He soared through the air for several hours uninterrupted. Sakazuki finally beheld the towering edifice of Advanced City ahead. It was already midnight. Despite Sakazuki's robust stamina, the fatigue of traversing much of the night weighed heavily upon him, compounded by several storms encountered along the way. At this moment, he was utterly drained. As soon as he landed, Domino, newly promoted to Chief Warden, promptly emerged to greet him. She wore reddish-brown glasses, with a hat tilted to obscure one of her eyes. Her long, golden hair cascaded in elegant curls, while various parts of her body were wrapped in bandages, indicating she had sustained considerable injuries. Nevertheless, the brunt of the damage had been borne by the director and the deputy director. Upon witnessing Sakazuki's arrival, as the telephone bug had earlier indicated, Domino could not help but gasp in astonishment. "Marshal Sakazuki, do you require immediate escort to see Deputy Director Magellan?" Outsiders might be unaware, but those within Advanced City were well aware of the amicable rapport between Sakazuki and Magellan, primarily due to Sakazuki's frequent visits to the city. Although Sakazuki adhered to the principle of eradicating all pirates, he exhibited a particular leniency towards those possessing devil fruit abilities and pirates specifically requested by the world government. Sakazuki will indeed send them to Impel Down. As the naval officer responsible for the greatest number of pirate captures, the volume of pirates dispatched by Sakazuki is truly staggering. Nearly one-third of the inmates in Impel Down have some connection, however tenuous, to Sakazuki. Due to his frequent visits, he has become quite familiar with Magellan over time. Magellan, being a user of the venom fruit, emits toxic gases, which renders him a figure that others dare not approach, leaving him enveloped in profound solitude. However, Sakazuki harbors no fear of Magellan's abilities. Thus, Magellan finally finds a companion with whom to converse. "It is quite late now," So let us not disturb Magellan any further. Please, lead me to a place to rest. Under Domino's guidance, Sakazuki traversed the LV-1 Red Lotus Hell and soon arrived at the LV-2 Beast Hell. Their destination was the lounge within the LV-3 Hunger Hell. The pirates of Beast Hell exhibited a slightly greater strength than those of Red Lotus Hell and appeared to be in a significantly better state of mind. Indeed, even at midnight, the pirates were causing a ruckus. Ah, this beautiful warden, out at such an hour with the Navy, what unsavory activities could you be pursuing? A burly one-eyed pirate, upon spotting Sakazuki and Domino passing by the prison gate, began to whistle and taunt. That Navy fellow seems rather feeble. Don't let him be drained dry. Another intrepid pirate, failing to recognize the precariousness of the situation, insulted the weary Sakazuki. Ha! The nearby pirates erupted into boisterous laughter, their raucous mirth echoing in the otherwise tranquil space. However, the atmosphere surrounding Sakazuki appeared to have solidified into a tense silence. The accompanying guards watched as their commander's expression darkened, rendering them mute with trepidation. Domino's eyes flared with indignation upon hearing the pirate's crude remarks. Although she had grown accustomed to the unrefined and vulgar behavior of these brigands, the prospect of delivering a more severe punishment during their regular interrogations had crossed her mind. Yet, in the presence of the highly respected commander of the Navy, their audacity was utterly intolerable. Just as Domino prepared to teach these pirates a profound lesson, a whip cracked against flesh resounded in the air. How dare you show such disrespect to Commander Sakazuki? A strikingly dressed woman appeared before the assembly, her curly golden locks obscuring her eyes, adorned with candle-shaped white earrings, and clad in a tight-fitting pink leather outfit, complemented by spiked stiletto heels. It was she who had wielded the whip, striking the one-eyed pirate squarely in the face, rendering his already grotesque visage even more fearsome. Little Suddy, what brings you here? Domino regarded Little Suddy with disfavor, for she had a notorious penchant for sadism, becoming exhilarated at the cries of her tormented foes. However, as the commander of the 4 beast wardens of LV-4 Inferno Hell, Little Suddy typically resided on the 4th level. Her presence here today was indeed unusual. Yet, rumors suggested that she harbored affections for Magellan, which could explain her presence to welcome a friend of her beloved. What? Sakazuki? Akainu? Upon hearing Little Suddy's words, the pirates seemed to awaken to a realization. The name Sakazuki resonated with them, but it was his moniker Akainu that left a more profound impression. Sakazuki's frenzied disposition towards pirates, where he kills without hesitation, has led them to dub him the loyal hound of the world government. Witnessing his currently grim visage, as his hands gradually morphed into magma, the pirates who had just hurled insults at him were suddenly drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to fear. The notorious reputation of Akainu among pirates is akin to the legendary status of Roger among them. When this man takes action, he bears no resemblance to the likes of Sengoku or Garp, who might show restraint. Akainu truly strikes with lethal intent. Countless pirates have been consigned to the depths of the sea by his hand. The entirety of the impelled down pirates combined would scarcely measure up to a mere finger of his wrath. As such thoughts coursed through their minds, the pirates trembled even more violently. The one-eyed pirate, who had been poised to unleash his rage after receiving a sudden lash, seemed to discover something even more terrifying. This one-eyed brigand was a member of the Diggerband brothers, the captain of one of the 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard's command. After their defeat in the Marineford War, he had been incarcerated in the underwater prison. The fate of his brother remains uncertain, whether he was slain or rescued by the Whitebeard pirates. Regarding Sakazuki, the slayer of his father, Diggerband felt a seething anger. However, this fury was not rooted in his loyalty to Whitebeard, but rather in the realization that Sakazuki had extinguished his protective umbrella. Under Whitebeard's aegis, their pirate crew had once walked with pride through the New World. Yet, with Whitebeard's demise at Sakazuki's hands, such privileges have been irrevocably lost. Thus, Diggerband's rage was palpable. Now, confronted by Sakazuki, his fear eclipsed his anger. Not every pirate under Whitebeard's banner possessed the audacity of the main crew's captains. Many, like Diggerband, were driven by a primal instinct for self-preservation, reveling in their power. The world of piracy is not solely defined by the freedom and romance depicted in comics, nor merely by camaraderie and valor. It is equally characterized by a harsh, cold reality, steeped in darkness and distortion. Sakazuki gazed intently at the pirate confined within the cage, yet failed to recognize the identity of this one-eyed scoundrel. At this moment, Sakazuki's gaze was as cold as ice. Am I physically weak? Perhaps it is you who have lingered too long in the city, your minds muddled. Or do you believe my magma is cooled? Before the pirates could regret their actions or plead for mercy, Sakazuki unleashed a torrent of molten fury, manifesting as a magma dragon that lunged towards the prison, tearing it apart. The imprisoned pirates had no chance to scream. They, along with the iron bars of their confinement, were reduced to ash. With a thunderous roar, the slumbering pirates in nearby cells were jolted awake. A few, still groggy, were ready to express their ire. But a glance at Sakazuki's frigid gaze and the faint flames dancing over the ashes nearby sent a shiver up their spines. They dared not utter a sound, terrified of attracting the attention of this harbinger of doom. What use was it to spare these wretches? The devilish whispers echoed ominously in the ears of the onlookers. Yet Domino remained unfazed, accustomed to the chaos. Marshal Sakazuki remains as ruthless as ever. Young Suddy, however, feels quite dissatisfied. Why not allow oneself to eliminate them? Marshal Sakazuki acted with remarkable decisiveness. Thus, one can no longer hear their anguished wails of suffering. Sakazuki had no time to concern himself with the thoughts of others. With a scrutinizing gaze, he surveyed the recently awakened pirate. Suddenly, his attention faltered. How was this one still alive? Though puzzled, Sakazuki refrained from delving into the matter hastily. Once this minor episode was resolved, the group proceeded to the lounge on the 3rd level. The various prison tiers of Impel Down were ill-suited for repose. Level 1. The Crimson Lotus Hell was frigid, causing the criminals' flesh to split, their blood flowing like the petals of a red lotus, hence its name. It housed a multitude of ordinary pirates with exceedingly low thresholds for suffering, who wailed in agony throughout the day, creating a cacophony that grated on the nerves. Level 2. The Beast Hell was inhabited by animalistic guards who frequently emitted feral roars. Level 4, the Scorching Hell, was unbearably hot, while Level 5, the Frozen Hell, was oppressively cold. As for Level 6, the Infinite Hell, it lay beneath the sea, too chilling and dark. This level was dedicated to the legendary, most heinous criminals that the Navy had erased from history, each a formidable force. Occasional clashes of conquerors' hockey erupted, disrupting any semblance of tranquility. Only Level 3, the Hunger Hell, offered a more suitable environment, where the inmates, starved of strength, lacked the energy to stir trouble, making it a veritable sanctuary for rest. The leadership of Impel Down and other naval guards had established sleeping quarters on this level. Thus, they spent a night within the confines of Impel Down. The following morning arrived. Sakazuki arrived at Magellan's sick room. After a night of rest, Sakazuki's spirits had notably improved. In the solitary chamber, the immense figure of Magellan, resembling a devil, lay upon the bed. His face bore several scars, and the horns atop his head, along with the left wing on his back, showed signs of recent repairs. Upon seeing his old friend Sakazuki come to visit, Magellan felt a flicker of joy within, yet his countenance remained clouded with melancholy. Sakazuki, you have come. Magellan managed to force a stiff smile, though it appeared more awkward than genuine. Perhaps it would have been better had he not smiled at all. Magellan, it has been a long time. Why do you look as if you were on the brink of death? Sakazuki felt a profound sense of frustration. Was Magellan's heart truly so sensitive? The advanced city has fallen under my watch twice. Execute me. Magellan's eyes brimmed with tears at that moment. This man, akin to a devil, began to weep openly. Despite having been demoted to deputy director during the recent assault by red-haired Shanks, he still bore the brunt of the responsibility upon his shoulders. Now, he sought to atone with his life. But what shall become of Advanced City after your execution? Who will take charge? Sakazuki spoke in a remarkably indifferent tone. Furthermore, there were Hannibal, Domino, and Little Suddy. Makshinran naturally remarked, what if another 4 emperors were to arise? Who among them could possibly withstand such a force? Sakazuki, upon encountering Magellan, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He continued, such an act is profoundly selfish. Do you wish to escape your troubles by seeking death? Will you abandon the remnants of this endeavor to the other sailors advancing towards the city? Is this how you honor the respect and trust they have vested in you all this time? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Magellan finally awakened to the gravity of his situation. Ceasing to evade reality, witnessing Magellan's resurgence filled with renewed vigor was a sight to behold. Sakazuki could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that his persuasive skills were indeed commendable. Furthermore, advancing to the city is of paramount importance, necessitating the presence of someone trustworthy like you to guard it. Now that I have ascended to the position of Marshal, there are certain matters I must begin to prepare for. Sakazuki pulled Magellan's hand from beneath the covers. Unveiling his palm, he methodically traced several characters in the center of his hand. Upon sensing the inscription written by Sakazuki, Magellan's pupils dilated and his breathing grew labored. He could feel an intense heat radiating from his palm, as if Sakazuki had momentarily harnessed the powers of the magma fruit to make contact with him. Although he had previously gleaned from their conversations that Sakazuki's sense of justice was far more complex than it appeared on the surface, he had never anticipated the depths of its intricacies. A brief silence enveloped the air before Magellan's voice, slightly hoarse, broke the stillness. Have we truly arrived at this juncture? He mused, refraining from openly questioning. Despite being on his home turf, he was acutely aware that the world government might have installed covert listening devices. After all, Impel Down housed many pirates of great interest to them. Sakazuki remained silent, merely gazing calmly into Magellan's eyes. Yet, within that serene stare, Magellan perceived an inferno of fervor. Ah, indeed. Wasn't that very intensity what initially drew me to you? Magellan took a moment to steady his emotions. Sakazuki heard the words he longed for, a slight smirk gracing his lips. By the way, what of Hannibal, Domino, and Little Suddy? Upon hearing Sakazuki's inquiry, Magellan immediately grasped the underlying intent of his words. Rest assured, they are all seasoned veterans of Impel Down, utterly dependable. Hannibal, who had recently been promoted to warden, was once merely a power-hungry libertine. Yet, when true peril approached, he proved to be trustworthy. Even in the face of Luffy's tempestuous onslaught, he remained resolute, vowing to uphold justice to the very end. Upon receiving Magellan's reassuring response, Sakazuki felt a sense of confidence. Sakazuki nodded. Very well. Now that I see you are unharmed, I must take my leave. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at the Navy headquarters. Allow me to escort you. Your injuries are not as severe as they appear, merely alarming to the eye. Sakazuki graciously accepted Magellan's kind offer. Accompanied by him, they proceeded towards the exit. Upon entering the elevator that ascended to the upper level of the prison, Sakazuki suddenly recalled something and inquired of Magellan. I remember you mentioned in your report that Monkey D. Luffy escaped from Impel Down with the aid of a pirate capable of mimicking your appearance? Magellan pondered why Sakazuki would remember such a detail. Though it was rather embarrassing at the time, he recounted, indeed, that was a hermaphroditic pirate who consumed the clone fruit, named Bon Clay. He previously thwarted my attempt to capture Luffy and was defeated by my poison dragon technique. I initially thought he had perished, but for reasons unknown, he revived and is now imprisoned in Level 2, the Beast Hell. Truly, he is a loyal companion of Luffy, possessing a vitality as tenacious as his. Speaking of Magellan's poison dragon technique, it was inspired by Sakazuki's magma dragon. However, while Sakazuki unleashed the terrifying explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption, Magellan perfected the potency and quality of his venom. Nevertheless, both techniques are exceptionally formidable. Did you not witness how Blackbeard was swiftly defeated earlier? The former chief warden, Shirey of the Rain, was previously incarcerated and likely was no match for Magellan. Yet, this mere pirate, Bon Clay, astonishingly survived that attack. He truly embodies the miracles of the hermaphrodite kingdom he reveres. Take me to see him, Sakazuki commanded. Hermaphrodite, rise and shine. Magellan instructed the guard stationed at the cage to awaken the still, slumbering Bon Clay. What is it? Is it time for a meal? Bon Clay replied, appearing drowsy. Sakazuki cast a glance at Funker, whose physique resembled that of a ballerina. He requested Funker to demonstrate his ability to imitate objects. Magellan promptly commanded the jailer to remove the high stone handcuffs from Funker's wrists. Subsequently, he urged Funker to replicate the appearance of a person. However, Funker appeared rather uncooperative, displaying an air of indifference. Pirate, would you care to test my venom? Magellan's body began to exude toxic liquid, droplets falling to the ground. Magellan, do not presume to threaten me. I, a newcomer, am not afraid of death. Funker huffed, exhibiting a commendable spirit. Sakazuki halted the oncoming Magellan with a gesture, indicating his intention to take the lead. I have heard that your most revered idol is the crossdresser, Ivankov. You must be aware that Ivankov has joined the Revolutionary Army. If the Navy were to strike against the Revolutionary Army, do you believe they would locate Ivankov's stronghold in the kingdom of crossdressers? Do you wish to witness the destruction of your home among the crossdressers? Upon realizing Sakazuki's thorough understanding, Phone Skeleton became fervently agitated. How dare your Navy lay a hand on innocent civilians? Sakazuki let out a cold chuckle. The kingdom of the future, a realm of hybrids, has become the new stronghold for the Revolutionary Army. This is no ordinary development. A kingdom colluding with the Revolutionary Army is anything but trivial. You should be well aware of the world government's stance towards the Revolutionary Army. The loyal and benevolent Von Curie had no choice but to comply. He spun around on the spot and instantly transformed into Magellan. What do you think? Magellan's voice echoed from within the cage. Sakazuki cast a glance at Magellan beside him, then turned his attention to the counterfeit Magellan within the cage, a frown forming on his brow. although the face, physique, and voice were indistinguishable. It was merely a superficial resemblance, lacking any essence or spirit. A discerning eye would immediately detect the anomaly. It seemed that thorough training was imperative. "I shall take this person with me," Sakazuki declared. Magellan managed the aftermath. The world no longer knows of the existence of Von Krieg. While the intentions of Sakazuki remained shrouded in mystery, Magellan complied without question. It was evident that a person of such stature as a Marshal could not be easily fathomed by ordinary minds. Hadn't Sakazuki, with just a few words, compelled the Von Krieg to submit? They boarded the warship bound for Impel Down. Sakazuki bid farewell to Magellan, hastily departing with Van Clee, racing towards Marineford. As Sakazuki returned to the naval headquarters aboard a warship from Push City, the news of the death of the Dark King, Rayleigh, began to circulate across the seas. The first mate of the Pirate King, Roger, had been defeated by Admiral Sakazuki. Early in the morning, such news reached the Sabaody archipelago. Is this true? An elder expressed skepticism. After all, Rayleigh was a renowned maritime powerhouse in his era. Could it be that he was simply defeated? Indeed, right here in the Sabaody archipelago. My uncle's 7th aunt's 8th cousin's son is a major in the naval base here, and he witnessed it firsthand. A relative in the Navy confirmed. I heard he died a horrific death. His entire body was scorched by magma, not a single part unscathed. Gasped. The newly appointed Admiral Sakazuki is truly formidable. In my opinion, it is a righteous act. The Navy ought to eradicate those relics of the past, lest they corrupt the next generation. Bravo, Admiral Sakazuki. People all over the world were profoundly shocked. The Dark King, Rayleigh, the first subordinate of the Pirate King, Roger. Just like that, he was gone. Yet, the majority supported Sakazuki. Pirates, on the other hand, grew increasingly fearful of him. First, he killed Whitebeard, and now Rayleigh, 2 towering figures. These 2 icons had been swiftly slain by Sakazuki, causing countless pirates preparing to venture into the New World to reconsider their ambitions. In an unknown sea area, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, stared grimly at the newspaper in his hands. The rest of the crew remained silent, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Even the typically carefree Luffy sensed something was amiss on board. Did Uncle Rayleigh really get defeated by that annoying magma guy? Luffy had a profound impression of Sakazuki. However, at that moment, no one paid heed to Luffy's question. All the pirates turned their gazes towards their captain, Shanks. Are we going to retrieve Mr. Rayleigh's body? Beckman, observing Shanks fixated on Rayleigh's photograph in the newspaper, began to employ his keen intellect to devise a plan. Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks finally emerged from his shock and sorrow. Akainu, you have done well. The world's strongest conqueror's haki erupted forth. Cracks began to form on the deck of the Red Force. Shanks clenched the newspaper tightly, slowly lifting his head, forcibly suppressing his inner grief, replaced by an unprecedented fury. The murderous intent toward Sakazuki had reached its zenith within Shanks. Again, it was Sakazuki. His former first mate had perished at his hands. That rabid dog, let me not encounter him. Beckman, find a suitable training ground and expedite Luffy's growth. Shanks did not respond to Beckman's words, but instead urged him to focus on Luffy's development. Beckman, considering himself one of the cleverest individuals in the world, could never comprehend why Shanks valued Luffy so highly. First, he bestowed upon him the Nika fruit, and then, to guide Luffy into the pirate life, he deliberately severed his own arm. After such sacrifices, what was his true objective? Beckman racked his brain but could not fathom the reason. Ultimately resigning himself to follow Shanks' orders and seek relevant information, leaving Shanks alone to gaze towards the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Sakazuki was blissfully unaware of the discussions surrounding him or the immense murderous intent Shanks harbored against him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, an arrogant and self-important individual. Now, the prospect of securing a certain victory was beyond his reach. When the warship arrived at the port of Marineford, it was already midday. Sakazuki made a discreet phone call instructing Lark to secretly bring Von Clay to his residence. He then set off alone towards the headquarters building. Marshal, you have returned. Sakazuki nodded at the guards stationed at the entrance of the headquarters before heading directly to the Marshal's office, leaving behind a soldier with an expression of admiration. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a mountain of documents piled high on the desk. Sakazuki could not help but darken his expression. He longed to unleash a great fire to incinerate them all. Though his heart was filled with resistance, his body remained obedient. Sakazuki spent the entire afternoon in his office, finally managing to review all the accumulated documents from the past 2 days. He gazed at his desk, now restored to its pristine state. Sakazuki let out a long sigh as he settled onto the sofa, lighting another cigar. Ever since he ascended to the rank of Admiral and began to review official documents, this cigar has become an inseparable companion. The next time Smoker comes by to report on his duties, I must procure a few boxes from him. After all, that fellow possesses the powers of the smoke steam fruit, producing and selling his own supply. Observing him smoke 2 at a time, it seems his stock must be quite ample. Sakazuki pondered over his forthcoming plans while savoring a cigar. The first order of business was to delegate the administrative responsibilities of the office. It seemed imperative to find a suitable secretary. Next on the agenda was the matter concerning the 7 warlords. Sakazuki's gaze pierced through the haze before him, contemplating the several new recruitment notices for the 7 warlords laid upon the table. The sky gradually darkened. Sakazuki emerged from his reverie, casually turning the extinguished cigar to ash. He picked up the recruitment notice from the table and made his way home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of a meal wafting from within. Sakazuki observed the bustling figures within the room, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "What a diligent little girl she is. Uncle Sakazuki, you're back," exclaimed Lark, who was busy arranging the bowls, upon noticing Sakazuki standing at the doorway. Her face lit up with joy. It had been 2 days since their last meeting, and she missed him dearly. Sakazuki nodded slightly, responding to Yin Xiao with a simple murmur. "What has become of that pirate?" After a few rounds of dining, Sakazuki casually inquired. "That transvestite. Initially, he was rather unruly. He even demonstrated some sort of transvestite martial art on me, but after I gave him a thorough beating, he became much more compliant. Now, he is confined in the basement. With Yun Xiao's capabilities, dealing with Feng Kele was more than manageable, despite Yun Xiao holding merely the rank of major. This was due to Sakazuki's deliberate decision to have Major General Robert of the supervision team conceal her accomplishments. There was no need to prematurely reveal the strength of his adopted daughter to the public. In truth, Yun Xiao could be considered the most formidable naval officer under Zifa's command at present. She had expertly mastered the 6 styles, and her proficiency in both observation hockey and armament hockey was just beginning to take shape. Furthermore, she had self-taught herself a commendable set of marksmanship skills. Such prowess was already sufficient to warrant the rank of a rear admiral. Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. "How has teacher Zephyr been recently?" Upon hearing Sakazuki mention Zephyr, Yun Xiao immediately adopted a disgruntled demeanor, seemingly quite displeased with Zephyr's recent performance. "Teacher Zephyr has entrusted all the administrative tasks of the training camp to Ein and me. Meanwhile, he seems to enjoy his days either mingling with the novices at the training camp or off drinking alone at some bar." Once Yun Xiao began, he couldn't stop, lamenting how irresponsible Zephyr was and how he was failing his students. Sakazuki gazed at the incessantly chattering Lark, who was pouring out her grievances. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Initially, he had contemplated assigning Lark to the sword unit. Although it posed certain dangers, at least it was comprised of his own people. However, Sakazuki found himself reconsidering. Here was someone capable of handling administrative tasks, and one he trusted completely. Was this not the perfect candidate for the position of the Marshal's secretary? Despite the notion that it might be a slight underutilization of her talents, safety and assurance were paramount, were they not? Lost in his thoughts, Sakazuki remained transfixed on Lark for an extended moment. Suddenly, the flow of her words seemed to halt, as Sakazuki pondered this unexpected silence. He noticed Lark's face flush with embarrassment as she stared at him, now at a loss for words. She had been animatedly recounting her experiences of being oppressed at Zephyr's hands, even standing on her chair in a fit of passion, ready to unleash her wrath upon him. Yet, in this moment of pause, she realized that Sakazuki's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon her. A few gentle calls from her lips elicited no response, and she began to suspect that he was taken aback by her boisterous and unrefined demeanor. With a hint of chagrin, Lark withdrew her long legs from the chair and slowly resumed her seat, feeling a twinge of regret. Why had she behaved so indiscreetly? Such a display was wholly uncharacteristic of her usual composure in public. Yet, in the presence of Uncle Sakazuki, she found herself utterly unable to maintain her restraint. Sakazuki found it rather peculiar that the Lark had suddenly grown so silent. "Ahem, Lark, why not come to my office and serve as my secretary? Those documents are far too trivial." Sakazuki was just about to call the young rascal, but upon witnessing the fierce expression on Yun Xiao's face, he promptly refrained. Initially taken aback, Yun Xiao's astonishment soon transformed into a gentle yet resolute gaze. Despite his annoyance with bureaucratic tasks, as evidenced by his fervent critiques of Zephyr, he was willing to do anything for Uncle Sakazuki. "Leave it to me, Uncle Sakazuki." Yun Xiao's voice resonated with strength. As Sakazuki's closest confidant, Yun Xiao was acutely aware of the immense pressure weighing on Sakazuki's shoulders. It was unlikely that anyone else in the Navy could bear such burdens. Even the so-called model worker Sengoku would have to take a back seat. Observing Yun Xiao's agreement, Sakazuki felt a sense of relief. Sakazuki could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. He was now free to venture out to sea and pursue his desires. As for the need for the Marshal to remain stationed at the naval headquarters, under the scrutiny of the world government, and unable to leave at will, did you think Sakazuki summoned Von Cray, the imitator fruit user, for no reason? That individual in the basement, the one with the peculiarities, should be thoroughly instructed in mimicking my mannerisms and expressions over the next few days, so he can assume his position with haste. Yun nodded earnestly, finally grasping Sakazuki's true intentions. Previously, she had been quite astonished to see Von Cray replicate her appearance. Very well, let us settle this matter for now. Go fetch 2 bottles of fine wine. We shall pay a visit to Teacher Zifa. Yun wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why they needed to see Teacher Zifa at such a late hour. Even if she were to inform him of her departure from the training camp, there seemed no need for such urgency. Nevertheless, she complied with Sakazuki's command and obediently retrieved 2 bottles of exquisite rum from the cabinet. Sakazuki gazed through the window at the crescent moon veiled by clouds. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Upon arriving at Zifa's residence, the two discovered that the lights had just extinguished a moment prior. Sakazuki and the Lark exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Sakazuki had no intention of engaging in the theatrics of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. He strode directly to the door and called out loudly, "Teacher Zifa." In the next instant, the extinguished lights flickered back to life. Sakazuki's lips curled into a subtle smile. What a coincidence, Zephyr has not yet retired. Thus, the two entered the living room under Zephyr's astonished gaze. They briefly informed Zephyr about the transfer of the Skylark, prompting him to mutter under his breath, his expression laden with reluctance. Such a splendid assistant departing without warning. Following this, Sakazuki and Zephyr engaged in a leisurely conversation over drinks, discussing the latest developments on the high seas, while Skylark diligently poured the wine, attentively listening to the discourse between 2 former admirals of the Navy. After several rounds of drinks, Sakazuki and Zephyr exhibited no signs of inebriation. Rather, they appeared increasingly invigorated. "Sakazuki," remarked Zephyr, "your presence here is rarely without purpose. Given my understanding of you, your visit must pertain to matters beyond merely the Lark. Pray tell, what other significant affairs compel you to seek my counsel?" Zephyr cast a glance at the Lark beside him, choosing to forego further libations as he directly inquired of Sakazuki. Truly, Zephyr's discerning eye remains as astute as ever. Sakazuki, no longer inclined to keep his secrets, slowly extracted several recruitment orders for the 7 warlords from the depths of his coat pocket, documents that had yet to be revealed to any other members of the Navy. He hoped that Zifa would brace himself mentally, cautioning him not to become overly agitated after reading them. With a look of skepticism, Zifa accepted the recruitment orders from Sakazuki's hand and began to peruse them one by one. As he flipped through the pages, a shadow of darkness gradually descended upon his countenance. By the time he reached the final order, Zifa's murderous intent became uncontrollable. A tremendous aura of malice erupted from him, shattering the bottles and glasses upon the table. The pressure continued to escalate, seemingly boundless. Years of pent-up rage erupted from Zifa at that moment. And within the palpable terror of his murderous intent, one could almost hear the sound of something shattering. Zifa's compassionate heart began to fracture, and his belief in the righteousness of the Navy began to waver. "Teacher Zifa," Sakazuki bellowed with fervor, summoning his own formidable presence, infused with a hint of conqueror's haki. In an instant, he shattered Zephyr's aura. In his peak condition, Sakazuki was not a foe that the asthmatic Zephyr could contend with. The collision of their 2 forces dissipated into the void, while the recruitment order in Zephyr's hand was swept into the air. One sheet fluttered down to rest at the feet of the Lark. As the Lark braced against the overwhelming might of Sakazuki and Zephyr, a fleeting glance at the recruitment order below ignited a moment of clarity within. It became evident why Zephyr was so incensed. The order bore a glaring likeness of a figure reminiscent of Whitebeard, inscribed with the name Edward Weevil. This was a pirate capable of instilling a lifetime of animosity in Zephyr. Sakazuki gazed at Zifa, whose eyes were gradually regaining clarity, tinged with a hint of crimson. He then tempered his imposing presence. "Conqueror's haki. Truly remarkable, Sakazuki," Zifa remarked in a hoarse voice, laced with a touch of mockery. "Teacher Zifa, please refrain from addressing me in such a tone. This is an appointment from the Gorosei, and I possess no authority to intervene." Sakazuki was acutely aware of what Zephyr was contemplating. Alas, I acted on impulse. Zephyr, too, understood that Sakazuki spoke the truth. After all, the Shichibukai system was proposed by the Gorosei. He had once opposed it himself. Yet, witnessing the brutal murder of his students and the loss of his arm at the hands of pirates, he could not fathom allowing one of them to become a Shichibukai, which he had long despised. Zephyr struggled to suppress the murderous intent surging within him, and his rationality faltered, leaving him in a state of disarray. Observing Zephyr, it was as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Sakazuki remained silent for an extended period. His intent was to persuade this commander, who refrained from executing his subordinates, to abandon his absurd ideology of mercy. Indeed, forcibly altering an individual's worldview can be rather cruel. Nonetheless, Sakazuki reiterated his stance. If these scoundrels are not eliminated, what purpose do they serve? Sakazuki, you may leave. I am weary. Zephyr issued a feeble dismissal. Yet, Sakazuki showed no inclination to depart. He observed as the benevolence in Zephyr's eyes gradually faded, supplanted by a fervor, a desire for destruction. Sakazuki sensed that the moment had arrived. Surely, Professor Zifa would not wish to withdraw from the Navy on account of this? Sakazuki spoke lightly, as if addressing a matter of little consequence. Although framed as a question, his tone exuded unwavering certainty. The nearby Lark was taken aback, and upon witnessing the shock etched on Zephyr's face, it became evident that Sakazuki had discerned the truth. How did you know? The astonishment within Zephyr was profound. The sight of the world government's recruitment order for Weevil triggered memories of his earlier maritime training, where he watched an entire ship filled with inexperienced faces succumb one by one before his eyes. The recollection of countless nights spent in agony over his mechanical arm filled him with disillusionment towards the current Navy. If the Navy continued to acquiesce to the world government Shichibukai system, he resolved to withdraw from the Navy and establish a new force to oppose those warlords. Little did he anticipate that his burgeoning thoughts would be so easily perceived by Sakazuki. Could it be that Sakazuki possessed the same ability as the Pirate King Roger? To hear the voices of all things? Zephyr dared to speculate. Zephyr-sensei, do you intend to continue evading the truth? Once the youngest admiral in Navy history, revered by many. Yet since the tragic loss of his family at the hands of pirates. Silence. Zephyr interrupted Sakazuki sharply, his face a portrait of anguish. Sakazuki's words undoubtedly unveil the deepest and most painful scars of Zephyr. In his youth, Zephyr held a profound admiration for heroes. From an early age, he dared to confront local thugs in the name of justice. At the age of 14, Zephyr aspired to become a hero and entered the Naval Academy alongside Carp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. He subsequently embarked on a relentless campaign against countless pirates, yet he never took the life of a single enemy. With his formidable armament hockey, he earned the moniker Black Arm Zephyr. By the age of 38, Zephyr ascended to the rank of admiral, renowned for his refusal to kill pirates. He was dubbed the Admiral of Non-Killing, embodying the principle of justice without killing. However, virtue did not yield rewards, especially in the presence of ruthless pirates. At the age of 42, Zephyr suffered the tragic loss of his family at the hands of pirates, who inflicted unimaginable cruelty upon them. From that moment on, he harbored a profound hatred for pirates and tendered his resignation. Yet, he was persuaded to remain by the then Fleet Admiral, Kong, as Zephyr still held hope for the Navy. Thus, he retained his admiral rank, later transitioning to the role of instructor. His first cohort of students included prodigies such as Sakazuki and Kizaru, while the third cohort saw the emergence of another remarkable talent, Akiji. He continued to nurture elite vice admirals like the likes of Mongoose, Doberman, and Spider Demon, alongside exceptional officers like Smoker and Tina. Life seemed to proceed smoothly. Yet fate has a penchant for targeting the unfortunate. At 65, the training ship under Zephyr's command was besieged by pirates. All of his beloved students, save for Ein and Benz, were brutally slain. At that time, Kestrel was absent, having been temporarily requisitioned by Sakazuki to assist with the affairs of the admiral. In the chaos, Zephyr suffered grave injuries to his right arm, necessitating the replacement of it with a mechanical prosthetic. Despite having formed a pirate-hunting guerrilla unit in subsequent years, he retained a flicker of mercy towards pirates, striving to avoid taking lives whenever possible. Now at 72, as he reflects upon the tumultuous journey of his life, he finds it a symphony of fervor and tragedy. The earlier years brimmed with passionate zeal, while the latter half has been steeped in sorrow. Presently, the Navy, under the directives of the world government, seeks to recruit Weevil as a warlord, serving as the final straw that breaks the camel's back. The once unyielding admiral of non-killing has been irrevocably extinguished in this moment. Moreover, Zephyr has developed a profound sense of skepticism and distrust towards the Navy and has resolutely decided to depart, vowing to eradicate pirates from the world on his own terms. Scenes from his past replay in his mind, and this aged admiral finds himself shedding murky tears for the third time in his life. The first occasion was upon the murder of his family, the second followed the slaughter of his students. Sakazuki gazed at Zifa, who was enveloped in sorrow, and let out a deep sigh before slowly speaking. Teacher Zifa, if I were to proclaim the abolition of the Shichibukai system, eliminating both the current members and those soon to be recruited, would you believe me? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Zifa's face contorted in shock as he raised his head, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Why? Zifa found it difficult to accept that Sakazuki would dare defy the commands of the world government. Teacher Zifa, do you recall when you once inquired about the nature of my justice? Do you remember how I responded? Sakazuki did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a question back to Zephyr. Although puzzled as to why Sakazuki would ask such a question at that moment, Zephyr nonetheless reflected on the matter. Sakazuki, congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral in the Shanghai Navy. A position of Admiral surely awaits you in the future. Now, I wish to inquire, what is the justice you uphold? Zephyr, who was around 50 at the time, asked the newly promoted Sakazuki. To eradicate all pirates from the world. To purge every evil from existence. Even if it costs me my life. Even if it means standing against the entire world. Sakazuki replied with unwavering determination. Memories of Sakazuki's previous declaration echoed in his mind. To eradicate all evils in the world, even at the cost of standing against the entire globe. Zephyr contemplated this statement repeatedly, murmuring the words aloud. Suddenly, it seemed he had grasped the key insight. To stand against the entire world? Why must one contend with the whole world to eliminate pirates? Pirates do not represent the entirety of existence. Thus, what could this world signify? Zephyr's heart sank in astonishment. Could it be that Sakazuki had already possessed such profound awareness at that time? Was this not a notion even more perilous than that of Dragon, emerging before him? However, Zephyr found himself at odds with Dragon's methods, defecting from the Navy to establish the Revolutionary Army in opposition to the world government, which bore little distinction from his own impulsive decision to withdraw from the Navy and form a new fleet to eradicate all pirates. The likelihood of success appeared minuscule, nearly unattainable. Genuine reform must be enacted within the existing Navy framework, enhancing the already formidable military force with greater strength and consciousness. Only then could there be hope to break the deadlock, obliterate all pirates, dismantle the world government, and save this decaying world. In truth, the reality diverged significantly from Zephyr's imagination. Sakazuki was acutely aware that, at that time, the original owner harbored no ulterior motives. The declaration of enmity against the entire world stemmed solely from a desire to eradicate all pirates. However, when juxtaposed with the current circumstances, those words become profoundly thought-provoking. Zephyr conjured an image of a cynical naval officer, imbued with a sense of justice for the world. He fought valiantly, sacrificing himself in relentless battles, rising to the rank of admiral and ultimately achieving the esteemed position of fleet admiral, all in pursuit of his lofty aspirations and the realization of absolute justice within his heart. Sakazuki observed the dawning realization on Zephyr's face, as if to validate the thoughts brewing within him. The abolition of the Seven Warlords system was merely the initial step. The very origin of this system constituted the root of the world's malevolence. As Sakazuki spoke, he gestured towards the direction of Mary Geos. At that moment, Zephyr felt no more confusion. Filled with righteousness and aspiring to be a hero, Zephyr had long been discontented with the actions of the celestial dragons. Yet, constrained by his limited abilities, he could only, like many in the Navy such as Sengoku and Garp, strive to evade the harsh realities. Out of sight, out of mind. Clinging to justice while shunning malevolence, a truly lamentable state. Zephyr cast a complex gaze at Sakazuki across from him. To his surprise, the man who upheld the principle of absolute justice harbored such grand aspirations. This was far beyond his own capabilities. This was a path untraveled by any past admirals. Even those who aspired to pursue such a course had never succeeded. With a heavy heart, Zephyr felt no lingering resentment towards Sakazuki. Instead, concern for him took root. If there is no road ahead, then I shall carve one out. If there is no light, then I shall become that beacon. In Sakazuki's eyes, the flame of justice burned silently. Justice possesses boundless potential and explosive power. Yet, it must be ignited. It craves fire. It yearns for the molten fire of magma. To ignite, to soar towards the azure skies, to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, incinerating the decay and darkness of Marineford War completely. The blood red rose upon Sakazuki's left chest sways as if caught in a tempest. The tattoo concealed beneath the fabric emanates a faint glow. The crimson rose, in this context, appears vibrant and dripping with allure. The hue of the red rose is the most vivid among all roses. It symbolizes the purest love and beauty. Love is the greatest affection in the world, and beauty is the epitome of all that is exquisite. Sakazuki's resounding response deeply moved Zephyr. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins, as if the long-dormant flames within his heart had been rekindled. Only that which burns can ignite other substances. Likewise, it is only a person's genuine faith and unwavering conviction that can inspire others, thereby propagating the truth of justice. Gazing into Sakazuki's determined eyes, Zephyr could not help but sigh. Sakazuki, I am inferior to you. All the commanders of the Navy pale in comparison to you. Sakazuki shook his head. Such matters cannot be accomplished by my efforts alone. No individual within the Navy can manage it alone. Only through the united strength of the entire Navy and the people who support it can we hope to achieve that goal. Zephyr nodded in agreement. Having once served as a naval admiral, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the world government. The current Navy, in its present state, is simply unable to contend with it. The astute Zephyr quickly grasped the underlying reasons. Sakazuki had sought him out and shared these thoughts, implying a desire for his unwavering support. At that moment, Zephyr's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, dispelling the despondency that had previously clouded him. He had rediscovered his purpose. Reminiscent of his childhood dream of becoming a hero, from now on, Sakazuki, the student he took such pride in, would chart the course of his remaining years of struggle and dedication. Although he was already 72, Zephyr believed he still had a decade of fervent service to offer the Navy. Besides dismantling the 7 warlords, was there anything else you required of me? The pirate Weevil was a foe Zephyr was determined to confront personally. As for what lay beyond the resolution of the 7 warlords, it would depend on Sakazuki's next directive. Zephyr felt a flicker of anticipation for the future. It had been far too long since he had experienced such a feeling. To impart the teachings, Sakazuki slowly uttered 2 words, preach the doctrine? Zephyr wore a perplexed expression. What doctrine was he referring to? Was it the martial arts he imparted as an instructor? Noticing Zephyr's confusion, Sakazuki did not hasten to explain. Instead, he retrieved a book from the inner pocket of his red shirt. Indeed, it was a copy of Absolute Justice. Teacher Zephyr, please take a moment to examine this book. Sakazuki, under Zepha's dubious gaze, handed him the book. Zepha glanced at the cover. Absolute Justice? Is this Sakazuki's exposition of his own sense of righteousness? Noticing Sakazuki had lapsed into silence, Zepha turned his attention to the confident Lark beside him, who appeared to be entirely self-assured. His confusion deepened. What kind of book holds such significance? Deciding against further inquiries, Zepha opened the book and began to peruse its contents. Moments later, a heavy sigh broke the stillness of the space. Is this truly absolute justice? Well, Zepha exclaimed thrice, revealing the gravity with which he regarded this tome. Sakazuki's lips curled into a slight smile. Teacher Zepha, I implore you to disseminate the principles of this book to all the naval commanders you have mentored and trust, extending even to all soldiers below the rank of commander. A grand recruitment drive for the world is imminent, and countless newcomers will soon be joining our ranks. The Navy headquarters will likewise promote a new cadre of naval leaders, and we must likewise transform and arm their ideologies. These are the tasks that you, Teacher Zepha, must undertake. Zepha nodded solemnly. While formidable military might is undeniably important, the power of thought must not be underestimated. High-end combat capabilities devoid of righteous ideology resemble emotionless machines of slaughter. Consider the once mighty fleet admiral, now the supreme commander, Steelbone Kong. He has succumbed to the intoxicating allure of supreme power, becoming a veritable slave to authority and a puppet of the world government. How tragic indeed. I propose that, in addition to promoting the principles of justice at the Navy headquarters, we could periodically conduct lectures at the naval branches along the Grand Line. However, the specifics of how to implement this should ultimately be determined by you, Teacher Zepha, in accordance with the prevailing circumstances. Sakazuki added that as long as this concept of justice is disseminated, allowing everyone to understand the true essence of justice, when the time comes to confront the world government, a multitude of like-minded warriors will rally to his side, ready to strike decisively. This evening, under the continuous hospitality of the Lark, serving tea and pouring wine, Sakazuki and Zephyr engaged in an extensive conversation throughout the night, deliberating on numerous preliminary plans for the forthcoming years, leaving Zephyr in a state of continual astonishment. His admiration for Sakazuki had reached an unparalleled zenith. As morning broke, a gentle warmth seeped through the window, casting a soft reddish glow upon the walls. Through the pane, the eastern horizon was already ablaze with resplendent hues. It was only then that the two ceased their discourse. Sakazuki graciously declined Zephyr's invitation to join him for breakfast. After a brief farewell, Sakazuki proceeded homeward alongside Kaze. He decided to postpone the paperwork at the office until the afternoon. Trusting that Kaze would handle it with far greater efficiency, Zephyr stood at the doorway, watching the two figures fade into the distance. The morning sun bathed his face in warmth, igniting a fervent passion within his heart. Gazing towards the horizon where the sun began to rise, Zephyr, through the hazy light, envisioned a future brimming with love and beauty, a harmonious era of peace. Sakazuki, the hope of the Navy and the hope of people around the world, rest upon your shoulders. The blazing justice shines like the eternal sun in the sky. The world cannot delay its arrival. Recently, Sakazuki has been stationed in the Marshal's office, informing the Lark of various administrative tasks to be accomplished. The Lark is gradually becoming accustomed to these responsibilities and has been utilizing the evenings to conduct rigorous training for Von Clay in the basement of his home. It is believed that it will not be long before the Lark can effectively assist another Sakazuki at the naval headquarters. On this day, Sakazuki received intelligence regarding the whereabouts of Whitebeard, located on an island governed by Whitebeard in the New World. The pursuit of the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates raises the unfortunate circumstances faced by the captains and their crews recently. They are not only besieged by numerous pirate crews vying for the position of the new Yonko, seeking to plunder the foundation of the Whitebeard pirates, but they also endure attacks from the enigmatic Edward Whitebeard, who claims to be Whitebeard's successor. Once comprising 43 pirate fleets, only a scant few remain now. Particularly, Blackbeard is most eager to usurp Whitebeard's influence and ascend to power, relentlessly hunting down the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Not long ago, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were discovered by Blackbeard. In a confrontation between 14 captains from the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates, a battle known as the Final Battle ensued, which resulted in yet another defeat for them against Blackbeard. This loss further accelerated the disintegration and downfall of the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, this final battle decisively demonstrated Blackbeard's formidable strength. Mastering the abilities of the Yami Yami no Mi, he has also acquired another powerful devil fruit by slaying its user, becoming the exceedingly rare double fruit wielder. Leading his formidable recruits from Impel down, he decisively eliminated the 14 captains, showcasing his might to the world. Undoubtedly, Blackbeard's current power has ascended to the level of the Emperor's, and it is anticipated that he will soon completely annex the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, solidifying his claim as one of the Yonko. As for the already severely weakened remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, after enduring the final battle, they have been decimated. The known survivors are reduced to only Marco, who has now retreated to Whitebeard's village to live as a doctor. Other prominent figures like Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista have vanished without a trace, possibly retreating to some island like Marco or perhaps eternally resting in the depths of the sea, accompanying Whitebeard in the afterlife. In any case, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates have no opportunity left to seek revenge against Blackbeard. Sakazuki is currently preoccupied and pays no heed to the Whitebeard pirates, who are on the brink of becoming mere historical remnants. Upon receiving the news, Sakazuki was contemplating which naval commander should accompany Zephyr to eliminate Whitebeard. At that moment, a guard approached with a message. Report, Marshal. Captain Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates has arrived, bringing with him 100 pirate hearts in exchange for a position among the 7 warlords. Upon hearing of Luo's arrival, Sakazuki immediately felt a surge of excitement. A sudden spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. He decided to bring Luo over. Sakazuki instructed the guard, Lark, please call Teacher Zephyr to my office at once. Tell him I have a surprise for him. A quarter of an hour later, Ro and Zephyr arrived simultaneously at Sakazuki's office. The two exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of unfamiliarity and confusion. Consequently, they both turned their attention to Sakazuki. Sakazuki, what surprise do you have in store for me? Zephyr inquired. Unable to suppress his curiosity, a hint of speculation lingering in his mind. Teacher Zephyr, as anticipated, first, we have news regarding Whitebeard. And then there is a surprise. Please hold your excitement for just a moment. Sakazuki addressed Zephyr with a remark, then turned his gaze towards Law, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He appeared much as remembered, adorned with a fluffy winter hat emblazoned with leopard spots. His eyes were characterized by distinctive dark circles. Each ear was embellished with 2 small golden earrings, and his jawline was accented by a beard. The back of his hands, extending to his elbows, bore peculiar black tattoos, while his chest and shoulders were adorned with large heart-shaped tattoos. On his back, he sported the emblem of his heart pirate crew. Each finger of his hands was inscribed with letters that, when combined, spelled out death. It was autumn, and Law was clad in a trench coat, the back of which seemed to display the uppercase letters Corazon. Sakazuki gazed at the letters, and after a moment of reflection, a realization dawned upon him. You wish to replace one of the 7 warlords? The intensity of Sakazuki's piercing gaze instilled a sense of dread in Law. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and replied, Indeed. I have collected the hearts of 100 notorious pirates as my token of allegiance. Sakazuki secretly chuckled to himself. It would not be so easy for you to become one of the 7 warlords. Moreover, the system is on the verge of being abolished. It must be put to good use. Oh, merely possessing 100 hearts is insufficient. Law felt somewhat bewildered. Logically, it should have been adequate. Besides, the Navy is currently in need of several positions among the 7 warlords. They should be eager for talent, shouldn't they? What more is required? At this moment, Law felt a twinge of anxiety. If he could not secure a position among the 7 warlords, coming to the Navy headquarters as a pirate, especially in front of the fleet admiral, would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Furthermore, assistance is needed to perform a surgery and to aid the Navy in eliminating a pirate. Sakazuki pointed to the nearby Zephyr. Is it possible to attach someone else's severed arm to his own? Sakazuki's words startled everyone present. Who would dare to suggest severing someone's arm? Sakazuki, that's unnecessary. I have grown accustomed to this mechanical arm, Zifa interjected promptly, fearing that Sakazuki might issue an order to dismember someone at any moment. It seemed that Sakazuki's surprise was to propose a new arm for himself. Zifa-sensei, do not be hasty. I did not say it was to happen now. Moreover, if we were to sever an arm, it would certainly be that of an adversary. Upon hearing Sakazuki's statement, Zifa immediately grasped his intent. Are you suggesting that I should accept Weevil's arm? Absolutely not. I would never accept the limb of a pirate. Zifa vehemently rejected the notion. The very thought of merging with the body of an enemy was unsettling, not to mention the disparity in their physiques. Zifa-sensei, you have experienced Weevil's formidable strength firsthand. He is akin to the Whitebeard of his youth. The Navy requires you, not only for your educational and training capabilities, but also for your strength. Sakazuki spoke earnestly, ultimately persuading the stubborn old man. As the commanding marshal, it is permissible to change an arm, yet one must strive to maintain the integrity of the arm during battle. Furthermore, it should be reattached within a brief period after removal, without undue delay. Beside him, Luo seemed to grasp the situation clearly. Sakazuki desired assistance in eliminating Whitebeard, subsequently intending to sever his arm and transplant it onto Zephyr. For someone endowed with the abilities of the surgery fruit, this task posed little challenge. However, it is worth considering whether the discrepancies in their physiques would have any bearing on the procedure. Sakazuki suddenly recalled the peculiar figure of Whitebeard, whose lower limbs were diminutive while his upper body was remarkably large, presenting an exceedingly bizarre appearance. No worries, I can make some minor adjustments when the time comes, Luo remarked, assuring that these concerns were easily manageable. As one of the foremost surgical specialists in the world of pirates, he certainly possessed considerable skill. Sakazuki nodded with reassurance. He then glanced at the trench coat worn by Luo, deep in thought. Corazon, is it? The letters on your garment spell the name of Corazon, do they not? Sakazuki appeared to question, yet his tone conveyed certainty. Luo was utterly astonished. How did Sakazuki come to know Corazon? Corazon is the codename of Don Quixote Rocinante within the second generation of the Red Heart Army of the Don Quixote family. How could the Navy possibly be aware of this? However, I seem to recall from my childhood that Corazon had indeed made contact with the Navy. It appears that Corazon was an undercover agent dispatched by the Navy. I have a vague impression of this. Rocinante once served as a lieutenant commander in the Navy headquarters. I was his superior, and I suppose I witnessed his growth. He was an upright and kind-hearted naval officer. Sakazuki engaged in a lengthy discourse with Luo, subsequently refraining from further mention of the matter concerning Corazon. This served as a preliminary hook for Luo, facilitating the advancement of the subsequent strategy aimed at Doflamingo. He disregarded Luo's inquiries regarding information about Corazon. Sakazuki instructed the Lark to summon Peach Rabbit. Indeed, Sakazuki intended for the reserve general, Peach Rabbit, to join forces with Luo in assisting Zephyr to vanquish Weevil. Although Zephyr's current strength has not regressed to the point where he was effortlessly defeated by Luffy 2 years hence, he now possesses a renewed purpose. Zephyr, reinvigorated with conviction, is not so easily subdued. Sakazuki has discerned that the strength of the formidable beings in the world of pirates appears to correlate with the intensity of their convictions. Each of these powerful individuals is unwavering in their beliefs, particularly those endowed with the Conqueror's haki. Their convictions are as solid as bedrock, unyielding and indomitable. In life, they carried an unshakable confidence in victory, and in death, a resolute determination to face their fate. Even those of lesser strength can, through steadfast belief, enhance their abilities via relentless training, thus overcoming their adversaries. In simpler terms, without conviction, Zephyr might fall to Luffy. However, with conviction, he can contend with the likes of Rayleigh. Nonetheless, to mitigate risk, particularly given Zephyr's chronic asthma, it is prudent to deploy Momonosuke, a Vice Admiral-level powerhouse, to assist him. Such formidable support should ensure success, while also maximizing the chances of safely detaching Whiteble's right arm. Sakazuki, do you still doubt my capabilities? Previously, I had let my guard down to protect the students aboard the ship, resulting in Whiteble's successful ambush. While awaiting Momonosuke's arrival, Zephyr could not help but express his grievances to Sakazuki. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Sakazuki chuckled inwardly at the old man's candor. Zephyr, you are aware that your current condition does not allow for prolonged combat. Having Momonosuke, a master swordsman, assist also serves to deter other pirates from taking advantage of the opportunity. Furthermore, should Law be present, we could conveniently attribute Whiteble's demise to him. It is a commonplace occurrence for one pirate to kill another. The world government would have little recourse, perhaps merely increasing Law's bounty slightly. Per Law, who had just been sent by Sakazuki to wait at the port, remained oblivious to the fact that he was tasked with confronting a Shichibukai sought by the world government. Once Momonosuke arrived, Sakazuki succinctly briefed her on the situation and directed them to set sail with Law's crew towards the New World. Following Sakazuki's prior declaration of his position as Admiral, Momonosuke was no longer inclined to feign compliance with his orders, unlike in the original narrative. Moreover, this mission involved action against the sought-after Shichibukai. Among the Navy's ranks, regardless of faction, hawk, dove, or centrist, there has long been discontent with the Shichibukai system proposed by the world government. Any Navy personnel with a semblance of justice would not wish to conspire with pirates. However, the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku had consistently adhered to a conciliatory approach, obediently following the world government's directives without taking any decisive action. Consequently, the officers could only seethe in silence. Now, with an opportunity to confront the Shichibukai, Momonosuke eagerly accepted the mission, holding Sakazuki's leadership in even higher regard. As for why Sakazuki himself did not participate, dealing with Whitebeard would be as effortless as squashing a somewhat robust ant for him. It would require little effort. However, Sakazuki had other pressing matters to attend to, hoping to address this issue in a timely manner. 3 days later, in the waters near Gaia Island in the Grand Line, a large warship of Vice Admiral rank glided smoothly across the sea. Admiral Sakazuki, is the Sky Island truly located in this vicinity? Doberman could not restrain himself from inquiring of Sakazuki, who stood at the bow, gazing out at the distant horizon. The Sky Island is situated in the Grand Line, a place difficult for ordinary folk to reach, leading many to believe it does not exist. Doberman had previously doubted the existence of such an island. How could there be a landmass suspended in the air, and not even controlled by a fruit user like the Golden Lion? However, now that Sakazuki has asserted its existence, it must surely be true. Yet, as he surveyed the boundless ocean, it seemed that aside from the oddly shaped Gaia Island, there was nothing of particular note nearby. Sakazuki, upon hearing Doberman's inquiry, raised his hand and pointed skyward. 10,000 meters above our heads. Sakazuki did not emerge aboard his own warship, as that would draw excessive attention. Since the tumultuous events involving the Golden Lion's ruckus at the Navy headquarters and Fisher Tiger's audacious rescue of slaves at Mary Geo's, the world government mandated that the fleet admiral must remain stationed at the Navy headquarters for extended periods to prevent a recurrence of such occurrences. Should he need to set sail, it would require a directive from the world government or prior approval to venture out. Thus, Sakazuki discreetly instructed Doberman to embark, leaving behind another Sakazuki and Kuro in the office. Doberman and the soldiers aboard his ship were entirely trustworthy allies. As for the quest to locate the Sky Island, the objective was to recruit Enel, the wielder of the Rumble fruit. If nurtured properly, he could undoubtedly attain the combat prowess of an admiral. Possessing the title of the world's strongest Logia-type fruit, Enel, through his explorative abilities, could merge his observation haki with his fruit's powers. thereby significantly enhancing the range of his observation haki. One cannot deny the strength of his innate talent. The only concern now is whether he has boarded that golden flying ship and ventured to the endless continent. If he has indeed journeyed to the moon, it would undoubtedly give rise to a tale of Sakazuki's lunar expedition. As the warship gradually approached Gaia Island, the full visage of the island began to unveil itself. In Sakazuki's recollection, Gaia Island was the fifth island where the Straw Hat Pirates landed on the Grand Line. This island boasts a rich history, adorned with lush tropical rainforests. Moreover, Sakazuki was aware that Gaia Island and the Sky Island, soaring 10,000 meters above, were originally one and the same, resembling a skull. However, due to the tumultuous currents in the surrounding waters, approximately 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island was thrust into the sky, along with its indigenous inhabitants, fauna, and ancient relics. The airborne portion represented the skull's head and face, while the remaining land bore the skull's teeth. Have we located the leader of the Monkey Mountain United Army, Mont Blanc Kyrie? Sakazuki had just commanded Admiral Doberman to dispatch several small fleets to search around Gaia Island for the coalition of the Monkey Pirate Crew and the Gorilla Pirate Crew, known as the Ape Mountain Alliance. They had located the principal stronghold of the Ape Mountain Alliance, which was situated in a half-ruined shack by the shore. Yet they had not uncovered any trace of Kuroki. Mont Blanc Kuroki, the protagonist of the Great Deceiver Nolan's tale, is a descendant of Mont Blanc Nolan, separated by 4 centuries. He is a portly gentleman with a chestnut atop his head, reminiscent of Nolan himself. Although he harbors doubts about the existence of Sky Island, he is determined to validate the existence of the fabled Golden Country and to lift the curse placed upon the Mont Blanc family. Willing to wager his life in a struggle against fate, Nolan speculated that the Golden Country had sunk beneath the waves, prompting Kuroki to frequently risk long dives in search of treasures. If he has not yet encountered others, it is likely that he remains submerged, scavenging for riches. Given that he had once aided the Straw Hat Pirates in navigating the ascending currents to reach Sky Island, he should possess knowledge of the general location of these currents. Admiral Doberman, Marshal Sakazuki, we have located Kuroki. A soldier suddenly reported on deck. A squad of soldiers had encountered Kuroki surfacing from beneath the waves to catch his breath on their way back to the warship, swiftly capturing him. Are you Mont Blanc Kuroki? Sakazuki inquired, concealing his identity as he faced the portly gentleman. Naval forces. Our alliance has committed no unlawful acts. Kuroki, apprehended by the soldiers, failed to recognize Sakazuki and continued to struggle. Indeed, in the world of pirates, salvaging treasures from sunken ships and claiming them as one's own is a commonplace occurrence. Untouched by the laws of the world government. Committed no offense? I recall that you aided a pirate crew in their escape, the Straw Hat Pirates, was it not? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Kuroki was taken aback, ceasing his struggles. What do you intend to do? Are you imprisoning us? He was astonished that his previous actions had come to light. Take me to the location of the ascending current. Sakazuki spoke with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing about the rising current, Kulikai immediately grasped the intentions of this group of Navy personnel. He had not anticipated that there were those within the Navy who believed in the existence of Sky Islands. Now that he found himself in a precarious situation, he could only obediently lead the way ahead. Thus, the group arrived at a seemingly tranquil expanse of sea. Just as everyone wondered how such a place could possibly harbor a rising current, the sky unexpectedly darkened. Suddenly, a colossal ship plummeted from the heavens. Everyone was left in utter astonishment by this spectacle. Only Sakazuki smiled inwardly, sensing that this was indeed the correct location. Everyone, step aside. Kulikai cried out in alarm. Observing that the Navy personnel were merely transfixed by the descending vessel, failing to retreat immediately. In a state of panic, he shouted a warning. However, the Navy remained unfazed. With Admiral Sakazuki aboard, what was there to fear? They believed that even if an island were to fall, Sakazuki would manage to resolve the situation. It's over. It's over. We're doomed. Kulikai lamented as he watched the sinking ship draw nearer to the surface of the sea. His heart sank in despair, and he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded, nearly causing Kulikai to lose control in fright. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, he sensed no pain. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld the charred remnants of ships surrounding the Navy vessel. While the Navy personnel gazed in awe at the towering figure at the forefront of the ship, it dawned on Kulikai, sending a shiver down his spine. This man was terrifying. At that moment, Sakazuki had confirmed that from this position, they could indeed reach the Sky Island. Turning sharply to the prostrate Kulikai, he delivered a stern warning. Your task is complete. Get Given that your coalition merely aimed to salvage treasures from the sunken ships and has not committed heinous acts like other pirates, you shall proceed to disband the pirate crew. You may reform it into an expedition team or something else entirely. Should you maintain any semblance of a connection to piracy, you will meet the same fate as that vessel plummeting from the sky, reduced to ashes. Kalikai nodded fervently. Admiral, the rising current has yet to form. It may take another half-month. Suddenly recalling something, Kalikai cautiously reminded, there's no need to wait. Sakazuki waved his hand and then briefed Dalberman on certain matters, instructing him and his team to subsequently proceed to the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island to eradicate all the pirates there. If he did not return within a week, Dalberman and his team were to return to headquarters. Sakazuki had no intention of allowing the warship to ascend directly into the soaring current known as the Monster Stream to reach the White Sea. The survival rate was far too perilous. With the slightest miscalculation, the ship could plummet from a height of 10,000 meters. Even Sakazuki could not guarantee the rescue of all the soldiers aboard the vessel. As Kalikai listened to Sakazuki's words, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for the pirates of Magic Valley Town. However, he soon found himself puzzled. If they did not wait for the ascending current, how would they reach the Sky Island? Yet, in the next moment, Kalikai felt as though his worldview was about to be upended. Who exactly had he encountered today? After Sakazuki recounted all that had transpired, he no longer hesitated. With a powerful push from both feet, he propelled himself off the deck, soaring skyward as if treading upon air. The sound of sonic booms echoed around him, leaving countless ripples in the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, Sakazuki vanished into the clouds, leaving Kolake, wide-eyed and utterly astonished, bewildered amidst the swirling winds. Several minutes later, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, Sakazuki began to sense the thinning of the air. Above him, he could faintly discern the White Sea from his memories. Thus, he must be at an elevation of 7,000 meters. Ascending further would bring him to the pristine expanse of the White Sea. Sakazuki exerted a gentle force as he traversed the dense White Sea of clouds. He sensed the air beneath his feet growing increasingly rich. With renewed vigor, he accelerated, soaring towards the floating island above. In but a quarter of an hour, Sakazuki arrived seamlessly at the Kingdom of God, the Sky Island. This celestial domain is principally composed of Angel Island and Appayado. The island of Appayado, the dwelling place of the divine, is revered as the sacred realm. It was originally a part of Gaia Island, until it was swept away by a colossal surge of ocean currents to the White Sea 4 centuries ago. Over these extensive 400 years, the indigenous inhabitants of the Sky Island and the original residents of Gaia Island engaged in protracted warfare over territorial disputes. For centuries prior, the sovereign was the deity Gonfor. 6 years ago, Enel annihilated his homeland, the Sky Island Baika, and ascended to the Kingdom of God. With his formidable strength, he vanquished Gonfor, establishing himself as the new deity of this realm, ruling through fear. Following his defeat by the Straw Hat crew, the governance of the Kingdom of God reverted to Gonfor, marking the cessation of over 400 years of conflict on the Sky Island. In the aftermath of Enel's downfall, should he wish to embark on a vessel to the infinite continent, he must journey to a place abundant in gold to construct his Ark Maxim. This location is most likely to be found in the fabled land of Zandora, an ancient city that met its demise 800 years ago, where structures such as clock towers are entirely forged of gold. Upon his arrival in this dilapidated city, Sakazuki was astounded by the abundance of gold that surrounded him. Everywhere he looked, he was met with a dazzling shimmer of golden light. This could indeed serve as the capital for the future development of the Navy. The only task remaining was to find a suitable individual to oversee the transportation of this precious wealth. In Sakazuki's mind, a candidate began to take shape. His formidable observation haki unfurled instantaneously, conducting a thorough search across every corner of the city. Suddenly, a presence emerged, slightly inferior to Sakazuki's observation haki, yet undeniably stronger than that of an ordinary pirate. Sakazuki's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had found it. However, before Sakazuki could make his next move, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly towards him. Sakazuki does not shy away, allowing the bolt of lightning to strike him. Mortal, accept the wrath of this deity. Ha ha ha. A raucous laughter echoes through the heavens. Subsequently, in the sky above Sakazuki, several bolts of lightning, erupting from deep within the city, converge into a singular figure. This individual possesses extraordinarily long earlobes and several small drums adorning his back, clad only in trousers, wielding a golden staff forged of pure gold. Enel, deep in contemplation on how to navigate the Ark Maxim towards the infinite continent to assert his dominion, suddenly detects an unfamiliar presence encroaching upon his territory. Ever since his defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates, Enel has secluded himself here, diligently researching and refining his arc maxim. After months of toil, he has finally perfected the vessel's electrical system, enabling it to take flight. However, he is taken aback by the sudden intrusion of a stranger today. Fearing that his meticulously crafted plans might be thwarted, he resolves to act preemptively. As the smoke from the explosive lightning dissipates, Enel's laughter abruptly ceases. Observing Sakazuki and Scathe, he is reminded of the nightmares inflicted by that Straw Hat boy mere months ago. Cursed be this divine retribution. Enel strikes the small drum behind him forcefully, swinging the golden staff, unleashing another barrage of lightning, with a colossal bolt crashing down. Poised to strike Sakazuki in the next moment. As Sakazuki encountered Enel, he chose to persist in his assault, lacking the patience to await a tranquil exchange. Without hesitation, he transformed into a pool of molten lava, seamlessly merging with the earth beneath. Enel, upon observing this, initially presumed that his own lightning had been so potent that it had reduced Sakazuki to mere ashes. With his golden staff stowed away, he intended to resume his exploration of the route to the infinite continent. Suddenly, an elusive sense of lethal threat brushed against his consciousness. Though puzzled, Enel dismissed it. For his inherent arrogance led him to believe that his elemental transformation could shield him from any fatal harm. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, a blazing fist of magma materialized before him, descending mercilessly under his incredulous gaze. Despite his desire to elementalize, it was too late. A chilling scream echoed as Enel's body was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily into the ancient structures below. The figure of Sakazuki gradually took shape in the air. He withdrew his fist in response to Enel's pained gaze. Enel, staring at Sakazuki suspended above him, found himself momentarily bewildered. It was the first time he encountered someone capable of elemental transformation, much like himself, and notably without wings. This realization sparked a flicker of joy within him. As if he had discovered a kindred spirit. With a staggering effort, he rose unsteadily from the ground. However, his abrupt movements inadvertently aggravated the wound inflicted by Sakazuki, causing him to cry out in agony. Ignoring the blood that flowed from his mouth, he resolutely transformed into lightning once more, soaring into the sky and appearing before Sakazuki. Mortal. No, shall I refer to you as my divine friend? Enel hesitantly addressed Sakazuki. I am no deity. Sakazuki regarded Enel with a look of disdain. Observing the latter's ability to speak even under his deliberately restrained assault, what further tricks could he possibly conjure? So, you transformed into a mass of magma? Just like my lightning. Enel scratched his head. Merely a trivial illusion of the devil fruit. What is this? Still dreaming of divinity after being vanquished by that Straw Hat brat? Sakazuki wore a mocking expression. What? You know that Straw Hat Luffy? Enel instantly became vigilant. Although he had come to understand, since his defeat by Luffy, that his power stemmed from the devil fruit, he still found it difficult to accept the overwhelming disparity of having fallen from grace. In your words, that so-called Blue Sea is notorious for harboring a criminal of the highest order, widely recognized, and I am specifically tasked with apprehending such offenders. Sakazuki explained to the reclusive country bumpkin. Upon hearing this, Ainalu immediately felt a sense of relief. Ha ha ha. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. A kindred spirit like myself. What is your name? Would you be interested in accompanying me to the infinite continent? Despite Ainalu's solitary existence over the years, his self-proclaimed divinity rendering him disdainful of mortal interaction, he harbored a profound fear of solitude. In the original narrative, after defeating Zoro and Weber, he took Nami, an unthreatening woman, aboard the Ark, intending for her to join him on his journey to the infinite continent. This illustrates that he is, in fact, a somewhat repressed individual. Of course, his flamboyant attire also reflects his ostentatious nature. Thus, he now seeks to invite Sakazuki to join him in his quest for domination over the infinite continent. Sakazuki did not reveal his name to Enel. Instead, he regarded him with a disdainful gaze, as if observing a fool lost in laughter. Upon noticing Sakazuki's expression, Enel finally ceased his foolish grin. What sort of look is that? He thought, feeling an overwhelming urge to retch in frustration. After much effort to lower his pride and muster the courage to extend an invitation, he found himself scorned instead. You pitiful frog at the bottom of the well, lacking awareness of the vastness of the world, merely croaking away. What? Do you wish for me to join you in evading reality? To become two wretched mice scurrying across the infinite continent? A coward who preys on the weak. How utterly disgraceful. Sakazuki let out a cold laugh, mercilessly mocking his opponent. What did you say? Ah, you have provoked the wrath of the divine. Enel, exposed to the ruthless unveiling of his inner scars by Sakazuki, was instantly filled with indignation, prepared to face the judgment of the gods. With the last remnants of his strength, Enel unleashed his ultimate move, Jin. The once clear sky turned ominous, dark clouds rolling in. A massive sphere of lightning gradually coalesced, emanating terrifying flashes of electricity. This was a concentrated supercharge of 200 million volts, with a diameter of several meters. Merely gazing upon it instilled a profound sense of dread. A sight that was nothing short of intimidating. The fearsome lightning attack that had once obliterated Enel's own homeland reemerged. Just as Enel was poised to swing his golden staff towards Sakazuki, he uttered, "Hellhound." Sakazuki did not wait for the lightning ball to descend. With a swift motion, his right hand transformed into molten lava, forming a colossal fist of fire that surged upward. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire sky island as the clouds above vanished without a trace. Enel gazed in astonishment at the lightning ball, obliterated by Sakazuki's mighty blow. At that moment, any thoughts of continuing the battle against this formidable creature dissipated. Just as Enel prepared to flee, a voice taunted, "Oh? Is the frog at the bottom of the well retreating to its abode?" The voice of Sakazuki echoed from afar, instilling both shock and fury within Enelu. "Who dares to flee?" Enelu's temper flared instantly. "I stand here to confront you. Do you truly believe you can strike me?" Enelu stubbornly declared. In the initial round, he had merely been careless, failing to elementalize in time to evade the attack. This time, he thought to himself, if he remained vigilant, surely nothing untoward would occur. His gaze remained fixed intently upon Sakazuki's hands, hardly daring to blink. "Is that so?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Sakazuki transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, Sakazuki's fist made intimate contact with Enelu's abdomen. With a gasp, Enelu clutched his midsection and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He staggered back uncontrollably, unable to maintain his footing, and collapsed onto the ground. Terror etched across his face. Enelu gazed at Sakazuki's black fist, still poised in the air. What is this? How can it strike a being without a physical form? Is there truly an abundance of individuals in this world capable of such a technique? How shall you respond, my lord? Sakazuki waved his fist, enveloped in armament haki, towards Enel. At that moment, Enel's face was a tapestry of complex emotions, clearly having been thoroughly subdued by Sakazuki. Unlike the previous instances where he was restrained by the Straw Hat Crew's abilities, this time he had been legitimately defeated. Could it be that he was destined only to flee to the desolate infinite continent, merely surviving? Enel, are you truly willing to retreat to a forsaken place, unknown to any familiar face, to nurse your wounds alone while continuing to chase that absurd dream of divinity? Observing the intricate expressions on Enel's face, Sakazuki seemed to sense the thoughts stirring within him. He then bellowed in a fierce tone, "How do you know my name?" Enelu, still perplexed, could not comprehend why this enigmatic creature had come here, much less why it had engaged him in combat. "Because I have come specifically to find you. You were the one who ruthlessly destroyed your homeland, Baika, were you not?" At that moment, Enelu was rendered utterly speechless by the shock. How could this man possess so much knowledge and understand him so well? Who was he truly? As an enforcer of the law, I should be executing the death penalty upon someone who has committed such heinous acts. Sakazuki spoke slowly. "You speak so lightly. Do you have any idea of the torment I endured over there? Just because I am incomplete, devoid of wings." Enelu appeared to reminisce about his childhood experiences, tears streaming down his face as he passionately shouted at Sakazuki, "I know. That is why I harbor no sympathy for those residents. A place filled with discrimination and oppression. Its absence would not be mourned. However, you later proclaimed yourself a deity, enslaving all the inhabitants of the Sky Island. That is where your wrongdoing lies. They did not torment you, did they? How does your oppression of them differ fundamentally from the way the native residents of Baika oppressed you?" Confronted with this truth by Sakazuki, Enelu found himself at a loss for words. What else wrong? Speechless now? Then shall I execute you as you once did to those who met their end in Baika? Do you have any grievances? Enelu's expression fluctuated between despair and uncertainty, recalling the days he spent fleeing, hiding, and struggling for sustenance. With a deep sigh, he seemed to resign himself to fate. "Are you going to kill me?" Sakazuki gazed down upon Enel, his penetrating eyes mirroring the disheveled figure before him. "I have already slain you," he proclaimed as Enel's bewildered expression lingered. "The being who once arrogantly proclaimed himself a deity has been vanquished. The existence of this new Enel before me is a gift from my hands. Do you have any objections to this?" Enel let out a bitter laugh. "Dare I voice any dissent? So, you wish for me to submit to you?" Sakazuki shook his head. "It is not about submitting to me. It is about assisting me." Enel's confusion deepened. "You are already so powerful. What assistance could you possibly need from me? Do you truly believe I am immensely strong? In reality, There are more than 5 individuals in Qinghai whose strength rivals mine in plain sight. Enel's face was one of astonishment. The existence of such formidable beings capable of eliminating him in an instant was staggering. It seemed he had indeed been living in a narrow well. Furthermore, in Qinghai, there is a multitude of individuals who have encountered similar fates. Enduring the wanton oppression and humiliation from a group of self-proclaimed descendants of the creators known as the Celestial Dragons, I empathize with their current plight, just as I empathize with the hardships you faced in your youth. Thus, I seek your assistance in overthrowing the tyranny and enslavement of those descendants of the creators. Following this, Sakazuki elaborated in detail about the various powers and circumstances in Qinghai. So, you are the supreme leader of the world's mightiest navy. It is no wonder you are so formidable. Sitting on the ground, Enel felt that his defeat was indeed justified. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Sakazuki, the current fleet admiral of the navy. Sakazuki suddenly extended his right hand towards Enelu, who was still seated on the ground, and solemnly stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Enelu, currently. A third-class navy soldier." Enelu likewise reached out his right hand and, with Sakazuki's assistance, rose to his feet. "With my presence, within a year, you shall undoubtedly attain the rank of rear admiral, and in the future, a place among the great commanders shall also be yours." The two clasped hands tightly and exchanged a knowing smile. Within the ark's precepts, Enelu was proudly showcasing his remarkable creation to Sakazuki. "Boss, what do you think? Isn't this vessel impressive? As long as I have sufficient provisions to keep me nourished, I can pilot this ship to soar eternally in the skies, traversing the vast world at will." Sakazuki nodded in acknowledgement. It must be said that this vessel is indeed remarkable. The world of pirates boasts a plethora of renowned ships, each of varying types. Some are crafted from the illustrious atom wood, such as the former pirate King Roger's ship, the Aro Jackson, renowned for its indomitable strength. There are vessels that even give birth to ship spirits, like the Big Mom Pirates, where Charlotte Lin bestows her ship with a soul through her fruit abilities. Additionally, the ancient weapon known as Pluton is a colossal warship in its own right. However, when it comes to the most extraordinary ship in the pirate world, it must be Enel's Ark Maxim. This is not merely due to its extravagant exterior adorned with copious amounts of gold, but rather because this ship possesses the ability to generate dark clouds. When combined with Enel's lightning attacks, the devastation it can unleash is sufficient to obliterate a small island, rivaling even the Pluton. Furthermore, under the control of Enel's rumble fruit powers, this vessel can harness boundless energy, allowing it to soar across the globe at will. This capability surpasses that of naval warships navigating the seas in terms of convenience and speed. In the pirate realm, flying ships are exceedingly rare, typically only maneuvered by those with gravity-related fruit powers. Yet, the only vessel capable of breaking free from gravitational constraints, soaring freely through the skies, and even achieving the monumental feat of lunar travel is Enel's self-crafted Ark Maxim. Sakazuki grew increasingly content with his surroundings. If only he possessed a vessel powered by magma, he would no longer need to endure the tiresome task of moonwalking. Nevertheless, with Enel by his side in the future, he could freely enjoy this ship. Overall, things were satisfactory, though the environment within required some enhancement. The two emerged from the cabin. Sakazuki gazed at the peculiar golden visage at the bow of the ship, as well as the inscribed characters on its hull, and could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Let us change the character god on the ship's side to thunder or electricity or something of the sort. Otherwise, when those lackeys of the progenitors see it below, they are bound to raise objections. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Enel pondered and found them quite reasonable. He then employed his mastery of thunder metallurgy to melt the golden character god and reforge it into thunder. "Boss, it's done. Shall we now set off for Qinghai?" Enel, brimming with anticipation, was eager to experience the world beyond the well. "Not so fast. Let us first gather a bit more gold before we depart," Sakazuki remarked, observing Enel as he leaped off the ship to dismantle the golden clock tower. Enel scratched his head in confusion. "Does someone of your stature really need more money? Quit dawdling and lend a hand," Sakazuki called out, prompted by his superior's command. Enel hastily set aside his doubts and returned to his customary work. After a while, the two managed to fill the ark with gold, marveling at the resplendent gleam of the ship's hold. Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to command Enelu to set the ark in motion, a sound echoed. The phone bug nestled within Sakazuki's pocket began to emit a sound. Sakazuki glanced at the screen and discovered it was a call from Zephyr. The scene shifts back to a day earlier on the New World, on the island of Ireland. This island was once under the dominion of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. With the disbandment of the Whitebeard pirates, it began to fall prey to other pirate crews. In the heart of the island stood a burly, corpulent, and unattractive man wielding a large sword, confronting 2 Navy officers and a pirate. His face sported a crescent-shaped white mustache, reminiscent of Whitebeard, with mucus perpetually dripping from his nose. His upper body was stout, yet his legs were surprisingly thin. His hair cascaded down to his legs, with braids on either side. "Mother, that purple-haired Navy officer looks somewhat familiar. Should we eliminate them?" the burly man asked, sniffling as he turned to the short old woman beside him. "Fool, do you still need to ask? They aim to prevent you from inheriting Whitebeard's legacy." Indeed, this robust figure was Edward Weevil, and the old woman beside him was Miss Bakken. They had been relentlessly hunting down the remnants of Whitebeard's crew, having already dispatched 16 captains to validate Weevil as Whitebeard's biological son. Miss Bakken watched as Zephyr mingled with the pirates, her mind filled with doubt. "Zephyr, you survived last time. Do you dare come back to meet your end this time?" Upon spotting his nemesis, Zephyr's eyes blazed with fury. "Today marks your demise. Law, deal with that old hag. Peach Rabbit, hold off for now. I shall confront Weevil." Zephyr swiftly commanded, then charged towards Weevil. In a fit of rage tempered with reason, Zephyr reached Weevil in an instant, raising his mechanical right arm to strike down upon his head. Surprisingly, the dim-witted Weevil narrowly evaded the blow, though lacking in intellect. His combat instinct was undeniably sharp as he swiftly sidestepped and retaliated with a fierce swing of his sword at Zephyr. Zephyr instinctively blocked with his mechanical arm, and thus began an intense clash between the two. Seeing Zephyr and Weevil engaged in fierce combat, Law exchanged a glance with Peach Rabbit, then dashed towards Miss Bakken with his blade drawn. Room, high-frequency scalpel. Law enveloped his sword, the cursed blade named Onigiri, with the high-frequency electric current generated by his devil fruit ability, aiming to make contact with Miss Bakken's body in order to slice her into pieces. However, Miss Bakken was not as simple as she appeared. She effortlessly raised her cane and deflected Law's seemingly powerful strike. This was a woman who had once sailed with Whitebeard. As Marco had mentioned, surely she possessed her own formidable skills. Moments later, the battle between Zephyr and Weevil raged on with neither side yielding an inch. In contrast, Law was panting heavily as he struggled against Miss Bakken, who demonstrated considerable prowess in both armament and observation hockey. Law, who had yet to master hockey, found himself at a disadvantage, barely holding his ground thanks to his deep understanding of his devil fruit abilities. "Law, move aside." Suddenly, a purplish-red sword aura surged towards Law and Miss Bakken. Room, scan. Law felt a chill as the massive sword aura approached, hastily using his ability to teleport to safety. Yet Miss Bakken lacked such convenience. As the terrifying sword aura drew near, she had no time to raise her cane for defense and was utterly engulfed by the slicing energy. "Help! Weevil!" A chilling scream echoed amidst the sweeping sword aura, revealing Miss Bakken had been mercilessly shredded into pieces. A cold sweat broke out on Law's brow upon witnessing this gruesome sight. "What a terrifying woman! You were too weak. It took you this long." Peach Rabbit's voice dripped with disdain. Law's lips twitched in frustration. "Lady, you are a vice admiral, and I am merely a nobody. How could I possibly compare?" Inwardly, he lamented, "If I were stronger, would I even have to seek a position in the 7 warlords?" Mother, Weevil, engaged in combat with Zephyr, accidentally caught sight of Miss Bakken's tragic fate and immediately broke down in tears, a pitiful sight indeed. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. "Navy, I shall make you pay." With a thunderous roar, Weevil's strength surged, and he struck his sword against Zephyr's mechanical arm with renewed vigor. Zephyr staggered back, momentarily overwhelmed by Weevil's frenzied state. Peach Rabbit and Law were drawn to Weevil's commotion, exchanging determined glances. "Let us go together. Target his right arm," Peach Rabbit urged Law. Thus, the two observers armed with swords joined the fray. Boom, boom. A cacophony of clashes erupted as blades met blades and fists collided. Soon, Weevil found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, room, scalpel cut. Room, scan. Seizing the opportunity as Zephyr knocked the sword-pressured Weevil to the ground, Law swiftly employed his ability to sever Weevil's right arm cleanly. He then transferred it to his crew member, Beepo, who promptly placed it into a prepared freezer. Weevil let out a heart-wrenching cry. Peach Rabbit seized the moment to deliver a vicious gash across his chest. "Zephyr-sensei, it's your turn." Breathing heavily, Zephyr gazed at the incapacitated Weevil before him and without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to his head, knocking him unconscious. However, Zephyr was not content with merely that. He stepped forward, placing his foot on Weevil's wounded chest, and unleashed a flurry of punches to Weevil's head until it was buried deep in the ground, his fist smeared with blood and brain matter. After a lengthy silence, Zephyr finally withdrew his fist, gazing at the sunset slowly sinking beneath the horizon. He closed his eyes, allowing the waning light to bathe his vision. The passage of 70 years seemed to freeze in that moment. With a long sigh, Zephyr felt a sense of lightness he hadn't experienced in a long time. All burdens lifted. He resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to the Navy under Sakazuki's leadership. Captain, are we ready to take over? Luo approached Zephyr's side cautiously, fearful of disturbing this formidable figure. He had witnessed Zephyr's outburst directed at Whitebeard in its entirety. The brutal act of crushing another's skull was utterly savage, not to mention that female swordsman who had dismembered her adversary. This band of Navy officers, when incited, proved to be even more terrifying than pirates. That evening, under Zephyr's guidance, the surgery proceeded remarkably well. His right hand was restored to flesh and blood, freeing him from the burden of that cumbersome mechanical arm. Thus, the group spent a restful night on Ireland Island, intending to return to Navy headquarters the following day after making necessary preparations. However, the next day brought an unexpected visitor to the island. You Navy officers have dealt with Whitebeard. It was none other than Marco, the Phoenix, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Marco had been stationed in Whitebeard's village but had inadvertently learned of Whitebeard's massacre of ships under Whitebeard's command. Coincidentally, he was nearby on this very island. Yet, it appeared he had arrived too late. The fleet had already been annihilated by Whitebeard, who had subsequently fallen to the Navy. Phoenix Marco, have you come to entrap yourself? Zephyr inquired sternly, gazing at Marco anchored in the harbor. With that, he took out his transponder snail and dialed Akainu to report the situation. Akainu, the matter concerning Whitebeard has been resolved. And what of your arm, Teacher Zephyr? Sakazuki was not surprised by the matter. There was no reason that a former admiral and a current vice admiral could not resolve the situation regarding Whitebeard. His greater concern lay with whether Zephyr's hand could be successfully reattached. Rest assured, it is indeed going smoothly. Hearing Zephyr's hearty laughter, Sakazuki finally felt a sense of relief. However, just as we were preparing to return, we encountered Marco. Should we apprehend him? Capturing Marco, a formidable vice admiral, would require considerable effort, and it might even result in injuries among our own ranks. Therefore, Zephyr decided it was prudent to seek Sakazuki's opinion. Hearing that Marco had arrived, Sakazuki pondered for a few seconds, and a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. The phone bug addressed him, urging him to speak a few words. Upon learning that this naval admiral wished to converse with him, Marco felt a surge of confusion. Akainu, we have nothing to discuss. If it's a fight you want, then let it be. Marco held no reservations towards the admiral who had slain Ace and Whitebeard. Captain Marco, please remain calm. It has come to my attention that Blackbeard is subtly solidifying his position as one of the new emperors of the sea. Are you truly willing to witness Blackbeard brazenly plundering the foundations of the Whitebeard pirates and continue to revel in his newfound power? At the mention of Blackbeard, Marco's eyes burned with fury. Yet, he suppressed his inner rage and let out a cold snort. What does this concern you? Moreover, when facing a man poised to become one of the new emperors, it is the Navy that should be worried. Sakazuki immediately sneered, mocking, what a pitiful assembly of cowards. Blackbeard single-handedly propelled the events of the Marineford War, leaving the Whitebeard pirates in tatters. Now, the remnants of the Whitebeard crew dare not seek vengeance. Instead, they cower in obscure corners, impotently seething with rage. Ultimately, they wish to shift the blame onto the Navy. Without Blackbeard, there would have been no Marineford War, and neither Sabo, Ace, nor Whitebeard would have perished. Is this not clear? Are they still deluding themselves? If Whitebeard's spirit were aware that Teach not only lives freely but has also ascended to his throne among the 4 emperors, he would surely find no peace in the afterlife. What do you know? Do you think we truly lack the desire for revenge? Marco could no longer contain the fury raging within him. He roared at the transponder snail, which mimicked Sakazuki's cold visage. In the battle that concluded it all, we lost over a dozen captains. They did not die at Marineford, but rather at the hands of former allies. Blackbeard now wields 2 devil fruits, one of which is the Yami Yami no Mi, capable of countering the powers of other users. To seek vengeance now would be tantamount to a senseless sacrifice. I cannot bear to witness the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates not only fail to touch a hair on Blackbeard's head, but also face total annihilation. I would have no face to present to father in the afterlife. Marco poured forth his heartfelt lament, tears brimming in his eyes. A clear testament to his profound hatred for Blackbeard, yet feeling utterly helpless. What if the Navy were willing to extend their considerable aid to you? Sakazuki's words floated through the air, leaving not only Marco but also Zephyr and Tontada in astonishment. The notion of the Navy collaborating with pirates? Was this not akin to the Seven Warlords? Although it was for the purpose of eradicating a greater threat, did it not also underscore the Navy's ineptitude? As the transponder snail remained silent for an extended period, they exchanged glances of concern. Sakazuki is acutely aware of what everyone is contemplating. Do not presume that the Navy is colluding with you pirates. We, the Navy, merely bide our time, waiting for you to engage in a fierce struggle until both sides suffer devastating losses, allowing us to reap the benefits. Although you may not possess the qualifications to contend with Blackbeard in such a manner, depleting their strength would be a commendable feat. Marco, incensed by Sakazuki's blatant contempt, found himself at a loss for words. What do you think? This is your sole opportunity. The only chance to vanquish Blackbeard and avenge the Whitebeard pirates. It is a bold and transparent strategy. In due time, remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard crew will undoubtedly be eradicated by the Navy. The outcome now hinges on the resolve of Marco and his companions to seek vengeance. How can you guarantee that you will indeed slay Blackbeard? Marco hesitated. The Navy will deploy at least 2 admirals, along with a vice admiral and several rear admirals. Upon hearing such an impressive lineup, Marco's determination solidified. Let me indulge just this once for Dad. Zifa-sensei, please provide Captain Marco with a means of communication. Captain Marco, prepare the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy will notify you when the time to act arises. In this battle, Blackbeard cannot escape his doom. Zifa, relieved to hear that Sakazuki did not intend to collaborate with the pirates, exhaled in relief. He provided Marco with a communication snail before returning to Marineford. Boss, are we getting ready to confront Blackbeard? Enel, brimming with excitement, inquired as Sakazuki ended the call. Not just yet. We must wait a few more months. Moreover, your current strength is insufficient to face an emperor. Once we return to Navy headquarters, I shall find you a mentor to expedite your training. Sakazuki dampened Ainelu's enthusiasm. Well, is that instructor from the Navy headquarters truly formidable? The very same Navy officer on the phone just now is also my mentor. A remarkable educator who has nurtured countless exceptional naval officers. Moreover, he is an exceedingly strict individual, and you will certainly face the consequences. Sakazuki spoke earnestly. The captain's teacher must be quite formidable. Enel paid no heed to Sakazuki's latter remark. What was a little hardship compared to the suffering he endured during his childhood? Wandering through desolate mountains and wilds? Enel, who had not received systematic training, believed that nothing was insurmountable. As he later embarked on rigorous training, he would reflect on his naive thoughts from today. The two ceased their procrastination. Enel initiated the spacecraft, directing it straight towards the azure expanse of Qinghai. Yaha, Qinghai, here I come. Bow before the world. The small craft, dwarfed by naval warships, hovered steadily above the ocean's surface. From the vessel, Enel's exuberant exclamations echoed. Wow. Captain, look at that enormous fish. Enel, captivated by a colossal sea creature drawn in by the commotion of the Arc Maxim, gasped in astonishment. He then transformed into a streak of lightning, pursuing the creature. Amidst the creature's furious roars, he wielded his golden staff, deftly unleashing bolts of lightning that struck true upon the creature's thick scales. He seemed to delight in the sport of electric fishing, punctuating the air with excited exclamations of wow, wow, wow. Sakazuki's face darkened, as he forced himself to suppress the urge to exclaim frog in a well. The observation hockey enveloped the surrounding sea for dozens of nautical miles. Sakazuki discovered the warship of Doberman and thus called out to the exuberantly playful Ainelu. Ainelu, observing the sea kings that had retreated into the depths of the ocean, frightened by his electric shock, shook his head in disappointment, lamenting the cowardice of the fish in the Qinghai Sea. Upon hearing Sakazuki's call, he promptly maneuvered his ship towards Doberman and his crew. Meanwhile, Doberman had finished dealing with the pirates lingering in Magic Valley Town and was about to explore the surrounding waters for any sailing pirates. However, instead of spotting any pirate ships, he noticed an arch vessel soaring through the sky, radiating a dazzling golden light that was truly blinding under the sun's rays. As the vessel approached his warship, the sailors on board became immediately alert. Yet, as Doberman sensed a familiar aura, a smile broke upon his face. Everyone, do not be alarmed. It is Marshal Sakazuki. Upon hearing that their own marshal had arrived, the soldiers instantly relaxed their vigilance. Where did Marshal Sakazuki procure such a treasure? It appears truly magnificent. Marshal Sakazuki, Doberman, accompanied by his soldiers, saluted as Sakazuki descended from the spacecraft. Thank you for your efforts. Have the pirates in Magic Valley Town been dealt with? Sakazuki nodded at Doberman, fulfilling his mission with great success. Hey, mortal! Enelu descended from the sky, perched majestically upon his golden staff. As he was about to engage Doberman in a casual conversation, he was met with a stern glare from Sakazuki, prompting him to immediately adopt a more serious demeanor. Clearing his throat, he addressed the Navy. So, you are the Vice Admiral? You don't seem particularly formidable. Having previously heard Sakazuki's claim of becoming a Vice Admiral within a year, Enelu found himself intrigued by the elite Vice Admiral Doberman. Sakazuki observed the look of confusion on Doberman's face and offered an explanation. This is the promising candidate I brought back from the Sky Island. His name is Inaru. Doberman gazed at Inaru, who appeared rather nonchalant, unable to believe that this individual possessed any potential to become an admiral. Inaru, of course, noticed the skepticism in Doberman's eyes. With a playful gesture, he beckoned Doberman, suggesting, how about a little spar? Doberman, the man unafraid to confront the Emperor red-haired, showed no signs of hesitation. Just look at my fiery temperament, he exclaimed, readily accepting Inaru's challenge. The two immediately engaged in a sparring match on the deck, a contest bound by unspoken rules. With Sakazuki observing, it was unlikely that any serious issues would arise. The clash of thunder and steel would soon reveal the victor. After a tense moment, the outcome became clear. As expected, a figure was sent flying from the flickering lightning, crashing heavily onto the deck. Inaru, battered and bruised, rose from the floor and approached Sakazuki, his face marked with injuries and remnants of the encounter. In this moment, he lacked any semblance of arrogance, remaining silent. After all, Sakazuki had remarked that mid-ranking admirals were as numerous as dogs in the sea. To be unable to best even one of them surely implied that he was of lesser worth than a mere dog. What a crushing blow. Losing to Sakazuki, the formidable leader of the Navy, was one thing, but now to have been defeated by a dog, no, by that mid-ranking admiral, was a bitter pill to swallow. Inaru lamented inwardly, wearing a pained expression. It is worth noting that Sakazuki had not clarified that an elite like Doberman was far superior to the average mid-ranking admiral. Inaru, having never undergone training, had performed remarkably well given the circumstances. As for Doberman, he was not in much better shape. Charred marks adorned his body, and his hair stood on end from the electric charge, resembling an exuberant youth. Doberman felt a pang of frustration. Although he had triumphed due to years of combat experience and mastery of armament hockey, the victory was far from graceful. Why didn't Admiral Sakazuki mention earlier that the lad possesses the Thunderfruit's powers? It is the most formidable of all the natural-type fruits. If he matures, he will undoubtedly possess the combat strength of a vice admiral. Doberman no longer doubts the truth of Admiral Sakazuki's earlier words. As Sakazuki observed that both individuals had quieted down, he commanded everyone to return to the naval headquarters. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, two individuals at the headquarters were in a state of utter disarray. In the office of the Marshal, Sakazuki sat in a daze while Hibari methodically processed a mountain of documents beside him. After completing the review of a document, Hibari stretched his sore neck and glanced at the bewildered Sakazuki, promptly delivering a punch to his head. Why are you in a daze? Quickly help me stamp these approved documents. The sudden pain jolted Sakazuki back to reality. Curse these naval duties. They strike me daily. Take this. The memoirs of the human demon fist from that fateful summer surged forth. Observing that no one else was around, Fong Kale could no longer contain himself and launched a counterattack, only to be effortlessly evaded by Hibari. A subsequent punch struck the back of his head, causing Fong Kale to cry out in agony, ultimately surrendering. Dare you resist? Hibari stated, raising his fist once more toward Fong Kale. Just as their playful scuffle continued, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the office, followed by a series of vigorous knocks. It appeared there was a matter of utmost urgency requiring the Marshal's attention. Instantly, Hibari and Fong Kale ceased their antics and sat upright. Enter, Hibari said softly, casting a glare at Fong Kale as a signal to behave properly and avoid revealing their ruse. Reporting to the Marshal, the red-haired emperor has led his pirate crew in a sudden attack on the Navy base at Sabaody Archipelago. Currently, there are celestial dragons on the island, and the world government requests that you negotiate. A personal guard of Sakazuki entered, accompanied by a government official. We hope Marshal Sakazuki can depart post-haste. The safety of St. Charles is paramount, added the official, seemingly affiliated with the CP organization. Both Sakazuki and Hibari's pupils constricted in shock. Why must it be at this moment? Hibari discreetly shot a glance at Sakazuki, who immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He feigned a frown, coughed twice to mask his inner turmoil and tension. I understand. First, notify Kizuru to control the situation. He has the fastest speed. I shall follow shortly. The two adhered strictly to Sakazuki's instructions before his departure. In an emergency, regardless of the circumstances, Kizuru was to take the lead. Even if confronted by the red-haired crew, Kizuru could retreat unhindered, should he find himself outmatched. However, with the entirety of the red-haired pirates mobilized, Kizuru alone would not suffice. After all, First Mate Ben Beckman was reputed to possess strength on par with that of Shanks, and was exceedingly astute. Thus, it was essential for Marshal Sakazuki to make an appearance. Once the world government official was dispatched, the office was left with only two individuals. At this moment, Fon Kele, impersonating Sakazuki, could no longer maintain a serious demeanor or upright posture, collapsing into his seat. His back was completely drenched in sweat, and his face was beaded with cold perspiration. This is it. I must face the four emperors. What should I do? I refuse to march to my demise. I will no longer serve as Marshal. I want to return to my homeland. Fon Kele murmured frantically to himself, head bowed in despair. Hibari, furrowing his brow at the exaggerated expression of Fon Kele while he bore Sakazuki's visage, felt a similar urgency but forced himself to remain calm. Calm down. Don't panic. I will call Uncle Sakazuki. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Sakazuki and Inaru had just finished a meal of grilled portioned small sea kings after sailing from Gaia Island and nearing Water 7. Sakazuki contentedly picked up a napkin to dab the grease from the corner of his mouth. He then retrieved a cigar from his pocket, pinching it delicately between his right index finger and thumb, and with a gentle roll, he ignited the cigar to perfection. Sakazuki eagerly placed the cigar between his lips and took a deep drag. Then, he contentedly narrowed his eyes. Through the hazy smoke before him, he gazed at Inaru, who was still indulging in a lavish feast across the table. Sakazuki was poised to share with him the history of the shipyard in the nearby city of Seven Waters. Curious to see if he would take an interest in the fisherman's shipwright, Tom. Unexpectedly, the phone bug nestled in his coat pocket began to ring. Hastily, he retrieved it and discovered it was a call from Lark. Sakazuki sensed that something was amiss. Moshi Moshi, Uncle Sakazuki. The red-haired pirates have attacked the Sabaody archipelago, and the world government requires your intervention to negotiate and protect the celestial dragons. The agents of CP are waiting at the door. The swift and precise delivery of the urgent message came from the Lark. Sakazuki furrowed his brow slightly. How did the red-haired pirates make their way to the Sabaody archipelago? Could it be? Sakazuki recalled the last time he departed from the Sabaody archipelago, during which he had instructed the naval base there to undertake a certain task. To his surprise, had Shanks truly reached his limit? This man, who possessed the most formidable conqueror's haki among pirates, was exhibiting such pettiness. Sakazuki's lips curled into a cold, indifferent smile, having vaguely surmised the motives of the red-haired individual. Sakazuki immediately devised a plan. Has Kizara passed by? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Sakazuki pondered for a moment. You and Van Kure should go ahead and make an appearance, doing your utmost to stall the red-haired. I will fly over now, and I expect to arrive just minutes after you. You shall keep a close watch on Van Kure. The next phase rests in your hands. With that, he abruptly ended the call with Yinshao. However, Sakazuki proceeded to make another call. After a brief exchange, he hung up. Once everything was settled, Sakazuki rose from his seat, straightened his military uniform, for what lay ahead was bound to be a fierce battle. On the opposing side, Ina listened intently to Sakazuki's words. He ceased his meal, taking an apple instead, and eagerly grasped his golden staff. The red-haired pirates? Are you referring to the ones said to be among the mightiest of the four emperors? Indeed. Have you had your fill? There is no time to waste. Let us launch the ship at full speed. I shall take you to witness another pinnacle of this world. Without further ado, they boarded the Ark Maxim above the warship, where Enel infused it with lightning. The vessel vanished into the horizon with astonishing speed, leaving Sakazuki's voice echoing. Doberman, head directly to Sabaody archipelago. The red-haired is coming. Emerging from the ship's command room, Doberman could no longer see Sakazuki, only a distant black that fading away. Shaking his head, he bent to pick up a half-burned cigar from the ground. With a regretful expression, he brought it to his lips. But the peculiar gazes of the surrounding soldiers made him cough awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Reluctantly, he discarded the majority of the unfinished cigar into the sea and grimaced. That audacious brat is back. He truly has no regard for the Navy. With a fierce demeanor, Doberman commanded his subordinates to advance at full speed towards Sabaody Archipelago. At that moment, the red-haired pirates had already surrounded the base's entrance. Vice Admiral Shumir stood before Shanks, his forehead slick with sweat. Navy, is it truly appropriate to humiliate an elder in such a manner? Shanks glanced at the body of Rayleigh, displayed on the wall beside the base's entrance, then fixed a steely gaze upon Vice Admiral Shumir. This was not our intention. It was an order from Admiral Sakazuki. Shumir hastily threw Sakazuki under the bus. Previously, Sakazuki had instructed them to hang Rayleigh's body outside, using the demise of the Pirate King's first mate as a means to intimidate pirates. The tactic had indeed yielded results, with a noticeable decrease in pirate activity around Sabaody Archipelago. However, now they faced the wrath of one of the four emperors. Hearing Sakazuki's name once more, a dark cloud loomed heavier in Shanks's eyes. He signaled his subordinate, Lucky Roo, to retrieve Rayleigh's body. It was remarkable how resilient the bodies of powerful individuals in the pirate world could be. Even after several days, Rayleigh's body showed no signs of decay. Watching Lucky Roo take down Rayleigh's body, Shumir opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately remained silent. You've obtained the body. May we leave now? Shumir, noticing that Shanks had no intention of departing, gathered his courage to urge him away. Shanks, however, had no intention of leaving so easily. Since you have insulted my once respected vice-captain, be prepared to risk your life. In an instant, Shanks drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at the Navy. Even Roger, the Pirate King, had once obliterated an entire army over an insult to his comrade. As the inheritor of Roger's will, Shanks was determined to emulate him and annihilate this Navy base. Wait, Vice Admiral Shumir was gripped by fear, desperate to say something more. However, Shanks had no interest in dialogue. He brandished his formidable sword, Griffin, and with a swift motion, unleashed a crimson sword wave that surged toward the Navy base, threatening to obliterate it along with all its personnel. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light accompanied by a cheeky voice interrupted the tension. Amaterasu. Out of nowhere, Kizaru appeared before the Navy base, forming a sword of light in his hands to intercept Shanks's attack. Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Shumir exclaimed, his eyes widening in relief. Yet before he could feel fully reassured, another voice rang out. Kizaru, do not move. Ben Beckman raised his flintlock, aiming it squarely at Kizaru. Oh dear, Kizaru replied, raising his hand slowly, his eyes flicking to the esteemed vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. Kizaru, are you challenging the entire red-haired pirates? Shanks's penetrating gaze bore into Kizaru, his deep voice sending shivers through the Navy personnel, as if the red-haired pirates were an inviolable sanctum. By order of the Admiral, you cannot act recklessly, Kizaru retorted nonchalantly. From a distance, Beckman sensed Kizaru was about to make a move. With focused eyes, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. A bullet infused with the supreme haki of sea prism stone shot toward Kizaru at an extraordinary angle. With a resounding bang, the bullet exploded Kizaru's upper body. The Navy gasped as they witnessed Kizaru reduced to mere halves, panic sweeping through their ranks. Admiral Kizaru. Yet, to their astonishment, not a single drop of blood flowed from Kizaru's severed body. Just as the Navy was taken aback, a familiar voice echoed, Beckman, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Unbeknownst to them, Kizaru's lower body had transformed into countless specks of light. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru reformed before Beckman, kicking toward his head. Anticipating the move, Beckman raised his rifle to block the kick, just as Kizaru prepared to strike again. Another powerful bullet whizzed through the air, striking Kizaru once more. Kizaru, you alone cannot stand against us, came the mocking laughter of Jesus Burgess from afar. In the air, Kizaru, now reformed, pouted, what a terrifying bunch you are. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of brilliant light projectiles erupted from Kizaru's hands, targeting Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Shanks. Yada no Kagami. After all the light bullets had been unleashed, Kizaru slowly uttered the name of his technique. Although Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo managed to easily withstand the attack, Rockstar, burdened with Rayleigh's lifeless body, frantically dodged to avoid the explosion's range. Unfortunately, the other members of the red-haired pirates were not as fortunate, and their cries of agony filled the air. Seeing Kizaru resort to a wide-ranging attack that inflicted heavy damage on his crew ignited a fierce rage within Shanks. His already somber expression, darkened by the events surrounding Rayleigh. grew even more ominous, resembling the pitch-black sky before a storm. Enough of this commotion. Shanks's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly through the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Accompanying his low growl was a tremendous, overwhelming aura that erupted from his being. This silent yet oppressive force felt akin to confronting an ancient beast. The surrounding Navy personnel experienced a wave of dizziness, their consciousness fading as they collapsed in droves. This was merely the residual effect of Shanks's conqueror's haki, which was not specifically directed at these ordinary sailors. The dominating presence radiated from Shanks, forming a half-arc of energy that spread outward. The light bullets suspended in midair detonated upon contact with this aura, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke. Emerging from the haze, Shanks held his sword, Griffin, with his head bowed slightly, his red coat billowing in the gentle breeze. "Kizaru," he suddenly exclaimed, looking up at Kizaru suspended in the air. Kizaru appeared startled, mumbling fearfully to himself. His furtive gaze fell below, crossing paths with Shanks's piercing stare, silencing the air around them. Neither side made a move. Just as Kizaru pondered whether to retreat, a soldier from afar shattered the stillness with a shout. "Admiral Sakazuki is coming." Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had no desire to engage in battle with an enraged Shanks. Fighting in such a state would be exhausting and yield no benefit. He had no intention of clashing head-on with the severely wounded Whitebeard, let alone with Shanks at his peak. The Navy personnel erupted in cheers, knowing the reputation of the Admiral was well known. With him present, the four emperors could hardly stir the waters. The members of the red-haired pirates wore frowns. Akainu was not as easily dealt with as Kizaru. His formidable magma fruit could be deadly with every strike. Shanks, too, gazed gravely at the two figures approaching in the distance. Despite his disdain for Akainu, he could not deny that the latter's immense power posed a significant threat. Sakazuki and his aide, Kuro, walked side by side along the shoreline. Von Cray, who played the role of Sakazuki, felt his entire body tremble, his legs weakening to the point of near collapse. He had just experienced the overwhelming aura of Shanks, which felt as if it could crush him with its mere presence. He yearned to flee from this terrifying battlefield. Kuro, sensing Von Cray's fear and hesitation, stepped closer and coldly whispered, "Don't panic. Uncle Sakazuki will be here soon. If you give me away now, not only will you perish, but your idol, Ivankov, and your homeland of the Okama Kingdom will follow you to the grave." Upon hearing Kuro's ruthless threat, Von Cray took a deep breath, striving to calm his wildly racing heart. He could not become a sinner in his hometown. The path leading to Shanks seemed both interminably long and fleetingly brief. Moments later, Von Cray finally stood before the gathered crowd. "Admiral Sakazuki, Secretary Kuro," he exclaimed, scrambling to offer his respects. He feigned indifference as he nodded at Shanks. Kuro returned Von Cray's gesture with a scornful glance laced with malice. She had heard of the notorious reputation of Von Cray from Admiral Sakazuki. "Red-haired, what are you planning to do?" Von Cray attempted to mimic Sakazuki's cold tone, addressing Shanks with a chilling demeanor. Although Shanks was puzzled by the absence of Akainu's usual fiery presence, he maintained a hostile tone. "Akainu, you killed Mr. Rayleigh, did you not? Why do you continue to desecrate his remains? A strong individual deserves respect. A strong individual must not be insulted." Had it been Akainu facing him, he would certainly have mocked Shanks mercilessly. A pirate should have dignity? The only value a pirate possesses is the bounty on their head. What is their dignity worth? In death, they serve to intimidate other pirates and uphold the Navy's authority, maintaining a semblance of order. Von Cray had long been schooled by Kuro and now fixed a flat gaze upon Shanks's furious eyes. "You are but a mere pirate. Rayleigh had no dignity. And neither do you, Shanks. Even if your captain, Roger, were to rise from the dead, the Navy would grant no respect to any of you." The declaration made by Pirate King Roger before his demise had ignited the tumultuous era of great pirates. He deceived everyone, claiming to have left countless treasures at Laugh-Tale. How ludicrous! Was he not the son of a celestial dragon, blessed with untold riches? That statement merely incited a frenzy among countless individuals, plunging the world into chaos and leaving the populace in fear and despair. Over the years, how many tragedies had been wrought by Roger's actions? How many lives had been shattered, families torn asunder? The true culprit behind all this turmoil was Roger, and Rayleigh, as his right-hand man, was the greatest accomplice. Even if the entire world remained ignorant of the heinous crimes committed by Roger's crew, you, Shanks, cannot be unaware of the countless dirty deeds Rayleigh performed on Roger's behalf. Von Cray spoke passionately, his confidence growing with each word, as if he were truly embodying the righteous perspective of a Navy admiral, condemning the wicked pirates. The surrounding Navy personnel, hearing their admiral's merciless critique of Pirate King Roger and Shanks, felt invigorated, eager to engage the red-haired pirates in battle. Kuro's lips curled into a slight smile. Now is the time to buy some time. Uncle Sakazuki should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, Kazara felt perplexed. Why had Sakazuki been so chatty today? He usually dealt with pirates without hesitation, so had he changed after becoming an admiral? Was he now more adept at verbal assaults? Upon hearing that Roger had a celestial dragon father, red-haired Shanks's pupils quivered slightly, though he refrained from reacting. However, upon witnessing Akainu continuing to spout arrogant words, he could no longer remain silent. Akainu, enough of your prattle. Today, I shall not only take away Mr. Rayleigh's remains, but I will also ensure that the entirety of the Navy from the Sabaody archipelago accompanies him to the grave. No one can stop me. A magnificent aura erupted, and the scene froze in an instant. Silence enveloped the air. Finker felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing his balance. The nearby Yunku realized the precariousness of the situation. The Akainu before them appeared to be in a less than optimal state. Could it be that he sustained injuries after battling Whitebeard, Akiji, and Rayleigh in succession? This thought ignited a spark within Shanks, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. While you are unwell, I shall claim your life. He raised his griffin sword, and in Finker's fearful gaze and Yunka's anxious anticipation, it seemed the next moment would bring a devastating strike. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, carrying the might of 1,000 thunders, dismantling the sword momentum that Shanks had just summoned. Raijin, a divine and dignified voice echoed from the heavens. A small thunderball, several meters in diameter, abruptly descended into the area occupied by the red-haired pirates. Instantly, a violent flash of lightning erupted, blinding all who beheld it. The deafening roar threatened to rupture eardrums as a fierce explosion enveloped the surrounding hundreds of meters. Soil was sent flying and vegetation was uprooted. The terrifying energy of the lightning radiated in extreme heat, akin to being trapped within a furnace of unbearable temperatures. Many of the red-haired pirates let out agonized screams. Some even charred to a crisp. The Navy stood in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. As the blinding light gradually faded, the figures of Sakazuki and Yun-ku had vanished. A kilometer away in the sky, Enel was seen holding two individuals in each hand, moving at high speed. You must be Yun-ku? Upon catching sight of the Arc Maxim, Enel finally caught his breath, addressing the still-stunned girl in his right hand. Before Yun-ku could regain her composure from the shock, he turned to Finker in awe, exclaiming, "You look just like the captain. How remarkable." Both Yun-ku and Finker found themselves in a state of utter confusion. Everything unfolded too rapidly, mere seconds passing before they realized they were airborne. Flailing their arms in disbelief, Enel hastily returned them to the swiftly approaching Arc Maxim. As Yun-ku's feet touched the deck, a sense of stability washed over her, prompting her to break free from Enel's grasp and hurl an angry question at the unfamiliar, bare-chested man. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Enel adopted an air of superiority. "You ask who I am? Allow me to graciously inform you that I am a god. Yahaha. Rejoice in the salvation of the divine." However, before Enel could revel in his self-importance, a black fist collided with his head. Sakazuki had appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. "Yun-ku, are you unharmed?" Upon hearing Sakazuki's deep voice, Yunka's heart soared, relief flooding over her. "Uncle Sakazuki, you have finally arrived." That red-haired fellow unleashed his conqueror's haki. "It nearly terrified me to death." She patted her chest, embodying a survivor of calamity. "Thank you for your hard work." Sakazuki approached and gently patted the slender yet sturdy shoulder of the lark, a wave of contentment washing over him. "The conqueror's haki? Is it truly formidable?" Enel suddenly emerged, clutching the swelling bump on his head with curiosity. "In due time, you shall experience it for yourself." Prior to this, Sakazuki had never employed the conqueror's haki against Enel. After all, with Enel's current strength, he was not yet worthy of such an encounter. This occasion serves as a perfect opportunity for him to experience the formidable power of the strongest conqueror's haki among pirates. Observing the expression of bewilderment on the face of the lark towards Enel was quite telling. Sakazuki gestured towards Enel, introducing him. "This is my newly recruited subordinate, Enel." Enel, unable to contain himself after such a brief introduction from Sakazuki, added, "I shall become the future admiral of the Navy. I aim to become the strongest man in the world." Yin Xiao was immediately filled with skepticism towards this ostentatious individual. Sakazuki paid no heed to Enel's self-aggrandizing remarks. He turned his gaze towards the trembling Fokuryai, who was huddled on the ground, and his expression darkened instantly. "Fokuryai, do not use my body to engage in such disgraceful behavior." Transform back at once and return to your ordinary marine form. Inel, too, noticed Fokuriai's disheveled state. Clearly frightened by the conqueror's haki, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Captain, I never imagined you could look so comical in your current state. Sakazuki cast a glare at Enelu, then instructed Hibari and the others to remain aboard the ship. Let us set forth. It is time to confront Red-Haired. I shall not allow him to escape without sacrificing a few of his subordinates after all the effort I have expended on this journey. Sakazuki swiftly soared towards the Sabaody archipelago alongside Enel. Meanwhile, the red-haired Shanks, disregarding the vanished presence of Sakazuki and Kurizumi, wore a grim expression as he surveyed his charred subordinates. His simmering fury was reignited time and again. How could he, Shanks, having roamed the seas for over a decade as one of the 4 emperors, endure such indignities? It was utterly intolerable, an unforgivable affront. A formidable and terrifying aura emanated once more from Shanks, more magnificent and grandiose than ever before. In his wrath, even the heavens seemed to shift in hue. The intensity of his presence surged, seemingly boundless. Shanks unleashed the entirety of his energy towards the Navy, revealing the essence of a sovereign of the seas. In an instant, all members of the Navy, save for Kazuru, fell to the ground. Even the vice admirals were not spared. Weaker sailors suffered internal injuries, blood streaming from their lips. This was the true power of the most formidable conqueror's haki in the pirate world. Faced with such a state of Shanks, Kazuru chose to evade his overwhelming presence. As Shanks's aura continued to rise, poised to annihilate the Navy with his conqueror's haki, an equally potent wave of haki surged from the heavens, suppressing the relentless energy radiating from Shanks. Upon the emergence of this new force, Shanks abruptly lifted his gaze, staring incredulously at the figure in the sky. His heart filled with disbelief. Sakazuki, with a disdainful demeanor that seemed to challenge the world, descended from the heavens. His broad navy-white justice cloak billowed dramatically behind him. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and his presence exuded the might of a dragon. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki enveloped him. Even Akainu, whether it was the stunned Kazuru, whose shock was barely concealed behind his sunglasses, or the typically composed and astute Ben Beckman, both wore expressions of disbelief. Yet, the one most astonished was undoubtedly Shanks. As someone who had faced Sakazuki head-on, he could acutely sense that the intensity of Sakazuki's Conqueror's haki was seemingly on par with his own. This realization was profoundly terrifying. Shanks had always believed that, aside from the deceased Roger and Rox, no one else could rival him in the mastery of Conqueror's haki. Not even the recently departed Whitebeard or the currently formidable other Yonko could compare to his prowess in this regard. Yet, he had never anticipated this. Sakazuki has surprisingly reached this level. Such an overwhelming aura is simply beyond belief. It is inconceivable that the Conqueror's haki could awaken in such a brief period. It can only be deduced that this man has been concealing his powers all along. A flurry of thoughts raced through the mind of the red-haired man, only to be swiftly dismissed. Suddenly, he intensified his energy output, unleashing a force so immense that it warped the very fabric of space around him. The air grew heavy, and the ground seemed to sink, as if the gravitational acceleration in this area had been forcibly altered. When the Conqueror's haki reaches sufficient strength, even the laws of physics can be influenced. I refuse to accept this. How could Sakazuki's Conqueror's haki possibly rival mine? The red-haired man couldn't help but emit a series of fragmented growls, which soon escalated into a thunderous roar. His eyes were suddenly filled with bloodshot veins, resembling a man driven to madness. This man, who had dominated his entire life, now appeared to glimpse the edge of the heavens, fantasizing about the improbable, perhaps merely indulging in delusions, perceiving fate as nothing more than a jest. Regardless, he could not bring himself to believe in Sakazuki. Despite the red-haired man's outwardly warm and genial demeanor, he bears an immense ego. He treats everyone, from the Gorosei to the petty mountain bandits, with equal regard. Yet beneath this facade lies a man with an extraordinarily inflated sense of self-worth. It is precisely this arrogance that fuels his formidable Conqueror's haki. He will not permit events that exceed his expectations to transpire. He strives to be a guiding light that comprehends the entirety of the world, serving as a mediator to maintain the balance of order upon the seas. His pride may be overlooked by nameless bandits, but it cannot be trampled upon by those who recognize his identity. How terrifying. Is this what it means to wield Conqueror's haki? Enel, who stood closely beside Sakazuki, could acutely sense the immense pressure directed at Sakazuki from the red-haired man. Having never encountered Conqueror's haki before, he felt an intense wave of dizziness wash over him, as though his very insides had been violently struck. It was a sensation that quickened the heart, evoking an instinctive urge to kneel in submission. Who would have thought that this red-haired cripple possessed such formidable strength? However, his boss is no slouch either. Ino resisted the impulse to flee the battlefield. Casting a silent glance at Sakazuki, he cannot allow his leader to be shamed. Sakazuki, with an air of reckless abandon, continued to escalate his momentum, his lips curling into a faint, sardonic smile. Without hesitation, he unleashed the latent energy concealed within him, pouring it forth with merciless ferocity. Instantly, a tempest erupted. The red trees of Yalchiman on the island swayed perilously in the violent gusts. The branch of a crimson tree beside Sakazuki could no longer endure the overwhelming pressure, and in an instant, it splintered with a resounding crack. Two formidable forces collided, akin to thunder reverberating through the clouds. The ground beneath the red-haired figure began to crumble, revealing the hard rock layer beneath. In the distance, the once tranquil sea began to undulate, soon transforming into a tempestuous swell. Waves several meters high mercilessly crashed against the shore, gnawing at the rocks like ferocious beasts. The clash of scarlet and dark crimson forces continually reverberated in the air, neither able to gain the upper hand. The red-haired individual wore a grave expression, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. In that moment, he could no longer entertain any illusions. He had to acknowledge that his conqueror's haki truly could not suppress Sakazuki. Previously, when Sakazuki had feigned weakness, he had even doubted whether he had sustained injuries. Later, during the thunderous assault, he had escaped, further solidifying his suspicions. Little did he know that it was all a prelude to this astonishing revelation. How despicably cunning. The red-haired man felt both astonished and enraged as he watched the rock layer beneath him begin to crack. He swiftly withdrew the dark crimson aura and unsheathed the supreme blade, Griffin, pointing it towards Sakazuki in the sky. Sakazuki likewise retracted the crimson aura emanating from his being. He slowly adjusted the blood-red rose adorning his chest, aligning it properly before issuing commands. Kizaru, detain Beckman and Jesus Burgess. Inel, confront that portly individual with the meat and sunglasses. As soon as his words left his lips, Sakazuki's hands transformed into magma. Meteor volcano. Countless scalding droplets of lava rained down from the sky, resembling a brilliant display of fireworks, erupting violently at the location of the red-haired pirates. For the red-haired pirates, who disdained the consumption of devil fruits, the devastating potential of this Logia-type fruit was showcased in all its glory. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed that one particular mass of magma had incinerated the unconscious Vice Admiral Shumir and his sycophant, leaving them utterly charred and unrecognizable. Witnessing Sakazuki's ruthless disregard for martial propriety and his continued assault on his own crew, Red-Haired could not contain his fury. Akainu, he bellowed, then wielded his lone arm with ferocity, swinging his sword with precision. Instantly, the sword's aura cleaved through the scattered lava in the air, obliterating it completely. At this moment, Sakazuki descended slowly from the sky, his feet landing upon the solid earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. His cold gaze fixated on the red-haired figure before him, poised with a blade. Suddenly, a flash of lightning surged past Sakazuki, darting straight towards the red-haired man. Captain, capture the leader first. Inel's voice echoed through the flickering lightning. Countless bolts of astonishing electricity entwined around his golden staff. The crackling sound of electricity accompanied Inel as he drew closer to the red-haired figure. The golden staff in his grasp thickened and elongated, while a terrifying current disrupted the surrounding magnetic field. The tempestuous winds generated by the magnetic storm tore at the red-haired man's cloak like a frenzied beast. Without mercy, the robust weapon lunged violently towards the red-haired man's torso. Red-haired, surrender. Inel believed that his sudden assault would catch the red-haired man off guard. However, to his astonishment, the golden staff was effortlessly parried by the long sword wielded by the red-haired figure. Just as Inel was struck with disbelief, he noticed the red-haired man's eyes narrow, his pupils constricting instantaneously. A tremendous force coursed from the man's arm into the sword. Get lost. An invisible aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Inel was propelled backward, stumbling chaotically until he was halted by the trunk of a red tree several kilometers away. Deeply embedded in the tree, Inel felt utterly dazed. What on earth is this? Raising his weary arm, he extricated himself from the human-shaped indentation. After catching his breath, he transformed into lightning and reappeared beside Sakazuki in the blink of an eye. Sakazuki gazed speechlessly at the disheveled Inel. You cannot capture this king for the time being. Perhaps it would be wiser to deal with that little thief instead. Sakazuki, having spoken, disregarded Inalu and turned his gaze toward the mocking red-haired figure across from him. The atmosphere grew tense once more. In an instant, The two charged towards each other simultaneously. Hellhound. Divine Evade. Sakazuki's right fist transformed into molten magma. A fierce giant hound, forged from lava, surged forward, embodying its master's indomitable will, lunging at the red-haired warrior. In response, the red-haired figure unleashed a swift, sweeping strike with his blade, infused with an aura of dominance. The chilling sword energy ascended, unstoppable in its force. The incandescent magma clashed violently with the dark crimson gleam of the blade, resulting in a spectacular explosion, scattering molten rock and unleashing a tempest of sword energy. Sakazuki, unfazed, charged fiercely towards the red-haired figure. In the blink of an eye, he stood before him, his heated right fist enveloped in the formidable conqueror's haki, shimmering with arcs of electricity and a chilling gleam. With no mercy, he struck towards the red-haired man's face. Yet, the red-haired warrior did not flinch. He swiftly raised his sword, imbued with haki, to block the impending blow. The resounding clash of Sakazuki's hardened fist against the sharp blade emitted a piercing metallic sound. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the sword in his grasp, the red-haired warrior exerted a powerful force, sending Sakazuki's fist sprawling aside. Subsequently, he deftly rotated his wrist, angling the sword anew, and lunged forward with a forceful thrust. Sakazuki let out a cold snort, showing no intention of evading. He audaciously seized the sword that lunged towards him with his left hand, now transformed into molten lava. The red-haired individual was taken aback, intending to forcefully withdraw the blade. However, he soon realized that Sakazuki had already unleashed a right punch, aimed directly at his exposed chest. The red-haired man could only hastily shield his upper body with his supreme haki. Bang! Sakazuki's fist struck fiercely against the red-haired man's dark chest. Yet, it was not over. Magma erupted from his fist, as if preparing for a second assault. The red-haired man, feeling the intense searing pain radiating from his chest, forcefully withdrew the long sword that Sakazuki had grasped. He then propelled himself backward with great force, retreating several paces. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at his slightly charred chest. And with a grim expression, he lifted his head to meet Sakazuki's mocking gaze. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. The more frenzied this adversary became, the more it underscored the harm of our attacks and reinforced the necessity of the Navy's efforts against pirates. Meanwhile, Enel, heeding Sakazuki's command, engaged in guerrilla warfare against Lucky Lu. Die, you fat fool. Witness my prowess, Thunderbird. Enel, who had been darting about in the air, suddenly halted and unleashed bolts of lightning towards Lucky Lu, who was on the ground. The arcs of lightning transformed into fierce raptors, emitting sharp cries as they surged towards Lucky Lu. Though Lucky Lu was corpulent, his speed was far from sluggish. He deftly evaded the strikes within mere moments. You little brat, your attacks lack precision. Enel, startled by the ineffectiveness of his assault, felt a twinge of alarm, but soon a smirk spread across his face. Is that so? Take a look at what's in your right hand. Lucky Lu, puzzled, glanced at his right hand and let out a pig-like squeal. Ah, my meat. It was then that he noticed the skewered meat he was holding had been completely charred, blackened like coal. You've stirred my wrath, you little brat. Enel laughed heartily. Catch me if you can. Lucky Lu, watching Enel vanish in a flash of lightning, sighed inwardly, pondering how Akainu had managed to recruit such a formidable user of the rumble fruit. Quite the troublesome opponent. Currently, Enel could be considered the fastest man in the world, second only to Kizaru. Once he undergoes systematic training and further develops his abilities with the rumble fruit, his speed could rival Kizaru's. In that case, traveling from Sabaody Archipelago to Marine headquarters would merely take seconds, earning him the title of Speed Demon. On Kizaru's side, observing the lively Enel, he couldn't help but pout and remark, youth indeed possesses a certain vigor. It was unclear whether it was Beckman's strength or Kizaru's lack of intent to engage in combat, but battling against two opponents proved somewhat arduous for Kizaru. He was occasionally caught off guard by sudden bullets from Jesus Burgess that would explode upon impact. As expected, Kizaru remained evenly matched against anyone. The clash continued until the following evening. After a day and night of relentless combat, both Kizaru and Enel felt a tinge of fatigue. At that moment, they simultaneously turned their attention to the central battlefield, where Sakazuki and the red-haired man were locked in what seemed to be yet another round of confrontation. Sakazuki paused briefly, observing the still-recovering red-haired figure. He retracted his slightly marred black fist, which bore a few white scars, and casually adjusted his disheveled collar. Gazing towards the setting sun by the sea, he exhaled deeply, contemplating the imminent arrival of his comrades. Indeed, Sakazuki had informed Zephyr and the others of the situation en route to Sabaody Archipelago, urging them to hasten their support. At this juncture, their arrival should be imminent. Sakazuki, I have come to assist you. Zephyr's grand and powerful voice resonated from the shore. It was indeed a case of speaking of the devil, and he shall appear. The red-haired man lowered his aching right arm, gasping for breath as he beheld Zephyr, who approached with the same ethereal grace as Sakazuki had earlier. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Why would this once-maimed former admiral abandon his role as an instructor to intervene here? The red-haired man's intelligence network was deeply embedded within the Navy and the world government. He was acutely aware of the severe deficiency in the current Naval Command's combat capabilities. With Akiji's resignation and the retirements of Sengoku and Garp, only Akainu and Kizuru remained as formidable admirals. This knowledge emboldened him to brazenly invade the Sabaody archipelago adjacent to Marineford. In the next moment, Zephyr materialized beside Sakazuki, allowing the latter to discern the condition of Zephyr's arm, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise. When did that happen? Following closely behind Zephyr, both Tontada and Law arrived on the battlefield. Tontada immediately drew her blade to assist Kizaru in confronting Beckman and Jesus Burgess. Meanwhile, Law leisurely settled onto a tree root, cradling his sword Oni-kuri across his chest, exuding an air of nonchalance. He was merely there to observe, having fulfilled his promise to Sakazuki. There was no need for him to engage in this conflict. Sakazuki disregarded the astonished red-haired man across from him and cast a glance at Zephyr's robust right arm. Nodding in appreciation, Zephyr, your timing couldn't be better. Are you able to fight? Understanding Sakazuki's gaze, Zephyr raised his left arm with a chuckle, playfully retorting, You brat. Who do you think I look down upon? Don't worry, I'm fine. Then let us charge together. With that, the two surged forward towards the red-haired man. Sakazuki's foot flickered, and in an instant, he appeared before the right side of the red-haired figure, unleashing a devastating magma punch. The molten rock cascaded down upon the western longsword drawn by the red-haired man, producing a continuous hissing sound as if attempting to melt the indestructible blade. The red-haired warrior felt the handle of his sword growing increasingly heated. Just as he prepared to forcefully repel Sakazuki's strike, Zephyr materialized at his left front, his formidable armament haki coiling around his left fist, radiating a blinding black light. With a direct assault aimed at the red-haired man's head, the terrifying momentum of the punch caused the red-haired warrior's pupils to constrict. He immediately recoiled, yet still suffered a blow to his shoulder. How could such immense power still be present? The red-haired man felt a searing pain radiating from his shoulder, involuntarily gasping in shock, his heart filled with trepidation. Initially, contending with Sakazuki alone had already proven exceedingly taxing, and now Zephyr, whom he had assumed to be incapacitated, was still brimming with strength. Noticing his attack had missed, Zephyr appeared slightly dissatisfied and quickened the pace of his strikes. However, the red-haired warrior, now on high alert, either blocked the blows with his sword or evaded them altogether. Zephyr's annoyance grew. After all, his left hand was not his dominant one, and his right still required recuperation. He could not unleash his full strength. Fortunately, like Karp, Zephyr was a top-tier martial artist, a non-devil fruit user capable of wielding his entire body as a weapon. After the red-haired warrior once again blocked Zephyr's punch with his longsword, Zephyr did not retract his fist to gather strength for another strike. Instead, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, lifting it to deliver a powerful whip kick aimed at the red-haired man's ribs, accompanied by a deafening sound of explosion. The one-armed red-haired warrior had no spare limb to counter this mighty kick and could only raise his knee to shield the exposed area. The collision of Zephyr's armored leg and knee with the red-haired warrior produced a series of metallic clangs. Observing that this maneuver was effective against the one-armed adversary, Zephyr's eyes gleamed with excitement. He then unleashed a flurry of punches, kicks, and knee strikes upon the red-haired warrior, combining his limbs in relentless assault. Sakazuki was not idle either, continuously seeking opportunities to let the red-haired feel the taste of his magma fist. The red-haired, unable to rely on his conqueror's haki, had no choice but to counter with swordsmanship and physical techniques. After a while, his already erratic breathing became even more disordered. This place is not suitable for prolonged engagement. One must not linger in battle. This thought suddenly emerged in the red-haired's mind. Sakazuki paid no heed to the thoughts of the red-haired man at that moment. As dusk approached, he intensified his assault with renewed vigor, taking advantage of the synergy with Zephyr. Great eruption. Boom. Hellhound. Boom. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. A relentless barrage of attacks forced the red-haired adversary to retreat, lamenting his plight. Zephyr, astonished by Sakazuki's ferocity, seized the opportunity during the brief intervals of Sakazuki's onslaught to unleash strikes upon the red-haired figure with his still formidable left fist and legs. Meanwhile, he silently pondered whether Sakazuki had indulged in some illicit substances prior to this fierce confrontation. Sakazuki is certainly not under the influence of any substances. He is merely fatigued by this protracted battle and desires to bring it to a swift conclusion. His stamina seems inexhaustible, expending energy with reckless abandon. 2 against 1. Especially against a disabled opponent, this match is destined for victory. Meteor strike. At long last, beneath the hazy moonlight, a dazzling crimson light surged forth. As Sakazuki seized the moment while red-haired Shanks was parrying Zifa's blows, he summoned the full strength of his muscles, channeling it into his right fist. With the force of a hammer, he struck Shanks' scorched chest with a resounding impact. This blow manifested the indomitable spirit of Sakazuki and the unwavering authority of the Navy. Instantly, Shanks expelled a copious amount of blood, staggering back several steps, his form swaying perilously. The molten lava coursed through his skin, fascia, muscles, and even into his bones, rendering him with the sensation that his very insides were on the verge of melting. Shanks, Captain, Boss. Should one strike another and find themselves met with a fierce retribution, it can only signify one truth. The initial blow lacked sufficient ferocity. Only by incapacitating or extinguishing the opponent can true silence be achieved. The crew of the red-haired pirates, perceiving their captain's dangerously weakened state, erupted into anxious cries. Hearing their calls, Shanks struggled to steady his trembling body. He attempted to speak, but was hindered by a painful cough, expelling blood mingled with fragments of his insides. Everyone, retreat now, Shanks shouted, mustering his breath to issue the command. Subsequently, he evaded the assaults of Sakazuki and Zifa, racing towards the Red Fort, which lay anchored at the shore. Beckman, entangled with Kizaru, fired several rounds before retracting his flintlock, while Jesus Burgess clutched the fresh wound inflicted by the sword of Miss Bakken on his arm. Together, they fled towards their pirate ship with Shanks. Meanwhile, Lucky Roo remained ensnared in a fierce struggle against Enel, unable to extricate himself for the time being. Sakazuki gazed at the retreating red-haired band, a fiery glint illuminating his eyes. His hands transformed into searing magma, and he unleashed a flurry of punches into the sky. Meteor volcano. The pitch-black heavens were instantly aglow, as torrents of lava cascaded down, relentlessly battering the fleeing red-haired pirates. With deliberate precision, a colossal sphere of magma hurtled towards the back of the fleeing Rockstar, who was burdened with Rayleigh's lifeless body. By the time Rockstar sensed the impending danger behind him, it was too late to evade. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a chilling scream that immediately captured the attention of the remaining crew of the red-haired pirates. Rock, the red-haired captain, was the first to react. Witnessing the grotesque state of Rockstar and the charred remains of Rayleigh beside him, unable to contain his fury, he let out a thunderous roar. An overwhelming aura surged forth with his wrath, but before it could expand, it dissipated into the void. It was as if a man at the zenith of passion was poised to unleash his might, only to be instantly deflated, succumbing to despondency, in a fit of rage. The red-haired captain coughed up blood, his eyes ablaze as he gazed upon his fallen comrade. Unable to restrain himself, he drew the griffin from his side, trembling yet resolute, and directed it toward Sakazuki. A feeble, pale red sword aura glided across the ground, starkly contrasting with the tumultuous emotions that consumed the red-haired captain. This sword aura was neither awe-inspiring nor fearsome, it was utterly mundane. If the sword aura he had unleashed before had been akin to a surging river, powerful and relentless, then now, while it might possess some potency for an ordinary person, to Sakazuki, it resembled nothing more than a fetid stream of stagnant water, rank and insipid. Sakazuki casually unleashed a punch, effortlessly shattering the insignificant sword energy. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the precarious state of the red-haired man. Witnessing his own inability to unleash a more formidable assault, the red-haired one emitted a low, unwilling growl. Shanks, let us go. Beckman, observing the scene, could only suppress his inner sorrow as he urged the red-haired man to flee towards the shore. You wish to escape? It is not so simple. Sakazuki continued his relentless pursuit, while Zephyr set out to apprehend the remaining members of the red-haired pirates who had failed to escape in time. The yellow monkey, observing his fleeing opponent, remained unperturbed and had no intention of giving chase. Instead, he ambled leisurely in place, occasionally using his foot to trip the retreating pirates. Meanwhile, Taru joined Zephyr in surrounding the more formidable pirates, for those who served as subordinates aboard the red-haired ship were no ordinary lackeys. As Sakazuki chased them to the shoreline, he witnessed Shanks and Beckman preparing to board the Red Fourth. Hellhound. Sakazuki unleashed a powerful punch towards the pirate ship, unleashing a torrent of searing magma that threatened to obliterate the vessel and leave Shanks with no means of escape. Suddenly, a figure emerged between the roiling magma and the pirate ship. With a thunderous roar, the molten assault was inexplicably halted, yet that figure fell rigidly to the ground, never to rise again. Jesus Burgess. Shanks, who had already boarded the ship, glared with unrestrained fury. He was poised to leap overboard and confront Sakazuki in a decisive battle, but was firmly held back by Beckman. He then commanded the helmsman to set sail at once. In an instant, the pirate ship vanished into the thick embrace of the night. Sakazuki slowly approached the shore. Casting a glance at the pirate ship that had vanished from sight, he relinquished any thoughts of pursuing it further into the sea. Subsequently, he lowered his gaze to the lifeless body of Jesus Burgess. Despite Jesus Burgess having enveloped himself in armament hockey at a critical moment, his prior injuries rendered him unable to withstand the formidable power of magma, leading to his untimely demise. As for the man who abandoned his ailing wife and young son, heedlessly responding to the call of the pirate flag and the invitation from the red-haired captain, he set sail without a second thought, embracing the life of a pirate. Sakazuki harbored profound disdain within his heart, though he feigned brotherhood with a band of pirates, displaying a faude of camaraderie. He remained utterly indifferent to the bonds of kinship, regardless of the romantic and fervent proclamations he uttered. He ultimately revealed himself to be nothing more than a selfish and self-serving pirate. One must ponder the worth of willingly facing death for the sake of pirates. What does it truly signify? This world is indeed peculiar, thus. The existence of pirates should be deemed untenable, especially in the presence of the lifeless body of Jesus. Sakazuki slowly retrieved a box of cigars from his pocket. Extracting one with care, he then crouched down, using the flickering ember from the lifeless body to ignite the cigar. With a slight squint, he inhaled deeply, savoring the moment before gently exhaling a plume of white smoke, as if to expel the weariness of the day from his being. He gazed up at the inky night sky, adorned with twinkling stars. Sakazuki found himself momentarily entranced. Before him stretched an expansive canvas of the night sky. The stars, light years away, ultimately failed to illuminate the darkness. Their distance rendered them insignificant. Only the sun, in close proximity to this earth, possesses the power to eternally bestow light upon the world. Perhaps, at this moment, I am but a distant star, capable of emitting only a feeble glimmer, illuminating the path for a select few. My current endeavors may merely represent an inconspicuous point of light amidst the vast darkness. Perhaps it is only when countless such points converge, forming a colossal sphere of fire, that the night can be fully illuminated. Only when justice reigns supreme can happiness envelop the entire world. Moments later, the cigar extinguished. Sakazuki gradually regained his composure, casually casting the remnants of his cigar upon the lifeless body of Jesus. He adjusted the tilted rose upon his chest, and then meandered deeper into the island. The red rose dripped dew, yearning for the gentle chill, idly leaning against the wild winds of the night. Since he could not yet become the sun to scorch the world's sins, he would first aspire to be the brightest star in the night sky. Upon returning to the heart of the island, Sakazuki was met with a peculiar scene. Kazuru, Zephyr, Trafalgar, and others sat at the roots of a tree, appearing as if they were spectators at a performance. Only Enel and the chubby lad, Laki, continued their fierce battle. Sakazuki approached Zephyr with a look of confusion. Teacher Zephyr, what is happening here? Zephyr remained fixated on the constantly flickering Enel in the sky. Haha. Sakazuki, where did you bring this little fellow from? We are eager to discover the extent of his limits. Zephyr appeared exceedingly pleased with Enel. A user of the rumble fruit, moving as swiftly as I do, how terrifying. Kazara interjected casually from the side. Tsuru, with a smile gracing her lips, held Kinemon closely while observing Enel on the battlefield with keen interest, genuinely delighted by the addition of another Logia user to the Navy. As for Law, he yawned expressionlessly, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Borsellino, I have long maintained that an over-reliance on devil fruit abilities, such as yours, is inadvisable. Look at you now, struggling against Beckman, the vice-captain, is hardly commendable. Why not learn from others, Sakazuki? Zephyr cast a disapproving glance at the nonchalant Kazuru, his irritation palpable. During their training days, Zephyr had been displeased with Kazara's disregard for instruction and excessive dependence on the light fruit. He believed that physical skills and hockey were fundamental. Devil fruit powers should merely serve as an aid. Only by solidifying one's physical foundation could one fully unleash the potential of their abilities. Sakazuki, on the other hand, was a master of all trades. With formidable mastery of the Navy's 6 forms, top-tier hockey in all 3 types, and awakened magma fruit ability and proficient swordsmanship, he possessed the credentials to stand above the rest. Zephyr could not be more satisfied with Sakazuki, powerful, clear-headed, and resolute. The Navy should be entrusted to him without delay. Had Sakazuki been privy to Zephyr's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly have concurred wholeheartedly. Without the Marshal Sakazuki, Navy justice is akin to an eternal night. Boom. A resounding explosion on the battlefield drew everyone's attention once more. Enel, floating in the air, had been caught off guard by Raijin. Raijin raised his hefty fist and struck Enel squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, Enel was buried underground, the earth flying in all directions. Enough of this spectacle. Let us finish him off quickly. Sakazuki was aware that Enel would not be subdued anytime soon. Thus, he beckoned those around him to advance. Just as Riki, who had just managed to bring Enel down from the sky, was about to revel in his triumph, he sensed several formidable presences drawing near. With his small eyes widened behind his sunglasses, he glanced around, and a sudden tension gripped his heart. Sakazuki, Kizaru, Zephyr, and Trafalgar Law gradually approached Lucky Lu from 4 directions. Despite Lucky Lu's resolute acceptance of his fate since his defeat by red-haired Shanks, he trembled inwardly at the sight of the 4 formidable opponents closing in. He briefly closed his eyes, only to reopen them, now filled with a sense of impending doom. 5 seconds later, a corpulent figure collapsed amidst a torrent of magma, laser beams, fists, and sword energy, departing from this world forever. This was a fate that red-haired Shanks had not even experienced. Boss, you finally decided to take action. Enel, crawling out of the pit, muttered resentfully towards Sakazuki. At that moment, Enel's nose and the corners of his mouth bore traces of blood, his bare torso was marred with bruises, and his trousers were torn in several places, leaving him in a most disheveled state. Seeing Enel's pitiable appearance, Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval. Boss? Sakazuki, why does this fellow resemble a petty thug? Upon hearing the elderly purple-haired man's remarks, Enel's displeasure surged. Hey, old man, who are you calling a thug? Enel was about to retort further when he suddenly sensed a menacing aura locking onto him. In the next instant, before he could even react, Zephyr's fist struck him forcefully on the head. Old man, you're quite audacious, aren't you? Enel felt stars burst before his eyes, and as he regained his composure, he regarded the elder before him with wary eyes. Enel, be courteous. This is Zephyr-sensei, as I mentioned to you. Sakazuki, upon encountering the future teacher-student pair, immediately sensed a discord and hurriedly explained, Teacher Zephyr, this is Enel, who has just joined the Navy and has not undergone systematic training. He will be under your guidance for the coming months. Upon hearing that Enel lacked formal training, Zephyr's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, as if he had discovered a rare beauty, fixating intently on Enel. The fervent gaze made Enel feel somewhat uneasy, accustomed to being bare-chested. He found himself wishing for a garment to cover himself. You are the teacher of the boss? That is impressive. How do you plan to train me? Enel inquired. Zephyr laughed heartily in response, you will find out soon enough. But first, the very first task is for you to don the Navy uniform. It was evident that Zephyr was more than willing to accept this student. Meanwhile, Law, feeling neglected, mustered the courage to approach, cautiously addressing Sakazuki. Marshal, having completed my task, may I inquire about the matter you previously promised? His words were exceedingly polite, bordering on humble. Alas, the harsh reality compelled Law to bow and scrape. Did he not see how the 4 emperors were being subdued by the Navy before him? Sakazuki seemed to have only just noticed Ro at this moment. Turning to face Ro, whose expression was marked by caution, a faint smile briefly graced his lips before vanishing. Have you finally reached your limit? You have done well. Soon, the naval fleet will arrive, and we shall return to the naval headquarters together. By tomorrow morning, we will resolve this matter. Rest assured, the Navy is steadfast in its commitments. Sakazuki gently coaxed, and Luo, with a hint of skepticism, nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to strive for the position of a warlord of the sea. This would grant him the opportunity to ally with more formidable pirates, thus providing a chance to confront that man. Enel, you should attend to your personal matters first. Once we return to Marine headquarters, time will be scarce. Sakazuki suddenly addressed Enel, who was engrossed in a discussion with Zephyr, casting him a subtle glance. Enel instantly understood, bid farewell to Zephyr, and swiftly transformed into lightning, vanishing into the air. After a considerable time, the warship of Doberman finally arrived, and the group returned to Marineford. Everyone went their separate ways. Sakazuki placed Law in a guest room before hastening towards his home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he indeed noticed that the lights were already aglow inside. It seemed they had returned. Sakazuki's lips curled slightly at the corners. Sakazuki pushed open the door to his home, and, indeed, everyone was present. Enel was reclining on the sofa, voraciously devouring an apple, his eyes darting about as he scrutinized the layout of the house. Meanwhile, Yunku was preparing dinner. As for Fongkilii, he was likely still sequestered in his basement. "Uncle Sakazuki, are you all right?" Yunku exclaimed. Dropping his kitchen utensils and hurriedly approaching Sakazuki with a look of concern, his gaze assessing Sakazuki intently. "Fear not, that red-haired fellow is no match for our leader," Enel remarked casually, tossing the apple core into the corner trash bin, then casting a gaze of respectful admiration towards Sakazuki. "Shut your mouth, you pervert," Yunku retorted sharply. Now aware that Enel was a subordinate personally recruited by Uncle Sakazuki, he showed no inclination to be courteous to him. After all, despite the powers of the rumble fruit, Enel still bowed to Uncle Sakazuki. Hey, who's the pervert here, you violent girl?" Enel immediately countered, unwilling to back down. Sakazuki and his adversary exchanged nods. Then, meeting the anxious gaze of the lark, he paused momentarily and declared, "It is of no great concern." Alas, the red-haired one still managed to escape, leaving Enelu with a look of profound regret. Sakazuki's lips curled slightly into a smirk. "What? Being taken down in one move by someone else, even if you don't flee? What can you possibly do?" Ainelu's expression stiffened instantly, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "Just wait until I train for a few months and master the armament hockey. Then I shall settle the score." Sakazuki remained noncommittal. "Ainelu possesses remarkable talent. After Zephyr's meticulous training, I believe his combat prowess will soon rival that of a vice admiral. However, facing the red-haired pirate alone will still require some time. The seasoned emperors of the sea are formidable adversaries, not to be underestimated. Henceforth, devote yourself to training under Zephyr, for this place shall temporarily be your home. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me or Kiku in the Admiral's office. By the way, where is your Arc Maxim?" Sakazuki suddenly thought of the spaceship, a magnificent creation that must not be lost. Enel was momentarily taken aback by Sakazuki's mention of home. For him, the concept of home was an alien one. He had always traversed life alone, devoid of friends or family, and thus had never experienced the notion of a home. The home he had once envied and secretly resented. Did he finally possess one today? Did I, Enel, now have family? As he gazed at the tall, stern man before him, an involuntary tremor coursed through his heart. Sakazuki gazed at Enel, who had suddenly fallen silent, with a look of confusion. Enel, jolted back to reality by Sakazuki's inquiry, hastily responded in a flustered manner, "I have stopped in the backyard." Sakazuki cast a peculiar glance at Enelu and nodded reassuringly. "Very well, let us dine." The three gathered around the dining table. Sakazuki inquired about the recent governmental affairs that Hyaku had been managing, to which Hyaku replied while lamenting the arduous nature of his tasks. Ainelu, however, remained engrossed in his meal, choosing not to partake in the conversation between Sakazuki and Hyaku. Occasionally, he would glance up at them, only to quickly lower his gaze again, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This way of life appeared rather pleasant. After dinner, Sakazuki instructed Hyaku to provide Ainelu with a tome entitled Absolute Justice, allowing him to explore it leisurely in the guest room, while Sakazuki himself headed to his study, with another matter still awaiting his attention. Sakazuki's study exhibits a remarkably simple arrangement. Two bookshelves stand prominently within the room. The left bookshelf predominantly houses an array of formidable training manuals, martial arts techniques, swordsmanship treatises, and the naval six styles, all related to the martial disciplines. Conversely, the right bookshelf is adorned with volumes on military theory, strategic warfare, administrative management, and the humanities. In addition to these, there is a desk, a chair, and a bed, suggesting that Sakazuki often finds respite in his study. Sakazuki slowly strolled to the window. He drew back the curtains, gazing at the radiant moon in the sky. After a brief moment, he fished out a black-striped phone bug from his pocket. The call was quickly connected. Green Pheasant. Sakazuki slowly uttered the name of his counterpart. Although Kazan had long since departed from the Navy, Sakazuki still preferred to address him by his naval code name. Perhaps it was a matter of habit. Or perhaps it was an attempt to keep Kazan's heart tethered to the Navy. "Kazan, is there a mission at this late hour?" From a bathhouse on Fishman Island. Kazan answered the call with a look of confusion. "Akiji, how have you been? Have you made contact with the Mermaid Princess?" "Things are progressing quite smoothly. Through my interactions with King Neptune, I have gathered information about an admirer of Princess Shirahoshi a user of the target fruit, known as Vanderdecken 9. He seems to have recognized the princess's unique qualities and has been fervently pursuing her. However, he is rather weak, and I was able to deal with him effortlessly. I have now gained King Neptune's preliminary trust, but fully earning their confidence may still take some time. Sakazuki nodded slightly. Regarding the mermaid princess and her connection to King Neptune, it is likely that King Neptune harbors some suspicions. Thus, he dares not recklessly allow contact, especially with a former Marine admiral under the auspices of the world government. However, Sakazuki is aware of how to resolve this matter. You must venture to Fishman Island's Fisherman Street and locate the captain of the new Fishman Pirates, Hody Jones. He is the true perpetrator behind the assassination of Queen Otoheim of the Ryugu Kingdom. Capturing him and interrogating him in Neptune's presence will undoubtedly earn their complete trust. Upon hearing this, Kazan's expression turned one of disbelief. He had spent some time on Fishman Island and had heard tales of Queen Otoheim. According to the story, she was shot while protecting the celestial dragons from human pirates, yet it turned out that the assailants were fishmen. Sakazuki, you even know this? Just how long have you been secretly investigating Fishman Island? Kazan could scarcely fathom how far back Sakazuki's scheming against the world government had begun. Truly, he is a man of terrifying depth and cunning. Sakazuki did not respond to Kazan's inquiry. Gazing out at the moonlit scenery, he shifted his posture. Resting his upper body against the windowsill, his expression gradually becoming impassive. In a chilling tone, he remarked, "The red-haired pirates suffered a significant blow from my forces yesterday when they attacked the Sabaody archipelago, yet they managed to escape last night. If they intend to return to the New World, they must inevitably pass through Fishman Island. You should remain vigilant at the entrance of Fishman Island, closely observing their movements, and seize the opportune moment to strike decisively once more." Sakazuki did not believe that Kazan alone could vanquish red-haired Shanks. It sufficed to inflict a grievous wound upon him once more. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Kazan was taken aback. It appeared that the earlier assertion regarding the eradication of the 4 emperors within 3 years was not mere jest. Understood, Kazan replied earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed a prime opportunity to deliver a severe lesson to red-haired Shanks. The dignity of the Navy is not something that can be trampled upon lightly. Noticing that Kazan grasped his intentions, Sakazuki nodded and continued to instruct. The final matter at hand is to locate the former warlord, Jinbei. He is a figure of great significance, possessing profound ties to Fishman Island. Devise a means to recruit him. The soldiers of Fishman Island represent a formidable fighting force worthy of allegiance. In the absence of Whitebeard's protection, many pirates are now eyeing this territory with avarice. It is believed they would lean towards Kazan, a former top-tier strength of the Navy. Sakazuki briefly assigned some tasks to Kazan before hanging up the phone. He then retrieved a book on naval administration and military management from the bookshelf to his right and returned to his desk to skim through its contents. Alone with a solitary lamp illuminating the military tome, accompanied only by the cold wind of the night and the moon, Kazan decided not to linger any longer in the bathhouse. After quickly packing his belongings, he immediately set off towards the entrance of Fishman Island. It was time to relentlessly pursue justice along their respective paths. 3,000 meters above Fishman Island, in the depths of the ocean where sunlight never penetrated, darkness reigned supreme. The immense water pressure caused the currents to ebb and flow, sometimes gentle, sometimes tumultuous. Yet within this pitch-black abyss, a pirate ship, enveloped in bubbles, suddenly emerged. Moments later, voices from the ship shattered the deep-sea silence, startling the colossal sea creatures around it into retreat, as if sensing a presence capable of threatening their dominance of the ocean floor. "Beckman, how much longer?" A weak voice of Shanks echoed. "We are approximately 3,000 meters from Fishman Island." Beckman replied, glancing around before observing Shanks' pallid complexion, his brow furrowed with concern. "Hang in there, Shanks. Once we reach Fishman Island, we can rest for a while." It was unclear what methods the red-haired pirates had employed to coat their ship in a protective layer, allowing them to evade capture and reach the vicinity of Fishman Island in such a short time. The usual boisterous atmosphere aboard the ship had vanished, leaving only the captain, Shanks, and his first mate, Beckman. The remaining crew consisted of just 1 navigator and 2 shipwrights, totaling a mere 5 souls aboard the once mighty Red Force. Everyone else had been left behind forever at Sabaody archipelago. The navigator and shipwrights had survived solely because they had remained aboard the ship. Only Shanks and Beckman had managed to escape from Sakazuki's clutches. During the retreat, Lockheed was unable to shake off the Navy officer with lightning abilities, and his fate seemed grim. Shanks sighed. The losses incurred this time were unprecedentedly severe. They hadn't even recovered Mr. Rayleigh's body, failing to achieve their initial objective. A somber atmosphere enveloped the ship, and Shanks felt a deep ache in his heart as he glanced at the silent Beckman. It seemed that ever since he had tried to make a name for himself at Marineford, misfortune had followed him relentlessly. First, he had been afflicted with lingering injuries from Magellan during the rescue of Luffy. Then came the news of Mr. Rayleigh's demise and humiliation. Following that, he was ambushed by Kaido on the way to deliver Luffy to his training grounds. Now, they found themselves in this dire situation at Sabaody Archipelago. Shanks fell into contemplation. From being an apprentice on the Roger Pirates to his current status as one of the 4 emperors, such catastrophic losses were exceedingly rare. What had gone awry? The pirate ship descended rapidly, and the massive silhouette of the island below began to take shape. Shanks gazed into the depths of the ocean. The flickering lights of Fishman Island drawing nearer, a sense of foreboding washing over him. As he pondered the cause of his unease, Beckman's voice broke through. "Shanks, we've arrived." Hearing Beckman's call, Shanks snapped back to reality, realizing that the pirate ship was nearing the entrance to Fishman Island. The landing was smooth, and they were not attacked by any colossal sea kings. Shanks and Beckman disembarked slowly, surveying their surroundings. Everything seemed to be going well. But why did the feeling of unease intensify? Shanks became slightly more vigilant. As a top-tier powerhouse, he had considerable faith in his instincts. "Shanks, are you?" Beckman inquired, noticing Shanks' disquiet. Suddenly, Shanks' pupils constricted sharply. "Beckman, run," Shanks warned, wanting to board the ship and flee. But it was too late. Ice Age. A wave of frigid air swept through, and the sky filled with swirling ice shards. The sea behind the red-haired pirates was instantly frozen, extending into the deep darkness. The red force transformed into a small iceberg. "Ah, welcome, uninvited guests. No need to hurry off." A figure emerged slowly from the distant coral, hands in pockets. Wearing an eye patch, exuding an air of harmlessness. Shanks regarded the approaching figure, then glanced back at the towering wall of ice, his expression turning grave. This could be the end. "Admiral Kazan." Beckman readied himself, hand moving towards his flintlock. Kazan halted a dozen meters away from the red-haired pirates. Observing the fatigued Shanks and the bandaged Beckman, a flicker of surprise crossed Kazan's mind as he realized the extent of the red-haired pirates' injuries at Sakazuki's hands. In their current state, he knew victory was assured. However, the 2 men would require some effort to extract their hands from their pockets. Standing tall, Kazan shed the languid demeanor of his past. "I am the former Admiral of the Navy. Please call me Kazan." A chill escaped his lips as he spoke with an air of indifference. "So, you're no longer part of the Navy. What are you doing here?" Shanks inquired cautiously. Facing Kazan in his current condition posed a perilous predicament. The Navy may have retreated, but justice remains. Kazan replied slowly, a cold wind rustling through his coat. Frost beginning to form on everyone present. The atmosphere brimmed with danger. Bang! Beckman, observing the frost forming on Kazan, decisively drew his flintlock and pulled the trigger. The powerful sea stone bullet sped towards Kazan's head, exploding it into a shower of ice fragments in less than half a second. Yet, neither Shanks nor Beckman relaxed their guard. Violent Pelican. The figure of Kazan swiftly materialized before the two. His right hand instantly crystallized into ice, emanating a chilling aura. He launched a fierce assault on the severely injured red-haired Shanks, conjuring a massive ice bird several meters long. Its enormous wings flapping violently as it swooped down toward the weakened pirate. However, Beckman stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shanks. With the handle of his flintlock pressed against his chest, he struggled to counter the force of the ice bird, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body. Shanks was compelled to draw his sword, preparing for a life-and-death confrontation with Kazan. Aware of Beckman's injuries sustained during his battle with Kizaru, Shanks understood that Beckman, despite his prowess, could not overpower Kazan alone. Yet, upon noticing Shanks' movement, Beckman swiftly turned and shouted, "Shanks, clear a path for the ship. I will hold him off." Without waiting for Shanks' response, Beckman charged forward to engage Kazan. Witnessing Beckman's desperate struggle against Kazan, Shanks gritted his teeth and promptly turned to sprint toward the pirate ship. With a swift slash of his sword, he liberated the vessel from its icy imprisonment. Upon boarding, Shanks inspected the ship and was relieved to find its power systems intact. However, the crew members, the navigator, and shipwright were not so fortunate. They had been tragically frozen to death. Ice Blade. Kazan, having been momentarily halted by Beckman's defense, retreated a step, and the ice in his hand rapidly coalesced into a sharp short sword. With a powerful push against the ground, he lunged towards Beckman at remarkable speed. Realizing he had no time to evade, Beckman steeled himself, raising his arm enveloped in hockey. He brought his arms together, positioning them before his chest. The icy weapon, reinforced by Kazan's formidable haki, gleamed with lethal sharpness. A deafening clash rang out as Kazan's ice blade scraped against Beckman's forearm, sending sparks flying, yet failing to penetrate, leaving only severe abrasions on Beckman's skin. Kazan, observing the resilience of his opponent, regarded Beckman with a flicker of surprise. Truly, he was a worthy adversary, nearly on par with one of the four emperors. Beckman staggered back several steps, feeling a sharp pain in his arm. Seizing the moment before Kazan could launch another attack, he retreated swiftly, creating a distance of 100 meters to exploit the advantages of his marksmanship. Bang! Bang! 3 bullets were fired in quick succession, forming a barrage aimed at Kazan. In less than a second, Kazan was shattered into a flurry of ice fragments. Just as Beckman exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, he instantly sensed danger and scanned his surroundings, only to find Kazan's presence had vanished. Alarmed, he turned and dashed back toward the pirate ship, realizing that Kazan's true target was, in fact, Shanks. At that moment, Shanks had successfully activated the pirate ship, slowly beginning its ascent, as he wielded his sword to cleave through the encroaching ice, creating a path for the vessel. He suddenly felt an intense chill creeping up from behind. Without hesitation, he pivoted his sword to face the threat, amplifying the Crimson Sword energy tenfold. A violent wave of force surged forth, lifting the deck beneath him. The tremendous sword energy obliterated the approaching ice spears, which glittered ominously. Shanks, you want to escape? Kazan's figure descended upon the deck, a frigid aura enveloping the space, chilling the very core of those present. Since you've left the Navy, why pursue me so relentlessly? The red-haired pirates bear no deep-seated grudge against you, do they? Shanks fixed a steely gaze upon Kazan, attempting to pierce through the icy atmosphere while grappling with his bewilderment. During his tenure in the Navy, Kazan never seemed so fervently dedicated. What had changed since his resignation? Kazan remained silent, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with Shanks. His eyes grew colder, the murderous intent unmistakable. He had heard from Akainu that Shanks intended to bring down all the Marines and rally on Sabaody Archipelago. Against such a pirate, Kazan would show no mercy. Frozen time capsule. Kazan unleashed a wave of ice aimed directly at Shanks while simultaneously erecting a formidable ice wall to impede Beckman's approach. The clash of ice and sword energy erupted, reverberating through the air. Severely weakened, Shanks found himself at a disadvantage. God avoid! Shanks roared, his expression contorted with agony as he summoned all his strength to strike with the sword, the movement exacerbating his chest wound. Recognizing that defeat was imminent if he continued in this manner, he resolved to gamble everything in one final effort. A tremendous surge of sword energy erupted, causing the ship's deck to creak under the strain, emitting a mournful cry as if on the verge of collapse. Kazan regarded the formidable sword energy, now exponentially more powerful than before, with a grave expression. Ice Age. In an instant, the area within a radius of several hundred meters around Kazan transformed into a frozen wasteland. While the majority of Shanks' sword energy was subdued, a few strands imbued with Conqueror's haki managed to escape, slicing through Kazan's coat and leaving shallow wounds on his skin. Noticing the blood seeping from his flesh, Kazan frowned, the blood instantly crystallizing before falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Shanks found himself completely encased in ice, rendered immobile. Shanks. The elusive Beckman finally made his appearance after a brief absence. With remarkable precision, he fired a bullet that shattered the ice encasing the red-haired man, inflicting no harm upon him. Before Kazan could launch another assault, Beckman discharged several more bullets in Kazan's direction. Observing the approaching bullets made of sea prism stone, Kazan subtly moved his hands, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes that collided with the projectiles, causing them to fall helplessly to the ground. After neutralizing the bullets, Kazan turned to look for the red-haired figure, only to find nothing but emptiness. It appeared that Beckman had been momentarily obstructed by an ice wall and had opted to create a path through the surrounding ice instead of breaking through directly. Now, having abandoned ship, Beckman was swimming with the red-haired man toward this newly carved route. This was the advantage of not consuming a devil fruit. When danger arose, one could still evade it in the open sea. Kazan observed the two figures moving farther away from Fishman Island and quickly conjured an icy passage through the depths of the ocean. An ice tunnel, spacious enough to accommodate a single person, materialized in an instant. Kazan immediately pursued them. Yet he found himself lagging behind the two formidable individuals who possessed no devil fruit powers. As their figures receded into the distance, Kazan made a swift decision, swinging his right arm forward with great force. Utilizing the full extent of his ice fruit powers, an immense ice dragon erupted before him. roaring as it surged toward the red-haired duo. Sensing the impending threat behind him, Beckman quickly adjusted his course while carrying the red-haired man. Though his speed was impressive, the colossal fangs of the ice dragon clamped down on the red-haired man's left leg. Feeling the immense resistance behind him, Beckman glanced back at the unyielding ice and gritted his teeth. Resolutely, he turned around, raising his right hand, enveloped in armament hockey, transforming his palm into a blade. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decisively severed the red-haired man's leg, completely encasing it in ice. Thus, the moniker One-Legged Emperor was born. The unconscious red-haired man felt an agonizing jolt, letting out a muffled groan, barely on the brink of consciousness. However, his grievous injuries kept him from awakening. With the ice dragon's grip released, Beckman, now unburdened by the weight of a leg, swam even faster, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Kazan arrived at the spot where Beckman had just been, casting a glance at the frozen leg still held within the ice dragon's maw. He furrowed his brow tightly as he looked at the now vanished figures of the red-haired man and Beckman. Subsequently, he fished out a shivering din-din mushi from his pocket. Brulu, Sakazuki, the red-haired man has escaped again. However, I have secured his left leg, Kazan reported, retrieving the familiar severed limb from the ice dragon's mouth and examining it closely. It was now 2 a.m, and Sakazuki, stationed far away at Marine headquarters, had yet to sleep. Upon hearing Kazan's update, Sakazuki frowned, realizing that the red-haired man had once again evaded capture, though it was not entirely unexpected. Nonetheless, the fact that Kazan had managed to sever the red-haired man's leg was somewhat of a silver lining. The 4 emperors were not easily vanquished. If he had escaped, then so be it. With the red-haired pirates nearing total annihilation and their leader now maimed, they posed little threat. In the future, an opportunity would arise to encircle him and Beckman with several admirals, leading to the complete erasure of this 4 emperor from the annals of history. While it was regrettable that he could not eliminate the red-haired man at this moment, his future was now severely limited. Kazan nodded in agreement. After losing to Sakazuki in their previous duel, he had contemplated exiting the navy to join one of the 4 emperors' crews, intending to undermine them from within. Yet, Sakazuki's approach was indeed ruthless, directly confronting the 4 emperors without compromising his integrity by serving beneath them. Next, he needed to swiftly align himself with the sea hero Jinbei and maintain a cordial relationship with King Neptune, ensuring control over the mermaid princess. A battle still awaited him. Sakazuki meticulously arranged the subsequent tasks for Kazan. Indeed, I shall now head to Fishman Street to seek out the Hody Jones he mentioned. Although Kazan was uncertain about the battles that lay ahead, he understood the urgency of Sakazuki's insistence and recognized the significance of Poseidon, the Sea King. To act preemptively was wise, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Thus, Kazan resolved to forego sleep this night. Naturally, Hody Jones would not find rest either. It had been quite some time since such fervor had ignited within him. Indeed, when life has direction, work becomes invigorating. Kazan gazed at the din-din mushi in his hand, now disconnected, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then strode purposefully deeper into Fishman Island. His posture remarkably upright and resolute, akin to a white poplar standing steadfast amidst the yellow sands of the frontier, silently supporting a sky of blue and clouds of white in the unseen darkness. After Sakazuki hung up the phone with Kazan, he fell into deep contemplation. The red-haired pirate was no longer a cause for concern, yet the pirate he had nurtured, Luffy, posed a formidable challenge. This time, Luffy was absent from his ship, seemingly dispatched to some location for rigorous training. If left unchecked, in a year or 2, Luffy and his companions would reunite, presenting a threat on par with the 4 emperors. The awakening of the Nika fruit would not be easily dealt with. Although the whereabouts of Luffy remained a mystery, he was acutely aware of the island where his companion had been sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma. Aside from Zoro, who had landed on the formidable island of Dracula Mihawk, the others did not pose significant issues. This group needed to be dealt with at the earliest opportunity. Those who should be captured must be apprehended, and those deserving of death must meet their end. Currently, on Blackbeard's side, Marco and others were available as cannon fodder. Additionally, it would be prudent to arrange for Carp, who held a vendetta against Blackbeard, to lead the charge. Although it was he who had slain Ace, it was Blackbeard who had captured him. Without Blackbeard, there would have been no Marineford War. Carp had no valid reason to refuse the task of assaulting Blackbeard's pirate crew that he had orchestrated for him. On Kaido's side, Drake, the undercover agent, had already infiltrated, and it would be advantageous to incite Kaido's daughter, Yamato, to join their cause. Uniting with the samurai of Wano would also contribute a formidable strength. The only one without a targeted plan was Charlotte Lin. Where could a point of entry be found? Perhaps utilizing a supernova-like law? Yet, not everyone could be as easily deceived as law. This matter required careful deliberation. Once Sakazuki concluded his musings, he realized the moon outside the window had vanished. The distant sky began to pale, heralding the approach of dawn. Yet another sleepless night. Sakazuki approached the window, gazing towards the distant silhouette of the Navy headquarters, which loomed majestically amidst the morning mist. A vague shadow, towering several meters high, was discernible before the building. As he contemplated this square outline, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to hastily prepare himself and exit his home in a flurry. The sun had just risen, heralding the dawn of a new day. News of Admiral Sakazuki's triumph over the red-haired pirates at the islands of Sabaody spread rapidly across the seas, leaving those who first heard it in a state of shock. The Navy had first vanquished the Whitebeard pirates, and now they had defeated the red-haired pirates. It seemed the maritime landscape had been thoroughly upheaved. Should the red-haired return to the New World? The tales of his dismemberment and the annihilation of his crew would inevitably attract widespread intrigue. This would undoubtedly amplify the current news cycle, and the tempest of the New World would grow even more ferocious. Under Sakazuki's command, the authority of the Navy began to gradually reassert itself. Within the confines of the Navy headquarters, a palpable tension lingered among the three individuals in the Admiral's office. Sakazuki paid no heed to the visibly agitated Luo, engrossed in his cigar. Meanwhile, Yunk observed Luo with utmost caution, apprehensive that he might strike at any moment. Although the presence of Uncle Sakazuki assured that no trouble would arise, it would be preferable to resolve matters independently whenever possible. It would not do to burden Uncle Sakazuki with every little issue. After a prolonged silence, Luo finally spoke. "Marshal, is this the promise the Navy vowed to uphold last night?" Despite the fury simmering within him, Luo refrained from acting impulsively. He was a man of composure, having once learned the art of tranquility from a man who paid with his life for such wisdom. Sakazuki observed that Luo soon regained his composure, and he couldn't help but nod in appreciation. "The reason for not granting you the position of a warlord of the sea is for your own benefit. Do you wish to become a warlord only to be eliminated by the Navy shortly thereafter?" Upon hearing this, Luo was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend the implications. What does that mean? Aren't the warlords allied with the Navy? Aren't they recognized as legitimate pirates by the world government? Luo recalled the promises made by the world government during the recruitment of the warlords, and it seemed to align with his understanding. Sakazuki could not help but let out a disdainful chuckle. Even the nearby lark displayed a hint of contempt. This only deepened Luo's confusion. What on earth was happening? Observing Luo's bewildered expression, the lark could not refrain from speaking out as Sakazuki showed no urgency to clarify. The Navy collaborating with pirates? A collusion between officials and criminals? It's utterly ridiculous. The incompetence of the previous 2 generations of admirals allowed those pirates who occupied the warlord positions to run rampant, plundering at will. Now that Uncle Sakazuki has assumed command, such a state of affairs shall never be tolerated. When mentioning the former admirals, the lark displayed unabashed disdain. Yet, when speaking of Sakazuki, a proud expression adorned the lark's face. Sakazuki, overhearing the lark speak ill of the former admiral, felt a sense of familiarity with the words. It dawned on him, could it be that the scoundrel, Doberman, had corrupted him? Upon hearing the lark's remarks, Law instinctively turned his gaze towards Sakazuki, eagerly awaiting an explanation. "Tell me, what was the original purpose of the 7 warlords?" Sakazuki did not directly respond to Ro. Instead, he gazed at the nautical chart adorning the office wall and inquired contemplatively. After a moment of reflection, Ro arrived at an answer. The 7 warlords of the sea, being one of the 3 formidable powers alongside the 4 emperors and the marine headquarters, assist the world government in maintaining equilibrium against the 4 emperors, thereby preserving stability upon the seas. Ro declared with unwavering conviction. In his perception, as long as he could ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords like that man, he would be capable of contending against them. Yet, who among them could truly counterbalance the 4 emperors? Who could stand against the might of an emperor's crew? Perhaps, should they unite, they might pose a challenge to a single emperor's crew, but such an occurrence is entirely implausible. Although the 7 warlords outwardly collaborate with the world government, their interests do not entirely align. Each harbors their own ambitions, destined to remain fragmented, as the world government would never permit their unification. Crocodile and Doflamingo, under the guise of the 7 warlords, clandestinely executed their nefarious schemes, inflicting suffering upon countless innocents. Upon acquiring the title of Seven Warlord, Blackbeard swiftly engaged in chaos and impelled down to liberate criminals, relinquishing the title immediately upon achieving his objective. Meanwhile, Moria exploited the title to recuperate in the Devil's Triangle, amassing a formidable legion of zombies. Jinbei and Hancock merely wielded the identity of the Seven Warlords to safeguard their respective nations. Kuma sought to pilfer classified information from the Marines and the world government on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. The subsequently recruited Buggy further manipulated the title for financial gain, establishing a pirate delivery service, Buggy Express, in the New World, thereby reaping substantial rewards. Among the Seven Warlords, Mihawk stands as the most unadulterated. He possesses no personal faction and has always traversed the seas in solitude upon his coffin. His induction into the Seven Warlords was merely a precaution against potential marine entanglements. Sakazuki gazed at the astonished Law and abruptly shifted the topic. Your aim is to seek vengeance against that warlord of the New World, is it not? How do you know? Law's eyes were filled with disbelief, feeling as though he harbored no secrets in the presence of this man. As for Rosinante, or Corazon as he is known, I too lament his fate. He was a hero of the Navy, and it was through his repeated acts of bravery in conveying vital information regarding the Don Quixote family to the Navy that countless innocents were spared from the shackles of slavery. Beside them, Hibari trembled at the mention of the Don Quixote family and the term slavery, though no one seemed to notice. Regrettably, in his final act of heroism to save you, he defied the Navy's orders. Sakazuki let out a sigh, then fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Law. At that moment, Law wore an expression of anguish. He no longer doubted the authenticity of Sakazuki's words. It seemed that memories of Corazon's sacrifice to save him resurfaced, rendering Law's voice hoarse and somber. I am profoundly grateful to Mr. Corazon, and thus, I shall avenge him. Upon hearing Law's resolute declaration, Sakazuki scoffed derisively. Grateful? Avenge? Corazon rescued you from the brink of death, granting you the hope of life. Yet you chose to become a pirate? Corazon was a sworn enemy of the very pirates you now embody. Do you believe that Corazon, in the afterlife, would take pride in your quest for vengeance as a pirate, or would he feel sorrow? Sakazuki's words were piercingly sharp, rendering Luo speechless. Although Corazon's ultimate intention was merely to ensure that Luo lived a life of kindness, he was acutely aware that in order to better protect Luo, who had consumed the Ope no Mi, he could not allow him to join the Marines, thus shielding him from the prying eyes of the world government. This was a knowledge possessed solely by Sakazuki. Luo, burdened by guilt, remained oblivious to it. Noticing Luo's bowed head in silence, Sakazuki realized he needed to stoke the flames further. Corazon defied military orders to save a pirate like you, truly a death unworthy of lament. To call him a hero is an unjust elevation. Luo suddenly lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes, veins pulsating with rage. He swiftly drew Kikoku from his waist, pointing it at Sakazuki, and shouted furiously, "What did you just say? Even if you were once Mr. Corazon's superior, I will not allow you to speak of him in such a manner." Beside him, Hibari immediately raised his flintlock, aiming it at Luo with a cold demeanor, commanding sharply, "Impudent! Lower your weapon." Sakazuki waved his hand towards the lark, then slowly rose, resting his hands on the desk, his body leaning slightly forward. In his profound eyes, the anguished expression of Luo was reflected. "Let me ask you," he began. "Corazon paved the way for you with his life. What are you doing now? Shouldn't you live on with gratitude for Corazon, embodying his will? Is it truly Corazon's desire for you to become a pirate?" Luo fell silent, helplessly lowering the knife he had raised. "What am I to do? The Navy will not act against the warlords of the sea. Forming a pirate crew to join the warlords and seeking powerful allies to confront Doflamingo is the only solution I can conceive. Is there any other path available to me?" With a tone laced with reluctance, Luo muttered through clenched teeth, akin to a deflated balloon. "Aside from securing a position among the warlords, I cannot envision a better alternative. Could I possibly?" Suddenly, his voice faltered, as if a realization struck him. Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sakazuki. Sakazuki observed the expression on Law's face, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward, indicating that he understood his intent. "Do not disappoint Corazon. Your pirate crew now serves as an excellent disguise. I trust that Corazon imparted his kindness and sense of justice to you. As far as I know, your heart pirates have not engaged in any outrageous activities in recent years. Instead, you have utilized your medical skills to aid many." Law remained in a state of astonishment, his speech somewhat stammering at this moment. But I, Sakazuki, upon witnessing Luo's somewhat fussy demeanor, could not help but furrow his brow. "Lark, please fetch that item for me. As Lark heard Sakazuki's instruction, she made her way to the cabinet behind the desk. From within, she retrieved a black box, and upon opening it, revealed an exceedingly vintage naval uniform. Sakazuki received the antiquated military uniform that the Lark had handed him. Under the gaze of Luo, filled with curiosity, he solemnly and gravely ran his hand over it. After smoothing out the creases, he began to speak slowly. This was the uniform issued to Corazon upon his promotion to lieutenant commander, a garment he had scarcely worn since he had removed this attire. Leaving the Navy to join the Don Quixote family, he had never donned it again. Given that Corazon entrusted his life and convictions to you, it is only fitting that this uniform be placed in your hands. Sakazuki, filled with emotion, solemnly presented the old military uniform to Luo, cradling it in his hands. Under the astonished gaze of the latter, the air remained still for an extended moment. Sakazuki did not urge him, his hands firmly cradling the military uniform as if it were a sacred relic. After a prolonged moment, Luo slowly sheathed the dagger at his waist. He then tremulously raised both hands, only to hesitate mid-air, pausing for a few seconds before letting them fall again. The Lark beside him believed that Luo was about to refuse. After all, it was the effort of Uncle Sakazuki to forge and acquire this uniform. Yet, they witnessed Luo's lowered hands vigorously rubbing against the windbreaker emblazoned with Corazon. It was as though he sought to imbue his hands with the tenacity and resolve, the righteousness and kindness that Corazon embodied in life, as if attempting to cleanse his hands stained by the blood of pirates. Sakazuki silently observed Luo's actions, patiently awaiting his next move. Moments later, Luo raised his hands once more. This time, they were steady, his heart no longer wavering. He firmly grasped the aged yet impeccably intact military uniform. As he felt the weight of the Navy attire in his hands, a sharp pang of anguish surged through his heart. A single crystalline tear fell upon the collar of the uniform. In that instant, Luo was overcome with tears. "Mr. Corazon, I can feel it," he exclaimed. "Little one, though you stabbed me back then, I felt no pain at all. The true suffering must have been yours. You pitiable little soul, Luo. I shall surely bring back the fruit of the operation. Even if I perish, remember me. I died with a smile. Luo, do not continue to live with hatred and destruction. Come, experience the warmth and justice of the world." In that frigid winter, blanketed by swirling snow, a profound warmth enveloped him, a warmth that bore the name Corazon. Sakazuki reclined in his office chair, and after Luo had calmed his emotions, he slowly began to speak. "Your next mission is to eliminate the two warlords, Doflamingo and Buggy. I will dispatch agents to deal with the pirate Empress Hancock and the renowned swordsman Mihawk, and then..." As Sakazuki was about to continue, Law suddenly interjected. "Wait a moment. I am familiar with the other three, but is Buggy the one with the red nose? How did he become one of the 7 warlords?" Law wore a perplexed expression, questioning whether it was Sakazuki who had erred or if he himself had misunderstood. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Yet he offered no explanation. He simply retrieved several sheets of paper from beneath his desk and slid them across to Luo. With a hint of suspicion, Luo picked them up to examine. "What? A recruitment notice for the 7 warlords? Weevil is also among the candidates? If that is the case, then why was there a need to eliminate him? Are you not concerned about the world government's wrath, Navy?" Sakazuki, seated in his chair, wore a puzzled expression as he inquired, "Wasn't it you who killed Weibel? The Navy never dispatched a warship to pursue him." The astute Luo suddenly comprehended the situation. Casting a complex gaze towards Sakazuki, it turned out that from the very beginning, you had. Sakazuki's lips curled into a subtle, chilling smirk. "Do not present yourself in such a manner. Our Navy is destined to be at odds with the world government. You need only heed the commands of me, your fleet admiral." At that moment, Law's pupils quivered violently. A sudden chill surged from the soles of his feet, enveloping his entire being in an icy grip. "Not allies? Just obey your orders? Are you implying?" Law hesitated, sensing he had stumbled upon a revelation of grave significance. Sakazuki shook his head and instructed Yin Xiao to fetch a guide to the mastery of hockey, a tome exclusive to the Navy headquarters. He also handed over the recruitment notices pertaining to the other pirates. "As for Don Quixote Doflamingo, I shall inform you to proceed to Dressrosa when the time is ripe. That man is not easily dealt with, and assistance will be at hand when the moment arrives. In addition to Buggy and the deceased Weevil, the world government has provided several other targets, notably the fearsome wolf pirates, which are entrenched in the first half of the New World, lacking the strength to contend for the title of Yonko, as well as the Silver Axe pirates. Their capabilities are not exceedingly formidable, and they can be entrusted to the Supernova, Law, to handle. As for Buggy, It is audacious that he dares to ally with Crocodile and Mihawk to establish the Cross Guild, placing bounties on the Navy. He possesses no real competence. Yet he has managed to stir considerable trouble, even if that jester of the Roger Pirates harbors some hidden strength and ulterior motives. He ought not to play the fool before the Navy. While I understand your desire to resolve your pressing matters swiftly, it is paramount to first enhance your own strength. Otherwise, you are merely courting disaster. Sakazuki handed the guide to the mastery of Haki to Luo. Within its pages lie techniques for the cultivation of both observation Haki and armament Haki, accompanied by numerous annotations from esteemed naval predecessors. For someone like you, who has yet to grasp the essence of Haki, this should prove invaluable. Now, take this transponder snail and diligently pursue your training. Time waits for no one. Sakazuki bestowed upon Luo a black-striped din-din mushi. Luo tucked the training manual and the din-din mushi into his pocket, cradling the heavy Navy uniform in his arms. He nodded solemnly to Sakazuki and resolutely stepped out of the office door. Just as Luo was about to leave, Sakazuki suddenly called out to him. In the center of the square in front of the building stood a monument inscribed with Corzone's name. You might wish to pay your respects. Luo paused momentarily, then closed the door behind him, departing with a light-hearted reply. Understood, Admiral Sakazuki. Within the office, Sakazuki, with his keen senses, caught that faint utterance and a slight smile crept upon his lips. He then turned to look at Hibari, quietly sighing to himself. Hibari, for the next few months, utilize your evenings to train further with Enel under Teacher Zephyr. This way, you can take on a portion of the subsequent operations against Don Quixote da Flamingo. Consider it a final reckoning for the misfortunes you faced at the age of 6. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, Sakazuki returned to the North Sea. That year, after rescuing Hibari from the slave pirate crew, he adopted her as his daughter. Subsequent investigations revealed that the slaving ship was intricately linked to the Don Quixote family, who were then entrenched in the North Sea. However, constrained by his position and the influence of the celestial dragons, he faced the formidable Doflamingo, who had become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Kong and Sengoku had consistently maintained a conciliatory stance. Sakazuki could only repeatedly admonish Hibari to exercise patience. At long last, the day of reckoning was approaching. However, the Navy could not act overly. They could only reveal themselves at the final moment. Moreover, Don Quixote da Flamingo could not meet his demise just yet, as he would serve as bait to ensnare a much larger prey. Everything lay within Sakazuki's intricate design. Just wait. Those high and mighty miscreants. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Hibari was momentarily taken aback, his hands faltering in the midst of organizing documents. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Sakazuki. I am already content. Hibari slightly bowed his head, concealing the tears at the corners of his eyes, and whispered a barely audible thanks. Uncle Sakazuki once remarked that one should not be so sentimental. Sakazuki, upon witnessing the lark's demeanor, slightly parted his lips, as if to utter further words. Suddenly, the telephone bug upon the table chimed into life. Sakazuki fixed his gaze intently. The inquiry from the 5 elders seemed to stem from matters concerning the red-haired pirates. Is this how you handle affairs related to the red-haired pirates, Sakazuki? The question was posed by the justice god, Saint Voculi, marked by a distinctive birthmark upon his forehead. It was evident that he had come to hold Sakazuki accountable. Upon hearing the unreserved inquiry from Saint Voculi, Sakazuki furrowed his brow. Is it not you who instructed me to confront the red-haired? Have I mishandled any aspect of this matter? Ah, so. You are blaming me for not completely eliminating the red-haired, are you? Sakazuki, with an expression of sudden realization, spoke up. Enough of your feigned ignorance, Sakazuki. You are well aware that the Navy cannot engage in warfare with the 4 emperors at will. This mission was merely to persuade red-haired Shanks to retreat. Yet you chose to escalate to combat. Woka Lishing scoffed, exposing Sakazuki's little ruse. The world government remains wary of inciting the wrath of the madmen in the New World, especially the 4 emperors. Should they launch an assault on Mary Geos, it would result in a most troublesome predicament. I am at a loss, esteemed Gorosei. Marshal Sengoku did not instruct me on how to play the role of a timid turtle before his retirement. Sakazuki appeared somewhat aggrieved, yet a cold smirk graced his lips. He would not behave like that coward from the Marineford era. He boldly proclaimed the righteousness of his rule, while his actions betrayed a justice that aligned more with treachery. Sakazuki, mind your demeanor. We have the power to elevate you to the rank of admiral, just as easily as we can strip you of that title. Not only was Saint Vegapunk incensed, but the other listening Gorosei were equally furious. Do not be angered, esteemed Gorosei. Indeed, Sengoku did not impart this wisdom to me. You are aware of my long-standing discord with him. If you fear retaliation, I could immediately gather forces to scour the new world for the red-haired pirate, seeking an opportunity to encircle and eliminate him. The Gorosei fell silent for a considerable time, uncertain if they believed Sakazuki's assertions. Was Sengoku's disapproval of Sakazuki so profound? Had the clandestine protocols of the world government been withheld from Sakazuki? After a lengthy pause, Saint Vegapunk's voice finally emerged. The red-haired status is rather unique. He cannot be slain. From now on, exercise caution in your endeavors and refrain from attempting to disrupt the balance of the seas. Sakazuki could not help but let out a cold chuckle within. Is it not wise to disrupt the long-standing stability of your reign? As for the identity of the red-haired individual, Sakazuki could not care less whether the commander of the Knights of God, Garen Saint, is the father or grandfather of that red-haired man. He would ensure that both their ashes are scattered. By the way, how is the matter of the 7 warlords progressing? The scientific defense deity, Sodin Saint, took this opportunity to inquire. My lord, ever since the collapse of the Whitebeard pirates, the situation in the New World has become exceedingly chaotic. Countless pirates are vying for the throne of the emperor once held by Whitebeard, including those listed in the recruitment orders. Unfortunately, recently, Edward Weevil clashed with Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, and was killed by him. We are still in pursuit of several other pirates. Sakazuki spoke eloquently, yet his words were nothing but fabrications. Nevertheless, the 5 elders remained unperturbed. After all, the New World was indeed in a state of chaos. Even the CP organization of the world government was lurking anxiously in the shadows. Should news of the red-haired pirates' misfortunes spread, the turmoil of the New World would escalate dramatically. It is imperative to swiftly assemble the warlords of the sea, as Dr. Vegapunk's latest weapon will still require some time for completion. Furthermore, Trafalgar Law, the boy who once consumed the Opop no Mi, should be recruited into the warlords of the sea if the opportunity arises. Capturing him alive would also suffice. The 5 elders succinctly conveyed these matters before terminating the call. Sakazuki contemplated deeply, stroking his chin. Did the world government still place such immense value on the powers of the Opop fruit? It was said that this fruit could grant immortality, albeit at the cost of the user's own life. Could this truly be the case? Was him, seated upon the empty throne, able to survive for 8 centuries due to the eternal surgery? And what of the 5 elders? The position of Fleet Admiral has shifted from Steelbone Kong to Sengoku, and now to himself, spanning 3 generations. Yet, the 5 elders have remained unchanged. How long have they existed? How formidable are they? Do they possess the ability to control every generation of surgery fruit users? Or do they have alternative means of extending their lifespans? These questions lingered in uncertainty, awaiting Sakazuki's gradual exploration and discovery. Sakazuki, if the 5 elders do not permit the Navy to engage in conflict with the 4 emperors, how shall we proceed with our plans? Yunxiao's anxious words drew Sakazuki's attention back to the present. Observing Yunxiao's worried expression, a faint smile crept upon Sakazuki's lips, though it was a chilling and eerie smile. It provided an unexpected comfort to Yunxiao. Sakazuki then spoke slowly, let chaos reign within Marineford, distracting them from the war between the Navy and the 4 emperors. After a brief pause, he continued, Yunxiao, adjust the position of Ghost Spider and assign him as the commander of the naval base in the Symbolizes archipelago. The world government's planet agent, Vice Admiral Shermill, has already been removed. It is time to cleanse the Symbolizes archipelago and deliver a bloody lesson to the celestial dragons residing there. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. These lackeys could not meet their demise so easily. They must be utilized to their fullest potential. Yunxiao's expression hardened, showing no signs of alarm at the prospect of taking action against the celestial dragons. Without hesitation, he began dialing numbers to initiate the necessary position transfers and adjustments. In front of the naval headquarters building, at Bay Square, warm sunlight bathed the earth, yet it did not feel oppressive. The expansive square was filled with a throng of people. In addition to the uniformed naval soldiers, there were also civilians dressed in plain attire. Beyond the various grand military fortifications, these civilians, under the guidance of the naval personnel, gathered in an orderly manner to observe a massive stone monument that stood resolutely at the center of the square. Most of these individuals were relatives of the naval heroes who had sacrificed their lives during the War of the Summit. The Naval Hero Monument had been officially completed yesterday, prompting them to come today to pay their respects to the fallen. No one spoke loudly in the crowd. Some murmured softly to themselves, while others pointed at the monument, whispering to the children beside them. Every face bore a serious and solemn expression. A red cordon surrounded the monument, with a soldier stationed at each of its four corners. They took turns to stand guard, never leaving their posts, as if they were companions to the monument itself. The moving crowd gradually came to a halt before the stone monument. Luo slowly lifted his gaze to behold the imposing structure. The pitch-black stone was adorned with a multitude of names, densely packed yet arranged in an orderly fashion, with tens of thousands of names not entirely filling the vast monument. A significant area remained blank on the nearly 100-meter-tall square stone, as if it were a reminder to humanity that victory had not yet arrived, that the war was not over, and that more sacrifices could occur at any moment. In the very center of the monument, engraved from top to bottom, were these poignant words: "The souls of the naval heroes shall endure forever." Perhaps due to psychological factors, the crowd felt an illusion. These words seemed to emanate a subtle scent of gunpowder, as if beckoning them back to the battlefield in a hazy dream. These words were crafted by Marshal Sakazuki himself, using molten lava as his ink. Suddenly, Luo heard a naval officer beside him whispering. No wonder he sensed the distinct sulfuric aroma of magma. The naval officer glanced at Luo, taking note of the military uniform he held, and then stepped forward, leaving the crowd behind. The two soldiers stationed in front of the monument immediately saluted with solemnity. "Admiral Daebman." Daebman nodded in acknowledgement and returned a standard military salute before moving towards the massive base of the monument. Upon reaching the base, he observed the large inscription that read, "Naval Hero Monument." Flowers were heaped in front of the base, with yellow and white chrysanthemums arranged neatly. However, amidst them, a striking bouquet of blood-red roses stood out, seemingly freshly picked, still adorned with the morning dew, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Daebman retrieved a bouquet of white chrysanthemums from the pocket of his naval coat. He gently placed it at the front of the base and bowed deeply 3 times. After a few moments of silent contemplation directed towards the monument, he turned and walked away from the crowd, heading towards the headquarters building. The surrounding civilians, witnessing Daebman's departure, were guided by the soldiers to place their own flowers at the base. They all bowed and then silently gazed at the monument, a solemn atmosphere enveloping the gathering. The clarion call of justice seemed to linger in the air, while Luo stood motionless, lost in thought. The obsidian monument, from the first line to the last, bore countless names that held the spirits of innumerable naval heroes. History shall not forget their greatness. Luo stared blankly at the name Don Quixote Rocinante among the inscriptions. Memories of Corazon flooded his mind once more. Charge forth, Luo, to the distant horizon. Nothing binds you any longer. Beyond the iron borders of the White Town, amidst the fleeting essence of life, nothing shall impede your path. Luo clasped the worn military uniform tightly, his eyes welling with tears. On the elevated platform of the headquarters building, Sakazuki quietly observed Luo amidst the crowd. Noticing the resolve and determination in his gaze, he nodded in satisfaction. "Sakazuki-san, Admiral Daebman has arrived." Upon hearing Yunxiao's report from within the office, Sakazuki withdrew his gaze and turned back inside. As he settled onto the sofa to converse warmly with Yunxiao, Daebman immediately rose, saluting Sakazuki with utmost seriousness as a resounding voice echoed, "Admiral Sakazuki." Sakazuki squinted as he cast a glance at the scarred-faced general. The general's eyes sparkled with admiration, nearly overflowing with respect. As he casually gestured for him to take a seat, "Doberman, I just saw you at the monument, laying flowers." As Sakazuki made his way back to his seat, he inquired, "Indeed, Marshal Sakazuki, among them are several of my old comrades. Although they do not belong to our faction, they too sacrificed themselves for the sake of justice." The war above claimed not only numerous school-level officers but also several lieutenant generals. Despite the presence of many powerful admirals from the Navy at that time, the only one who truly exerted himself was Sakazuki. While confronting Whitebeard, he could only do his utmost to protect the commanding figures of the Hawk faction. It was impossible to safeguard every leader. This is precisely why Sakazuki harbored disdain for Sengoku. As the incumbent fleet admiral, he merely observed from the sidelines. One cannot argue that an admiral must maintain the morale of the troops and refrain from engaging lightly in battle. Whitebeard, despite his frail condition, ventured onto the battlefield, while Sengoku remained frozen at the execution platform. Is this not a disregard for the valiant Navy soldiers who fought fiercely? As for the so-called hero of the Navy, Garp, he likely wished for the Navy to suffer additional losses, enabling the Whitebeard pirates to rescue Ace. With 5 admirals, 2 candidate admirals, and a vice admiral of comparable strength to a candidate admiral present, the military officers engaged in mere pretense, resulting in the loss of several mid-ranking Navy officers, who serve as the backbone of the forces. It must be said that the upper echelons shaped the fate of the middle ranks. Sakazuki has yet to grasp the enigma of how a commander so timid, compromising, and peace-seeking could possess the ferocity of a conqueror. How could he proclaim the righteous slogan of dominion over the world? This realm is devoid of reason. Thus, it falls upon Sakazuki himself to address the issue at its root. He must first expel those who instigate the problems, and thereafter rearm the entire navy with a renewed ideology. Admiral Sakazuki, I did not anticipate your departure would come sooner than mine. I have witnessed that striking red rose standing out amidst the crowd. Doberman continued, his tone infused with fervent admiration. It appears that even before dawn had broken, Sakazuki had taken the time to pay his respects to his fallen comrades. Sakazuki merely nodded slightly upon hearing Doberman mention his visit to the monument for commemoration. Not lingering on the topic, Doberman, I have dispatched the Ghost Spider to guard the Sabaody Archipelago. As you are aware, the Sabaody Archipelago, situated adjacent to the center of justice in this world, Marineford, is plagued by countless pirates and, astonishingly enough, continues to engage in the abhorrent slave trade. How utterly ridiculous! Such practices cannot be tolerated by absolute justice. Now that the former Marine base commander, Admiral Shumir, has unfortunately been slain by the red-haired pirates due to his collusion with the celestial dragons, what do you believe should be the next course of action? Upon hearing this, Doberman immediately grasped Sakazuki's intentions. He stood up abruptly, filled with righteous indignation, exclaiming, I have long held a disdain for that sycophant Shumir. His demise is well-deserved. As for Ghost Spider's assignment to the Sabaody Archipelago, I propose we deploy our entire force to eradicate the pirates on the islands. Regarding the slave trade, it is under the jurisdiction of the celestial dragons, but perhaps. Doberman's voice gradually diminished, and his gaze towards Sakazuki became uncertain, accompanied by a hint of anxiety. He had not felt such tension even in the presence of Whitebeard and Red-haired. After a prolonged silence, noticing Sakazuki's impassive stare fixed upon him, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Doberman's eyes as he hesitantly inquired, what if? He then raised his right hand, transforming it into a blade poised against his throat, demonstrating with a grimace that, combined with his scarred visage, rendered the gesture exceedingly menacing. Sakazuki imperceptibly nodded. Truly, he was a loyal supporter, quite perceptive. Doberman naturally sensed the approval reflected in Sakazuki's gaze, and instantly his tension dissipated. He felt as though his heart was ignited with fervor. This was the embodiment of absolute justice. Indeed, following the path laid out by Admiral Sakazuki was undoubtedly the right choice. Doberman, you shall assist the Spider in handling this matter. After all, that group of ruffians is under the protection of CP0, and the Spider may find it challenging to confront them alone. Additionally, I will instruct Magellan to release a few pirates from Impel Down who harbor deep-seated grievances against the celestial dragons. You should discreetly coordinate with them regarding how to navigate this intricate conflict. I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Doberman nodded emphatically. He originally commanded 1,000 soldiers, and after Sakazuki ascended to the rank of admiral, he redistributed 3,000 soldiers he had previously led during his time as a vice-admiral among Doberman, the Spider, and Fire Mountain. Now, with 2,000 soldiers at his command, he was well equipped to unleash a tempest of chaos alongside the Spider in the Sabaody Archipelago. Remember to incapacitate them first. Do not eliminate them too swiftly, as they may still prove useful. Sakazuki harbored no desire for that group of scoundrels to perish so straightforwardly. Within his heart lay a meticulously crafted plan. After bidding farewell to Doberman, Sakazuki placed a call to Magellan, requesting him to select suitable pirates from the prison. Time slipped away quietly amidst the fervor of preparations. A week later, in the latter half of the New World on the Grand Line, breaking news. The captain of the red-haired pirates, Shanks, had suffered a broken leg during the previous battle at Sabaody Archipelago, leaving only him and his first mate, Ben Beckman, remaining in the crew. Audacious pirate crews began to take note of this situation and spread the word throughout the New World seas. However, they unanimously believed that Shanks had been incapacitated by Admiral Sakazuki during the skirmish at Sabaody. Is it true? Does that mean Shanks is now left with but one leg and one arm? How can he maintain his position as one of the four emperors like this? The burly man who was publicizing this information shot a disdainful glance at the one who questioned him. Surely, you underestimate Shanks. It is said that despite his broken leg, his prowess has not diminished significantly, and he has still managed to obliterate all the invading pirate crews. In my view, even if Shanks were to lose both legs, as long as he wields a sword with one hand, he shall forever remain one of the four emperors. Let us not forget his unparalleled swordsmanship that rivals even the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, along with his extraordinary conqueror's haki. Moreover, consider that the Golden Lion had already lost both of his legs and yet still persists. The one who raised doubts could not help but murmur, "Are you not overestimating Shanks? The legless Golden Lion is still nowhere to be found." The robust man seemed to have caught wind of this skepticism and bellowed, "What did you say?" "Nothing. I was merely remarking on the astounding strength of the Navy. Even before the world conscription has begun, they already display such formidable power. I must take my leave to prepare for next month's conscription examination." I can almost see the glimmer of victory. Some civilians, upon hearing this news, were filled with exhilaration, promptly expressing their desire to join the Navy in the crusade against piracy. Yet, a portion remained cautious, warning against excessive optimism. For Blackbeard had fully taken over the territory once held by the Whitebeard pirates and now firmly seated himself as a new emperor of the sea. The new quartet of emperors, Big Mom, Kaido, Shanks, and Blackbeard, had emerged. Should they join forces, the Navy could find itself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm remained unabated. I firmly believe that the newly appointed Admiral Sakazuki will lead the Navy in utterly vanquishing all pirates across the globe. Wherever news reached, similar scenes unfolded. It was predictable that this upcoming conscription would be extraordinarily fervent, heralding an unprecedented surge in the Navy's military strength. This was the vision Sakazuki yearned to witness. When the populace possesses faith and the Navy wields strength, hope shall illuminate the world. If the Navy's might were to attain an unparalleled zenith, and if its numbers were sufficiently robust, Sakazuki would persist in expanding naval branches across the globe. At that juncture, the duties of the Navy's branch members would be synchronously managed between administrative and military affairs. On one hand, they would vigorously combat criminals and uphold peace and stability. On the other, they would broadly engage in faith education, elevating the ideological consciousness of the people. This endeavor was monumental. To undertake such an operation beneath the watchful gaze of the world government was akin to walking on a tightrope, as any misstep could plunge the Navy into the abyss. Yet, this was the sole path to liberate the people of the world. The small-scale skirmishes led by the Revolutionary Army under Dragon could never accomplish such an overarching goal. Once the four emperors and the majority of pirates were eliminated, and as he led a cadre of Navy personnel imbued with absolute justice, the collective faith of the world would converge at the center of justice, Marineford. That would become the formidable source of power, enabling him to triumph over the Gorosei and Emu. Absolute justice shall ultimately prevail. Far away in the Admiral's office at Navy headquarters, Sakazuki seemed to sense the growing trust of the people worldwide in the Navy, as well as their unwavering belief in the Navy's inevitable victory. Sakazuki disregarded the gleaming tattoo on his chest, slightly lifting his head to gaze out through the glass door. The sun, suspended high in the sky, radiated an intense brilliance. Alas, the sun's rays merely warm the body, while the light of justice alone can warm the soul. If the people lose their spiritual freedom and equality, even the most scorching sunlight will futilely illuminate a cold world, leaving hearts still frozen with fear. Nearby, a lark, hearing Sakazuki's murmured thoughts, turned its gaze toward the fiery sun, nodding knowingly, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. A week had passed since the thunderous military operation led by Doberman and the Ghost Spider in Sabaody Archipelago. The streets were now largely devoid of pirates, with naval soldiers patrolling the alleys at intervals. Occasionally, they would uncover pirates hiding in shadowy corners, and the commanding officer would order immediate execution, granting no chance for escape or pleas for mercy. It was this ruthless demeanor that made all pirates retreat in fear, no longer daring to linger on the islands. They hastily made their way to Fishman Island, oblivious to the fact that it was another hell altogether. In stark contrast to the fleeing pirates, the civilians on the islands roamed the streets with newfound confidence. The shops and restaurants buzzed with a diverse clientele. On Island GR1, within a restaurant, a gathering of ordinary folk could be seen. They savored their lunch while discussing recent amusing occurrences. It's such a comfortable day. It's been ages since we could eat and stroll with such peace of mind, one satisfied patron remarked, patting his belly. His companions quickly joined in lively conversation, reflecting on the aftermath of the Navy's military actions the previous week, when fresh corpses littered the streets, nearly eradicating the pirate presence. Last week was truly perilous. Even at night, the sound of gunfire echoed continuously. Why has the Navy suddenly become so assertive? One curious customer pondered, recalling how the Navy used to adopt a more conciliatory approach, avoiding confrontations with pirates. Those unaware of the truth felt a twinge of confusion and voiced their thoughts. An informed patron began to elucidate. I heard the Navy base here has a new commanding officer. The previous one perished in the red-haired incident. The new leader was dispatched from the naval headquarters and previously engaged in the demon-slaying order, and the speaker paused, glancing around before lowering his voice. Rumor has it that the new commander is a trusted aide of Admiral Sakazuki. Do you think these pirates stand a chance? Ah, that explains it. It appears every locale has its whispers of rumor. By the way, my dear brother, forgive my ignorance. But what does the red-haired incident have to do with the demise of the previous base commander? The just-explained patron regarded him with a look of disbelief, as if one belonged to the 2G era while the other was in the 4G era. The red-haired incident refers to the recent assault on the Sakazuki Archipelago naval base by the red-haired pirates. The former commander, Vice Admiral Kizaru, was slain by Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. Initially, the red-haired pirates intended to wreak further havoc, but were quelled by Admiral Sakazuki's reinforcements, resulting in Shanks suffering a broken leg. It seems that niche media sensationalized the event, giving it such a title for attention. Otherwise, it would have been more appropriately termed the Sakazuki Archipelago incident. However, the prevailing belief is that Sakazuki was responsible for Shanks's injury, a sentiment shared even by those who participated in the battle, such as Kizaru and Zephyr. After all, only Sakazuki pursued the fleeing Shanks, who would hardly explain to everyone he encountered that his leg was broken by an unexpected strike from Kazan during his own injuries. Such an admission would be rather embarrassing. Unbeknownst to them, Sakazuki's authority grew in stature within the hearts of the people. Hey, why is he back again? Suddenly, a voice filled with extreme dread resonated. Shoo, don't speak. He is coming. The restaurant instantly fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, refraining from glancing toward the doors and windows. The once bustling street outside had turned eerily quiet. Passers-by who hadn't managed to flee knelt on the ground, afraid to make a sound. From the end of the street, a group approached slowly, led by an extraordinarily tall man. However, this man was crawling on his knees, adorned with a black metal collar around his neck. His body bore the marks of whips, knives, and burns, each scar telling a tale of torment. His hollow gaze was filled with numbness and despair. Perched upon his back was a pudgy man in white attire, whose thick lips and curly black hair were marred by streams of mucus. Yet his expression was vacant, resembling that of a simpleton. This man, akin to a fool, was the infamous world noble, Charlos. Hey, hurry up and crawl. Haven't you eaten? If you don't speed up, I'll have you dead. Charlos lashed his whip mercilessly upon the slow-moving slave beneath him, while his lecherous eyes roamed over the kneeling citizens, seemingly searching for his next bride. Hey, you in the white dress, lift your head. Charlos suddenly fixated on a target, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The designated woman was instantly struck with terror, collapsing to the ground. Charlos's steward frowned, preparing to intervene on his master's behalf. Just then, 2 bullets whizzed through the air, one aimed at the steward, the other at Charlos. In an instant, the steward fell, but a CP0 agent intervened, blocking the bullets meant for Charlos. Ha! Celestial Dragon, your life is forfeit, roared 2 vicious pirates as they rushed from an alley, guns drawn and faces twisted with madness. Just as the oddly dressed CP0 agent prepared to retaliate, the Ghost Spider and a contingent of naval soldiers arrived. With a deft flick of his hair, the Ghost Spider wielded swords that swiftly dispatched the 2 pirates, then commanded his soldiers to disperse the crowd. Ignoring the icy gaze of the CP0 agent, the Ghost Spider respectfully addressed Charlos, Lord Charlos. We have received intelligence of a powerful pirate wreaking havoc on Sakazuki Archipelago. For your safety, please accompany us to evacuate by naval vessel immediately. Upon hearing this, Charlos was alarmed. Why yes, take me away quickly. He quickly began to follow the Ghost Spider, but suddenly hesitated. What about that woman? Can I take her with me? The noble Charos Saint found himself unable to forget the woman from earlier. Internally, the Ghost Spider could not suppress a torrent of curses. Yet he maintained an outward demeanor of utmost respect. Lord Charos Saint, time is of the essence. Do you wish to be sent flying once more by that pirate in the straw hat? The mere thought of the previous pain caused Charos Saint to shudder. Observing his sensitivity to the matter, a hint of a cold smile crept onto the Ghost Spider's lips. After taking a few steps, Charos Saint turned back. Ah, my father and sister are still at the auction house. Let us go and retrieve them. The Ghost Spider initially suspected Charos Saint had some ulterior motive, only to realize he simply wished to gather his family. The auction house, located on the first island, was a hub for the slave trade, dealing primarily with criminals and citizens from nations unaligned with the world government. Charos Saint, his father, Saint Roseward, and his sister, Shalilia, were particularly fond of patronizing this establishment. However, by the end of today, it would cease to exist. No problem, Lord Charos Saint. A family should be together, after all. Charos Saint wiped his nose, which was on the verge of dripping, and foolishly grinned. Indeed, this Navy officer is rather agreeable. On the island of Sabaody at the human auction house. Despite the global prohibition against human trafficking, this establishment, sanctioned by the Celestial Dragons, appeared to enjoy the tacit approval of the world government and proclaimed itself a professional referral agency. Its covert operator was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, following the incident where Luffy attacked the Celestial Dragons, Da Flamingo had handed it over to his subordinate, Disco, claiming that human trafficking was a relic of the past, no longer fitting for the new era. Truly a man of great strategy and prowess. Disco, a man adorned with a tall hat and star-shaped sunglasses, was currently fawning over the ghost spider and the 3 esteemed Celestial Dragons. Gentlemen, everything has been cleared. I assure you there are no pirate infiltrators here. The auction house stood vacant, all patrons having been expelled under the ghost spider's orders. Content with the sealed environment. The ghost spider nodded in satisfaction. Ah, you've worked hard. Now, please, go to your demise. Disco, taken aback by the first part of the statement, had no chance to respond as the ghost spider's sword plunged mercilessly into his heart. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, Disco fell to the ground, lifeless. The nearby Celestial Dragon seemed unperturbed by a death, merely curious. Navy, why did you kill this lowly wretch? The ghost spider turned to the speaker, St. Roseward. His face devoid of respect, his tone icy. Naturally, to send him ahead to pave your path to hell. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ghost spider swung his sword aimed at Rosward's head. This blow, seemingly unadorned, bore profound historical significance. It represented the Navy's inaugural challenge to the Celestial Dragon regime. It symbolized a resolute step forward in the Navy's rebellion. With controlled force, Rosward's headpiece shattered, crimson blood beginning to flow from his forehead. Ah! The 3 Celestial Dragons screamed in unison. Navy, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The 2 CP-0 agents guarding the area finally reacted, stepping in front of the ghost spider. What have you done? Just slaughtering a pig. The ghost spider replied nonchalantly, wiping the bloodied sword on Disco's corpse. Have you betrayed the Navy? How dare you attempt to assassinate a Celestial Dragon? 1 CP-0 shouted sternly, though his body trembled uncontrollably. With a Celestial Dragon injured, the CP-0 agents tasked with their protection faced the direst consequences. A torment worse than death that they could hardly bear to contemplate. Just as the CP-0 agents prepared to apprehend the ghost spider, a voice emerged from the entrance. What is happening? Why is a Celestial Dragon injured? It was the arrival of Don Quixote, accompanied by his men, the weeping Celestial Dragons and CP-0 agents. Upon seeing the insignia of a Rear Admiral on Don Quixote's shoulder, felt a glimmer of hope. Hey, Navy, there's a traitor among you, daring to attack a Celestial Dragon. Quickly assist us in subduing him. 1 CP-0 exclaimed excitedly. Feigning confusion, Don Quixote approached the 2 CP-0 agents. Oh, is that so? Let me see who has such audacity. As the CP-0 agent was about to respond, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a long sword piercing through his back and out his chest. Just as he attempted to raise his gaze to identify the sword's wielder, he was met with the ghost spider's blade plunging into his abdomen. Instantly, the light faded from his eyes. The other CP-0 agent, incredulous, could hardly believe that 2 esteemed rear admirals would be so brazenly attacked. Don Quixote exchanged a knowing nod with the ghost spider, and together they lunged toward the remaining CP-0 agent. Admiral Sakazuki, mission accomplished, Don Quixote declared, stepping on Rosward's head as he dialed Sakazuki's number. Hearing the report, Admiral Sakazuki smiled faintly and commanded, let the ghost spider continue to guard Sabaody, proclaiming that the Celestial Dragons have been abducted by the great pirate. You are to escort the Celestial Dragons to the calm belt's Amazon lily. I will set off immediately. Sakazuki promptly ended the call after issuing his instructions, and then turned to Yin Xiao, saying, Yin Xiao, I shall step out for a moment. Please summon Von Clay from the darkroom. If the 5 elders call, dispatch Kazuru. Additionally, inform the Pirate Empress that the Navy requires her presence today. Request her to come to the island to greet us. After Sakazuki finished his account, he made a slight attempt to conceal his emotions before swiftly departing. He made his way to the new recruits training camp, heading directly to Zifa's office. Sakazuki entered without knocking, simply pushing the door open. Within, only Zephyr was present. As Zephyr reviewed the documents, the sound of the door opening led him to believe it was some inconsiderate recruit, prompting him to prepare a reprimand. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Sakazuki's enigmatic smile. "Zephyr, I hope this finds you well." Zephyr, putting aside the materials in his hands, looked on with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Sakazuki, what brings you here?" Zephyr, summon Enel. "I wish to take you to a most intriguing place." In the backyard of the Sakazuki residence, Zephyr gazed in astonishment at the vessel known as the Ark Proverb, which lay before him. Can this ship truly fly? He wondered aloud. At that moment, Ainalu interjected, "Old man, do not underestimate this flying ship. I have dedicated many years to its construction." After a period of rigorous training, Ainalu's physique had notably transformed, his muscles now exhibiting a robust definition, exuding an aura of formidable presence. Moreover, having thoroughly perused the book provided by Sakazuki, the conviction in his eyes had intensified significantly. "Youngster, how dare you speak like that?" Zephyr exclaimed, raising his right fist and swiftly aiming a punch at Ainalu's head. However, this unexpected blow was narrowly evaded by Ainalu. Observing Ainalu's triumphant expression, Zephyr, despite feigning anger, could not conceal the amusement that danced in his eyes. Sakazuki observed with satisfaction as Zephyr adeptly wielded his right hand, while Enel exhibited a notable enhancement in his reflexes. "Very well, let us depart," he declared. "Enel, activate the ship and set a course at full speed according to the direction indicated by my compass." Upon hearing this, the two ceased their playful banter. Though Zephyr could not resist inquiring, "Sakazuki, where exactly are we headed?" "To Amazon Lily." With that, the trio boarded the ship, and the Ark Progenitor swiftly vanished from the skies above Marineford. As evening approached, the Ark Progenitor finally entered the doldrums. One cannot overstate the convenience of an electrically powered vessel. It sails unimpeded by the absence of wind, negating the need for sails. Soon, Sakazuki spotted a large military ship moving slowly beneath them and promptly commanded Enel to anchor the ship directly above it. "Admiral Sakazuki," Doberman exclaimed, rushing forward to salute as the three descended from the ship. "Zephyr-sensei, I did not expect you to join in the spectacle," Doberman remarked, surprised to see Zephyr accompanying Sakazuki. He had assumed that the once renowned Zephyr, known for his principle of no kill, was merely seeking a thrill by witnessing the plight of the celestial dragons. However, Zephyr remained oblivious to the audacity of this group, wearing a puzzled expression. "What are you gawking at, kid? Sakazuki summoned me for an important discussion." Sakazuki did not provide Zephyr with extensive explanations, directly inquiring of Doberman, "Where are they?" Doberman promptly stepped forward to lead the way. The group proceeded to the makeshift prison located at the bottom of the ship. Throughout the journey, Zephyr continued to ask, "Who? What do you intend to do?" Clearly still unaware of the gravity of the situation. In contrast, Ainalu appeared indifferent, resting his hands behind his head and gazing around nonchalantly. Upon reaching the door of the prison, they caught a glimpse of three individuals lying inside, their figures grotesquely bloodied and groaning on the floor. Doberman took a glance inside and questioned the soldier stationed nearby. What on earth happened to them? The robust and imposing soldier saluted and promptly replied, "Report, Vice Admiral. They were causing quite a ruckus, and fearing it would disturb everyone, I went in and gave them a beating. They quieted down after that." Truly, soldiers trained under Sakazuki adapt swiftly to the task of subduing celestial dragons. Zephyr initially assumed they were pirates captured by the Navy and glanced at them casually before turning away. However, sensing something familiar about the figures within, he scrutinized them again. Suddenly, Zephyr's eyes widened in disbelief as he took several steps forward, his body nearly pressed against the iron door. He grasped the iron bars of the cage, seemingly to steady his weakening form. Indeed, age renders one susceptible to overwhelming shocks. Zephyr blinked repeatedly, and after a moment, his trembling lips parted to utter a curse. "Isn't that a celestial dragon?" Moments later, after Sakazuki's explanation, Zephyr finally accepted the reality before him. "Sakazuki, your plan has unfolded rather swiftly. My heart can scarcely endure this." "Zephyr-sensei, there is no time to lose. Delay may bring unforeseen complications." Sakazuki now aims to instigate as much chaos as possible within the world government. However, the current incident involving the celestial dragons is insufficient. He hopes that the Revolutionary Army can escalate their activities further. "By the way, Doberman, why are there 3 celestial dragons?" Sakazuki cast another glance at the 3 individuals still in a state of semi-consciousness within the cage. According to the ghost spider, it seemed that St. Charlos desired his family to embark on their journey together in harmonious unity, and thus, his wish was granted. Doberman, reflecting on the words of the ghost spider, responded uncertainly. Such a peculiar request exists? Is this truly the offspring of the creator? They appear rather insignificant. Aniru, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, gazed with keen interest at the celestial dragon within the cage. Suddenly, a glint of mischief sparked in Aniru's eyes. Stealing a glance at Sakazuki and Zifa, who were engrossed in serious discussion, he stealthily approached the cage. He brandished a golden rod and, through the gaps in the iron bars, thrust it toward the abdomen of St. Charlos, precisely 5 inches below his navel. A surge of powerful electricity coursed through the rod, igniting a cascade of sparks. Ah, my! A piercing shriek reminiscent of a wounded animal shattered the silence of the atmosphere. Sakazuki and Zephyr turned their gaze towards the cage upon hearing the commotion. There, they beheld Charlos, clutching his lower body, writhing on the ground in agony. Annalise stood beside him, feigning innocence. Rodsward was roused from his slumber by his son's piercing screams, upon witnessing the distressing scene. He bellowed in fury towards Annalise outside the door. "You wretch, do you dare lay hands on a celestial dragon? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions against me? Are you not afraid of the Marine Admiral?" Annalise, undaunted, casually cleaned his ears, remarking, "Boss, he mentioned the Marine Admiral." Sakazuki let out a cold chuckle upon hearing those words, and he strode forward to command the soldiers to unlock the prison door. He entered with an air of authority, squatting before St. Roseward, scrutinizing his bloodied visage. The dim light obscured Rosward's view of Sakazuki's features, prompting him to continue shouting, "Do you understand the might of the admirals? They are but dogs raised by us, the celestial dragons. I advise you to release us at once." Sakazuki's gaze instantly turned frigid beyond measure. The temperature within the cage rose sharply. Sakazuki grasped Rosward Saint by the collar, drawing him close, while his other hand relentlessly struck his face. With each utterance, a resounding slap followed. In the blink of an eye, Rosward Saint had been reduced to a grotesque visage. He gazed through his swollen eyes, squinting to discern the contours of Sakazuki's face, yet he still failed to recognize the identity of the man before him. "Regardless of who you are, having struck a celestial dragon, brace yourself for the impending pursuit of a Marine Admiral." Sakazuki furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, surveying Rosward Saint from head to toe. A cruel, bloodthirsty smirk emerged on his face as he delivered a powerful blow to Rosward's left leg. The searing magma, under Sakazuki's command, instantly severed Rosward's left limb. Ah! The excruciating pain caused Rosward's eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, to widen in shock, finally allowing him to fully discern Sakazuki's visage. "Why you, Sakazuki?" Ignoring the agony in his leg, Rosward broke out in a cold sweat, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. The Admiral of the Navy, how could this be possible? Before he could finish his thought, he fainted completely. Sakazuki shook his head with a disapproving air, casually discarding him to the ground as one might dispose of refuse. He then brushed the dust off his clothing and stood up. The onlookers, witnessing Sakazuki's ability to render the celestial dragon unconscious, could not help but murmur in admiration, "Well done." Yet, Sakazuki remained unfazed, his expression impassive as he inquired of Doberman, "Was the earlier scene recorded by the transponder snail?" Beneath the hues of the setting sun, the battleship continued its steady course towards Amazon Lily. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, the group finally caught sight of the 9 snake pirates in the surrounding waters of Amazon Lily. The 9 snake pirates are affiliated with the Kingdom of Women residing on the island, led by the Empress, the world's most beautiful woman, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Their flag, a skull enveloped by 9 serpents resembling the sun, represents a crew composed entirely of women. At the forefront of their ship, 2 colossal sea serpents pull the grand vessel, allowing it to navigate freely through the calm belt. Naval forces, do not approach any closer. A warning echoed from the 9 snake pirates' ship. However, the crew aboard the battleship seemed indifferent to the admonition, forging ahead through the waves. As champions of absolute justice within the Navy, how could they be intimidated by pirates? Moreover, the personnel aboard this vessel were anything but ordinary. Sakazuki, Zephyr, Doberman, and Enel, for individuals leading hundreds of soldiers, were more than capable of confronting the 4 emperors. Why should they fear the mere 9 snake pirates? On board the 9 snake ship, sisters Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold furrowed their brows. As they observed the unwaveringly advancing warship, they turned to seek counsel from Boa Hancock, who was perched high upon her pet serpent Salome. "Sister, the Navy disregards our warning and continues to approach. Should we engage them? How dare they be so disrespectful?" A melodious and enchanting voice resonated, instantly causing the other female pirates on the ship to gaze adoringly. This statuesque woman descended from her serpent companion, her long, raven hair styled in an elegant fashion, adorned with serpentine earrings. Her deep blue eyes fixated upon the rapidly approaching warship. Navy. A flicker of disdain crossed Hancock's countenance. The audacious Navy had not only slain Luffy's brother, but had also imprisoned Luffy and impelled down. Thankfully, he was ultimately rescued by red-haired Shanks, or else he would have endured unimaginable suffering. A pang of sympathy flickered in Hancock's eyes. Thus, she could never forgive the Navy for their transgressions. She swiftly advanced to the bow of the ship, lightly touching her lips with her fingers, conjuring a massive, peach-colored heart-shaped object. Drawing it back like a bowstring, she declared, "Arrow of captivation." Instantly, countless pink arrows rained down upon the warship. Without hesitation, Hancock unleashed a relentless barrage. Sakazuki, aboard the warship, observed the multitude of arrows soaring through the air and snorted disdainfully. This woman had not changed one bit, proud, narcissistic, and willful. Inel, you handle her. Sakazuki did not take matters into his own hands. As a marshal, it is impossible for him to handle everything personally. With capable subordinates at his disposal, it is essential to utilize them effectively. Inel gazed at the arrow shadows before him, reminiscent of a theatrical curtain, and nonchalantly nodded. It seemed he held the woman opposite him in contempt. He raised his golden staff and gently waved it forward. Thunderbird. Instantly, a colossal bird formed from countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky. With piercing shrieks, it surged towards the opposing pirate ship. The overwhelming power of the lightning shattered thousands of arrows, and without losing momentum, it continued its relentless assault on the Snake Princess pirate ship. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, catching everyone off guard. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious force of the lightning descended upon the pirate vessel. The female pirates aboard seemed unable to devise an effective response, frantically seeking refuge. Even Hancock and her two sisters could not fathom why the Navy ship was unleashing a lightning attack upon them. Boom. The cataclysmic explosion of millions of volts of electricity echoed, accompanied by the anguished cries of the pirates. Two sea serpents writhed in agony, thrashing about and causing the ship to rock violently on the ocean. As the smoke dissipated, a harrowing scene unfolded. The formerly crimson hue of the Snake Princess ship had turned pitch black. The vessel now appeared dilapidated, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. A multitude of scantily clad female pirates lay sprawled across the deck, many with their remaining garments charred and in tatters, revealing their distress. Only Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold remained standing, along with a few capable officers like Roranoa and Perona. Despite sustaining minimal injuries, their appearance was far from pristine. Their once fair and delicate skin had darkened, seemingly cloaked in an armor of hockey. Their clothes were singed and ragged, while their hair stood on end, resembling the heads of sea serpents. For the beauty-conscious Hancock, this was undoubtedly a fate worse than death. Unforgivable. They shall pay with their lives. Hancock surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on her scorched pet snake, and she erupted in fury. She stepped forward, her eyes burning with rage as she fixated on the naval ship lingering 100 meters away. An invisible aura erupted from her, sending forth a wave of white energy toward the ship. The ocean surface began to reveal fish and shrimp with rolled-back eyes. Yet, before this unstoppable force could reach the vessel, it was dispersed by an even more formidable and domineering power. The clash of conquerors' hockey. Hancock felt the suffocating might before her and, at last, ceased her arrogance. She finally beheld Sakazuki standing on the naval ship. Her expression shifted to one of gravity. Even the most oblivious individual would recognize that Sakazuki was not a man to be trifled with. This woman possesses conqueror's haki? Inel on the ship was taken aback. However, this haki appeared feeble compared to that of his captain and the crippled red-haired man. Curiously, it seemed as though his captain's haki had intensified, as simply standing nearby made him tremble with apprehension. Sakazuki cast a glance at Hancock, who appeared as if bracing for battle, and nonchalantly remarked to Inel, "Do not underestimate her. This woman is far more formidable than that plump fellow you encountered at Sabaody Archipelago." Inel, with a slightly grave expression, nodded in acknowledgement. He then transformed into lightning and surged towards Hancock. "Doberman, send someone to escort those 3 celestial dragons here. Additionally, bring out 2 fishing rods." Observing Inel's temporary ability to contend with Hancock, Sakazuki shifted his focus elsewhere, considering it a mere training exercise. "You commoners dare to treat me this way. Your navy shall be utterly eradicated by the world government." When the celestial dragons were brought forward, Sakazuki ignored the clamoring Shalilia. He then ordered the soldiers to bind the dismembered Roswald Saint and toss him to the bow of the ship. Taking the fishing rod handed to him by a soldier, he turned to Zifa with a glint of interest. "Teacher Zifa, would you care for a fishing competition?" "Oh, it seems." Zifa had long heard of Sakazuki and his subordinates' penchant for using ruthless pirates as bait upon the sea. He had not anticipated witnessing it firsthand today, while the Zifu of yore would have vehemently opposed such a brutal game. The current circumstances stirred a sense of mischief within him as he glanced at the two prostrate celestial dragons. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers for their generous support and encouragement yesterday, and thus I present an additional chapter of stored manuscripts. Once more, I kindly plead for your addition to my bookshelf, urging for updates, and expressing my sincere appreciation for all forms of support. Hey, what are you ruffians planning to do? The only coherent Shalulia screamed in terror upon seeing the malicious expressions of those around her. You shall find out soon enough. Sakazuki cast a glance at the still unconscious Charles Saint, his brow slightly furrowing. He then swung the sturdy iron fishing rod in his hand and struck Charles Saint forcefully. Which scoundrel is this? Charles Saint was instantly jolted awake by the searing pain. Sakazuki then joined Zephyr in binding the two individuals to the top of the fishing rod. The unconscious bait was far from entertaining. How could one attract such ferocious sea beasts without a cacophony of shouts? The two fishermen thus hoisted the enormous bait to the edge of the boat. Finding a suitable spot to settle, Zephyr, be cautious not to let them be devoured in one bite. We must allow the fish of the sea to slowly tear at their flesh. The victor would be the one who attracted the greatest number of fish with the celestial dragon on their fishing line. After hearing Sakazuki's explanation, Zephyr nodded in understanding. This required the angler to precisely control the extent to which the bait was bitten, avoiding a scenario where little meat remained, leading to a dearth of fish willing to take the bait. With a casual flick of their rods, amidst screams and curses, the celestial dragon swiftly became a delectable dinner for the sea creatures. The game had commenced. Doberman and several soldiers gathered nearby, joining in the revelry. The Navy watched as Sakazuki and Zephyr skillfully maneuvered the fishing rods above the gaping maws of numerous sea beasts, erupting into cheers. The joyous laughter aboard the warship, the terrified howls in the air, and the ravenous roars upon the water collectively painted a harmonious tableau. The sorrows and joys of humanity have never truly been interconnected. Have they? As the darkness deepened, the two equally matched fishermen finally reeled in their rods, only to find that they were left with two bloodied skeletal remains. Only a few strands of flesh clung to the bones. In the eyes of nature, there exists no distinction between nobility and commonality. All living beings are equal. Is it not always so? Doberman, did you record this? Sakazuki inquired once more, reminiscent of his time in confinement. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he mercilessly incinerated the two skeletal remains with molten magma, leaving no trace behind. The ashes, carried away by the force of his fist, cascaded into the vast and boundless ocean, eliciting a chorus of approval from the assembled navy. Sakazuki slightly moved his wrist and then directed his gaze towards the battle between Enel and Hancock. At that moment, Hancock bore no resemblance to the world's most beautiful woman. Her entire body was marked with burn scars from electric currents, as if she had just emerged from the depths of coal. Realizing that Enel would likely require more time to subdue Hancock, Sakazuki could no longer afford to wait idly. Sakazuki's foot flickered, and he executed a moonwalk, swiftly appearing before Hancock. In an instant, with a speed that defied comprehension, he unleashed his right fist, imbued with searing magma, in a devastating strike. Hancock, taken aback by the sudden apparition before her, felt a surge of mortal dread wash over her. There was no time to evade. She hastily crossed her arms over her chest, channeling her haki to fortify her upper body, striving with all her might to withstand the blow. Yet, she was still sent hurtling away by Sakazuki's punch. Before the crowd could comprehend the unfolding chaos, they witnessed Hancock collide violently with the interior of the ship's cabin. With a resounding crash, the cabin buckled under the intense impact and collapsed. Sister, Lady Snake, Sandersonia, Marigold, and the other surviving female pirates gasped in alarm, yearning to rush forward, only to be effortlessly thwarted by Enel. Cough, cough, cough. Moments later, Hancock staggered from the debris, her chi-pao torn with a gaping hole, her abdomen a grotesque mess of blood and flesh. She glared at the indifferent Sakazuki, poised to utter some fierce retort when, suddenly, a torrent of scalding blood erupted from her mouth. Concern etched on the faces of the members of the Kuja pirates, yet none in attendance felt pity, not even Zephyr, once renowned as the compassionate admiral. Sakazuki regarded the pale-faced Empress Hancock with an unwavering expression, his heart devoid of any tumult. Hancock, acknowledge your position. The Navy did not summon you here for you to flaunt your power. Hancock defiantly raised her head. Her eyes filled with an icy resolve as she gritted her teeth and declared, Akainu, I shall never submit. Stubborn to the core, Sakazuki scoffed, then stepped forward to confront the unsteady Hancock. Towering over her diminutive figure, he effortlessly blocked her attempt to retaliate with a fragrant kick. Without a hint of mercy, he retaliated with a kick of his own, sending her crashing to the ground. Sakazuki gazed upon Hancock, who lay on the ground struggling in vain, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. Leaning slightly, he whispered softly into her ear, "Surely, you wouldn't want your compatriots to discover the truth behind your emblem, would you?" At the mention, Hancock's eyes widened in sheer terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Why you? How could you?" Her voice was laden with horror and despair. The long-buried memories erupted in her mind like Sakazuki's molten lava, searing her with pain. The harrowing experiences of being imprisoned and tormented by the celestial dragons were an indelible anguish she could never forget, a suffering that penetrated her very marrow, etched into her soul. Observing Hancock's dazed expression, Sakazuki felt no trace of sympathy. With a frigid demeanor, he extended his iron-like right hand and grasped her neck with a fierce grip. In an instant, he lifted her off the ground, disregarding the cries of the others aboard the pirate ship, and soared onto the deck of the warship. Sakazuki casually tossed Hancock beside St. Rose Ward and then struck her to rouse her from her stupor. When faced with the unreasonable pirate, one could only resort to force in lieu of words. Hancock, her hair disheveled and ready to erupt in anger, suddenly caught sight of St. Rose Ward lying nearby. Her previously furious gaze transformed into one of sheer terror, and she hastily pushed against the deck beneath her feet. She scrambled backward for several meters, finally halting at the edge of the warship. "What is this? Now you know fear." Sakazuki's mocking laughter reached her ears, momentarily drawing Hancock's attention back to reality. The celestial dragon. Why is he here? At that moment, Hancock, disregarding her disheveled appearance, mumbled in a daze, "Allow yourself a moment to regain your composure." Sakazuki, after finishing his words, disregarded everything and walked over to Zifa, noticing the puzzled gazes of those around him. Sakazuki then elucidated, "Merely a pirate persecuted by the celestial dragons. Zephyr, the purpose of your visit is to transform Amazon Lily and its surrounding isles into a training base for our navy." He proceeded to elaborate on the combat tribe known as the Kuja, who reside on Amazon Lily and possess the remarkable ability to swiftly master the Busashoka Haki. Moreover, there are several suitable islands nearby for training, particularly the uninhabited Isle of Ruscana to the northwest of Amazon Lily. This island experiences 48 seasons a year, teeming with ferocious beasts presenting formidable survival challenges. If Luffy could adeptly harness the 3 types of Haki there within 2 years, our promising soldiers could also benefit from such an experience. "Are you suggesting that we can cultivate our own soldiers here?" pondered Zephyr, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed. And we could also enlist the Kuja tribe, a formidable military force." Sakazuki continued. "The Kuja, an all-female combat tribe residing on Amazon Lily, are characterized by their serpentine adornments, which grant them the ability to transform at will into weaponry. They are inherently trained as warriors, with nearly every member serving as a soldier, demonstrating considerable combat prowess. This pirate nation bears resemblance to the Land of Flowers, and incorporating them under our banner could serve us well, particularly in times of need, as expendable forces. For instance, we might dispatch the Kuja pirates to confront the wandering celestial dragons at sea, thereby diverting the attention of the world government. Perhaps in the future, we could command Hancock to lead this cadre of female pirates to the Sabaody archipelago, lying in wait for the celestial dragons descending from Marineford. "Hancock, have you come to your senses?" After Sakazuki and Zephyr conferred, Sakazuki turned to Hancock, who was glaring fiercely at the ship's bow directed towards the wrath of the celestial dragon, and sternly exclaimed, "Akainu, what exactly does your navy intend to do?" Hancock's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. This man, apart from Luffy, who was privy to her secret, had audaciously dared to mistreat a celestial dragon. This transgression was far graver than Luffy merely sending a celestial dragon flying. Hancock's mindset underwent a dramatic transformation. "Can't you see? I am naturally here to assist you in exacting vengeance upon your enemies. I would permit you to bring this celestial dragon aboard your ship, and then rouse your surviving crew members, allowing them to join you in vanquishing this wretched beast." Sakazuki, with a devilish allure, whispered enticingly into Hancock's ear. "What? Why?" Hancock gazed at Sakazuki in bewilderment, her mind beginning to cloud. "Enough nonsense. Act according to your innermost thoughts. Otherwise, your sister and crew will surely perish." Sakazuki pointed at the fallen Boa sisters, struck down by Enel, and spoke without restraint. Hancock, consumed by a tumultuous blend of anger, fear, confusion, and despair, hoisted the unconscious celestial dragon back onto the pirate ship. She commanded the equally terrified Boa sisters to rouse all crew members, preparing to dismember St. Rose Ward. Her secret must remain undisclosed to a greater audience. Curse celestial dragon perish. In a frenzy, Hancock relentlessly stomped on Rose Ward with the heels of her shoes. During this chaotic scene, Sakazuki gestured toward Enel hovering above the ship. In an instant, Enel produced a din-din mushi, capturing the brutal murder in its entirety. Once the dismembered remains were cast into the sea, Hancock collapsed onto the ground, oscillating between tears of anguish and moments of euphoric laughter. After a brief interlude, she dried her tears and stood once more, gazing vacantly at the moonlit sea, lost in thought, rendered speechless. Silence, it seemed, was the most profound expression. She felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Even when she initially learned of Luffy striking a celestial dragon, her excitement had been fleeting. Now, it appeared that her spirit had been liberated. The oppressive darkness that had long resided within her seemed to greet the light, to free herself from the deeply ingrained pain. Violence had been her sole recourse. With vengeance fulfilled, it was time to contemplate what her nation of women must contribute moving forward. Unbeknownst to her, Sakazuki reappeared at Hancock's side, forcibly awakening her from her reverie. Why involve the Amazon Lily? She could willingly heed the Navy's summons. At that moment, Hancock felt unburdened and untethered. Even her infatuation with Luffy had begun to wane. Should the Navy command her to confront the Emperors, it would matter little to her now. The Amazon Lily could thrive without her. Granny Nyan and her two sisters could continue the governance. This was a scenario Sakazuki found gratifying. Yet his desires extended beyond such simplicity. Oh, you overestimate yourself. Look to the sky. Hancock, puzzled, lifted her gaze skyward. There, Enel unfurled a screen, showcasing a gripping video. The footage culminated in the scene of the Snake Princess crew discarding bodies. You. Hancock gasped in shock and fury, yet felt utterly powerless. The entire Amazon tribe was now inexorably linked to the demise of the celestial dragon. Even if the Snake Princess crew were surrendered to the world government for disposal, matters could not be so easily resolved. There exists a predetermined agreement. You must present it to your former emperors, Garoliasa, and she will comprehend what must be done. Sakazuki retrieved a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Hancock. Garoliosa was the former emperor of the Amazon Lily, now serving in a capacity akin to that of a national advisor. Possessing the wisdom, strategy, and foresight of her predecessors, she has the ability to foresee significant events. Despite her advanced age, she remains agile and retains the physique of a formidable nine-snake warrior. In the original narrative, she could subdue a running Luffy with a single move. Even when cast from a height by Hancock, she landed with the steadiness of a mountain. The use of the Warlords of the Sea's transponder snails is no longer necessary. Furthermore, you are to publicly declare the renunciation of the title of Warlord of the Sea tomorrow. The Kuja pirates are henceforth prohibited from engaging in plunder, and they must regularly eliminate a specified number of pirates, as detailed in the agreement. Subsequently, Black Arm Zephyr will coordinate the operations with you. Sakazuki retrieved yet another communicator and handed it to Hancock. Observing Hancock grasp the device with his charred hands, Sakazuki suddenly felt as though he were on the verge of becoming a purveyor of communicators, anticipating the considerable demand that lay ahead. After listening to Sakazuki's general plan, Hancock, despite his imposing physique and lack of intellect, realized the gravity of the situation. This was beyond his capacity to manage. He needed to hasten back and seek assistance from the wise old woman. Sakazuki observed Hancock's fluctuating expression, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Another desperate enforcer had joined their ranks. Henceforth, whether confronting the four emperors or the world government, they would charge to the forefront. Have you reached an agreement, Sakazuki? Zephyr inquired, his gaze lingering on the receding nine-snake pirates. After all, this tribe would be instrumental in training his new recruits. So it was prudent to acquire further insights. Everything is well under control. Teacher Zephyr, to take a look at those nearby deserted islands. You will undoubtedly find them intriguing. After Sakazuki concluded his affairs, he extended an invitation to Zephyr to journey to Rusk Island. This island lies in close proximity to Nine-Snake Island, and they arrived shortly thereafter. Upon surveying the island, Zephyr expressed his utmost satisfaction and promptly resolved to allow Enel to train there for a period of time. Sakazuki utilized his observation haki to gain a general understanding of the island, which indeed proved to be an ideal location for cultivation. Unfortunately, unlike in the original narrative, Luffy was not present on this island. One must ponder, in the absence of Rayleigh, which esteemed mentor would step forth to guide him. Upon Sakazuki's return to Marineford, as he entered his study, he inevitably received a call from the Gorosei. It was late into the night. Did these aged gentlemen not require rest? Sakazuki, have you located the whereabouts of the celestial dragons? Inquired one of the Gorosei, bearing a birthmark upon his forehead, his tone tinged with urgency. It was evident that the Gorosei were under pressure from other celestial dragons. The sudden abduction of 3 celestial dragons was indeed a terrifying occurrence for the world nobility. Would they still be able to enjoy their leisure pursuits thereafter? Esteemed Gorosei, the Navy is exerting every effort in the pursuit. Sakazuki responded. According to reports from the Navy stationed at Sakazuki Archipelago, the notorious pirate had escaped amidst the chaos caused by Monkey D. Luffy's rampage and impelled down. Upon his escape, he discovered that his hometown had been ravaged by the celestial dragons during his imprisonment. Thus, he had been lying in wait at Sakazuki Archipelago, seeking an opportunity to strike. The situation now appears dire indeed. Sakazuki spoke with blatant falsehoods, even responding with a tone laced with schadenfreude. Enough of your sardonic remarks, Sakazuki. Several of the 5 elders admonished him sternly. Although they were aware that the Navy had long harbored dissatisfaction with the actions of the celestial dragons, they could only suppress their grievances in silence. The Navy was merely a hound trained by the celestial dragons. What right did they have to bark at their masters? With the celestial dragons having been abducted, the Navy bore an undeniable responsibility. Continue to bolster the forces in pursuit. We must see them alive or dead. Upon hearing the 5 elders' unequivocal command, Sakazuki could not help but let out a cold laugh inwardly. Was there even a chance of seeing any corpses? I will do my utmost. Sakazuki concluded the call with the 5 elders decisively. He then rose from his seat and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a military political tome that he had memorized thoroughly. Returning to his seat, he began to leaf through its pages under the dim light, filled with his recent annotations. The opening line was particularly brief yet striking. War is the continuation of politics. The blank spaces below contained further detailed commentary. War resembled a chameleon, ever-changing and diverse. Yet, the ferocity, inevitability, and randomness of war were among its fundamental characteristics. From the relationship between war and politics, politics serves as the womb of war, while war is the tool of politics. As the night grew cooler and the horizon began to lighten, he continued his reflections. Sakazuki gradually closed the book and moved to the adjacent bed to take a brief respite. The sage remains ever vigilant. In this morbid and absurd world, one must constantly guard against the shackles of foolish thought. Knowledge, too, is a sharp weapon. It can often claim lives in an imperceptible manner. In the ensuing days, the incident involving the capture of the celestial dragons from the Sakazuki Archipelago began to gain traction. No one could fathom that someone would dare to abduct a celestial dragon in broad daylight. Previously, Monkey D. Luffy had already stirred the heavens by striking one of them. The world is well aware of the celestial dragon's majesty. They are truly sacred and inviolable. They are the progeny of the world's creators, the favored children of the divine. To dare lay a hand upon them, or even to show them the slightest disrespect, is tantamount to provoking the world government, and such an act would invite catastrophic retribution. In addition to being pursued with exorbitant bounties, one would also face the wrath of the marine admirals. Yet, astonishingly, there were those who brazenly attacked the celestial dragons. And not just one, but 3. Speculation abounded as to which notorious pirate possessed such audacity. Simultaneously, the world government dispatched numerous CP agents to scour the seas for any trace of the celestial dragons. The Marine headquarters and its various divisions also deployed hundreds of warships, creating an imposing spectacle. However, discerning observers noted that the Marines seemed less focused on the search and more intent on eliminating wandering pirates. Despite intelligence indicating the presence of formidable pirates, even those with bounties in the millions, or even mere newly minted pirate crews, faced merciless extermination at the hands of the Marines. This, of course, was all orchestrated by Sakazuki himself, as he seized the opportunity to rid the seas of detritus amidst the chaos. As for locating the celestial dragons, that was a laughable notion. Nevertheless, Sakazuki symbolically dispatched the formidable Admiral Kazara to patrol the Grand Line, resulting in Kazara frequently lamenting his arduous day before leaving the office each evening. Knock, knock. The familiar sound of knocking echoed, and Sakazuki knew without looking that Kazara had arrived once more. "Oh dear Sakazuki, my old bones cannot endure such daily exertions," exclaimed Kazara. "Ah, Miss Hibari is still here." Upon entering, Kazara greeted both Sakazuki and Hibari, before finding a sofa to settle into, pouting in complaint. As comrades hailing from the North Blue and having joined the Navy around the same time, Kizaru and Sakazuki shared a deep familiarity, requiring no formalities as one would with Sengoku. However, their philosophies diverged significantly. Kizaru believed Sakazuki to be overly rigid, while Sakazuki thought Kizaru, much like Akiji, too lackadaisical. Yet, the bond between Kizaru and Sakazuki surpassed that which Sakazuki once shared with Akiji. Monkey, there's no need to exert yourself so in the search. A leisurely cruise around the seas will suffice. Sakazuki cast a glance at Kizaru, leaning back slightly. He casually retrieved a cigar from his pocket and ignited it with magma, savoring the indulgence. Observing Sakazuki unabashedly smoking a cigar in the workplace, Kizaru was not one to be outdone. He promptly pulled out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and lit it with his laser. Sakazuki, these are not words one would expect from you. Kizaru exhaled a thick plume of smoke, seemingly expelling the weariness of the day through the haze, then turned his gaze towards Sakazuki with a look of perplexity. Although he understood that Sakazuki, the staunch advocate of absolute justice, naturally disdained the Dragon Clan's demeanor and wished for their demise. He too was a soldier who resolutely obeyed orders. How could he so brazenly express a sense of apathy? Kizaru felt that since Sakazuki had ascended to the rank of Admiral, he had undergone significant changes. Firstly, in terms of strength, it seemed that Sakazuki's power had inexplicably surged. Even while seated beside him, Kizaru could feel an overwhelming force emanating from him, even if Sakazuki did not deliberately display it. The sheer energy of his physical prowess seemed on the verge of overflowing. It was almost more exaggerated than what he had encountered with the peak-age Whitebeard. Typically, he had not witnessed Sakazuki engaging in any form of training. It was implausible to assume that a few skirmishes with Whitebeard, Akiji, Rayleigh, and Shanks had naturally enhanced his abilities. Yet, this could not be entirely accurate. Apart from Akiji, Kizaru had also crossed swords with the others multiple times, and he had not experienced any master-student effect. Moreover, there was that overwhelming conqueror's haki. Previously, he had never heard of or witnessed Sakazuki possessing such a trait. Yet, upon its manifestation, it could directly rival the latent conqueror's haki of Shanks, the reputed strongest. It was utterly astonishing to Kizaru. Having been comrades for decades, he had been oblivious to the fact that his ally was a conqueror. Had Sakazuki been concealing his strength all along? After being promoted to Admiral, had he finally cast aside all reservations to unabashedly reveal his true self? The more Kizaru pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Ah, you sharp-eyed individual. Appearing more earnest than anyone, yet you can act even better than I. Secondly, Kizaru sensed that Sakazuki did not seem as rigid and stubborn as before. The previous Sakazuki had been quite inflexible, with a temper that could ignite at the slightest provocation. Now, while still maintaining his serious and cold demeanor, he appeared to possess less obstinacy and irritability, seemingly imbued with a touch more rationality and composure. Indeed, does the elevation of one's position and the shift of power fundamentally transform a person? Kizaru felt relieved that he had not pursued the position of Admiral. Otherwise, he might have become unrecognizable. The thought of having to adhere to a strict 9-to-5 schedule was quite unsettling. Sakazuki remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts racing through the mind of the contemplative Monkey D. Luffy. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, he leisurely remarked to the pensive figure, "Monkey, it is utterly impossible for you to locate the celestial dragons." Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Luffy took another deep drag from his cigarette. Then why send me out to search the seas? Is it truly impossible to find them? The realization seemed to dawn on him, as he cast a bewildered and astonished gaze towards Sakazuki, grasping at a crucial detail that had emerged. Sakazuki paused slightly upon hearing Huang Yuan's inquiry. He then extinguished the cigar in his hand and gestured for the nearby Lark to close the office door. Under Huang Yuan's puzzled gaze, Sakazuki shifted his chair forward, with his hands crossed on the desk and his body leaning slightly forward. He appeared intent on ensuring that his words were clearly heard. Sakazuki's lips moved gently as he slowly uttered a few words. Because, as soon as Sakazuki uttered those words, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Kizaru was momentarily taken aback, and then, in an instant, he sprang from the sofa, nearly transforming into photons to escape. His eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses, widened in shock as he hastily employed his observation haki to scan the surroundings. His lips parted slightly, the cigarette he had been holding slipping from his grasp and tumbling to the floor, as he incredulously inquired, "Sakazuki, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words?" A sense of foreboding had already begun to stir within Kizaru's mind. He had sensed that Sakazuki was about to reveal something beyond his expectations. Yet, the explosive revelation that Sakazuki delivered was utterly staggering. were it not for the fact that he was still a formidable powerhouse, with a clear mind and sharp senses. Kizaru might have doubted his own faculties, pondering whether age had begun to take its toll on him. He could never have imagined that after tirelessly scouring for the celestial dragons, the true culprit lay right before him. Sakazuki was taken aback to witness a side of the usually languid and carefree Kizaru, who was now overwhelmed by emotion. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, leaning back slightly to adopt a more comfortable posture before continuing. Monkey, we enlisted in the Navy together from the North Sea, enduring the struggles and battles of the lower ranks side by side, pledging our allegiance to the banner of naval justice. At that time, we both harbored dreams of becoming admirals, aspiring to contribute to the world's justice through our own strength. Yet, I know not when we diverged into different factions within the Navy. I became a hawkish, hardline, belligerent figure, while you turned into a centrist, a mere fence-sitter, swaying with the winds of advantage. Upon hearing Sakazuki reminisce about their past, Kizaru's turbulent emotions gradually settled. However, he felt that being called a fence-sitter was rather unflattering. Regardless of the faction, you are undoubtedly the person who understands me best within the Navy. You should comprehend the essence of my unwavering belief in absolute justice. Kizaru nodded, aware that Sakazuki could not tolerate the existence of any evil. Yet, the celestial dragons were an exception. Kizaru couldn't help but roar within himself. Sakazuki seemed to discern the thoughts of Kizaru and continued in a calm tone. I have buried my unwavering sense of absolute justice deep within my heart, presenting a facade of coldness and ruthlessness to outsiders, embodying the image of a loyal hound obedient to superiors' commands. Time and again, I have endured in silence, all to ascend step by step to the highest echelons of power. Now that I occupy this position of Marshal, is it not all for the purpose of one day thoroughly cleansing the seas, eradicating all filth from the world, and restoring peace and tranquility? If my sole desire were to eliminate pirates, I could easily do so from the ranks of Vice Admiral or Admiral, yet my ambitions extend far beyond that. Upon hearing Sakazuki's proclamation, Kizaru was momentarily taken aback and moved. Indeed, if the aim were merely to slay pirates, Sakazuki's prowess would allow him to achieve that from any position. The admirals even venture out to sea more frequently than the Marshal, enjoying greater freedom and the opportunity to vanquish more pirates. Why then would one endure the burdens of the Marshal's role, laden with countless administrative duties and the indignities imposed by the Gorosei? Kizaru had always found that aspect too cumbersome, preferring to navigate the murky waters of the Admiral's position. This world is overwhelmingly dark, frigid, cruel, and filthy, a thoroughly distorted and shattered reality. It transforms the virtuous into demons, drives the sane to madness, and compels ordinary citizens to become pirates. It seeks to force everyone into a dead end. Sakazuki's tone shifted from monotony to a somber yet resonant timbre, imbued with a formidable intensity. Within his seemingly innocuous words emerged a disquieting air of peril. For the overwhelming majority of the downtrodden populace, this was no longer a realm of humanity. It was clearly a hell replete with despair and darkness. Beneath the obsidian sky, they reached out only to find their hands swallowed by shadows, and when they gazed upward, hope eluded them entirely. There was an absence of warmth. Even the stars were obscured. The vast expanse of the earth lay shrouded in darkness, rendering the people immobile and tormented. Yet, they appeared to dread the boundless void beyond, as if they sought the favor of the divine. And the divine? The so-called inhabitants of the lofty sanctuaries thousands of meters above, those celestial beings born into privilege? They indulged in excess, manifesting tyranny akin to that of local nobility. The common folk existed daily under the oppressive weight of the world government and aristocratic forces, ensnared in a perpetual state of fear towards pirates and slavers alike. Sakazuki rose slowly from his seat, aligning his gaze with that of the yellow monkey. He lifted his hands, and with a mere thought, they transformed into seething, molten lava. The scorching magma surged along Sakazuki's arms, yet not a single drop fell to the ground. The dark red glow of the lava illuminated the faces of both Sakazuki and the yellow monkey, casting a crimson hue upon them. At that moment, the yellow monkey's previously mischievous demeanor vanished. He pressed his lips together, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon Sakazuki. Through the thick lenses of his sunglasses, it seemed he could perceive the inferno burning fiercely within Sakazuki's eyes. I strive to eradicate the evils of this world with my magma, and I endeavor to rescue the ordinary citizens who seek merely to survive amidst their suffering with my unwavering sense of justice. At this moment, Sakazuki's face was marked by prominent veins, and the magma on his arms churned with increasing ferocity. as if it were on the verge of erupting towards the sacred Mary Geos. I merely sought to deliver the just punishment to the source of evil. I yearned for the despised souls to attain the redemption they so rightfully deserved. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, articulating his innermost feelings word by word. Ultimately, he nearly bellowed the words that resided deep within his soul. The atmosphere once again fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, a sound of sobbing unexpectedly emerged from a corner. I apologize. I became too emotional. Lark, sensing the gazes of the two, hastily wiped his tear-streaked face with both hands. Sakazuki averted his gaze from the Skylark, inhaling deeply to calm the tumult within him. The world is gravely ill, he mused. In dire need of a bold surgeon willing to wield the scalpel and perform a transformative operation to eradicate the malignant tumors that ought never to have existed. The yellow monkey remained silent, standing rigidly, his dark sunglasses obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. However, for someone like him, who often exclaims in trepidation, his prolonged silence indicated an inner turmoil of considerable magnitude. Indeed, a tempest raged within him, akin to towering waves crashing violently. Though his childhood was marked by modest means, he was fortunate enough to have his basic needs met, with even a surplus at times. Yet, his fervent desire for knowledge could not bridge the financial gap to attend the sole prestigious school in his hometown. Thus, he resorted to self-study, finding joy in the written word, yet harboring envy for those who could pursue formal education. It was then that the notion of earning money took root in his heart. He immersed himself in diverse genres of literature, military, politics, geography, and the humanities, but philosophy captured his heart the most. From a young age, he devoured texts on social philosophy and the human sciences, mastering a way of life that embraced spontaneity, tranquility, and adaptability. This mindset accompanied him throughout his life. After acquiring the shining fruit, his existence became devoid of dramatic fluctuations, maintaining a steady course in his duties. He knew when to lay low and when to indulge in leisure, as long as he could uphold his current position within the Navy headquarters. He felt equipped to handle most unforeseen circumstances. He observed Sakazuki and Kazan, their contrasting notions of justice, from his vantage point, promoting his own ambiguous sense of righteousness. He shunned conflict, preferring the role of an observer, content to watch the struggle unfold from a distance. Even the highest symbol of naval authority, the fleet admiral, no longer piqued his interest. He believed his life to be free of emotional entanglements or moral dilemmas regarding justice. He felt no uncertainty or hesitation towards any matter. His sole responsibility was to execute his tasks and receive his salary punctually. Yet today Sakazuki laid bare his grand ideals and perilous thoughts while engaging with Kizaru, leaving the latter, who often concealed his true self, in a state of bewilderment. Was Kizaru not once fueled by a fervent heart burning for justice? He had previously apprehended countless pirates with his lightning-fast techniques. A few months ago, following the Celestial Dragon incident instigated by Monkey D. Luffy in the Sabaody archipelago, he volunteered to address the matter personally to Admiral Sengoku. Was it not his desire to witness the disarray of the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons? Did he not seek to provide a semblance of comfort to his own sense of justice? Zephyr, Sengoku, and even the former Sakazuki had all criticized him for his nonchalance and lack of seriousness, claiming he bore no semblance of a true marine. Yet, ambiguous justice is still justice. Porcelino. Sakazuki's voice resounded with authority as he called out the name of Kizaru, interrupting his train of thought. Sakazuki's expression was unprecedentedly grave as he continued with righteous fervor. This world demands a redefinition of standards, a re-establishment of laws that bind every individual across the globe. We must never grant any group privileges that supersede human rights. If we don the mantle of justice, should we not execute it in its entirety? Kizaru remained silent, gazing into the burning torch of conviction reflected in Sakazuki's eyes. He then glanced at the seething magma swirling violently around Sakazuki's arm. It seemed as though Kizaru had a moment of realization, and he promptly sank into the sofa behind him, reverting to his usual lecherous demeanor. With his uniquely comical mouth shape, he remarked, "How terrifying, Sakazuki. You truly place me in a difficult position." Sakazuki furrowed his brow upon observing the yellow ape who had returned to the sofa. He promptly retracted his magma fruit abilities and settled into his office chair. Sakazuki contemplated deeply as he scrutinized the yellow ape once more. Unfortunately, it was impossible to discern his thoughts behind those thick sunglasses. What was this fellow truly thinking? Did he acquiesce or dissent? Sakazuki lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, when suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled some playful banter from netizens in his previous life, leading him to conceive a bold idea. He then raised his head and tentatively inquired of Kizu, monkey. What about a double salary? Oh dear Sakazuki, that is rather unamusing. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the cause of justice. Kizaru exclaimed, his face instantly lighting up with joy. Without further ado, he rose from the sofa and made his way toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he paused briefly, leaving behind a light-hearted remark before vanishing entirely in a burst of light. Please, do not assign me overly burdensome tasks. Sakazuki paused for a moment. Did he just catch a glimpse of a triumphant smirk at the corner of Kizaru's mouth? It seemed he had been outmaneuvered, although he had already accepted it inwardly. He shook his head and secretly smiled. In truth, darkness is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the absence of courage and conviction to confront it. Uncle Sakazuki, now we have gained another ally, thereby enhancing our chances of success. However, we still require 2 more commanders. It would be even better if we could recruit 2 more powerful figures. At this moment, Yinxiao slowly approached Sakazuki from a corner behind the door, her eyes still glistening with remnants of tears. Yet, her gaze was filled with joy, clearly pleased by Sakazuki's successful persuasion of Kizaru. Upon hearing Yinxiao's words, Sakazuki nodded in agreement. The world recruitment drive is about to commence. I hope more formidable individuals, passionate about the noble cause of the Navy, will come forth to enlist. Yinxiao, please notify the intelligence department and ask them to keep an eye on the recruitment efforts across various Navy branches. If a blind swordsman with a distinctive scar on his forehead comes to enlist, have them contact you immediately and send him to the Navy headquarters. Sakazuki places great importance on Fujitora, the skilled martial artist from the common folk. Once he informs him about the abolition of the warlord system, he believes Fujitora will undoubtedly become a valuable asset. After all, that has been his unwavering pursuit since joining the Navy. The grand recruitment drive is set to officially launch in early October, based on Sakazuki's estimates. With nearly 10 billion people in the world and the Navy currently numbering around 10 million, an additional 5 million recruits would suffice. Any more would lead to an unwieldy force, complicating management and incurring excessive military expenditures. Though the world government had recently allocated 100 billion berries, and he had also returned from Skypiea with a significant amount of gold, it still pales in comparison to the need. It is imperative to find that individual swiftly. Furthermore, the 5 elders have not made any recent calls, nor have they pursued Sakazuki for an explanation regarding the Empress's relinquishment of her warlord title. It is evident that Mary Geos is in turmoil, and the 5 elders can scarcely spare the time to oversee the Navy. After all, it has been over a week since the Celestial Dragon was abducted. Not only is there no news of the Celestial Dragon, but there isn't even a whisper of information. How can that not incite panic among the world's elite? Just as Sakazuki was contemplating how to seize this opportune moment to take action, the black transponder snail in his pocket began to ring. Sakazuki took out his phone and discovered that it was Kazan stationed at Fishman Island who was calling. It seemed he had completed the task entrusted to him. Indeed, Sakazuki, I have successfully infiltrated the Ryugu Kingdom and have now made contact with Princess Shirahoshi, Kazan said, though he appeared to hesitate, contemplating how to express himself appropriately. What is the matter? Is there something amiss? Sakazuki inquired, puzzled. After all, if the mission had been successfully accomplished, what could possibly have gone wrong? How should I put this? Although Princess Shirahoshi is quite large, significantly more so than an ordinary mermaid, she exudes an air of fragility and timidity. Sakazuki, is she truly the Sea King Poseidon? Kazan suddenly asked in a lowered voice, laced with skepticism. No wonder he spoke so hesitantly. He seemed to doubt the veracity of Sakazuki's intelligence. The delicate demeanor of Princess Shirahoshi made it difficult for Kazan to associate her with the Sea King. In his mind, the Sea King was not supposed to be a figure of such vulnerability, but rather a towering, fearsome presence, monstrous in strength and appearance. How could he reconcile this image with that of the weeping figure before him? Sakazuki was on the verge of responding when a sweet, delicate voice emanated from the Den Mushi. Lord Kazan, who are you speaking with? Why have you chosen to ignore me? Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the other end, where faintly one could discern, woo-woo, Lord Kazan, you're being so harsh at that moment, Kazan interjected with a simple, Sakazuki, please hold on for a moment. And his voice faded into silence. After a brief interlude, the Den Mushi once again projected Kazan's slightly awkward expression. What is this? The Sea King is beside you? Sakazuki inquired with a teasing tone, feigning ignorance. Ah, indeed, after I dealt with Vanderdecken 9. Shirahoshi no longer needs to hide within the Tower of Law. Kazan responded awkwardly. Shirahoshi appeared to be particularly enthusiastic towards her distant guest, who had pledged to protect Fishman Island. However, her personality remained a source of considerable frustration for Kazan. Shirahoshi had yet to fully awaken. Once she did, she would be able to summon countless colossal sea kings, unleashing the true power of the Sea King Poseidon. In Sakazuki's recollection, once a Sea King awakens, they can communicate freely with all Sea Kings, who will then adhere to the guidance and commands of their ruler. It seemed that Shirahoshi, during the demise of Princess Otoheim, inadvertently summoned a colossal Sea King measuring over 10,000 meters in length. Sakazuki estimated that the colossal Sea Kings possessed the capacity to utterly annihilate the entirety of Fishman Island. In a world where over 90% is oceanic, one can only fathom the sheer destruction that would ensue should that assembly of deep-sea sovereigns unite. Kazan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The Sea Kings are unique entities within the realm of pirates. They represent the most formidable species inhabiting the oceans of this world. However, the term Sea Kings does not refer to a singular species, but rather encompasses a multitude of species sharing similar characteristics. They dwell throughout the world's oceans. Aptly named the Sea Kings due to their regal dominance over the seas. Their immense sizes can rival that of small islands, and they exhibit a vast array of forms, all while boasting long lifespans, ferocity, and a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans. Thus, they are creatures that sailors dread encountering amidst the vastness of the ocean. Most Sea Kings reside in the calm belts flanking the Grand Line, favoring assaults on vessels traversing the surface, representing a principal threat and obstacle for those navigating these windless zones. Although powerful individuals like Kazan and Sakazuki can effortlessly contend with Sea Kings measuring hundreds of meters in length, even those lurking in the depths, stretching thousands of meters, can be dispatched with relative ease, though it may require some exertion. Yet, how many possess the extraordinary prowess of these two admirals? The majority of so-called strong individuals would prefer to evade the presence of such gargantuan Sea Kings, for they are not only tough-skinned and resilient, but also possess formidable attacking capabilities and astonishing vitality, making them exceedingly challenging adversaries. Moreover, Jinbe, the Fishman, has pledged his alliance to protect Fishman Island. This development is a consequence of the chaos following the collapse of the Whitebeard pirates, which led the Big Mom pirates to seek an opportunity to invade. Consequently, Fishman Island found itself in dire need of a reliable protector. Indeed, Jinbe's strength alone is insufficient to withstand a Yonko crew. Despite his earlier boastful declaration of merely a Yonko, should he be compelled to confront Big Mom, he would likely falter within mere moments. Just yesterday, the Big Mom pirates dispatched several pirate lackeys to Fishman Island to convey a message to King Neptune, asserting their intent to safeguard Fishman Island in memory of the deceased Whitebeard, in exchange for regular tributes of lavish desserts. However, I promptly eliminated those pirates on the spot. Thus, King Neptune now finds himself with no alternative. As Kazan spoke these words softly, he furtively cast a glance at Princess Shirahoshi, who was wagging her tail and gazing at them with wide eyes. He continued, indicating that it was likely the Big Mom pirates would soon send their officers, rendering conflict between Fishman Island and the Big Mom pirates inevitable. Sakazuki nodded in approval at Kazan's decisive maneuver. Although with Kazan present on Fishman Island, it is highly unlikely that King Neptune would acquiesce to the Big Mom pirates' demands as depicted in the original narrative. It is imperative to extinguish even the slightest possibility at its inception. Moreover, this strategy would further cement the bond between Fishman Island and Kazan, as they are now, in essence, allies tied by a common fate. The notion that Big Mom harbors genuine intentions to assist Whitebeard in overseeing Fishman Island is nothing short of a transparent ulterior motive, readily apparent to all. It is well known that confections are the very essence of Big Mom's existence, her passion for sweets surpassing even her own well-being. Each of her meals is laden with copious amounts of sugary delights. Should she be deprived of her desired treats, she succumbs to a condition known as hunger pangs, akin to seizures. Her episodes of hunger pangs are profoundly severe and exceedingly fearsome, rendering her impervious to any form of restraint. Fishman Island, abundant in delectable confections, is precisely why Big Mom seeks to claim it as her territory. As for Kazan's assertion regarding the Big Mom pirates dispatching officers to Fishman Island, Sakazuki's lips curled into a faint, icy smirk, showing his indifference towards the Big Mom pirates. If any of their officers dared to set foot on Fishman Island, he would not hesitate to annihilate them. He had been searching for a notorious pirate to take action against. Taking advantage of the world government's preoccupation with the Navy and the imminent commencement of global conscription, he felt a sense of opportunity. Sakazuki harbors no qualms about eliminating the 4 emperors for the world to witness, with the entire navy joining in the revelry. On October 1st, in the year 1520 of the sea calendar, the largest-scale global conscription in naval history officially commenced. Aspirants from all corners of the world eagerly flocked to the recruitment offices of the Navy, igniting a fervent wave of enlistment and a fervor for combating piracy. In the first half of the Grand Line lies Alabasta, a kingdom besieged for an extended period by an unprecedented drought. The current monarch of Alabasta is Nefertari Cobra, a member of the Nefertari clan, one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 8 centuries ago. However, they chose not to reside in the Holy Land, instead ruling over Alabasta and safeguarding the ancient weapon known as Pluton. As the 12th king of Alabasta, Cobra advocates the principle that the nation is its people. He possesses empathy and always prioritizes the welfare of his citizens in governance, earning their deep affection. Recently, however, Cobra has fallen ill, delegating the management of state affairs to his daughter, Princess Vivi. Ever since the Navy apprehended Crocodile, the user of the sand fruit, Alabasta has been liberated from its former dryness and heat, returning to a state of refreshing moisture and coolness. The surrounding seas bask in clear skies, as the rising sun casts its golden rays upon the shimmering surface of the water, imbuing the once monotonous ocean with a touch of romance and fantastical hues. At this moment, the mist in the mountains has barely dissipated, and the city where the king resides is teeming with people. Princess Vivi stands atop the castle of the royal palace, surveying the scene below with a furrowed brow. Vivi regards herself as a lifelong ally of the Straw Hat Pirates. She once sailed alongside them to defeat Crocodile and save Alabasta, but her responsibilities as a princess compelled her to bid farewell to her comrades. Now, witnessing the multitude of her countrymen eager to enlist in the Navy, she cannot help but feel anxious about the future of her friends in the Straw Hat crew. While simultaneously rejoicing in the Navy's burgeoning strength, Alabasta, as a member nation of the world government, is under the constant protection of the Navy. The might of the Navy enhances the sense of security for these allied nations. From her elevated position, Princess Vivi gazes down at the peculiar crowd below. The assembly comprises youthful faces still bearing the innocence of youth, robust young men, and middle-aged individuals whose eyes reveal deep wisdom and the weight of experience. They stand excitedly at the entrance of the temporary Navy recruitment office in Alabasta. "Hey, aren't you still a minor? You wish to enlist?" A burly middle-aged man, noticing a young boy who appears to be merely in his early teens, cannot suppress his curiosity. He estimates the boy's age to be similar to that of his own children, who should be reveling in carefree play, thanks to the benevolent and enlightened king. Alabasta's tax burden is relatively light, affording its citizens a decent standard of living, thus sparing them from the need to enlist out of desperation. The sturdy man glances at the ragged boy, filled with questions. Upon hearing the inquiry, the youth's expression shifts to one of wariness. Clutching a worn wooden sword tightly to his chest, he seems to protect his most cherished possession. "What business is it of yours?" The middle-aged man, sensing the boy's apprehension, can only manage a resigned smile. "Don't be afraid, young one. I harbor no ill intentions." As he speaks, he steps back slightly, raising his hands to demonstrate his innocence. "Moreover, I am a retired soldier from Alabasta's National Guard. Seeing you reminds me of my own children, compelling me to inquire." Upon hearing this, the boy relaxes his guard a little. "Oh, so you're a soldier, sir?" The man's relief is palpable as he sees the boy's demeanor soften. It is disheartening for him to be suspected by the very people he once protected, having devoted himself to the nation's safety and stability. "What of your parents? Do they approve of your enlistment?" The boy's response is chilling as he lets out a cold laugh. "They are dead. A few months ago, they were swept away by a sandstorm in the desert." "Sandstorm? Desert?" The middle-aged man's eyes widen in shock, his pupils constricting as he nearly gasps in realization. Was it the warlord Crocodile who did this? The boy glances at the astonished man, shaking his head indifferently as he continues, "I don't know. I only saw a man in a straw hat fleeing from a massive dust storm, and he led the storm right to our home. My parents desperately buried me in a sandpit, but they perished." The man observes the boy's detached demeanor as he repeatedly mentions the death of his parents. Although perplexed, he scratches his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were all alone." His apology extends beyond his previous intrusive question. It encompasses his deep remorse for failing to protect the citizens from Crocodile's wrath months prior. Perhaps driven by some psychological impulse, he chose to leave his warm home temporarily, bidding farewell to his wife and children to partake in this global conscription. "No need to apologize. I already know that the man in the straw hat is a pirate, and that is enough reason for me to enlist." The boy maintains his casual attitude, but the Navy may not accept someone as young as you. The middle-aged man gently cautions. Aside from this, I have nowhere else to go. I would rather risk my life to accompany a pirate underling. The man, witnessing the boy's unwavering resolve, grits his teeth in frustration, anger boiling within him. Damn it. All of this is due to the warlord crocodile and his schemes. How far must these despicable pirates push us before they relent? As a former soldier of the National Guard, he is privy to certain truths, albeit limited. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, a tall man with closed eyes perceives this entire exchange through his formidable observation hockey. Unable to resist, he opens his eyes, revealing only the gray scare within. The man gazes towards the boy and the middle-aged citizen, murmuring softly, "The warlord, is it? I understand now. This band of pirates, entrenched in darkness, has utterly forsaken rational judgment. How could they ever cease their relentless malevolence towards innocent civilians?" Tina smiled. In the kingdom of Alabasta, the morning air was slightly chilly, the briny sea breeze brushing against the streets, imparting a sense of coolness to the people. Yet, in stark contrast to the external chill, their hearts burned with fervor as they eagerly gazed upon the soon-to-open doors of the Navy recruitment office. Here it comes. With this exclamation, the clamorous crowd erupted into a frenzy. All eyes were fixated on a female officer adorned with the rank of Rear Admiral, who emerged from within. This tall officer, sporting long pink hair and donning sunglasses, murmured softly, "Tina regrets that the Navy did not personally vanquish Crocodile here earlier." Her words were barely audible, lost to the din around her. As the officer in charge of the Navy recruitment office in this relatively large nation, Tina immediately instructed her subordinates to commence the registration process. Being the inaugural day, it was imperative for her to oversee the proceedings at the entrance. One by one, individuals began to register according to the guidance provided, awaiting their assessments. Remarkably, within the span of less than an hour, over 100 individuals had already signed up. Suddenly, a figure drew everyone's attention. "Sir, this is the Navy recruitment office. Are you certain you wish to enlist?" The registering soldier could not help but inquire once more. This question had been posed approximately 10 times already, yet the response remained resolutely affirmative. Tina, noticing the commotion, approached to inquire further. After a brief exchange with the soldier, she grasped the situation's essence and scrutinized the man before her. The blind man exuded an overwhelming aura of intensity. In the presence of such a formidable presence, Tina adopted a serious demeanor and asked earnestly, "May I inquire your name, sir?" "Do not stand on ceremony. You may call me Ishio," replied the blind warrior amiably, seemingly unperturbed by the Navy's inefficiency. Upon hearing this name, Tina's pupils momentarily flickered. She regarded his visage with renewed scrutiny, and as if confirming something, she subtly nodded. "Sir Ishio, I sincerely appreciate your decision to join our Navy. Please, follow me inside." Tina personally escorted the blind warrior into the office of the recruitment center. This action ignited a considerable stir among the onlookers. Who is this blind man? Such a powerful presence, it feels as though standing beside him could render one breathless. The fact that the officer herself is attending to him suggests he must be an extraordinary individual. In the nearby waters of Alabasta, a colossal Navy warship cleaved through the waves. Its deep blue hull was lined with ominous black cannon ports, and the white sails bore a distinctive emblem painted in blue, a seagull and a scale, symbolizing the sea and the unwavering principles of justice and fairness. Together, they represented an organization dedicated to upholding absolute equity and righteousness upon the seas. Report to Rear Admiral Smoker. "We have arrived at Alabasta." A Navy soldier's voice rang out, prompting a door to a relatively secluded room on the ship to slowly open. Smoker's once silver hair had been styled into a slick-back look. The hair below the crown closely cropped, and a scar adorned his right cheek. He wore sunglasses and a coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back, while a pair of windbreakers hung around his neck, and he wielded a repaired sea stone baton as his weapon. Due to Kazan's premature departure from the Navy and Smoker's current rank as Rear Admiral, he was unable to request a transfer to the G5 division. Today, Smoker, serving as a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, was accompanied by a swordsman named Dasky, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Zoro's childhood companion, Kuna. While on patrol in the waters surrounding Alabasta, Smoker received orders from the Navy headquarters to await the arrival of a newly recruited formidable individual. "Tina, where's the recruit?" Smoker queried, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he pushed open the door to the recruitment office without preamble, accompanied by the bespectacled Dasky. His gaze swept across the room, but found no sign of the person he was to escort. Tina fumed. That old man declared this place too dull and insisted on heading to the casino. To make matters worse, he even asked me for an advance on a month's salary. The audacity. Tina sat at her desk, her face a picture of ire. If that blind man's future rank were to surpass hers, she would demand double the amount of the money she had lent today. Seemingly unsatisfied, she added emphatically. Smoker, observing Tina's fury, instinctively recoiled. Having trained under Zifa alongside Tina, he was well aware of her volatile temperament. Haha, what an amusing character. I'll go search for him at the casino. Smoker chuckled awkwardly before quickly exiting the room, disappearing from Tina's sight. In Alabasta, at the Rain Banquet Casino, Smoker and Dasky entered, immediately spotting a throng gathered ahead. Hey, blind man, are you betting big or small this time? The dealer shouted at the tall man with closed eyes. Ah, this blind man, despite his blindness, continues to gamble. One wonders what he is thinking. Moreover, his luck seems perpetually poor. He's not here to gamble but to donate money. Perhaps he has wealth to spare and seeks merely to entertain himself. The onlookers nearby began to murmur as the blind warrior resumed placing bets, disregarding their discussions. With his eyes closed, he hesitated for a few moments before casually grabbing a handful of chips and tossing them onto the big bet. Bets placed. Bets placed. The dealer announced as he manipulated the dice in his hands before placing them on the table. Other participants hastily placed their chips on the opposing small wager. Roll. A voice rang out as someone observed the dealer gradually releasing his grip on the dice. Small. Victory. Upon unveiling the results, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheer, while the blind warrior merely sighed with an expression of dejection. It seemed Sir Ishiao's fortune was not favoring him today. After observing for a while, Smoker finally approached, remarking, I can sense an immense energy within this blind man. He indeed possesses some strength. Yet, he appears rather unwise in the casino. Can such a formidable individual truly be relied upon? Smoker could not help but question the judgment of the Navy headquarters in seeking out this blind warrior. Ishio, sensing the Navy's approach, offered an awkward smile. My apologies. I intended merely to indulge in a few rounds. Yet, I appreciate your efforts in coming to find me. Smog gazed at the chips on the table, silently ridiculing. Perhaps it amounts to 1 billion taels. Mr. Ishio, it is getting late. We should set off promptly. Ishio nodded gently. With a reluctant expression, he rose from his seat, using his cane sword to clear a path, following Smog towards the entrance of the casino. Nearby, Dasky observed the cane sword in Ishio's hand, her eyes glinting with interest. Mr. Ishio, is your sword a fine blade? Upon hearing Dasky's inquiry, Ishio picked up the cane sword and casually replied, just an ordinary walking stick. After a brief pause, he politely asked Smog, where are we headed next? To the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The Navy headquarters, Base Square. After approximately a day's journey, Ishio followed Smog towards the main building of the headquarters. As they passed through the central square, Ishio abruptly halted. What is that? I sense an invisible yet immensely powerful energy field. Ishio turned to Smog, intrigued by a large rectangular object visible in his observation hockey. Smog, hearing Ishio's question, followed his gaze to the object. Upon recognizing what Ishio was pointing to, Smog's expression turned grave, and he responded in a solemn tone, the Navy Hero Monument. Seemingly concerned that Ishio might not comprehend, Smog elaborated, this monument was commissioned by Admiral Sakazuki on the day he assumed his title, established to honor those naval heroes who sacrificed their lives for the cause of justice. It bears the names of countless fallen, allowing all Navy personnel and people around the world to mourn and pay their respects. After listening to Smog's explanation, Ishio was suddenly reminded of Sakazuki's declaration during his appointment, which he had witnessed during a live broadcast. His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity and reverence as he leaned on his cane sword and slowly approached the pedestal of the monument, gazing up at the towering, indistinct shadow before him. His heightened observation hockey distinctly sensed the countless beliefs in justice embodied within the monument. This structure recorded a tragic history, engraved with the unwavering faith of every Navy officer. In that moment, Ishio felt as though the grand figures of those naval heroes were manifesting before him. For the first time since he had willingly blinded himself, he yearned to open his eyes and behold the true visage of the monument. Emotionally stirred, Ishio sighed deeply and instinctively saluted the monument with a somewhat unrefined military gesture. Smog stood beside him, also rendering a salute, his execution of the gesture far more precise and formal than Ishio's. Ishio lingered in place for a considerable time, brimming with anticipation for the man he was about to meet. Smog quietly stood beside him, patiently waiting for a long while as well. This led to a prolonged wait in the office of the Admiral within the headquarters, where Sakazuki, having received the news that Smog had brought Ishiao to the Navy headquarters, was also biding his time. Admiral Sakazuki, Major Smog has arrived with Mr. Ishio, called the flustered Kuro, who was busy handling numerous documents, addressing Sakazuki, who was meditating with his eyes closed on the sofa. Today marked the second day of the global conscription. Sakazuki distinctly perceives the fervent belief in justice emanating from every corner of the globe. This belief varies in strength, some pure and others chaotic. Countless currents of this righteous conviction have rendered Sakazuki's current mental fortitude unparalleled in strength. He must thoroughly assimilate this formidable energy and transform it entirely for his own use. Sakazuki recently discovered that haki is not only an energy that is anchored in the physical body, but also appears to be a derivative of mental strength. When the mental power reaches a sufficient magnitude, the potency of haki correspondingly intensifies. Moments later, Sakazuki felt his observation haki ascend to a new level, enabling him to extend his perception beyond the waters surrounding Marineford, faintly probing into the deeper and more distant seas. Moreover, this was merely a fragment of the aspirations held by the civilians who wished to enlist. If the collective beliefs of all the civilians in the world were to converge upon Sakazuki, he could scarcely fathom the magnitude of that energy. Perhaps, at that juncture, even the observation haki alone could encompass a substantial portion of the world. This would be an exceedingly formidable phenomenon, utterly overturning conventional understanding. However, it seems that Fujitora, having blinded himself through self-infliction, has also elevated his mastery of observation haki to an astonishing realm. His observation haki allows him to discern the goodwill and malice of others, as well as track the movement of clouds in the sky. Exaggeratedly, he can even perceive the trajectory of meteors in outer space. Just as Sakazuki was contemplating Fujitora, he was roused by the call of Abari. To his surprise, Fujitora had just arrived. The wait had indeed been arduous. Fujitora entered, accompanied by Smoker. Although Smoker had completed his task, he showed no inclination to leave. Admiral Sakazuki and Secretary Hibari. Smoker greeted the two proficiently before finding a corner sofa to settle into. He then propped his legs up, casually rummaging through his pockets to retrieve 2 cigars, which he simultaneously stuffed into his mouth with great ease. Sakazuki observed Smoker's demeanor, clearly indicating that there was an important matter to discuss, and he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Since Smoker's recent promotion from commander to rear admiral, this marked his first report to the office. After Sakazuki procured several boxes of cigars, Smog made it a point to smoke cigars every time he visited, as if he intended to exhaust every cigar on his person, leaving Sakazuki unable to pilfer any further. Sakazuki momentarily disregarded Smoker, shifting his attention to the man before him, who was slightly shorter in stature. He scrutinized the individual from head to toe, black hair adorned with a fringe of facial hair, eyes firmly shut. A prominent X-shaped scar gracing the left side of his forehead, extending toward his eyes. The man possessed a robust and imposing physique, with well-defined muscles clearly visible. He was clad in a light purple kimono, cinched at the waist with a black and purple obi. Around his neck, he wore a violet scarf, while his hands were protected by white gauntlets and his arms were wrapped in bandages. His feet were shod in traditional wooden sandals. In his grip was a sword cane, seemingly intended for navigation. As Sakazuki regarded him with a smile, the man, known as Ichi, was simultaneously employing his observation haki to assess Sakazuki. Though his eyes were closed, he was nonetheless struck with astonishment. It felt as though he could vaguely see a raging inferno before him, ferocious and searing. The fire exuded an unparalleled charisma, stirring a tempest of fervor within him, igniting his passions like flame. Ichi strained to open his eyes, his expression twisting into a sinister grimace, revealing the eerie gray of his scara as he gazed at Sakazuki. Yet, the flame vanished, with a hint of regret. Ichi shook his head and closed his eyes once more. He endeavored to perceive Sakazuki's strength through his heightened observation haki. After a brief moment, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, what a truly terrifying man. He sensed an earth-shattering power coursing through Sakazuki's being. Though he held a strong confidence in his own abilities, he was unequivocally aware that he was no match for such formidable strength. Truly, he was a man bold enough to openly declare war against the 4 emperors and the entire pirate world. Yet, he pondered whether this man, endowed with such prowess and audacity, could assist him in achieving the goal that lay within his heart. Sakazuki gazed at the smile before him, seemingly shaking his head in puzzlement. Nevertheless, he courteously remarked, Mr. Ishio, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Indeed, seeing you in person is far more impressive than merely hearing of you. Sakazuki wore a faint, icy smile at the corners of his mouth. perhaps due to the long interval since he had spoken so courteously to a stranger. Thus, his expression inevitably appeared somewhat unnatural. Fortunately, the blind man could not perceive the chilling smile upon Sakazuki's face. Marshal Sakazuki, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire if you are familiar with me? The blind man spoke with remarkable politeness, extending his courtesy not only to his comrades but also to his adversaries. Hearing Sakazuki mention his esteemed name, he could not help but express his bewilderment with a question. Sakazuki wore an expression of certainty and promptly commenced his art of persuasion. Under the eager anticipation of a smile, Sakazuki slowly recounted, "When I was still an admiral, I frequently set sail along the Grand Line to eradicate pirates. Inevitably, I had to pause for resupply at various islands along the way. During my inspections of towns on certain islands, I often heard tales of a blind swordsman with a penchant for gambling, whose formidable prowess was matched only by his love for chivalry. According to the descriptions I gathered, this wandering blind warrior possessed a gentle yet forthright character. He held the safety of the common folk in high regard and harbored an intense disdain for wickedness, embodying an exceptionally strong sense of justice. Upon hearing of such a noble soul dedicated to righteousness, I naturally felt compelled to recruit him. However, I could never locate Mr. Ishio, and little did I expect that this time, news of your enlistment in the world-'s conscription would arrive, thus alleviating my previous regret." Ishio, upon hearing Sakazuki's words, was struck with astonishment and emotion. A soldier dies for those who understand him. In his pursuit of justice, Ishio had witnessed countless tragedies of humanity and felt the malice of the world deeply. He had encountered ruthless pirates, arrogant nobles, and oppressive navies. Yet, he had seldom come across like-minded individuals who shared his ideals of justice and benevolence. It was a revelation to discover that this marshal before him harbored such a profound commitment to justice and had long taken an interest in him, recognizing his worth. It seemed as though he had found a kindred spirit, a companion on his path of righteousness. In that moment, Ishio regretted not arriving at the naval headquarters sooner, lamenting the missed opportunity to meet Sakazuki earlier. "Your Excellency Sakazuki, you flatter me," he replied humbly. "I merely strive to contribute my meager efforts towards mending this fractured world." Feeling overwhelmed by Sakazuki's fervent praise, Ishio tightened his grip on his staff, a touch of apprehension creeping over him. Sakazuki observed the slightly embarrassed expression on Ishio's face and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He continued to extol, "Mr. Ishio, you are indeed humble. A formidable individual like yourself, who possesses such strength yet remains steadfast in integrity and justice, is truly a rarity in this world." Without giving Ishio a chance to respond, Sakazuki pressed on. "Speaking of which, Mr. Ishio, with your immense power, what exactly is the nature of your vision?" Sakazuki gazed at the scar on his forehead with a knowing smile, seemingly seeking to confirm the suspicions that lingered in his mind, feigning ignorance. It mattered not. The inability to see was, in a sense, a blessing, for the world was rife with countless sordid and despicable individuals that one would prefer to avert their gaze from. With an air of indifference, he responded with a nonchalant smile. At his level of existence, the presence or absence of sight bore no impact on his life or his battles. Sakazuki nodded in understanding. Indeed, it was a choice to close one's eyes to the world's evils. Returning to the main topic, Mr. Ishio, may I inquire why you wish to join the Navy? As Sakazuki had anticipated, Ishio began to speak slowly. Firstly, I have come to understand that the Navy has suffered significant losses after the recent war on the top. There have been casualties, retirements, and resignations. Considering the Navy may not have sufficient personnel to maintain order upon the seas, I wish to contribute my efforts to assist the Navy, thereby aiding the ordinary citizens of the world in overcoming adversities. As for my principal objective, I must candidly inform you, Admiral, that I can no longer tolerate the world government's implementation of the warlords of the sea system. Granting a group of nefarious pirates the legal right to plunder is an utterly absurd notion. Thus, I aspire to start my journey in the Navy with the aim of proposing the abolition of the warlords of the sea system to the world government. Ishio stated his intentions for joining the Navy with a serious demeanor. Sakazuki secretly nodded, realizing that it was indeed related to the matter of the 7 warlords. "So, Mr. Smile, considering the current scarcity of vice admirals and admirals in the Navy, which position do you believe your strength qualifies you for?" Sakazuki articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity, essentially allowing Ishio to select a position of considerable authority within the Navy. This gesture indicated a profound respect for Ishio, who, in turn, could not help but feel the weight of Sakazuki's esteem. A sense of gratitude welled up within him, akin to a steed encountering its true master. Ishiu composed himself and earnestly remarked, "The position of admiral should not remain vacant for an extended period, as this would not only disrupt the morale of the troops but also increase the burden on you, Marshal Sakazuki. Therefore, I am willing to labor tirelessly to alleviate your concerns. For the greater good, I seek merely the rank of admiral." At this proclamation, both Ishiu's companions, Kites and Smoker, regarded him with astonished expressions. Even Sakazuki was taken aback, observing Ishiu's earnest demeanor with surprise. Sakazuki found it hard to fathom that this honest and principled man could utter such shameless words with such a polite tone. What does it mean to consider the greater good and alleviate my burdens? Where did he acquire such wisdom? Is this the essence of the adage that reading a myriad of books pales in comparison to traversing 1,000 miles? Ishiu, as a wandering knight of justice, had spent the earlier part of his life roaming far and wide, often mingling in the tumultuous atmosphere of casinos, inevitably coming into contact with some unsavory habits and peculiar tricks. Otherwise, what could possibly justify his desire for the position of a general? It almost seems as if he wishes to usurp my position of marshal as well. Though Ishiu is indeed qualified to become a general, and Sakazuki himself had intended to bestow such a title upon him, it felt somewhat peculiar for him to express it so openly. Setting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Sakazuki fixed his gaze upon Ishiu and declared, "Mr. Ishiu, what audacity! You truly possess this qualification. However, to become an admiral of the Navy, one must not only have sufficient strength but also establish certain military achievements to earn the respect of the entire Navy. Initially, the generals recruited through the world conscription would be exempt from the requirement of military accomplishments, as it would be unreasonable to expect them to accumulate such accolades in a short period. Nevertheless, Sakazuki sought to showcase Ishiu's prowess, allowing the world to witness the formidable strength of the Navy following the world conscription, intimidating those with ambitious designs and instilling a sense of security among the common folk. Upon hearing Sakazuki's intention to showcase his capabilities, Ishiu promptly responded with righteous fervor, "I am willing to brave fire and water for the sake of justice." In truth, Ishiu did not overthink his application for the admiral position. He simply believed that to abolish the warlords of the sea system, one must possess a certain status and standing. Without such credentials, how could one even hope to engage with the Gorosei, let alone realize one's ambitions? Moreover, his declaration of wanting to alleviate Marshal Sakazuki's burdens was sincere. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had already come to respect this man, radiant and fervent as the sun. Sakazuki gazed at the determined figure of Ishiu, who was prepared to face any peril, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. Such enthusiasm is commendable. After a moment's contemplation, Sakazuki suddenly directed a question at Ishiu. "Pray tell, what month are we in?" "Huh. Oh, it is October." Ishiu momentarily paused. Although he did not quite grasp why Uncle Sakazuki had posed such a query, he dutifully provided an answer. Beside them, both Ishiu and Smog expressed their perplexity. What could be the reason for inquiring about the date? Sakazuki, appearing rather aged and contemplative, lamented, "It is already October. The end of the year is fast approaching. In my hometown, there exists a custom where friends and relatives often visit one another bearing gifts during the New Year celebrations. How about we eliminate one of the 4 emperors of the sea before the year's end and present their severed head to the world as a New Year's offering from the Navy?" As Sakazuki uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the entire venue. Ishiu slightly parted her lips, marveling at her Uncle Sakazuki's remarkable diligence and dedication. In a corner, Smoker's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart began to pound violently in his chest. He sensed his blood boiling with excitement. It was truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Ishiu, standing opposite Sakazuki, was rendered speechless. Was this a plan to assign him directly to confront a Yonko pirate crew? To thrust him into a peak competition right from the outset? Surely, this was an overestimation of his capabilities. Yet, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. Ishiu's right hand gripped the cane sword tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the intensity of his grip. Had Sakazuki been privy to Ishiu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at the notion of a peak competition. Such aspirations were too trivial. The real challenge lay ahead in confronting the world government. With a tremor of barely contained excitement, Ishiu inquired, "Which Yonko is your target?" "Admiral Sakazuki? The big MOM pirates." Sakazuki spoke the name of his target without a moment's hesitation. A smile flickered across his face as he nodded, slightly taken aback. He had initially expected that at this time, Sakazuki would be more inclined to bully the empress of the red-haired pirates. He recalled some information regarding the Big Mom pirates. The stronghold of the Big Mom pirates is located on Whole Cake Island in the New World. Its captain, Charlotte Lin, once collaborated with Whitebeard, Kaido, and others aboard the Rocks pirates. Possessing monstrous strength and exceptional talent, she is known as the Natural Disaster. She has consumed the soul fruit, granting her the ability to extract the souls of others and bestow life upon inanimate objects. As the sole female among the four emperors, her subordinates affectionately refer to her as Mama, while other pirates and Navy members commonly address her as Big Mom. Big Mom is a terrifying figure who would mobilize her entire crew to conquer a nation for the sake of snacks. She demands that territories under her dominion provide her with monthly tributes of sweets. However, should any territory fail to deliver even once, it faces the imminent threat of annihilation. A certain nation renowned for its baked goods once fell victim to the flames set by Big Mom's subordinates for this very reason. At that time, she callously remarked that a nation famous for pastries must surely smell delightful when ablaze, highlighting her brutal nature. Moreover, Big Mom suffers from severe cravings, which can trigger episodes of madness. During these fits, she descends into a frenzy, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. The only way to restore her sanity is either to provide her with the delicacy she desires or to defeat her. In her derangement, she is utterly ruthless, even to the point of killing her own son, disregarding all pleas. Such a remorseless lunatic is precisely the target Sakazuki intends to confront. To allow someone like Big Mom to establish her so-called United Nations is nothing short of absurd. She is a mindless beast, a sow driven solely by the instinct to reproduce. What talk of ideals is there? What hope of gathering diverse races around her table? Sakazuki harbors an intense loathing for pirates who commit atrocities under the guise of pursuing grand ideals, wishing nothing more than to eradicate them swiftly. I can initially lend you half of my subordinate Vice Admiral Doberman soldiers. Sakazuki nearly revealed his dear loyal fan, but fortunately, he managed to bite back his words just in time. Otherwise, if others misconstrued the relationship he had with Doberman, both men steadfast in their absolute sense of justice, as having some clandestine dealings, he would find himself without recourse to defend his honor. After all, at over 50 years of age, Sakazuki remains a solitary figure. With a daughter he adopted 2 decades ago, he has no desire to be misinterpreted as harboring any peculiar inclinations. However, for Sakazuki, justice is his eternal companion. As for matters of love and affection, those can be set aside for now. Perhaps once he has eradicated all pirates from the world and successfully overthrown the world government, ushering in a time of peace and tranquility upon the seas, and provided he survives the battles, he might then contemplate his own affairs. But who can truly predict the future? He can only hope to successfully eliminate the one who sits upon the throne of emptiness. As for the 5 elders, they are merely a gaggle of slaves kneeling at the feet of a so-called deity, and thus pose no real threat. Mr. Smile, you shall first lead 5 warships and 1,000 soldiers into the New World to vanquish some ordinary pirates, thus familiarizing yourself with the tactics of warfare. After all, once you ascend to the rank of admiral, you will command your own formidable fleet, unlike your previous solitary endeavors relying solely on individual combat prowess. Sakazuki evidently seeks to cultivate the combat command skills of Mr. Ishiao. As an admiral, he stands as a senior commander within the Navy, necessitating an ability to adapt swiftly to the unfolding circumstances of war. Mr. Ishiao, you shall proceed to the port and await my arrival. I shall instruct Doberman to meet you there for the handover. Once the transfer is complete, follow the guidance of your aide and lead the soldiers directly from St. Mary Joyo. When the time for action arrives, I shall notify you. In the meantime, please take this communication device with you. Sakazuki, speaking with conviction, retrieved a plain communication device from his office and handed it to Ishiao. Sensing that Ishiao might be burdened by the weight of responsibility, he continued, "Do not worry. I shall continually dispatch reinforcements to your side. From this day forth, you shall not walk the path of justice alone." Upon hearing Sakazuki's serious yet caring tone, Ishiao felt a profound emotional stir within him. It had been ages since he had experienced such a series of intense emotional upheavals in a single day. Truly, he was a dependable man, grateful for all support. Ishiao solemnly extended his hand to receive the communication device from Sakazuki. It felt heavy in his grasp. This was not merely a tool for communication. It was a testament to Sakazuki's trust and recognition of him. It embodied Ishiao's mission and responsibility as a naval officer. "I assure you, I shall fulfill the task." Ishiao responded with resolute determination. Sakazuki felt a profound sense of determination and decisiveness emanating from Ishiao. He could not help but commend his own linguistic artistry in his mind. As Ishiao prepared to step out the door, Sakazuki added from behind, "Mr. Ishiao, I have a simple request regarding your forthcoming actions. Ishu paused at the threshold, slightly turning his head, awaiting Sakazuki to finish his statement. Sakazuki's voice, deep and measured, slowly articulated a few words. Eliminate on the spot, pursue relentlessly afterwards, and show no mercy. Instantly, Ishiao's expression turned grave, and he nodded solemnly before departing with a sense of purpose. Sakazuki's statement stems from his unwillingness to witness a casual leniency towards the pirates of the New World. Akin to the way the Straw Hat crew was so easily spared in the original narrative, it is a matter of either complete commitment or none at all. Justice is not absolute. If it is not, then it is unequivocally unjust. When confronting pirates, one must eradicate them entirely. Otherwise, exhibiting a modicum of mercy, as Zephyr did, could lead to regrettable consequences when those pirates retaliate against one's family. The pirates of this world are far from benevolent, and they are not easily swayed from their wicked paths, even if one has shown them forgiveness. It is a certainty that others will not hesitate to obliterate you and your kin. Thus, mercy towards pirates equates to cruelty towards oneself. Having successfully dealt with the Straw Hat crew, Sakazuki finally turned his gaze towards Smoker, who lingered in the corner. Smoker, do you have something to say? Despite Smoker's relatively formidable strength, he was known as a solitary figure who often disregarded orders from his superiors, which complicated his ascent within the ranks. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and steadfastly adhered to his own sense of justice. In previous years, Smoker had served as a colonel at the branch in Logetown. Subsequently, he departed to pursue the Straw Hat crew. Following the events in Alabasta, he was promoted to the rank of Commodore and then to Rear Admiral after the conclusion of the Marineford War. Are you perhaps here to pursue the Straw Hat, Luffy? Upon realizing that Sakazuki was finally willing to listen, Smoker uncrossed his legs, placed his hands on his knees, and spoke solemnly. I no longer wish to remain at headquarters. I wish to request a transfer to the G5 branch. The G5 branch, located in the New World, is one of the two naval divisions directly under the command of the Navy in that region, alongside G1. G5 is regarded as an anomalous faction within the Navy, often resembling pirates more than the Navy itself. They disregard commands from Navy headquarters and are notorious for their brutal actions against pirates. This environment is indeed fitting for a rebellious leader like Smoker to impose order. Sakazuki raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he inquired, Can you provide me with a reason? Smoker lowered his head slightly, concealing the fervor in his gaze. Initially, I intended to pursue Straw Hat Luffy, who was rescued by the red-haired Shanks and fled to the New World. My goal was to apprehend him and thus redeem the disgrace I suffered in Logetown. However, after hearing your plans regarding the Big Mom pirates, my aspirations have expanded. The Straw Hat pirates must be eliminated, and the Big Mom pirates as well. I intend to deal with both of them in one fell swoop. Smoker raised his voice, passionately declaring his intent. This declaration took Sakazuki aback. To take down both Straw Hat Luffy and the Big Mom pirates? Has he always been so audacious? Is he perhaps underestimating his own capabilities? Nonetheless, Smoker is among the few natural-type devil fruit users within the Navy. While he may not compare favorably to his peers in the same category, his strength is nonetheless recognized among the naval officers. He shows no mercy towards pirates, earning the moniker White Hunter. Yet, his recent performances against Virgo and Don Quixote da Flamingo have been far from stellar, indicating that he may not possess the strength depicted in the original narrative. Regardless of which pirate crew he targets, it seems that he requires a push to realize his ambitions. Although Sakazuki was somewhat taken aback by Smoker's audacious words, he replied without hesitation, The headquarters can accept your application, but I require you to defeat the current commander of the G5 branch, Virgo, using your own strength. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Smoker was momentarily stunned. He had never intended to usurp the position of commander. Why must he defeat him? Why? He would have been content as a subordinate. Observing the bewilderment on Smoker's face, Sakazuki felt compelled to clarify further. Not merely to defeat him, you must eliminate him. Smoker was instantly rendered speechless. The situation seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Why was he suddenly tasked with assassinating a vice admiral of the branch? What? Wait. I don't quite understand. Smoker grasped his hair, his expression one of deep confusion. Sakazuki had long anticipated the arrival of this day. While instructing the Lark to retrieve the recent collection of criminal records left by Virgo during his years as an undercover agent, he explained to Smoker. Admiral Virgo has been a spy planted by the pirates within the Navy for over a decade. This matter eluded detection during Fleet Admiral Sengoku's tenure. It was only after I assumed the role of Fleet Admiral, while sifting through a multitude of documents day and night, that I inadvertently uncovered anomalies within the G5 branch. Rather than alarming the perpetrators, I chose to follow the trail and ultimately unveiled the truth. What? Smoker exclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa, causing the 2 cigars in his mouth to tumble to the floor. Sakazuki observed the cigar that had fallen from Smoker's lips, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It was reminiscent of the last incident when that monkey's cigarette was startled from its grasp. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Smoker erupted in righteous indignation, exclaiming loudly, "To think that he has infiltrated us for over a decade and has risen to the rank of Vice Admiral. That fool Sengoku, how could he have been so careless? Just how much information has he sold to the pirates over these years, endangering our own comrades and innocent civilians?" Smoker seethed in a low growl, filled with anguish, wishing fervently to march to the G5 base and execute Virgo on the spot. Sakazuki cast a glance at the furious Smoker and handed him the information gathered by Yunqie, hoping he could channel this rage into a formidable strength to eradicate Virgo and other pirates in the New World. Smoker extended his veined right hand to accept the evidence collected by Sakazuki, swiftly perusing its contents. Virgo, known by the moniker Demon Bamboo, was a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family in the original Corazon. He was one of the initial comrades of Don Quixote da Flamingo, having witnessed the latter's conqueror's haki approximately 30 years ago. Consequently, he, along with other top officials, referred to him as king and collectively established the Don Quixote family. Over a decade ago, under Da Flamingo's directive, he infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent. Gradually, he ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral and currently serves as the commander of the Navy's G5 base. Proficient in armament haki and skilled in hand-to-hand combat, he wields a bamboo stick as his weapon. While undercover in the Navy, Virgo would present himself as amiable, suave, and approachable. However, upon revealing his true nature, he would transform into a ruthless and merciless individual, unhesitatingly eliminating his own subordinates. The audacity of this man to kill his fellow Navy personnel? Smoker, upon reaching this point, could not help but crumple the information in his hand into a twist. "I shall go and slay him at once." Enraged after reviewing Virgo's dossier, Smoker immediately set off toward the New World. Observing the urgency with which Smoker rushed out the door, Sakazuki could only shake his head in resignation. He then retrieved a black transponder snail from his pocket and dialed. "Admiral, is there something amiss?" The voice of Law came through the receiver, panting heavily, with distant sounds of cannon fire echoing in the background. On a desolate island in a certain maritime region of the New World, Law had just executed a roll to evade the barrage of sea stone bullets raining down from afar. Swiftly retreating, he sought refuge in a dense forest, camouflaging himself discreetly. Once he confirmed that no one was pursuing him, he leaned against a large tree and cautiously retrieved the incessantly ringing transponder snail from his pocket. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the transponder snail, Sakazuki instantly realized that Law was engaged in combat with another group. Indeed, just as I had vanquished the captain of the Silver Axe pirates indicated on the recruitment notice, I found myself targeted by yet another band of pirates. Law gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued speaking to the transponder snail. Thanks to the haki training guide provided by Sakazuki, although Law had not yet fully mastered haki, his physical prowess had certainly improved, and the nascent form of haki was beginning to manifest. This enabled him to swiftly eliminate several notorious pirates from the New World. Of course, the profound development of his devil fruit abilities also played a crucial role. "Well done. I have come to share some delightful news with you." Sakazuki paused momentarily, refraining from any further suspense, and continued, "There is an undercover agent of Da Flamingo within the Navy. He is one of the original 4 high-ranking officers who followed Da Flamingo, known as Virgo, the first to bear the codename Corazon. You may have heard of him, perhaps?" Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Law's previously calm breaths began to quicken once more. He eagerly inquired, "I know. Where is he? Has the Navy captured him? Has he been executed?" Law's questions came in rapid succession. At that moment, he couldn't help but believe that when Mr. Corazon was relaying internal intelligence to the Navy, it was Virgo, the undercover agent, who had detected him, subsequently reporting to Da Flamingo and leading to Mr. Corazon's exposure. Sakazuki had no intention of deceiving Law this time. He spoke plainly. He is in the New World, currently serving as the head of the G5 Navy branch. I have just dispatched a Rear Admiral to deal with him. If you set off now, you should arrive in time. Your nemesis ought to involve you in this resolution. Splendid. I shall leave those ruffians and head to the G5 branch at once. By the way, aside from Red-Nosed Buggy, I have eliminated the other pirates listed in the Warlord's recruitment order. Buggy possesses the powers of the Chop Chop fruit, rendering my scalpel less effective against him. I had multiple opportunities to seize his heart, yet his luck is astonishing. On several occasions, life-threatening attacks have miraculously missed him. Furthermore, the criminals he brought from Impel down are inexplicably willing to shield him. All in all, he is quite a troublesome adversary. Once I deal with Virgo, I shall continue my pursuit of him. Upon finishing his words, Law immediately hung up the din mushi, revealing his excitement. He lacked the strength to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo alone in Dressrosa. Charging in would be tantamount to seeking death. However, now he was set to confront da Flamingo's undercover agents alongside Admiral Sakazuki's subordinates, making this battle nearly certain of success, and thus he felt emboldened. Simultaneously, Law felt a twinge of gratitude. The Admiral had not forgotten about his affairs. After eliminating Virgo, he was determined to present Buggy's head to Admiral Sakazuki. With these thoughts in mind, Law swiftly tucked the din mushi into his pocket and raced towards the submarine anchored at the shore. Admiral Sakazuki, at Navy headquarters, remained unaware that his actions had touched Law. He merely sought to provide Smoker with assistance. Law, being conveniently located in the New World, rendered it unnecessary to dispatch a high-ranking officer from headquarters for support. Sakazuki, the world conscription has officially commenced, and the Navy's military expenditures are gradually increasing. Although the current funds are manageable, in a few months, it may become. Sakazuki took the bill from the Lark's hands, and upon a cursory glance, he was met with a plethora of meticulously detailed expenditures. The Navy, a colossal organization, indeed requires an immense array of resources. It encompasses not only armaments such as firearms, warships, sea stone, and blades, but also the daily sustenance and living arrangements for all naval personnel. Furthermore, it pertains to the salaries that directly affect the personal interests of each sailor. All of these necessitate substantial financial resources. Only the world government, a behemoth comprising over 100 member nations, possesses the means to sustain the Navy. After all, the annual contributions from member states amount to a considerable sum. Sakazuki swiftly perused the bill, contemplating for a moment before addressing Yuna. Please inform Dauberman to lead a warship immediately to the grandest entertainment city of the New World, Giran Tezelo. He should initiate contact with the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tezelo. Dauberman can travel directly from Mariawa, while I shall take the route from Fishman Island and will rendezvous with him later. Gilder Tezelo, known as the Golden Emperor, possesses the powers of the gold fruit, enabling him to manipulate gold in both its expansion and transformation. He is also the ruler of Giran Tezelo, the largest entertainment city in the world, commanding numerous industries across the globe. It is said that Tezelo wields 20% of the world's belly, traversing both the legitimate and illicit realms. Through the might of his wealth, he can exert influence over the celestial dragons and even mobilize the forces of the world government. While there may be elements of exaggeration, he undoubtedly reigns as the sovereign of the underground dark world through his financial prowess. His influence spans across the globe. Should we gain control over this individual, the Navy would have little to worry about regarding sustenance in the near future. Undeniably, Tezelo is a preeminent commercial prodigy after acquiring the gold fruit from Doflamingo. He transformed his fortunes in a mere 12 years, rising from an impoverished slave to the wealthiest man in the world. Were his true rise to prominence to be unveiled, it would surely become a timeless tale of inspiration and triumph, worthy of admiration and reverence by countless individuals. Yet, how could Tezelo allow anyone to discover that he was once a slave? However, Sakazuki mused, the fewer who are aware, the better I can manipulate you. Sakazuki embarked on the vessel commanded by Major General Robert, the captain of the inspection team. Following a precise course, they smoothly arrived at the entrance of Fishman Island. A monumental clash between the Navy and the Big Mom pirates loomed on the horizon. This afforded the inspection team the opportunity to navigate around Fishman Island and scout the vicinity of Cake Island in the New World. The entrance to Fishman Island had undergone significant changes compared to the past. Two imposing military fortresses now stood guard at the entrance, their dark cannon ports exuding an aura of peril. Numerous Fishman soldiers were stationed outside the fortifications, ever vigilant against approaching ships. As a medium-sized warship approached slowly, the leading Fishman captain could not help but exclaim, "The Navy? What brings them here?" The vice captain beside him interjected, "Are they here to collect tolls?" After a moment's contemplation, the captain seized the communicator. "I must inform Master Jinbi of the situation here. The Navy seldom ventured to Fishman Island. There were two routes from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World, one controlled by the world government and the other deep beneath the ocean, requiring special coatings to navigate and fraught with the threat of sea kings. Thus, the Navy typically traversed the route via Mary Geos, avoiding the perilous descent of 10,000 meters to Fishman Island. Only pirates, underworld factions, or small merchant fleets would take this path. As for the pirates and underworld elements, their soldiers had received orders to eliminate them without exception. It was likely that pirate ships would face cannon fire before even docking. However, for merchant vessels and ordinary sightseeing fleets, a nominal toll would be collected. Previously, there had been no such regulations. But following the meeting between former Admiral Kazan and Neptune in the Royal Palace some time ago, this practice had been naturally instituted. While awaiting Jinbe's arrival, the fishman captain instructed the soldiers in the fortress to adjust the cannon directions and prepare for battle. He then led his subordinates toward the warship that had successfully anchored. Navy, what brings you to Fishman Island? The fishman captain halted 100 meters from the warship, bellowing at the Navy soldiers disembarking. The soldiers of the inspection team descended from the vessel via the side passage, disregarding the captain's inquiry. Instead, they formed two orderly lines, standing at attention to greet the Navy officers emerging from behind. Sakazuki slowly emerged from the doorway, closely followed by General Robert. Marshal Sakazuki, General Robert. As the two men fully descended, the soldiers flanking them promptly saluted. Hey, what on earth are you sailors here for? The captain of the fishmen felt disregarded and shouted furiously at the Navy across from him. He commanded his subordinates to raise their weapons in unison. Behind Sakazuki, Robert gazed intently at the fishmen soldiers impeding their passage, his brow furrowing in concern. He stepped forward and proclaimed in a commanding tone, I am Rear Admiral Robert from the Navy headquarters. Clear our path immediately. The soldiers of the discipline team, without awaiting further orders from Robert, simultaneously raised their rifles, aiming at the heads of each fishman before them. A mere command would suffice for a deadly shot. This exemplified the military discipline of the team. A firm stance and decisive action ensured the successful completion of their missions in every conflict. The fishman soldiers, confronted with the ominous muzzles of the rifles, felt their legs weaken despite their rigorous training, their hearts quaking with trepidation. The firepower of the Navy was incomparable to the weapons wielded by these island soldiers. A single bullet could indeed spell doom for an ordinary fishman. The fishman captain swallowed hard and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke, Might we request a brief pause? Our leader is on the way. The captain's tone had noticeably softened, revealing that respect often lies at the mercy of force. Marshal Sakazuki, what do you think? Robert inquired, observing the fishman soldiers still obstructing their route, his brow furrowing deeper in contemplation. No rush. We shall soon encounter an old acquaintance. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Robert, though puzzled at the notion of his commander having an old friend on Fishman Island, commanded his men to lower their weapons. A mere band of fishmen posed no real threat. The fishman captain, relieved, promptly lowered his arms, no longer daring to brandish his weapon. Thus, the two parties remained locked in a tense standoff. Sakazuki stood in place, casting his gaze towards the two imposing military fortresses in the distance. He then observed the group of fishman soldiers before him. Although they appeared to be a disorganized band, they at least possessed the courage to confront their foes. Before the warship landed, Sakazuki had noticed numerous wrecked pirate ships scattered around the island, some of which seemed relatively new, likely the handiwork of Kazan and his fishmen comrades. It seemed this young man had not disappointed his expectations, having shed his previous lethargy. Captain Jinbei has arrived. A voice called out from behind the fishman soldiers. A robust group of fishman warriors advanced slowly from the distance, led by a large fishman and a tall human. Jinbei, a whale shark fishman, was proficient in fishman karate and fishman jiu-jitsu, wielding formidable strength in the ocean. Following the death of Fisher Tiger, he had become the most esteemed fishman on Fishman Island, greatly trusted by its inhabitants, who affectionately referred to him as Captain. However, Jinbei valued loyalty and gratitude more than his status and fame. Due to Whitebeard's benevolence towards Fishman Island, he was the only warlord of the sea who chose not to assist against the Whitebeard pirates during the Marine Headquarters Force summons. The group quickly approached, and the leading fishman captain hastily cleared a path, respectfully exclaiming, Captain Jinbei and Captain Kazan. Ever since Kazan had revealed the truth behind the assassination of Princess Otoheim and dealt with Vanderdeck Gin 9 and Hody Jones in front of the entire populace of Fishman Island, the residents had witnessed the prowess of the former admiral. Now, Kazan had not only reached an understanding with King Neptune of the Ryugu Kingdom to protect Fishman Island, but had also won Jinbei's respect. Thus, Kazan naturally assumed the role of captain of the Ryugu Kingdom's guard, while Jinbei, originally a member of that guard, was reappointed as the vice-captain by King Neptune at Kazan's request. However, due to Kazan's human identity and the soldiers' unfamiliarity with him, a subtle barrier still lingered between them, though they held him in high regard, greeting him with respect. Jinbei approached the fishman captain and nodded slightly before turning his attention to the navy. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a tall, conspicuous figure. His pupils widened in shock, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Why is that man here?" he murmured. It was none other than Akainu, the fleet admiral of the navy. Jinbei was perplexed as to why Akainu, as admiral, was not stationed at the marine headquarters but had instead come to Fishman Island. The nearby Fishman soldiers were equally astonished upon hearing Jinbei's whispers. "What? The fleet admiral? Is that man truly the highest commander of the navy? I heard that Captain Kazan came to our Fishman Island because he couldn't defeat him. My heavens! We are facing such a formidable opponent." The Fishman captain, flustered, nearly dropped his weapon, wondering if he had spoken too loudly. As everyone remained in shock, uncertain of how to navigate the situation, a voice rang out nearby. Sakazuki, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" Kazan scratched his head in confusion. Just moments ago, he had been in the Ryugu Palace discussing strategies with Jinbei to bolster the combat prowess of the Fishman soldiers and strengthen the defenses at Fishman Island's entrance against incoming pirates. He had not anticipated that a Fishman would inform him of a Navy warship's arrival, prompting his curiosity and leading him to follow Jinbei. To his surprise, he found Sakazuki present without any prior notification. Could something significant be about to unfold? Captain Kazan, what is he doing here? He pondered. He had previously heard rumors that Kazan had left the Navy and was cycling towards the sea, but now it seemed he had come to Fishman Island. Sakazuki was on the verge of speaking when he was abruptly interrupted by the startled exclamations of a group of soldiers behind him. He furrowed his brow and immediately cast a knowing glance at Robert, who understood the unspoken message. It turned out that this was indeed the old acquaintance Sakazuki had just mentioned, although Robert was equally taken aback by Kazan's unexpected presence. He turned with a serious demeanor to reprimand his subordinates. "Pay close attention. This is not Admiral Kazan, merely a fishman who bears a resemblance to him." The soldiers promptly grasped the implication of Robert's words, nodding in silent agreement, indicating their comprehension. Sakazuki then stepped forward. "Kazan, long time no see. You look increasingly spirited." Before him stood Kazan, clad in a white vest and a deep blue shirt. His lower half was adorned with black trousers and sleek black boots, complemented by round sunglasses. No longer draped in the Navy Justice coat, he instead wore a dark green overcoat. The green eye patch he used to don on his forehead had also vanished, suggesting he no longer had the same penchant for slumber as before. Kazan regarded Sakazuki, who had approached him, and casually removed his sunglasses, revealing a glimmer of inexplicable excitement in his eyes. "Sakazuki, what brings you here? You could have informed me via Den Mushi," Kazan remarked with a hint of reproach. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. "Moreover, I am preparing to wage an all-out war against the Big Mom pirates next month." Sakazuki spoke slowly. He could not possibly reveal to Kazan that his arrival was a deliberate surprise inspection to assess the work Kazan had accomplished on Fishman Island. Observing the results of Kazan's endeavors, Sakazuki felt a sense of satisfaction. Should Kazan dare to become lazy as before, he would not hesitate to greet him with a torrent of magma. Unbeknownst to Kazan, who was unaware of Sakazuki's thoughts, he was taken aback upon hearing that the Navy was preparing to engage in battle against the Emperor Big Mom. "Do you want me to go?" Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air. Having previously dispatched the minions of the Big Mom pirates with ease, he felt no fear in confronting her. "No need. It's merely the Big Mom pirates." Sakazuki waved his hand dismissively. Jinbei, observing the amiable exchange between the two, was utterly incredulous. Had it not been said that Sakazuki and Kazan were embroiled in fierce competition for the position of admiral, culminating in Kazan's defeat and subsequent departure from the Navy due to his disagreement with Sakazuki's principles? Yet here they were, appearing as close comrades and valiant allies. Could it be that unscrupulous media had maliciously distorted the truth? Moreover, their immediate declaration of war against the Big Mom pirates was utterly astonishing. Jinbei still struggled to believe the scene unfolding before him. "Kazan, you too." Sakazuki turned his gaze towards the so-called Four Emperors Jinbei. He observed the man's wild, storm-like eyebrows and sideburns, his hair styled in a traditional topknot, and his chin adorned with a coarse, dark beard. A scar resembling a lightning bolt marked the corner of his left eye, and his robust physique was accentuated by two prominent canine teeth jutting from his jaw. The emblem of the Sun Pirates, a radiant sun, was emblazoned upon his chest. At that moment, he was clad in an intricately embroidered yukata, leading one to suspect that he had hastily arrived from a nearby bathhouse. Jinbei, let us discuss this matter further within the palace of the Ryugu Kingdom. Kindly disperse the soldiers. Let today's events remain confidential, Kazan interjected, halting Jinbei's impending inquiries, fully aware of what he wished to ask. However, given the multitude of onlookers, it was prudent to converse privately at a later time. Jinbei, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly instructed his subordinates accordingly. Sakazuki instructed Robert to resupply and take a moment to recuperate. Meanwhile, he followed Kazan and Jinbei towards the royal palace. Kazan, how is the security in this area? Sakazuki inquired as he surveyed his surroundings. The fishermen pirates who were causing trouble in the back streets have been thoroughly dealt with. Now, I have stationed guards to patrol the streets at regular intervals, so there is absolutely no need for concern regarding public safety, Kazan replied patiently, glancing at the surroundings in response to Sakazuki's gaze. Indeed. Excellent. Have the pirates attempting to journey from the Grand Line to the New World been intercepted? Sakazuki was still quite concerned about whether that ambitious group of pirates had perished. All their corpses have sunk to the depths of the sea, Kazan declared in a deep voice. He continued, not only have I constructed 2 military fortifications at the entrance to bombard the pirate ships, which you likely observed earlier, but I have also taken measures to prevent any pirates who might circumvent the entrance from escaping without stopping at Fishman Island. I have specifically frozen a vast expanse of sea at the exit with my abilities, leaving only a passage for our soldiers to vigilantly guard, allowing merchant ships to pass through. The solid ice can endure for several months. I shall return to reinforce it in due time. Hearing Kazan's meticulous arrangements, Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. With these measures in place, the pirates traversing from the first half of the Grand Line would truly find themselves at a dead end. Once lost and without choices, I now only wish to follow Sakazuki and serve as an unwaveringly just Navy officer. As the trio drew nearer to Ryugu Palace, the outline of the edifice gradually came into view. Sakazuki, noticing the scarcity of other fishermen in the vicinity, turned to Kazan and proclaimed, all these scourges of pirates must be eradicated. He then commanded the thorough plundering of the ship for its treasures, weapons, and provisions. Nothing must go to waste. If possible, dispatch the idle soldiers to the seabed to salvage the treasures from the sunken vessels. You are well aware that the Navy is in urgent need of substantial funds for recruitment, and as for the world government, well, Sakazuki cast a sidelong glance at Jinbei, who was attentively walking forward yet straining to eavesdrop. A sardonic smile crept across his lips. As long as the Navy possesses ample resources, once the opportune moment arrives, we shall have the leverage to turn the tables. Kazan, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. Hearing Sakazuki's words, he became acutely aware that the Navy is an extraordinarily resource-intensive military organization. The resources expended by the Navy each year are astronomical, and currently, it is entirely reliant on the patronage of the world government. Therefore, should they decide to sever ties with the world government, it is imperative to meticulously plan a financial strategy. In light of this, the countless sunken ships on the ocean floor indeed present a lucrative opportunity. Treasures that have languished underwater for centuries or even millennia are no trifling matter. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in Kazan's eyes. It was time to recruit more fishman soldiers. These beings, having adapted to the immense pressures of the deep sea, possess superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary humans and can navigate freely beneath the waves, making them an invaluable resource. The two were engrossed in discussing such mundane matters of wealth, entirely disregarding the presence of Jinbei. Meanwhile, Jinbei felt as though a bomb had detonated in his mind. Overwhelmed by the audacity of what he had just overheard, the Navy was plotting a rebellion. He realized there was no need to wait until they reached the palace for Kazan's explanation. It was evident that the two were in cahoots, scheming together. Everything that had transpired before was likely a charade for the world government's benefit. Their covert and overt actions intertwined, both conspiring to topple the world government. Such treachery was truly ambitious. At that moment, Jinbei grasped the true essence of regal demeanor. This man was incomparable to the 4 emperors of the New World, or even the likes of Pirate King Roger and the maritime overlord Rox. Although these individuals possessed the conqueror's haki, the qualities of a king, they were mere children playing at piracy compared to Admiral Sakazuki. Jinbei discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cautiously glanced at Sakazuki. Noticing that he was ignored, he let out a sigh of relief, only to feel a rush of anxiety return. Having heard so much, would he be silenced? Though he feared not for his own life. He could not endanger his brethren on Fishman Island. He pondered how much of a chance he might have if he were to be ambushed by the two in this deep sea. Lowering his hand that had wiped away the sweat, he clenched it into a fist and scrutinized it for a moment. Then he shook his head subtly, realizing that he was no match for their strength. In the Dragon Palace Kingdom, within the Grand Hall of the Royal Palace, King Neptune sat at the head of the table, flanked by his ministers. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Jinbei sat across from one another. At this moment, King Neptune's expression was unusually grave, his brow furrowed deeply. The group remained silent for an extended period, the oppressive atmosphere gradually pervading the room. The ministers on either side glanced at the silent King Neptune, poised to voice their objections to Sakazuki, but were halted by a wave of the king's hand, signaling them to refrain from speaking. Admiral Sakazuki, are you implying that Fishman Island is now under the jurisdiction of the Navy? King Neptune inquired, taking a deep breath before asking with uncertainty. Upon hearing Sakazuki's account, or rather, his proclamation, Neptune was left utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that Kazan was, in fact, an undercover operative placed in Fishman Island by Sakazuki. Was the Navy truly so audacious, so resolute, and so intensely competitive? Even a dignified admiral had been relegated to the role of an undercover agent. Indeed, from the day Kazan declared protection over Fishman Island, it has been under the Navy's command. Sakazuki spoke with an unassailable tone. King Neptune opened his mouth and then sighed. Marshal Sakazuki, I, along with all the inhabitants of Fishman Island, am profoundly grateful for your formidable naval force led by Captain Kazan to safeguard our home. However, he paused momentarily before continuing. It appears that the world government does not fully acknowledge our status as a member nation. My late wife, Otoheim, made numerous attempts, sacrificing her own life in the process. Yet she was unable to alter the perception held by other member nations towards the fishmen. How can the Navy now? Sakazuki instantly grasped the king's intentions of Neptune and interjected, who said anything about you joining the world government? What I meant was for your Fishman Island to join the Navy. King Neptune was left bewildered by Sakazuki's words. What does this mean? Joining the Navy is equivalent to joining the world government, isn't it? What could the Marshal possibly mean? Sakazuki's fingers gently tapped against the crystal table. His response to King Neptune delayed. Beside him, Jinbei could not restrain his clenched fists, sensing that the moment of revelation was at hand. Kazan, wearing a serious expression, surveyed the surroundings with his observation haki. Suddenly, his countenance faltered as he caught a glimpse of Sakazuki's enigmatic expression, prompting an awkward smile to surface. He scratched his head and let out a resigned sigh. Turning towards a pillar shrouded in darkness, he called out, Princess Shirahoshi, you need not hide any longer. Please come forth. Kazan's unexpected declaration startled everyone except Sakazuki, causing their gazes to dart towards the imposing column in the palace's depths. A soft, melodious voice emerged from behind the pillar, exclaiming, I've been discovered by Lord Kazan. Moments later, a colossal mermaid emerged, swaying her tail and appearing quite timid. Sakazuki surveyed the helpless Shirahoshi standing at a distance, shaking his head inwardly. She was far too fragile. Clearly, the still partially awakened Shirahoshi was susceptible to harm. At the call of King Neptune, Shirahoshi slowly emerged from the shadows, allowing everyone to behold her true form. Shirahoshi was a mermaid of colossal stature, the largest among all merfolk. She possessed flowing pink locks cascading down her back, adorned with a tiara shaped like a grilled sea bream. Her ears were embellished with shell-shaped earrings, and her luminous blue eyes sparkled with beauty. Her visage was enchanting, complemented by her ample bosom and a fishtail that showcased shades of pink. Her beauty was renowned, with many asserting that even in the face of the pirate empress, she would not be outshone. However, in contrast to the pirate empress, who had endured great suffering, Shirahoshi radiated gentleness and kindness. She had a habit of addressing everyone with the honorific sir following their names. Upon approaching, she called out to her father, Father dear, and to the loyal retainers, sir, and to Jinbei, big brother. Like her mother, Queen Otoheim, Shirahoshi aspired to see the merfolk and fishmen coexist peacefully with humanity on the surface. Despite her timid nature, often in tears and appearing delicate, Shirahoshi possessed an innate mastery of observation haki, a formidable skill inherited from her mother, which allowed her to conceal her presence with remarkable finesse, often unnoticed by ordinary individuals. Just moments ago, neither Jinbei nor King Neptune had detected her eavesdropping from behind a pillar. Of course, for powerful beings like Sakazuki and Kazan, a mere glance at the surroundings would easily reveal Shirahoshi's presence. Shirahoshi, why are you here instead of playing with Mekaru? Neptune asked, somewhat exasperated by the interruption to his meeting, yet his face was filled with affection. After all, King Neptune was quite the doting father. Mekaru ignored me. I don't know where it went off to find food. Shirahoshi pouted, her voice laced with grievance. Tears welling up in her eyes as if she would burst into tears at the slightest provocation. Mekaru, her pet shark, was her only confidant during her time in the Shell Tower, often wearing a prisoner-s outfit and making a peculiar gak-gak sound. No, don't cry. Your father isn't angry with you. King Neptune, the ever-doting father, could not maintain his stern demeanor upon seeing Shirahoshi's expression and quickly rose to comfort her. Is this the Princess Shirahoshi? Sakazuki interjected, interrupting the heartfelt exchange between father and daughter. Oh, yes. Neptune replied with an embarrassed smile, wishing to hide his softer side in the presence of guests. This esteemed admiral, are you here to protect Fishman Island like Admiral Kazan? You are truly a good person. Shirahoshi blinked her eyes, peering out from behind King Neptune to extend a card of goodwill to Sakazuki. She had been listening intently to their conversation, seeming to understand that this guest intended to bring Fishman Island under the Navy's protection, a piece of news that was undoubtedly delightful for the innocent Shirahoshi. Sakazuki nodded indifferently, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. If someone very familiar, like Yin Xiao, were to witness Sakazuki's demeanor in this moment, they would undoubtedly exclaim inwardly, another soul is about to be deceived. Sakazuki gazed solemnly at Princess Shirahoshi, who stood behind King Neptune, and spoke in a deep, measured tone. From this moment forth, the Navy shall serve as the steadfast support for Fishman Island. As long as Fishman Island is willing to assist the Navy shall likewise endeavor to fulfill your dreams, dreams that your mother did not achieve in her lifetime. Instantly, a radiant joy illuminated Shirahoshi's face. However, as if recalling something poignant, her expression shifted to one of melancholy. She murmured mother repeatedly, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Sakazuki, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake his head internally, deeming it far too fragile. It was evident that rigorous training was imperative. Observing the imminent tears welling in the eyes of Princess Whitestar, Sakazuki sternly admonished, Princess Whitestar, have you forgotten your mother's exhortation? You must live with fortitude. Upon hearing his words, Whitestar indeed managed to stifle the tears that were about to fall. She took a deep breath, feigning strength. Simultaneously, her curiosity piqued. She gazed at Sakazuki with wide eyes and asked innocently, Sir Marshal, how do you know that my mother once said this to me? Do you know my mother? The corners of Sakazuki's mouth lifted slightly, and he nodded gently. A look of painful nostalgia instantly appeared on his face. At that moment, not only Whitestar but also Kazan, Jinbei, and King Neptune were stirred by curiosity, all gazing at the reminiscing Sakazuki with inquisitive eyes. Sakazuki cleared his throat gently and gradually revealed the truth of the matter. To this day, I vividly recall that quadrennial world conference. After the meeting concluded, the solitary figure sitting alone on the steps, lost in self-reflection, remains etched in my memory. Sakazuki naturally recalled the poignant experiences of a former minister of foreign affairs from a war-torn nation during a conference. That diplomat fervently advocated for his beleaguered country, vociferously denouncing the atrocities of authoritarianism while persistently striving to secure just rights for his nation. Yet, he was met with disregard from the adversaries present, ultimately relegating him to a solitary corner outside, consumed by sorrow. How exasperating, how helpless. In this brutal world of the survival of the fittest, the weak are stripped of their voice. Strength is the only foundation for existence. Military might remains the sole effective means to resolve political dilemmas. Sakazuki is well aware of this principle. Thus, he is determined to continuously strengthen the naval forces, biding his time in obscurity. Only in this manner can he position himself on par with the world government, or even at a loftier height, to utterly overthrow the decaying celestial dragon regime. Sakazuki gently recalled the scenes of his past life, causing the expression of nostalgia on his face to become even more vivid. Thus, the curiosity of those present intensified significantly. Sakazuki observed the attentive expressions of the crowd, nodding ever so slightly before continuing. She possessed flowing, golden waves of hair and striking blue eyes, adorned with an orange crown-shaped hairpin, with her long locks elegantly gathered at the back. At that moment, she was clad in an orange robe embellished with a scale pattern, seated ungracefully upon the ground. Upon hearing Sakazuki's description, King Neptune, Jinbei, and Shirahoshi were instantly reminded of the image of Princess Otoheim etched deep within their memories. The resemblance was uncanny, Their doubts regarding the authenticity of Sakazuki's tale vanished in an instant. The audience felt no surprise that Sakazuki encountered Princess Otoheim in the Holy Land of Marineford War, considering that she had indeed sailed alongside the celestial dragon Quixote Maisgard for a time. Following that, she returned with the signatures of the world's nobility, approving the establishment of friendly relations between the fishmen and humans. Perhaps it was during that period that Sakazuki became acquainted with Princess Otoheim. The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and they seamlessly imagined the timeline of their meeting. Sakazuki, undeterred by the dawning understanding in their eyes, continued, I hold immense respect and admiration for this brave mermaid who proposed relocating the inhabitants of Fishman Island to the mainland, advocating for peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans. Thus, I approached her to engage in conversation. Princess Otoheim shared the same ideals as Fisher Tiger, both desiring to transform the future of fishmen and humans, championing the notion of coexistence with humans. Regrettably, however, the fates of both were rather tragic. The last piece of information I received regarding Princess Otoheim was that she was assassinated while delivering a speech in the central plaza of Fishman Island. Sakazuki let out a heavy sigh at the end, as if mourning the loss of a mermaid friend. In his recollection, Princess Otoheim, prior to her demise, expressed concern that White Star's abilities might incite chaos among the Sea Kings. Thus, she implored the three brothers of Neptune to take good care of White Star. After her passing, she was laid to rest in the sea forest of Fishman Island. What a powerful yet gentle woman she was. Subsequently, Sakazuki revealed to the assembly that he had been clandestinely investigating the truth behind Princess Otoheim's assassination. Ultimately, he uncovered that it was Hody Jones who had orchestrated her murder to sow discord between humans and fishmen. After Sakazuki concluded his speech, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone present was profoundly shaken and moved by his words. Shirahoshi, in particular, was overwhelmed, unable to contain her tears. It became evident that there existed a profound bond between Sakazuki and Princess Otoheim. It was revealed that Sakazuki had silently dedicated himself to the protection of Fishman Island for so long, only publicly declaring his guardianship upon his promotion to Fleet Admiral. Such loyalty and righteousness were truly commendable. It was likely that during his tenure as a Vice Admiral, he had endured considerable injustices. The fishmen present unanimously criticized the former Fleet Admiral for his lack of foresight, lamenting why he hadn't stepped down sooner to allow a more capable leader to rise. Meanwhile, Kazan, having listened intently to Sakazuki's account, suddenly appeared enlightened. It all made sense now. He understood why Sakazuki had been so well informed about the identity of the Sea King and had resolutely sent himself to Fishman Island. Furthermore, he was aware that Hody Jones was indeed the true culprit behind Princess Otoheim's demise. The truth lay bare before them. Admiral Sakazuki. The future of Fishman Island rests in the hands of the Navy. King Neptune gently wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye before solemnly addressing Sakazuki. Moreover, I must confess, although Otoheim and I have speculated that Shirahoshi may have some connection to the Sea King Poseidon, we cannot yet be certain that she is indeed Poseidon. King Neptune paused momentarily, adopting a cautious tone as he cautioned Sakazuki. However, Sakazuki dismissively shook his head. He had come to master a set of effective rhetorical techniques, and he was not averse to employing them once more. It was indisputable that Shirahoshi had the ability to summon Sea Kings as her allies. Surely both you and Princess Otoheim had witnessed this. During my investigation into the circumstances surrounding Princess Otoheim's death on Fishman Island, I faintly heard sounds from the depths of the ocean. Several colossal sea kings spoke amongst themselves, mentioning that every few hundred years, a king is born into the world in the form of a mermaid. Their power would be bestowed upon this mermaid princess. Shirahoshi is the king they have been awaiting. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Their understanding of Sakazuki's capabilities ascended to new heights. All present were well-versed individuals. To comprehend the communication of the Sea Kings suggested that he possessed an extraordinary ability, akin to the legendary Roger, capable of hearing the voices of all things. Thus, they began to form a misunderstanding of Sakazuki, similar to the one they had previously harbored towards Zephyr. King Neptune, seated opposite Sakazuki, nodded in astonishment, no longer doubting the truth that White Star was indeed the daughter of the Sea King. My lord, though I am uncertain of my abilities, I shall endeavor to assist in any way I can, White Star declared earnestly, having gleaned the essence of the conversation. King Neptune cast a glance at his daughter and sighed heavily, lamenting his impotence as a father, unable to protect her from peril. I recognize how powerless I truly am. The freedom to frolic outside as she does now is thanks to the assistance of Chief Kazan. Had Kazan not intervened personally to deal with Vanderdecken 9, White Star would still be imprisoned in that sunless shell tower. It was imperative that those with ulterior motives, especially individuals from the world government, remained oblivious to White Star's identity. Otherwise, not only would it endanger White Star and Fishman Island, but it could also precipitate a cataclysmic disaster. Sakazuki spoke in a grave tone, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. Are you suggesting that the Navy operates independently from the world government? King Neptune inquired tentatively, taking his seat once more as a realization dawned upon him. In his memory, the Navy had always functioned as a direct military arm of the world government upon the seas. Sakazuki adjusted his expression and spoke with resounding conviction. The world government has long since lost the purity and justice it possessed at its inception 8 centuries ago. It has forfeited its ability to govern the world and command the Navy. For 800 years, they have perched atop the red Earth continent. And now they have irrevocably transformed into a bloodthirsty behemoth, aimlessly traversing the seas with its decayed and decrepit ideology and form, preying upon the unwary. The entire world languishes in darkness, awaiting the emergence of a righteous warrior, one who embodies the will of the people, to utterly vanquish this soulless monstrosity. Sakazuki paused, casting a glance at the astonished crowd, and continued with an unwavering calmness. The only force capable of embodying this valiant champion of justice is none other than the Navy. The Navy possesses the largest military might in the world, comprising countless warriors who harbor noble ideals of justice. Once the moment arrives, this current Navy, under my direct command, shall unleash a thunderous onslaught to eradicate the nefarious entities of the world government, the celestial dragons, pirates, and all forms of malevolence. We shall sweep away this detritus of the seas from the stage of the world. Sakazuki gradually rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon those seated below. Absorbing the astonishment etched upon their faces, he adjusted his military cap, straightening the crimson rose adorning his left breast, and then abruptly lifted his head. Fixing his unwavering stare ahead, Sakazuki's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the palace, the ocean, and stretch across countless miles, reaching the sacred land of Marineford. Suspended above the world, his eyes, cold and aloof, surveyed the surroundings, while the white naval justice coat draped over his shoulders billowed in the fierce wind. At this moment, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier above the palace reflected in his deep-set eyes, igniting an unprecedented flame within. The people's will and collective hope converge. The tyrannical regime of the celestial dragons, represented by the world government, shall ultimately crumble beneath the overwhelming waves unleashed by the Navy. Sakazuki's voice resonated like the thunderous roar before a tempest, erupting within the palace submerged in the depths of the ocean. All present seemed struck as if by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. The air hung in silence for an extended period, with not a single sound escaping from anyone. Even the naive Hoshigaki sensed a stirring deep within, a force called conviction pulsating within. Jinbei and King Neptune felt an overwhelming tremor coursing through them, beads of cold sweat forming upon their brows. Goosebumps erupted across their bodies, while their hearts raced with fervor in their chests. Kazan silently lowered his head, reaching into the inner pocket of his coat. His fingers brushed against an eye mask, long forgotten yet treasured, and a chill enveloped his hand. Without hesitation, he unleashed an icy blast, obliterating it entirely. It would never again serve a purpose. After a prolonged moment, King Neptune pursed his lips, preparing to speak. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the grand hall's entrance, as if someone were sprinting towards them in haste. A panicked shout pierced the atmosphere. "Your Majesty, Jinbei, Captain Kazan, a grave situation has arisen. The big MOM pirates are upon us." Before the ministers could respond or inquire further with the fishermen soldiers outside, the heavy stone door was violently kicked open from without. The massive half-door soared towards the center of the banquet hall, poised to crash down upon the gathering. Yet, apart from Hoshigaki's slight anxiety, no one exhibited panic, for among them stood no weaklings. Sakazuki and Kazan remained utterly motionless in their seats, while King Neptune cast a furious glance towards the entrance. The stone door loomed dangerously close, threatening to crush everyone beneath it. In a flash, Jinbei sprang into action, propelling himself forward with a powerful push against the ground. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a fishman karate technique, striking forcefully at the stone door. "Don't mess with the stone." Boom. Jinbei's punch collided with the incoming stone door, sending it hurtling backward. However, at that moment, two figures emerged at the entrance, one tall and one short. The taller figure, witnessing the stone door returning after being kicked away, felt a surge of surprise but maintained composure. With an air of nonchalance, the tall figure lifted his leg and effortlessly kicked the returning stone door once more towards the center of the hall. Jinbe, observing the door flying back towards him, furrowed his brow and prepared to strike again, seemingly intent on sending it away once more. Sakazuki, seated, observed this absurd scene with a twitch at the corner of his eye. Were they playing some sort of game with the stone door, tossing it back and forth for amusement? Just as Sakazuki was about to intervene, the stone door, unable to withstand the combined force of the two individuals, shattered completely under Jinbe's blow. Dust from the crumbling stones filled the air, causing the two figures at the entrance to cough lightly. "Hey, which fool provoked our bigman pirates? Step forward and face your demise." A voice rang out from the shorter figure once the dust settled. The ministers on either side gasped in shock as they recognized one of the newcomers, that Baron Eggman of the Bigman Pirates. As everyone looked up, they saw Baron Eggman and Pudding Moose from the Bigman Pirates standing at the door. Both were formidable fighters, with Pudding Moose being a towering figure adorned with sunglasses, his fierce exterior belying the comical eyes hidden behind the lenses. He wore a pink suit, a sword at his waist, and was known as a notorious troublemaker from Zou, having left his hometown to become a pirate. Pudding Moose possessed the abilities of the turtle fruit, previously a member of the Nox Pirates before joining the Bigman crew, where he became a combatant with a bounty of 330 million berries. In contrast, Baron Eggman was even more powerful, holding the rank of knight within the Bigman Pirates. He was a member of the Eggman race, wielding the abilities of the egg fruit, with a bounty of 429 million berries. Having lost his left eye in a past battle, he bore a scar in its place. He sported a mustache, donned sunglasses, and wore a fitted suit with an electrically resistant undershirt, complemented by pants shaped like eggshells. Curiously, a steaming cup of red tea rested atop his head. Baron Eggman was known for his refinement, emanating an air of aristocracy with every gesture, and spoke with the grace of a gentleman. While he prioritized securing benefits for Bigmum, he also engaged in negotiations with a gentlemanly demeanor. At this moment, without even glancing at the chaos in the hall, he bowed deeply, closed his only remaining eye, and delicately removed the cup of tea from his head. After savoring a sip, he elegantly inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed individual previously took the life of one of our Bigman pirates? If not, I regret to inform you that death shall be your only recourse." With that, Baron Eggman resumed sipping his tea, entirely oblivious to the trembling form of Pudding Moose beside him. "Brother, could you refrain from speaking?" Pudding Moose, glancing at the two familiar figures seated within, felt his legs weaken, a chill creeping up from his feet to his brain. Every muscle in his body quivered, as if issuing a frantic warning against the imminent danger before him. Noticing the tremors in Pudding Moose's voice, Baron Eggman finally sensed something was amiss. He opened his eyes slightly, peering into the banquet hall, and his expression shifted dramatically. Puff, bang. The red tea he had just sipped was expelled in a spray, and the cup slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the floor. Ignoring the red liquid trickling from his lips, he shakily pointed a quivering finger towards the two seated individuals while vigorously rubbing his right eye. His lips quivered as he exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? I believe I just spotted a Marine Admiral." The diminutive Pudding Moose, unable to contain himself, leapt up in terror and shouted, "Seeing things? Hell no. That's Akainu and Akiji." Without another word, he turned and bolted, exclaiming, "I'm out of here." Baron Eggman witnessed Pudding Moose vanish in an instant. Abandoning all semblance of gentlemanly decorum, he swiftly began to chase after him, his long legs propelling him forward. "I shall join Jinbe in pursuing them," King Neptune declared, seizing his intricately carved trident and racing after the direction in which the two had fled. King Neptune, known as the Great Knight of the Sea, was a brave and responsible ruler. Armed with a finely crafted trident, he was a former acquaintance of the pirate king Gold Roger and possessed strength rivaling that of an ordinary marine vice-admiral. Sakazuki cast a glance at Kazan, White Star, and the ministers beside him, then spoke. "Let us go and see together. Akainu, do not be so arrogant. Your mother will not spare you or the Navy, nor Fishman Island." At that moment, Baron Egg, unable to maintain his previously suave demeanor, was a sight to behold. His face was marred with bruises, and his suit hung in tatters. Yet, even while writhing in agony on the ground, he did not hesitate to hurl threats at Sakazuki. "Please, big brother, I beg you, just stop talking, will you?" Pakmus implored with a near-piteous gaze directed at Baron Egg. In stark contrast to the blustering Baron, Pakmus, a member of the mink tribe, was drenched in blood, with patches of his fur missing, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Neither required the direct intervention of Sakazuki or Kazan. Jinbei and King Neptune together were more than sufficient to subdue them. Of course, it was primarily the presence of Sakazuki and Kazan observing the battle that sapped any remaining will to fight from Baron Egg and Pakmas, leading to their swift defeat. Enough with the nonsense. Sakazuki scoffed coldly. He then crouched slowly before Baron Egg and unceremoniously unleashed a lava punch, reducing one of his long legs to ashes. A chilling scream escaped Baron Egg's lips as he trembled, cold sweat pouring down his brow, gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain radiating from his leg. "Take out your din mushi and call Katakuri," Sakazuki commanded icily. What? Baron Egg, momentarily dazed by the agony, could hardly comprehend the request. However, Sakazuki had no intention of repeating himself. His expression remained impassive as he delivered a powerful blow. In the midst of Baron Egg's terror-stricken gaze, Sakazuki's fist struck his chest with devastating force. The skin and internal organs of Baron Egg were incinerated in an instant. He looked on in despair as the molten rock churned upon his chest, but it was in vain. As his consciousness began to fade into darkness, he vaguely heard Sakazuki's voice. "Next time, make sure to listen closely." He wished to reply, "I heard you this time," but he was denied the opportunity. And in the next moment, he succumbed to death. Sakazuki had no inkling of what Baron Egg had contemplated in his final moments. He rose to his feet and casually flicked his hand, causing remnants of lava to inadvertently drop near Pakmas. Terrified, Pakmas, who lay on the ground, frantically kicked the earth and hastily retreated. Upon meeting Sakazuki's icy gaze, Pakmas trembled. No. I can hear you, my lord. I will call Katakuri right away," he exclaimed, hastily retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket and dialing a number in a flurry. Nearby, Kazan, Jinbei, and others observed the overly obedient Pakmas with admiration. What a clever tactic. How many pirates are truly unafraid of death? Often, they merely feign toughness. When one applies a modicum of pressure, these cowardly souls quickly acquiesce. As for why Sakazuki insisted that these two pirates contact Katakuri, he had his own motives. Katakuri, the second son of Charlotte Lin, is a twin brother to Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven. He holds the position of Minister of Flower among the 34 ministers of the Big Mom Pirates and is one of the Sweet Commanders. Katakuri possesses the unique Paramecia-type ability of the Machi no Mi, with a bounty reaching 1.057 billion berries. He wields an exceptionally formidable mastery of all three types of haki, particularly observation haki, which has reached a level where he can glimpse parts of the future. As a pivotal figure in the family, he is the backbone of the Big Mom Pirates. Katakuri is immensely powerful, having never suffered a defeat in his life, and is hailed as the pinnacle of the Charlotte family. He is also known as the man who never lets his back touch the ground. He strives to maintain his flawless image to protect every member of the Charlotte family. In Sakazuki's eyes, this seemingly perfect and gentle man appeared to be the #1 brother in the so-called popularity rankings of the Charlotte family, boasting his own fan base. This was precisely the leverage Sakazuki intended to exploit, since Katakuri held his siblings in such high regard. Then, Brillu. "Hello, Pakmas. Has the situation at Fishman Island been resolved?" The transponder snail connected, and Katakuri's voice resonated. "Lord Katakuri." Aye. Pakmas cast a furtive glance at Sakazuki, stammering and unable to articulate his thoughts. "Hey, speak." Far away on Cake Island, Katakuri furrowed his brow as the transponder snail fell silent, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Katakuri." Sakazuki snatched the transponder snail from Pakmas's grasp, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he gently uttered Katakuri's name. Upon hearing the simultaneously unfamiliar and eerily familiar voice, Katakuri's heart skipped a beat. He observed the transponder snail mimicking Sakazuki's cold demeanor. His pupils constricted slightly, and he exhaled heavily, forcing himself to remain composed. Katakuri was a man of both courage and cunning, capable of maintaining his composure under duress. "Akainu, what is your intention?" Katakuri did not inquire why Sakazuki was not stationed at Navy headquarters, nor did he question how he had acquired Pakmas's transponder snail. Such questions bore no significance. Katakuri sought only to discern the Admiral's stance. "Do you dare to meddle in the Navy's territory? Does the Navy's authority hold no weight?" Sakazuki could not help but sneer upon hearing Katakuri's feigned calmness. Wasn't Fishman Island previously under the dominion of Whitebeard? When did it become the Navy's domain? Katakuri appeared somewhat perplexed. It is a well-known fact that shortly after the dawn of the Great Age of Pirates, Whitebeard declared his protection over Fishman Island. Now that Whitebeard has passed away, it is only natural for another to assume the responsibility of caring for Fishman Island. Is this not an unwritten rule tacitly acknowledged in the pirate world? What business does the Navy have in meddling? Hearing Katakuri's inquiry, Sakazuki scoffed disdainfully and replied with an air of superiority, "You must understand who was responsible for Whitebeard's demise. The Navy eliminated Whitebeard. Should it not naturally claim the spoils of victory? You." Katakuri was taken aback by Sakazuki's response. In his understanding, it had always been the case that only when pirates clashed with one another could the victor seize the treasures and territories of the defeated as their own spoils. Since when did the Navy concern itself with the notion of spoils after vanquishing a pirate? Was it not a matter of course for the Navy to eliminate pirates? Sakazuki, witnessing Katakuri's silence, continued to speak slowly. "Katakuri, you are an astute individual and should comprehend the formidable strength the Navy will acquire following this round of global conscription." Upon hearing this, Katakuri furrowed his brow, slightly exasperated, and inquired, "What relevance does this hold for us? Regardless, the Big Mom pirates are entrenched in the New World, and the Navy possesses little influence there, unable to interfere with their affairs. What if I were to say that when the Navy's forces become robust, the first target will be your Big Mom pirates?" Sakazuki uttered these words with a lightness that suggested the Big Mom pirates could be easily vanquished. "You must also be aware that I recently made a solemn oath on behalf of the entire Navy. Should I fail to fulfill this, I would face severe repercussions according to the Navy's established regulations." Upon hearing Sakazuki's declaration, Katakuri felt a jolt of apprehension within, silently cursing, "You are the fleet admiral. Who would dare to punish you?" Yet, deep within his gaze lay a profound concern. He was not afraid of engaging in battle with the Navy. His only dread was for the safety of his siblings amidst the chaos of war. Nevertheless, Katakuri maintained his bravado, retorting, "So what? The Big Mom pirates fear no threats." Sakazuki scoffed dismissively, coldly remarking, "You and that old hag have nothing to fear, but once war breaks out, your numerous siblings will surely suffer. They will not only face the relentless onslaught of the Navy's might, but must also remain wary of that old witch who, in her quest to heal her own wounds and augment her power, would not hesitate to siphon the souls and lifespans of her own progeny. The matron boasts 39 daughters and 46 sons. Due to the sheer number of her offspring, she lacks the capacity to care for them adequately or impose strict discipline. However, the children enjoy no freedom in matters of matrimony. The matron orchestrates political unions to fortify her dominion. Simultaneously, should any child defy her commands or bring disgrace upon her, she would not hesitate to extract their souls and lifespans, or even extinguish their lives altogether. Over the years, many of her own children have perished at her hands, rendering her a most unworthy mother. Naturally, her offspring, including Katakuri and Cracker, harbor no affection for her. The sole sentiment they possess is one of fear and trepidation. Confronted by such a cold-blooded and merciless beast, the children can only huddle together for warmth. As the strongest among them, Katakuri naturally emerges as their pillar of support. The trust and backing of his siblings intensify his sense of responsibility. Henceforth, he vowed to safeguard his brothers and sisters with his very life. Sakazuki's words pierced deeply into Katakuri's heart, causing him to momentarily gasp for breath. However, Sakazuki did not relent in his verbal assault, continuing, "Do you truly believe that when the Navy arrives with a multitude of battle-hardened warriors on Cake Island, and when an admiral personally descends upon your pirate crew, that old hag will still concern herself with familial ties? It would be a mercy if she refrained from draining every last drop of life from you wretches." Katakuri's facial muscles twitched violently, his expression dark enough to seem as though it could weep. "Akainu, what exactly are you trying to convey with these words?" Katakuri felt an unsettling undercurrent in Sakazuki's rhetoric, as if he were subtly inciting a rift between him and Mother. Yet, he found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, for Sakazuki spoke nothing but the truth. Although Sakazuki could not see Katakuri's expression, he could distinctly sense a fluctuation in Katakuri's emotions. He paused momentarily before continuing, "You are undoubtedly aware that the operational model of the Big Mom pirates, which relies on alliances through marriage to bolster its influence, is bound to encounter problems sooner or later. Furthermore, your head chef, Snack, harbors ulterior motives and ambitious designs. Yet the old hag places immense trust in him. Given this situation, with a captain who is losing loyalty, a strategist with ulterior motives, and a crew filled with unbounded fear of their captain, the Big Mom pirates, structured in such a manner, are destined to fall under the relentless assault of the Navy." Sakazuki gazed intently at the phone bug, which was on the verge of speaking, denying Katakuri the opportunity to retort. He continued with fervor, "It is your solemn duty, as the pillar of support for your siblings, to secure a path to survival for them before the demise of the Big Mom pirates. The hope for your brothers and sisters rests solely upon your shoulders, Katakuri." His words flowed like a seductive whisper, echoing with an enchanting allure. Sakazuki directly placed an imposing hat upon Katakuri, compelling him to wear it. On the other end of the phone, Katakuri's gaze sharpened, and an intangible aura of terror erupted from his being. The surrounding homies instantly succumbed to unconsciousness, plunging into a state of chaos. The air around Katakuri fell into an eerie silence as he bowed his head in contemplation. Presently, Big Mom sporadically siphons the life force from her children due to her emotional turmoil during her bouts of hunger. She may even resort to the fatal act of taking her offspring's lives. Thus, when the inevitable conflict with the colossal navy commences, one cannot fathom the extent of her actions. Would the navy genuinely extend a lifeline to us pirates? It seems far too simplistic. After a moment of reflection, Katakuri cautiously inquired, tinged with skepticism. He was not naive enough to believe that the navy would display any magnanimity, particularly under the fierce and vengeful gaze of Akainu, known as the pirate exterminator. Only this once. You wretches are utterly unworthy of existence upon the seas. The navy, adhering to its principle of annihilation, harbors a strong desire to eradicate you all. However, our primary targets this time are that old hag and the various nefarious forces under her command. The other emperors of the New World remain vigilant, and in order to minimize the casualties of our navy, I promise that if you turn against your comrades in this conflict and assist the navy in combating Big Mom's pirate crew, I shall grant you and your brethren safe passage away from this turmoil." Sakazuki's tone momentarily faltered, a slight smile gracing his lips as he continued. "As for whether you choose to persist as pirates or retreat to the mountains and live in seclusion, that is entirely up to you. However, should we encounter you upon the seas, the navy will relentlessly pursue your annihilation. This is the stance I represent on behalf of the navy. You may decide your course of action accordingly." Sakazuki hung up the din mushi decisively. There was no need to indulge Katakuri with flattering words. It sufficed to lay the benefits bare before him. After all, what compassion or righteousness could be expected from pirates? Moreover, that man was far from foolish. On the contrary, he possessed considerable intellect. Thus, the more one spoke, the greater the chance for flaws to emerge. I trust that Katakuri will make the wisest and most advantageous choice for himself. New World, Whole Cake Island. Katakuri gazed at the din mushi in his hand. Now with closed eyes, a fleeting expression of uncertainty crossing his face. Undeniably, Katakuri felt a stir of emotion. As the mightiest under Big Mom, Charlotte Lin. He was a paragon of both wisdom and courage, calm and composed, possessing remarkable crisis management skills and high combat intelligence. While he appeared aloof and cold on the surface, he was, in truth, warm-hearted and deeply caring towards his family and subordinates. Now faced with the choice presented by Sakazuki, he found no reason to refuse. If the navy were truly unafraid of sacrifice, they could annihilate the Big Mom pirates entirely. However, if the navy intended to collaborate with him and others to minimize casualties, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for him to seize the opportunity to lead his siblings away amidst the chaos of war. As for why he did not flee the Big Mom pirates at present, there were two reasons. First, Katakuri remained skeptical about the navy launching a large-scale invasion of the New World. Although he had heard rumors of a blind admiral leading several warships to eradicate pirates, he had not encountered any formidable blind warriors within the navy and suspected it was merely an inconspicuous minor officer. Second, from his understanding, some of his siblings would likely be reluctant to abandon their current positions, although they were under Mama's strict control as high-ranking officials in one of the four Emperor's crews. They wielded considerable power and prestige. Thus, until the Big Mom pirates faced utter collapse, most would be unwilling to depart. Ultimately, they were pirates, a band of greedy, insatiable sea vermin, ever eager to exploit opportunities and evade peril. Fishman Island. Kazan, seeing that Sakazuki had finally ended the call, could not help but question, "Sakazuki, are you truly going to let Katakuri and the others off the hook?" Katakuri was the second strongest in the Big Mom pirates, and allowing him to escape could undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions. Furthermore, his band of siblings were no innocents. They were unlikely to remain docile. Kazan subtly reminded Sakazuki. Ever since witnessing absolute justice, Kazan's perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Now, if he were to see a pirate being allowed to go free, it would greatly frustrate him. Sakazuki withdrew his gaze from the telephone bug, and upon hearing Kazan's admonitions, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, finding it rather amusing that he would one day be taught a lesson by Kazan. How extraordinary. All I suggested was to leave them a glimmer of hope for survival. After we vanquish Big Mom, we can leave them battered and cast them into the depths of the ocean. Whether they manage to swim back to shore is entirely their own affair. Sakazuki let out a cold snicker and replied with undeniable certainty. Next to him, Jinbei couldn't help but shudder at the words, inwardly scoffing. What chance is there for survival? Not to mention that most of Katakuri's crew are devil fruit users, forever repelled by the sea. Moreover, if Sakazuki were to inflict even a fraction of his formidable magma attacks, surviving would likely mean more suffering than respite. Upon hearing Sakazuki's statement, Kazan nodded with a sense of relief. May I take my leave now? At that moment, the cautious voice of Pudding emerged from beneath. Having overheard the exchange between Sakazuki and Katakuri, thus grasping the gravity of the situation, it seemed that returning to the Big Mom pirates was no longer an option. His immediate concern was to escape the predicament at hand. As the others acknowledged the voice from below, they finally noticed the severely injured Pudding lying on the ground. Turning their gaze towards Sakazuki, curious to see how he would handle this timid pirate, Sakazuki disregarded the gazes of those around him, instead taking a keen interest in the pockmarks on the ground. So you intend to leave? Aren't you pirates known for your sense of loyalty? Your brother has only just perished, and his body is yet to cool. Sakazuki pointed to the Baron Eggman, who lay beside him with unblinking eyes, and continued. This egg came here with you. Would you truly abandon it? Facing Sakazuki's piercing gaze, Bakramis was on the verge of tears. My lord, I am not well acquainted with him. Indeed, even in the face of death, the bonds of camaraderie that typically unite two pirates seemed utterly insignificant. I cannot abide treacherous pirates, Sakazuki declared, and with those words, he unleashed Inazuma Red Lotus. Instantly, a torrent of magma erupted from the ground, enveloping Bakramis entirely, and a faint cry of despair echoed from within. Moments later, he vanished without a trace, leaving no remains behind. Sakazuki cast a cursory glance at the legless corpse of Baron Egg and effortlessly reduced it to ashes with a singular, simple motion. Born on Zo Island, Bakramis was notorious for his misdeeds from a young age. Eventually, in his quest to assist the Viper shopkeeper in locating historical texts, he allied with his sworn brothers, Pedro, Jeppo, Pipo, and others, forming the Nox pirate crew to set sail, committing numerous atrocities along the way. This left Sakazuki with no rationale to spare him. Sakazuki, are you truly departing? Do you not require my assistance in dealing with Big Mom? Matters concerning Fishman Island are nearly settled, Kazan inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he observed Sakazuki preparing to leave. Kazan's eagerness to confront the Big Mom pirates in the New World stemmed not only from their relentless malevolence and the oppression they inflicted upon the innocent, which incited his righteous indignation, but also from a profound sense of guilt gnawing at him. This guilt, rooted in his inaction during the Marineford War, weighed heavily on his conscience. Kazan had come to a stark realization regarding the grave mistakes he had made during that tumultuous period, particularly his negligence towards his fellow Marines who valiantly fought against the pirates. Out of respect for Vice Admiral Garp, he had stood idly by, allowing the chaos to unfold. Had it not been for Sakazuki's relentless resolve, the outcome of the Marineford War could have been unfathomably dire. Thus, Kazan harbored a persistent sense of remorse during this time, showing no mercy towards any pirate daring to traverse Fishman Island en route to the New World. In the aftermath of the Marineford War, the era of unprecedented wickedness had emerged, with pirates from the Grand Line proliferating like fish in a river. It could be said that Kazan's actions on Fishman Island were nothing short of apocalyptic. However, this was still insufficient to assuage the guilt that plagued Kazan. He yearned to engage in more tangible actions to embody true justice. Even if Sakazuki were to send him alone to capture Big Mom in her lair, Kazan would not hesitate. The sanctity of justice could no longer be allowed to be desecrated. Sakazuki was unaware of Kazan's thoughts. He shook his head slightly and, with a serious expression, addressed Kazan. I have already made arrangements for the military operations against the Big Mom pirates. Your current task is to diligently train Shirahoshi, striving to awaken her abilities so that she may soon gain control over the colossal sea kings of the deep. Sakazuki paused for a moment, contemplating, before continuing. It is highly probable that a battle requiring your utmost effort will soon ensue. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Kazan couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. This was the second time Sakazuki had indicated that there might be a battle ahead in which he would need to participate. However, Aside from the formidable Big Mom pirates they were currently contending with, what other conflict awaited him? Sakazuki did not provide Kazan with a detailed explanation. He merely patted his shoulder, conveying a significant glance, and strode purposefully towards the direction of the warship. Kazan watched Sakazuki's receding figure, scratching his head in contemplation. Was it merely an illusion, or had Sakazuki's strength grown even more formidable since their time in Punk Hazard? The perceptive nature of a top-tier warrior is indeed astute. Even standing beside Sakazuki, Kazan could deeply sense the oppressive yet ferocious energy emanating from him, despite Sakazuki not revealing his full might. Kazan shook his head, concluding that the stronger Sakazuki became, the more advantageous it would be for the Navy and the world at large. He then shifted his gaze towards the colossal form of Shirahoshi, blinking in confusion. Although he had trained extensively with the Navy, he had no experience with mermaids. At that moment, Shirahoshi, having withdrawn her gaze from Sakazuki, turned to find Kazan staring intently at her, causing her cheeks to flush. Timidly, she spoke, "Lord Kazan, why are you looking at me like that? Although you're very kind, you are not quite my type." Shirahoshi's innocence was palpable, and Kazan's gaze inadvertently reminded her of Vanderdeck Kin 9, who had once pursued her and was now deceased at Kazan's hands. However, the fervor in Vanderdecken's eyes had been far more intense than Kazan's current demeanor. In Shirahoshi's perception, a robust fishman was undoubtedly more appealing than the slender Kazan. Kazan, taken aback by Shirahoshi's words, found himself momentarily speechless. After a second or two, a dark expression crossed his face as he quickly walked towards Ryugu Palace, evidently at a loss for words. What else could he do but dismiss it as youthful candor? "Father, do you think Lord Kazan is sad because I rejected him?" Shirahoshi asked King Neptune with a hint of distress, noticing Kazan's indifference as he walked away. King Neptune, unsure of how to respond, did not wish to dishearten his daughter. Could it be that a former Marine admiral would truly consider her? He cast a subtle glance at Jinbei, hoping he might provide some insight. However, Jinbei ignored Neptune's silent plea, turning his head away. This whale-shark fishman was far from understanding matters of the heart. Nevertheless, perhaps Kazan might be interested in such things, Jinbei mused quietly. "Admiral Sakazuki, we have completed the resupply. Shall we set sail now?" Robert saluted Sakazuki as he returned to the warship. During Sakazuki's absence, he had instructed the soldiers to inspect various ship systems and ensured that supplies were replenished. Sakazuki shook his head, casting a glance at the naval soldiers, who were poised for action. He spoke slowly, "Let the soldiers navigate the warship to the exit first. I shall visit a certain place before we depart. Since we have arrived at Fishman Island, it would be fitting to pay a visit to the notable figures of this realm." Sakazuki harbored a certain curiosity towards the enchanting mermaid known for her divination abilities and prophetic insights. It was rumored that she had accurately foretold the events of the Paramount War, and he couldn't help but wonder if her visions included the moment where he vanquished Whitebeard. Yet, it was not this particular prophecy that piqued his interest. Rather, he sought to ascertain whether Charlie could foresee matters pertaining to the future of the Navy and the world government. As Sakazuki and Robert traversed the streets towards the Fishman CAF where Charlie resided, they caught snippets of the surrounding fishmen's discussions, which seemed rather unfriendly. This sentiment could be attributed to the deep-seated racial discrimination between merfolk and humans, as well as the historical conflicts that had transpired. Ever since GOLD, Roger, the Pirate King, proclaimed the existence of the great treasure before his execution 2 decades ago, the seas had erupted into chaos, heralding the onset of the Grand Age of Pirates. Countless pirates yearned for and ventured into the mysterious, uncharted waters of the New World. Fishman Island, being a vital passage on the Grand Line to the New World, bore the brunt of numerous invasions and plunders by human pirates. One of the most prevalent atrocities was human trafficking. They ensnared the island's mermaids and sold them at exorbitant prices in slave markets at sea. A prime example was Cammy, a mermaid who befriended the Straw Hat Pirates, only to be tragically captured and auctioned at Sabaody Archipelago, becoming the target of wealthy nobles and even the celestial dragons. It is easy to imagine the staggering market value of a beautiful young mermaid. This reality only emboldened pirates to engage in even more reckless hunting. The situation began to ease only when Whitebeard declared his protection over Fishman Island, but this did not fundamentally resolve the issue. After all, Whitebeard's men merely conducted periodic patrols and did not station a permanent force on the island. Consequently, there remained many pirates and human traffickers who exploited the situation. This inevitably fostered a sense of fear and animosity among the ordinary residents of Fishman Island towards humans. However, such circumstances would soon become a relic of the past. Nowadays, Most pirates cannot even access the entrance to Fishman Island, and those fortunate enough to enter would face far more formidable adversaries. Moments later, Sakazuki finally beheld the familiar Fishman CAF from his memories. It was at this juncture that he elucidated to Robert that the CAF's proprietress was the most renowned diviner on Fishman Island. Although she could not predict the exact timing of events, her prophecies boasted an astonishing accuracy rate of 100%. In her youth, she had foreseen the advent of the pirate era and even the downfall of Whitebeard prior to the Paramount War. However, her repeated visions of misfortune led her to develop an aversion to divination, rendering her increasingly reluctant to glimpse into the future. Upon hearing Sakazuki's explanation, Robert was struck with enlightenment, realizing the existence of such an extraordinary individual on Fishman Island. Yet, he pondered whether a man of such formidable strength as their fleet admiral truly needed to place faith in so-called divination and prophecy. Those of discernment understood that in this world, when one's power reaches a certain zenith, one can indeed defy fate. Could there truly be a destiny that even an admiral could not alter? Sakazuki was oblivious to Robert's inner musings about him as he confidently approached and pushed the door open. "What can I get for the two guests?" The mermaid-like waitress of the CAF, though astonished that humans would visit at such an hour, courteously stepped forward to attend to them. "2 cups of—" Robert was just about to respond when he was ruthlessly interrupted by Sakazuki. "No drinks. Please take us to meet your proprietor, Mrs. Sharif." Sakazuki expressed his intentions with utmost clarity and succinctness. The mermaid waitress hesitated momentarily but ultimately permitted the server, Kami, to usher the two gentlemen inside. Under Kami's guidance, Sakazuki and Robert entered the lounge of the CAF, where they encountered a mermaid of slightly larger stature than the typical variety. This mermaid was none other than the renowned fortune-teller, Madame Shirley, a figure well known throughout Fishman Island. Shirley, a merman of the sharp-nosed mackerel shark lineage, was also the sister of the infamous pirate, Fisher Tiger. Unlike her brother, however, she did not harbor animosity towards humans. Instead, she encouraged the children of Fishman Island to witness humanity firsthand rather than adopt a stance of hostility based on hearsay. Shirley sported a mane of short black hair that obscured the right side of her face, revealing only her striking blue eye on the left. She donned a deep purple hooded top, fastening only the middle button, thereby exposing a significant portion of her chest and abdomen. The upper half of her tail was a deep blue, transitioning to white towards the end, complemented by a dorsal fin at her lower back. Near the tail, a pair of small fins adorned her form, while her tail fin was crescent-shaped. Her skin was as pale as snow, embellished with purple nail polish and red lipstick. And she was currently smoking from a pipe. Though her demeanor appeared composed and dignified, she could become quite fearsome when angered. "Madam Shirley, you have a visitor, Kami." Often absent-minded, timidly called out to the smoking figure seated on the sofa before retreating from the room. Shirley slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, then lifted her gaze to assess Sakazuki and Robert. Upon recognizing the face of the leading figure, her pupils narrowed slightly, yet she remained unfazed. A cool voice emerged from her crimson lips. "Admiral Akainu. What a rare guest." Unlike the several servers outside who had never grasped the nuances of the ocean's tides, Shirley was perpetually attuned to the latest developments upon the sea, and thus recognized the formidable Admiral Sakazuki. Sakazuki's lips curled into a slight smile as he courteously remarked, "I have long admired the esteemed name of Madame Shirley, the most formidable diviner of Fishman Island. I have come to pay my respects." Upon hearing Sakazuki's formal greeting, Shirley could not help but respond with a cold chuckle. "The title of the greatest diviner is too grand for me. I merely utter some prophecies now and then. However, I no longer engage in divination, so if your visit is related to that matter, I fear I may disappoint you." Sakazuki feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, has Lady Shirley ceased her divinations? Are you lacking confidence in your own prophetic abilities? Do you not wish to glimpse the fate of the Navy and the world government? This concerns not only the interests of Fishman Island, but also the trajectory of the entire world." Shirley fell silent for a moment, then revealed an enchanting, subtle smile. "Fate. Indeed. Is it possible that even the fleet admiral holds belief in such a concept as destiny?" Sakazuki shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Where there is belief, there is existence. Where there is doubt, there is not." Shirley cast a deep gaze upon Sakazuki, then let out a sigh. "Very well, let us proceed once more." It was uncertain whether it was her own inquisitive spirit ignited, or if she was moved by Sakazuki's trust and affirmation, but Shirley acquiesced. She was eager to discern what Sakazuki anticipated. From the depths of the cabinet, she retrieved a long-sealed divination crystal ball and placed it gently upon the table. With hands hovering above the orb and eyes closed, she commenced her divination. Shortly thereafter, Charlie opened her eyes and, with a hint of disappointment, shook her head. The future of the Navy and the world government for the coming years remained unchanged, mirroring the present, the Navy tasked with eradicating pirates, while the world government oversaw the member states. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity as he inquired further, did the Navy or the world government incur any losses or gains? Perhaps among the highest decision-makers or combat personnel. Although Sherry found Sakazuki's question puzzling, she took a moment to reflect before shaking her head. Letting out a quiet sigh, there have been no losses, aside from what appears to be a few formidable generals on your Navy's side. I cannot discern who they are or what they look like. Nearby, Robert, upon hearing Sherry's words, could not contain his excitement and remarked, Marshal Sakazuki. It seems our world conscription will attract numerous exceptional talents from the civilian populace. Sakazuki furrowed his brow, showing little concern for the formidable general that Shaley had mentioned. Instead, his attention was drawn to the preceding statement. How could there be no change, no loss whatsoever? Even if his uprising were to fail, it would hardly shake the world government in the slightest. Furthermore, the Navy seemed to have suffered no losses, surely. It could not be that he had relinquished his ambitions for a myriad of reasons. Sakazuki cast a deep gaze upon the crystal ball used for divination, within which a misty white haze enveloped the interior, obscuring its contents. The images contained within were likely visible only to Charlie, as others could discern nothing of significance. Nevertheless, Sakazuki remained unconvinced that such an absurd future could exist. He was resolute in his refusal to tolerate the continued existence of the world government and the Tenryubido's regime. Do we need to conduct another test? Charlie inquired, inhaling a puff of smoke, her curious gaze fixed upon Sakazuki. She too was intrigued by what precisely this admiral of the Navy sought to uncover. Sakazuki slightly relaxed his furrowed brow and nodded. Just as Sherry was about to cover the divination crystal ball with her hands, Sakazuki suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out to her, "Wait." Startled, Sherry was puzzled by Sakazuki's intentions. As confusion clouded her expression, Sakazuki extended his right hand, gently placing it on the crystal ball through the gap between Sherry's hands. "All right, let us begin," he declared. Sherry, upon hearing this, resumed her actions, though this time she distinctly felt the crystal ball radiating an intense heat, her own palms becoming warm in response. She momentarily disregarded this change, slowly closing her eyes and murmuring incantations that sounded cryptic and obscure. Moments later, her lips and body began to tremble, and her eyes snapped open, revealing an unmistakable look of lingering dread, as if she had just undergone an experience of profound terror. Noticing the unusual expressions on Sakazuki and Robert's faces, Sherry took a moment to steady her emotions, refraining from rushing to explain. She leaned slightly forward, parting Sakazuki's heated hand, and scrutinized the misty crystal ball. The fog within began to dissipate, the transparent surface reflecting Sherry's startled visage. "I see fire. The raging flames of war. They engulf the towering red continent. It spreads from the land of red earth, igniting the entire world. Many have perished. There are those from the Navy, and also from the world government." Sherry recalled the visions she had seen during the divination, her eyes filling with terror as her body trembled uncontrollably. She had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. A war of this magnitude, such devastating sacrifices, the previous Marineford War paled in comparison. What had transpired between the Navy and the world government? Moreover, what else lay beyond? Sakazuki's calm and authoritative voice broke through Sherry's fright, pulling her back to reality. She stared momentarily at Sakazuki's serious and solemn countenance, then regained her composure. A glance at the billowing white justice coat of the Navy behind him inexplicably brought her some comfort. Sherry swallowed hard, closing her eyes to recollect for a moment before opening them, fixing her gaze on Sakazuki and slowly speaking. "I feel as though I hear the roar of all living beings beneath the firmament and the lament of the divine. I also saw light. An abundance of light converging from all corners of the world to Marineford, gathering at the pinnacle of the red continent." She paused before continuing, in the final scene. It seemed as though a gigantic straw had soared into the sky, consumed entirely by a searing flame. That is all. Upon uttering her last words, Sherry slumped onto the sofa as if devoid of all strength, her gaze cast downward. Her already pale complexion appeared even more drained of color, as though she had expended all her energy to convey those revelations. Sakazuki pondered thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Could countless lights signify the brilliance of faith? Might this be the lamp once spoken of by him? No, it likely was not. Sakazuki shook his head once more. What am feared should be the inheritor of the will of the sun god, the master of the Nika fruit, that singular lamp. Opposite him, Shaylee, having regained her composure, sat up and observed Sakazuki as he alternately nodded and shook his head, appearing quite perplexed.